On this day, 18-year-old Hyuga sat before the mirror, adorning her lips with a vibrant red hue, donning a pristine white, strapless wedding gown. She made her crimson lips appear even more supple, and her moonlit shoulders glowed with a porcelain-like purity. Today, she would wed a man she did not cherish. Chapter 1. The Beginning. In the silence of the night, a small snake pondered as it slithered through the overgrown woods, striving to ascend. Each tree, twisted and grotesque in silhouette, resembled a specter harboring its own dark intentions. Hissed at last, the little serpent arrived at a towering rock, contorting its body in an attempt to rest its head upon it. Had the forest always been like this? The snake could not recall. Its yellowish eyes flickered until it successfully leaped onto the ancient stone, weathered by countless seasons of rain and wind. The rock bore numerous pits, and the snake's slick body undulated upon its surface. Ultimately, it found itself at the precipice of a cliff, gazing down at the ninja village known as Konoha. The snake's gaze shimmered with a complexity akin to that of a human, reflecting emotions that mirrored the depth of the stone carving of the first Hokage, as if it could pierce. Through the passage of time, witnessing the cycle of spring and autumn, life and death, it is time to begin, a somber, raspy voice resonated in the snake's mind, mysterious and authoritative. Simultaneously, a dark cloud in the eastern sky was violently torn apart, revealing the first rays of light for the day. Brilliant golden brilliance! In the once tranquil village, the sound of firecrackers erupted from an unseen source, heralding a wedding procession that, from a distance, appeared like a line of ants, proceeding with both grandeur and festivity toward the Hyuga estate. The snake's consciousness began to blur. In its final moments, it cast one last glance at the radiant clouds in the eastern sky. The tear in the heavens had widened into a gaping void, from which golden sunlight poured forth, cascading into the world like a resplendent river descending from the heavens. The golden tide enveloped the Hokage rock, and in that luminous embrace, the snake transformed into mere dust as the sun rose in the east and the yellow river flowed from the heavens. It is time to begin in a dimly lit basement, where candlelight flickered. Orochimaru gazed into the darkness, addressing a slender woman whose curves were subtly discernible. Silence. What is it that you require of me? The woman's voice was cool and low, imbued with an enigmatic solemnity. A flicker of light sparkled in Orochimaru's yellow, serpent-like eyes as he tossed a wooden box toward her. Fly to the location I previously informed you of and deliver it to Shimizu. In the darkness, the woman briefly stared at the box, momentarily taken aback. Is that all? Indeed, Orochimaru replied, a knowing smile gracing his lips. After a moment's hesitation, the woman said nothing further and exited with an air of chilling silence. Shortly thereafter, unnoticed by Yamato and other surveillance personnel from the Leaf, a figure with beautiful white wings darted out of the thicket, swiftly heading toward Konoha. In the Hokage's office, Naruto leaned against the window, observing the bustling activity at the Hyuga estate. What a headache. It seems I shall be the sole one to review all these documents today. Shikamaru unexpectedly opened the door and joined Naruto at the window, both gazing at the Hyuga residence. After a pause, Shikamaru burst into laughter. Congratulations on acquiring yet another troublesome brother-in-law. Naruto merely turned back with a smile. Shikamaru, not everyone shares your perspective that everything is a bother. Shikamaru replied impatiently, resting his chin in his hand. Naruto, feeling somewhat helpless, turned his gaze back toward the Hyuga estate. Moments later, he mused aloud. Is this the conclusion or the inception? Shikamaru squinted, lost in thought, and quietly inquired. Who knows? Naruto withdrew his gaze, shedding his Hokage cloak and hanging it on a rack. He, as the prominent son-in-law of the Hyuga family, was obliged to attend the wedding of Hyuga. As he stepped out, he added without warning, we must see whether this individual is a pawn or a player. In the inner quarters of the Hyuga estate, a striking young man clad in flowing white sat before a chessboard, gazing dreamily at the radiant golden clouds to the east. Not long ago, he had played chess here with a man in a black cloak and fox mask. However, that person lacked both skill and composure, making the game beneath the standards of this elegant young man of the Hyuga clan. Upon hearing news earlier that morning regarding the second daughter of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga, who was to marry an ordinary man struck by a bouquet, the young man could no longer contain his eagerness to sneak a glance. The young man yawned lazily, returning the black and white pieces to their box. Playing chess with a fool is truly dull. With a swift motion, he swept the pieces from the board, causing them to scatter across the floor in disarray. The sound of clattering pieces filled the room. He retrieved a white piece from the box, letting it fall elegantly onto the board, as if to assert dominance over the game. Now, let me see your prowess. He narrowed his white eyes slightly. The Hyuga clan's son-in-law. Donfang Xie, miss. Miss. As Huahua was busy with her reflection mirror, she turned upon hearing the urgent call of a refined young woman behind her, responding with a gentle smile. What is it? Why the flurry? The demure Hyuga girl panted momentarily before replying, Miss. The groom. Dongfang has already arrived at the Hyuga residence. Upon hearing this, Huahua smiled faintly, though her beautiful white eyes dimmed slightly. She was Hua of the Hyuga clan, the second daughter of T18. She was to be wed today. Awakening early, she had prepared for everything. Bathing, applying makeup, dressing, and adorning her lips with a seductive shade of red, gazing into the mirror at her pure and exquisite beauty. With a charming oval face and captivating white eyes, she pressed her luscious red lips together, enhancing the allure of. The woman reflected before her. Today, she would marry a man she did not love, but it mattered little. She chose to view this as the union of the enchanting woman, revealing her graceful collarbone and delicate shoulders, rather than the reality of her impending marriage. This narrative is positioned within the realm of Naruto and son-in-law. The first volume will contain more romantic elements, and if fans of Naruto wish to ignite their interest quickly, they may skim through the first volume and proceed directly to the second. The purpose of the first volume is to enrich certain plot elements for the subsequent chapters. Rest assured, it is a Naruto piece, not solely a romantic tale. The first volume indeed lays many groundwork hints and intricacies that will unfold in later developments. Chapter 2. The elopement begins. Hua, clad in a captivating wedding gown, quietly folded her arms, resting her chin upon them as she leaned against the window. From her second-floor chamber, she could vaguely perceive the bustling activity at the estate's entrance. From Huahua's boudoir, through the courtyard, and finally to the grand entrance of the Hyuga estate, there lay a meticulously arranged trail of grass and ash. The groom stands tall and striking. Estimated height, 6 feet. From afar, one voice after another echoed. Along this path, at intervals, a strikingly beautiful woman from the Hanabi family gazed into the distance with her white eyes. She would then relay her observations to the clan's people behind her, ultimately passing the information to the second young lady. The son-in-law has enchanting phoenix eyes and delicate eyebrows. When he smiles mischievously, he exudes a charming demeanor. The son-in-law possesses an ethereal grace, akin to an immortal. Hana's serene countenance remained unchanged. Closest to Hana, a refined young girl knelt beside her, cautiously scrutinizing her mistress's expression. Upon witnessing Hana's face, as still as a stagnant pool, the demure girl timidly inquired, Mississippi, are you dissatisfied? The refined young girl harbored unspoken grievances. The absurdity of the invitation to the ball was already ludicrous, but the events that transpired were even more so. For the chosen suitor was not even selected by Hana. At that moment, Hana, much like now, appeared as if her soul had departed, disheartened, gazing at the throngs below the recruitment pavilion. She was asked, which one do you find more appealing? She was utterly bewildered. Yet, Hana shook her head, offering a bitter smile as she replied, my white eyes see only walls and cages. Yours are more discerning. I implore you, make this choice for me. The despair mirrored in Hana's eyes was indelibly etched in a young girl's heart. It was a gaze imbued with profound hopelessness. Within the eerie atmosphere of the recruitment pavilion, Hana handed the embroidered ball to her only confidant. In the end, that ball struck the individual present today. This seemingly handsome, yet utterly ordinary man devoid of chakra. This pitiable soul, the focus of various factions' scrutiny. But what of it? Would he ever feel pity for the young lady? The refined girl discreetly lifted her delicate finger to wipe away a tear from the corner of her eye. If the young lady is unhappy, then we shall not proceed. No sooner had she spoken than Hana playfully flicked her forehead. The girl was taken aback, staring at Hana. Hana beamed. Juan, your taste is quite commendable. He sounds rather handsome, does he not? Hana's smile bore no hint of insincerity, and there was an element of teasing directed at the girl known as Juan. The girl, whose real name was Hinata Juan, blushed instantly. Mississippi as long as you like him. At the same time, another message arrived. The son-in-law has taken his place. The son-in-law has been sidelined, seated at the very end of the table. Hana raised an eyebrow. It was unexpected yet predictable. With her status, she ended up with an ordinary villager. Could her clan truly accept such a union? Moreover, they had their own hidden agendas, which Hana was too indifferent to ponder. The son-in-law's expression showed no sign of disappointment. Hana casually shook her head in curiosity. Was it indifference towards her, or was he simply a fool, a weakling? Meanwhile, in the great hall, the farthest dining table, a strikingly handsome young man was voraciously devouring food. As others served dishes, he merely rotated the table. When no one offered a toast, he drank alone. The Hinata clan's people, who had been casting him disdainful glances, now wore even uglier expressions that, I am full. Thank you for the hospitality. A hush fell over the room. Suddenly, a loud bang resounded. An elder from the clan slammed his chopsticks on the table. Oomph! Look at what kind of insufferable brat Hinata Hizuki has brought home. So arrogant, yet utterly unaccomplished. Boy, do you think this is a place where you can act as you please? Tsk, tsk, tsk. The handsome young man shook his finger, rising to face the elder with a calm smile. You are mistaken. Sir.It was your princess who carelessly threw the embroidered ball at me. I merely happened to pass by. I did not shamelessly seek to participate in this recruitment. As he spoke, the handsome young man began to retreat toward the door. With an innocent expression, he added, That embroidered ball came at me like a missile, curving and hitting me square in the face. How can you blame me? It was quite a blow, and my face still aches. Then your young men kidnapped me that very night, holding me captive until this morning. The young man's demeanor shifted. The Hinata clan began to sense the shift in atmosphere and approached him. The elder squinted his eyes, half laughing, half fuming. So you mean to say? The young man pointed to his own nose. I, Donfang Xie, hereby formally reject this marriage proposal. Consider the meal a compensation for my troubles. I shall take my leave. No need to see me off. The man named Dongfang Xie dashed away, leaving the young talents of the Hinata clan in stunned silence. The elder paused momentarily. Calmly, he inquired, He said you kidnapped him before the wedding? No one in the crowd dared to speak. The elder thumped his cane against the ground, producing a loud sound. Indeed, it is true. That lad was quite unwilling to come. So, the elder suddenly rose, bellowing, A bunch of fools. What are you waiting for? Hurry and chase him down, bind him again, and bring him back here. The younger generation stared at the elder, who was usually known for his strictness, in shock. Why are you not moving? Immediately, the Hinata residence was in an uproar. Mississippi simultaneously, the Hinata women in Hana's courtyard appeared distressed, hesitant to speak. Bored, Hana leaned on the windowsill, munching on sunflower seeds. Spotting the girl's woeful expression, she paused. What's wrong? You look like you've been dumped by a scoundrel. Which wretch has wronged you? I'll avenge you. The girl in the courtyard, utterly helpless, replied with a grimace. Miss, the son-in-law, that scoundrel, he fled from the wedding in front of everyone. Hana nearly choked on her seeds. Startled, the nearby Hinata Wanwan quickly patted her back. Cough, cough, cough. What? Fleeing the wedding? My wedding? How daring? Instead of panicking, Hana reacted as though she had heard something amusing, her previously dull eyes now sparkling. Fear not, my dear, he is merely an ordinary man. He wouldn't make it out our door. I would stand on my head to wash my hair, Hinata Wanwan remarked. Shortly thereafter, another message arrived. The son-in-law has been captured by his pursuers. Just as expected, Hinata Wanwan smiled inwardly. Did the Hinata family allow anyone to come and go as they pleased? Yet, extremes lead to reversals. The son-in-law has transformed into a cloud of white mist. This son-in-law is a shadow clone. Hinata Wanwan was bewildered, but Hana grew increasingly animated. Weren't they saying he was an ordinary villager without chakra? How could he perform shadow clones? He said one last thing before disappearing. Finding the situation amusing, Hana stood up, activated her Byakugan, and personally surveyed the distant scene while inquiring with a smile. What did he say? He said, yes? He said that after being hit by the embroidered ball, before he was captured, he had inquired with a boy claiming to be your nephew, who told him you are an unparalleled ugly. Woman, no man would marry you. Hana chuckled, her lips curling into a smile. Oh, an unparalleled ugly woman, is it? Hana's cheeks flushed slightly. The stunningly beautiful 19-year-old girl giggled softly. Wearing the simple white veil from her wedding, she gracefully leaped from the building and floated away. Chapter 3. I hear you refuse to marry me? The wind howled, intertwined with the rhythmic clanking of the railway tracks, punctuated by intermittent whistle blasts. The sound of the game notification shattered the original ambience. Victory! Hooray! Along the iron tracks, which would encircle the village of Konoha, the recently escaped groom, Dongfang Xie, and a 12-year-old boy with golden hair exchanged high fives. Incredible! Especially that last move, whoosh, it was amazing, the boy exclaimed, gazing at the elder brother beside him with admiration. Ha ha ha, it was just a simple Z-shaped shake. Easy, want me to teach you? The boy named Boruto responded eagerly, with his hair tousled by the wind. Xie gazed down at the village of Konoha, the view exceptionally clear, allowing him to see the entire village at a glance. He squinted his eyes, pondering his situation. Dongfang Xie was an innocent 20-year-old university student who had traversed into this world, notorious for its poor reputation as depicted in Boruto. Unfortunately, as a child of the 21st century, he had watched Naruto but had little interest in the unremarkable Boruto, knowing only that it was a ludicrous tale about a son vying for his father's attention. To make matters worse, upon his arrival, he found himself in Orochimaru's laboratory, where Orochimaru exhibited great interest in both his appearance and arrival. However, after determining that Xie was utterly useless, Orochimaru carelessly tossed him into Konoha as a spy. For half a year, the inept Xie had failed to deliver any valuable intelligence to Orochimaru. Nevertheless, since the title was Boruto, it was undeniable that the protagonist must be named Boruto. Although, theoretically, the protagonist of Shippuden should be named Kakashi, Boruto was indeed Naruto's son. Shouldn't he quickly attach himself to this figure? By chance, he and the son of the Hokage became gaming friends. Xie chuckled, Boruto. Is it true that Hanabi is a hideous monster that eats children? I heard she was adorable when she was younger. As a traveler who had watched all 720 episodes of Naruto, Xie could not possibly believe that the once lovely Hanabi was now portrayed as a terrifying creature. However, upon arriving in Konoha and witnessing the transformation of the universally adored Hinata into a frightful, plump matron, he found himself reconsidering. When Boruto revealed ninja cards that showcased the 20-year transformation of Hanabi, Xie reluctantly began to believe him. After all, why would Hanabi need a marriage proposal? The question was undeniable. Let me tell you, she's not only incredibly ugly but also possesses immense strength. That so-called whatever you mentioned. She could easily overpower the likes of Orochimaru. Her eyes are as wide as copper bells, and her ears stand tall like antennas. Even 7 dwarfs stacked together wouldn't reach her height. And her skin is redder than the poisoned apple of Snow White's stepmother. Xie was astonished. Had the Otsutsuki mode mutated? This needed to be documented and sent to Orochimaru. Otherwise, his performance for the month would fall short again, and that old bastard had already owed him several months' wages. Xie took out his dedicated spy notebook to begin recording. A gust of wind swept across the rooftop. Suddenly, another figure appeared atop the train. It was the smiling Shiryu. Hey, I say, you're not planning to use that stuff to improve your performance again, are you? Caught off guard, Xie fumbled, nearly dropping his notebook. Nonsense. Shiryu tilted his head slightly, and, with sincere eyes, smiled at Boruto. Good morning, Boruto. Oh, Shiryu. Good morning, Boruto replied. Shiryu then lowered her gaze to the scientific ninja tools in Boruto's sleeve, before turning her attention back to Xie. So, you used this to create your shadow clone and escape from marriage? Xie raised an eyebrow. A good man doesn't marry an ugly woman. Boruto echoed. I can't just stand by and watch my older brother Xie fall into a tigress den. You have no idea how terrifying Hanabi is. But this scientific ninja tool is truly useful. Just a drop of Xie's blood, and I can summon his shadow clone with my chakra, just like the summoning technique. Oh, then it seems this won't be necessary. Shiryu smiled as she produced a delicate wooden box. Xie's expression subtly shifted. Shiryu handed the box to Xie. This was originally a congratulatory gift from my family to you, but since it's no longer needed, it can serve to offset your wages. Huh, what is this? Do you have any idea how much that old man owes me? Xie opened the box with an unhappy expression, only to be stunned. Inside were 2 diamond rings. One as black as ink, the other shimmering like a star. Exquisitely beautiful, radiating brilliance. Could such a lavish gift truly come from the notoriously stingy Orochimaru? I like it. I'll accept it. A clear, sweet female voice chimed in. On the train's rooftop, the 3 fell silent, turning stiffly, just as Xie turned around. He was greeted by a beautiful face almost pressed against his own. Her pure white eyes, delicately long eyelashes, and skin fairer than snow made her stunningly beautiful. Unfortunately, her sudden appearance startled Shiya, causing him to stumble and nearly fall from the train. Ah, no, I don't want to die yet. Woe is me. Despite my handsome looks, I've hardly had a girlfriend. I can't die like this. Shiryu sighed, exasperated. As Shiya blinked back tears, he finally took in the full view of the enchanting woman holding his hand. She was breathtaking. Her long, jet-black hair cascaded down her waist, fluttering in the breeze atop the train, creating a captivating scene. The pure white veil billowed, revealing the soft, rosy lips beneath. What Shiya adored most were her eyes, clean, innocent, and serene. With her right hand, she held his left, the warmth of her palm causing his fingers to tremble slightly, confirming that he was still alive. The beautiful woman narrowed her exquisite eyes and sweetly spoke. Hello, my name is Hyuga Hanabi. I heard you just rejected my marriage proposal? Hanabi tilted her head playfully, surveying the bewildered fool before her. Chapter 4. The reason I want to marry you on the rooftop. The stunning woman examined herself with amusement. She glanced at Shiryu beside her, then turned her gaze back to Boruto, who wore an expression of a troublemaker denying his misdeeds. Calling me a hideous monster that eats children makes me so sad. Hanabi smiled elegantly. Boruto was taken aback. Had she heard everything? Ha ha ha. Wait a moment, and I'll come to comfort you later, but for now, no eavesdropping. With that, Hanabi swiftly leaped from the train, pulling Shiya along into the empty carriage. Shiya felt his body lighten, then become heavy again, finding himself inside the carriage. Once inside, Hanabi immediately released his hand. As an ordinary person, Shiya could not resist the inertia and slid against the wall of the carriage. Tap, tap, tap. Hanabi gracefully approached the wall where Shiya leaned, then raised her delicate hand. Resting it beside him, a girl just under 7 meters tall had cornered a man slightly over 8 meters. The two stood in silence. The carriage enveloped in quiet. Only the rhythmic sounds of the train wheels on the tracks could be heard. Hanabi scrutinized the handsome man before her, who seemed to be harboring guilt and couldn't bear to meet her gaze. He is really somewhat handsome. But so annoying. In the presence of so many onlookers, she dared to flee from her wedding, unaware of how to conspire with Boruto, thus losing face. A moment of silence ensued. Lift your head. Do not keep it down before me. I do not appreciate it. Oh, replied Shiya, her tone flat as she removed her veil, revealing her crimson lips. At that moment, the girl's cool demeanor naturally emanated, and combined with her posture against the wall, she appeared excessively enchanting. Particularly in this stance, her figure and curves were unabashedly displayed. Especially as she wore a strapless wedding gown today. Is all you can say? The woman you see before you is Hinata Hanabi, your fiancée, soon to be your legitimate wife. Are you satisfied? Do I have the right to express dissatisfaction? Hinata Hanabi raised her hand to interrupt him, nodding. Then consider it your satisfaction and return with me. Oh, and do not address me as Miss Hanabi in front of others. Simply call me Hanabi. Hanabi paused. I assure you, the Hinata family will take good care of everything for you. You will enjoy a quality of life you could never have before. As long as... Hanabi narrowed her beautiful eyes. As long as you fulfill your responsibilities. Dongfang blinked, calmly fixing his gaze on her indifferent white eyes. What must I do? Play the role of my husband, in front of others. Dongfang Shiya chuckled inwardly at the notion of merely performing the role. So, she meant to say she did not wish to be a true couple, but only to fabricate a harmonious family life in public? Dongfang Shiya gently gritted his teeth. Fine. Dongfang simply uttered that one word. Given that this woman had come to confront him in her wedding gown, there was evidently no room for negotiation. Hanabi appeared slightly dazed before him, perhaps surprised at his straightforward response. All right. After a brief moment, Hanabi replied. Will you not inquire why I am doing this? Why do I have to throw the ball for suitors? Why must you pretend to be affectionate with me in front of others? And why should I not marry someone who may suit me better? Dongfang Shiya smiled gently. Hanabi furrowed her brows, scrutinizing the handsome man before her. Because there are no men in this generation of the Hinata clan. What does that imply? It means that if Hinata and Hanabi marry accomplished nobles or heroes of the ninja world, the best outcome for the Hinata clan would be a split among branches vying for inheritance, leading to internal strife and the emergence of a new leader whose strength pales in comparison to the past. As for the worst-case scenario, Hanabi leaned away from the wall, standing elegantly before Dongfang, continuing, the worst outcome is being usurped by a son-in-law with a powerful background. Oh, A faint smile graced Hanabi's lips, yet her overall demeanor remained cool and graceful, beautiful from a distance, but not to be trifled with. Do you truly believe my brother-in-law Naruto would be that sort of man? Perhaps you are viewing people too negatively? Hanabi smiled at Shiya, but he sensed a surge of anger. A chill ran down his spine. Hanabi, are you certain you wish for me to speak? Yes. Hanabi suddenly raised her voice. Though not excessively loud, it was much more animated than usual and carried an air of authority. Their actions were often dictated by forces beyond their control, as they were backed by others. Unable to contain her impatience any longer, Hanabi struck her fist against the wall, causing it to shatter instantly, debris flying in all directions. In that moment, Hanabi activated her Byakugan. A gaping hole tore through the carriage. Countless shards of metal flew out, among which were several shuriken aimed at Hanabi. Chapter 5. The caged sparrow in the Hokage's residence in Konohagakure. Shikamaru was buried under a pile of documents at the Hokage's desk. Hurry, distribute this batch of files. How unfortunate. Even Naruto has time to attend Hanabi's wedding, while Lord Shikamaru is busier than ever. Sasuke pushed open the door, dodging several clerks burdened with towering stacks of papers, and approached Shikamaru with an expressionless demeanor. Enough with the sarcasm. Naruto may be at ease, but this work has all fallen on me. Looks like I'll be working overtime again. You must join me for ramen tonight. Sasuke remained silent. Is there something on your mind? Shikamaru inquired, his weary face lacking energy. You understand, don't you? Shikamaru furrowed his brow. This engagement speaks volumes. If this continues, the Hinata clan may become the second Uchiha. Shikamaru's fatigue vanished, replaced by a keen awareness. He rose, gesturing for silence, and moved to the window. Turning his back to Sasuke, Hinata Hayashi cannot maintain control of the situation. Do you need me to elaborate further? How much longer can he hold on? The reflection in the glass revealed Shikamaru's somber expression. So, which branch leaders are particularly radical? Deal with them. Humph. Sasuke tilted his head, snorting softly. This is not merely one or two individuals. This is an issue affecting the entire Hinata clan. Sasuke paused, continuing. After the Fourth Great Ninja War, the world embraced peace. People distanced themselves from the sufferings of war, and freedom and beauty became the themes of every life. Yet, when one pain is healed, they will first notice another unhealed wound. To this day, the ideals of freedom and independence have permeated the hearts of everyone, including those of the Hinata clan. However, Sasuke scrutinized Shikamaru's expression, hesitating before continuing. The issue of the caged sparrow has not been resolved. The new generation of the Hinata clan has been fiercely resisting upon learning of this secret technique. What astonishes me is that through my discreet investigation, the most radical among them harbor their hatred solely for Hinata Hayashi. I don't quite comprehend it, but this is better than them resenting the clan itself. It's a positive development. Upon hearing this, Shikamaru spun around and slammed his fist on the Hokage's desk. Documents flew everywhere. That old fool. To impose such a technique on the new generation. Does the sixth Hokage even know? Sasuke rolled his eyes in annoyance. There's no point in elaborating further. The current situation is that these young members of the Hinata clan harbor resentment towards Hinata Hayashi and also towards the seventh Hokage, who has taken a reserved stance on this matter. They mocked the village's promotion of freedom and beauty, believing it to be mere deception. They no longer trust the village. A long silence followed. Then, Sasuke shrugged indifferently. These younger generations have engaged in quite a few clumsy actions behind the scenes, but they do not dare to openly stage a coup. Thus, they are more focused on how to become the next head of the Hinata clan. Sasuke smirked slightly, saying, So, every ambitious youth in the Hinata clan, unwilling to submit themselves and their descendants to the caged sparrow, wishes to marry Hanabi. Shikamaru composed himself and resumed his seat at the desk. So, there is one person's position that is quite delicate. Dongfang Xia, Sasuke added. Within the Hinata estate, in a lavish accommodation in the inner court, a handsome Hinata youth gazed cheerfully out of the window while biting into an apple. Occasionally, he glanced back at the chessboard on the table, casually making a move. Clearly, this Hinata youth's mind was not on the game. Yet each move he made prompted deep contemplation from the figure opposite him, clad in a black robe and wearing a fox mask. The fox-faced mask gazed intently at the chessboard, the piece held in hand lingering without dissent. I concede. Well played. The boy from the Hyuga clan smiled gently. His countenance was remarkably beautiful, indeed deserving of the term exquisite. Truly a youth of the new era. Yet, alas, I am aware. Alas, the cursed caged sparrow is still etched upon my forehead. The boy from the Hyuga leisurely nibbled on a fruit pit, raising another hand to stroke his forehead. The man in the black robe and fox mask slowly returned his piece to the chest box. I hear that the prince has fled his wedding? The boy scoffed, derisively dismissing the notion. A trivial matter. There's no escape for him. Can he truly evade it? Absurd. That marriage is undoubtedly set in stone. Do you believe that? Apart from the Hyuga clan, even the Umbu of Konoha is unaware of this prince's elopement? The boy shook his head. Thus, our plan has come to naught. So, what shall the astute you do now? Marry your cousin off to a Hyuga clansman whom you control, or perhaps eliminate him altogether. The boy named Hyuga Muchio chuckled softly. If she can marry Dongfang Xie today, what prevents her from marrying someone from the west or north tomorrow? The fox-masked figure fell silent, somewhat at a loss for words at the boy's line of thought. Yet upon reflection, it held some truth. However, by that time, the reputation of a young lady would be completely tarnished. For Hyuga Hizashi was not one to easily compromise, as evidenced by his willingness to allow his precious daughter to marry a commoner. Once there is a first time, would there be concern for a second or third? The boy cast a wary glance at the fox mask. What I desire is freedom. What you seek is the Hyuga clan. He paused, continuing in a calm tone. Our relationship is merely one of cooperation. I wish to overthrow Hyuga Hizashi. As for killing a son-in-law and attempting to manipulate the Hyuga clan, I have no interest in such matters. Those are for you to pursue. My overthrowing of Hyuga Hizashi serves as a favorable beginning for you. What Hyuga, what Konoha, are all too antiquated, just like the caged sparrow. I am not interested. You may contend amongst yourselves. I am curious to know how you intend to overthrow Hyuga Hizashi. The boy, with a radiant smile, posed a thought. If a person, at the very brink of life and death, realizes that this world has never cared for the lives and freedoms of the weak, would they not foster the ambition to vanquish the strong before them? The handsome youth's smile gleamed brightly. With slender, fair fingers, he continually caressed a smooth, jade-like white glass chess piece. The man in the black robe and fox mask found himself at a loss for words. I would, the handsome boy declared with a smile. He leisurely rose, hands behind his back, gracefully descending from the second-floor window to land steadily in the courtyard. He subtly focused his chakra, concentrating it entirely upon his head. The cursed seal of the caged sparrow, which had bound countless Hyuga clan members, appeared prominently. A gentle breeze stirred. The boy touched his forehead, then gazed towards a specific direction. After a moment of silence, he softly uttered to that direction. That person intends to kill you. But I, Hyuga Muchio, shall save you. For you possess the potential to become that hand of God. The boy named Hyuga Muchio wore a mysterious smile. In that instant, a resounding explosion erupted from the direction he was gazing at. In a fleeting moment, the boy vanished with the wind. It was an assassination. Several kunai whistled through the air, carrying the sound of slicing wind. Amidst the swirling shards of iron, Hanabi, with her flowing hair, opened her eyes. Her pure Byakugan discerned the kunai approaching from various cunning angles. Reversal. The absolute defense of the Hyuga clan deflected all kunai. Hanabi stood tall and proud like a pine, her spine straight and resilient, as if she were an unyielding mountain, directly facing the massive breach in the lightning carriage she had broken open with astonishing force. At that moment, the light mixed with dust flowed into the vehicle like a golden torrent, illuminating the entire space. This mysterious and brilliant radiance seemed to possess a unique magic, tightly encircling Hanabi, rendering her figure increasingly vivid and clear. The girl with such a captivating silhouette slowly turned to face Dongfang Xie, who was now utterly dazed behind her, and said, "Not foolish. But some things are better left unsaid." The white veil obscuring Hanabi's face danced wildly in the wind that rushed in through the breach, revealing a playful and warm smile beneath. Xie was utterly entranced. So beautiful, simply a national goddess. Hanabi, somewhat exasperated, glanced at the slightly daft young man and pointed helplessly towards a direction outside the lightning carriage. On a rooftop very close to the carriage, a puppet, indistinguishable from a real person in material, shape, or agility, was nimbly traversing the eaves. Hanabi's beautiful eyes, seemingly able to see through everything, narrowed subtly. "For not everyone wishes you to be a clever person," she sweetly remarked. Just as Hanabi finished speaking, the agile puppet leaped from the rooftop, heading straight for the lightning carriage. However, its target was not Hanabi, but Dongfang Xie. Wind release, Breakthrough. Lightning release. Thunder arrow. 8 trigrams, empty palm. Both Hanabi and Boruto, who reacted from the rooftop, launched their attacks simultaneously against the puppet. The puppet was first sent flying by Satsuki's wide-ranging wind release, and to evade Boruto's swift lightning release. It was forced to dodge to the side, only to be struck directly by Hanabi's pre-calculated 8 trigrams empty palm. With the sound of shattering components, the puppet fell to the ground in a peculiar posture. That was close. Brother Shia, Sister Hanabi, are you all right? Boruto hung upside down from the roof of the lightning carriage, looking triumphantly toward Hanabi inside the vehicle. Not bad. But I still need to settle the score with you for instigating this little guy behind me to flee from marriage, Hanabi said with a huff. No, please, Sister Hanabi. Just wait until we get home, and my mom will spank me. Boruto grumbled, arms crossed, looking innocently displeased at Hanabi. Satsuki watched Boruto with a smile, not wanting to miss any of his expressions, eager to document every moment shared with him. Yet, in the next moment, his smile faded. Where the puppet had fallen, there was no trace of its remains, only a cloud of white mist. A shadow clone. A puppet that can use shadow clones. Satsuki gasped internally. Be careful. The words left unspoken were stretched infinitely by the explosive wind that suddenly erupted. A kunai, embedded with an explosive tag, lodged in the wheel of the lightning carriage, detonated, flipping the entire vehicle. Boruto was thrown off balance and flung out. Meanwhile, Shie was also propelled off the ground, shattering the glass of the window behind him as he flew away from the lightning carriage. The two of them found themselves heading in completely opposite directions. The fierce wind howled into his sleeves, rushing into his nostrils, and amidst the frantic roar, his body and organs felt the chilling grip of death. In that moment, his mind was blank. He watched as Satsuki, without hesitation, lunged toward the flying Boruto. But what about her? Would she save him? He gazed at the graceful figure rapidly diminishing in his view. She would not. All he saw was her silhouette, just as it had been at the beginning, standing before the breach. With a calm expression, he ultimately closed his eyes serenely. If utter despair is akin to drowning in an endless black ocean, he felt as if he were now suspended upon an infinite white cloud. Yet, unbeknownst to him, just as he resigned himself to despair, succumbing to a state of emotional numbness, the ethereal beauty, a woman of timeless allure, turned her gaze back. With the purest white irises, she embraced the existence of one who was overlooked and disregarded. In the countless moments that followed, she would remain uncertain of her choices. However, regardless of whether she would choose to save him first or her own nephew, she was resolute in one belief. If this moment were to repeat 1,000 times, in each of those instances, she would not turn a blind eye to the fragile life existing at the periphery of the world. Chapter 6. In the next life. You still owe me a wedding. In the surreal sensation of weightlessness, one instinctively relaxes, for such feelings resemble a dreamscape. If within your heart, fear outweighs emptiness, it simply indicates one thing. Your descent is not swift enough. Thus, he caught hold of it. After the haze of enchantment and relaxation, Shia once again felt the presence of support. The last time was when he traversed into this world and fell into Orochimaru's laboratory. Shia incredulously opened his eyes to behold a graceful young man with white eyes. The boy wore a gentle smile, and for a moment, Shia could not discern whether this striking figure was a boy or a girl. Prepare yourself. We're about to take flight, came the pure voice of youth. Shia was rendered speechless. What was this? Couldn't they arrange for a beautiful savior to rescue the hero? Fire release. Phoenix fire technique. The puppet materialized before them. A puppet skilled in ninjutsu. In the ninja world, the last puppet capable of performing ninjutsu belonged to the third Kazekage, known as the Scorpion of the Red Sand. The vibrant fireball stirred the air and unleashed a tempest, relentlessly charging towards the two, ready to engulf them in an instant. The young man smiled indifferently. A leaf floated down to his feet, and with a light touch of his toes, he soared into the air, clad in white, like a dove taking flight. The application of his ethereal strength reached its pinnacle. The puppet paused, gazing at the direction in which the two were propelled. It was a colossal wall adorned with the faces of 7 figures. The puppet, seemingly unimpressed, tilted its head disdainfully. Suddenly, the rooftop where the puppet stood crumbled. The puppet shot towards them like a cannonball. In midair, the boy appeared unfazed. Glancing at the wrinkles in his sleeve, he remarked casually, "Are you suddenly afraid of dying again?" Shia was taken aback, realizing his palms were slick with sweat. What startled him most was the glimmer of sharp icy intent in the boy's gaze. Why? He sensed the support beneath him wavering. Below him was an abyss of unfathomable height. The boy's eyes were colder than the biting frost of late winter. In that moment, his previously blank mind surged into overdrive, as if on the brink of explosion. What should he do? He spotted the Hokage rock behind the boy, a distance of 20 meters. In the next instant, the boy completely released his grip on him. The surreal sensation of weightlessness returned, yet he could distinctly feel the essence of reality within his heart. He seized the boy's shoulders, flipping over him, his feet landing on the boy's back. All was driven by primal instinct, a pursuit for life itself. From a human perspective, it seemed illogical, yet from an animalistic viewpoint, it was an undeniable truth. He used the boy as a springboard. In the clear sky, amidst the gentle breeze, his silhouette leaped like an eagle. Shiya, big brother. Unbeknownst to him, Boruto and Mitsuki, along with Hanabi, had arrived just in time to witness Shiya soaring through the air like a majestic eagle. Boruto's face was a portrait of shock, while Mitsuki maintained his ever-calm, squinting smile. Hanabi, however, appeared lost and distraught. In the next moment, Hanabi leaped forth. The boy, used as a springboard, turned his handsome face, grinning strangely at the person behind him. A distance of over 20 meters, an impossible leap. No adult could possibly jump more than 3 meters, let alone 20. The puppet, undeterred, continued its trajectory toward the boy suspended in midair. In the next heartbeat, the boy turned his head, his eyes now icy. He raised his arm, sleeves billowing, and punched towards the bizarre puppet from afar. For over a decade, a peculiar child had emerged from the Hyuga clan. This child, orphaned at 4 when his parents perished during a peacekeeping mission in the Rain Village, stood alone under the downpour for 3 consecutive years, ridiculed by the other children of his clan. Yet one day, this child unleashed a punch towards the torrential rain. The raindrops reversed course, soaring back into the clouds. Where is that peculiar child now? The boy smiled, embodying the essence of Hyuga Muku, a prodigy of the Hyuga clan. Air pressure, great wave. With a single punch, a wall of air propelled the puppet down to the earth. A distance of over 20 meters. Undoubtedly, it was still too far. After using the boy as a springboard, Shiya was momentarily stunned. He had only moved laterally 4 or 5 meters before beginning his descent. Boruto, observing Shiya plummeting rapidly, flicked his wrist, and 2 small scrolls sprang forth from his scientific ninja tool. Shadow Clone. If he were to use wind release, gale palm from this distance, beads of sweat formed on Boruto's forehead. He was the variable. This was what the mysterious figure in his dreams had told him. Boruto gritted his teeth. Regardless of the outcome, he could not stand idly by and watch someone perish before him. As he prepared to harness the wind to propel himself, Mitsuki's arm shot out to block him. Boruto stared at Mitsuki in shock. Mitsuki, you. Mitsuki's golden serpent-like eyes locked onto Boruto. In a flash, Mitsuki's arm appeared before one of Boruto's shadow clones, hovering in midair. Then, with a gentle flick of his finger, he struck the clone's forehead. Puff! A cloud of white mist erupted. Boruto was astonished. Mitsuki remained nonchalant. If Boruto had created the shadow clone himself, it might have worked, but the scientific ninja tool was unlikely to succeed. Time was running out. Boruto's mouth fell open. Speechless, staring at Mitsuki. Mitsuki turned his head, smiling as he spoke. Even if a more powerful scientific ninja tool emerges next time, will you be able to control its force? Is a shadow clone created through a scientific ninja tool truly more tangible than one created by oneself? Boruto clenched his fists. Then what should we do? Mitsuki wore a gentle, serene expression, pointing ahead. Actually, he might just make it. Boruto followed Mitsuki's gaze and was astounded to see Shiya hanging onto the Hokage rock, having fortuitously grasped the lower lip of the 7th Hokage's visage. Indeed, the farthest distance for a standing jump is just over 2 meters. Mitsuki's smile widened subtly. However, his starting point was not on solid ground, but in midair. He was executing a parabolic leap. Mitsuki's golden serpent-like eyes flickered imperceptibly. The higher his fall, the longer the distance, and the farther he could leap. Boruto exhaled a sigh of relief. Mitsuki turned his head to regard Boruto, who appeared visibly relieved. Boruto stood with his hair on end, gazing at the enamored Satsuki. This had occurred several times. The way this fellow looked at him always felt peculiar. With arms crossed, Boruto felt an unexpected chill in the sweltering summer heat. "What are you staring at me for?" he exclaimed. Satsuki grinned and replied, "It's nothing. I just think Boruto is overly concerned about me without any reason." Huh. Is that so? Indeed. Boruto bared his teeth and turned away, directing his gaze towards the spot on Hokage Rock where a mysterious figure had spoken of possessing the eye of the world's end. On Hokage Rock, Shia, drenched in sweat and with aching shoulders, struggled to comprehend the words he was hearing. Were they parting words? Or perhaps the language of the Grim Reaper? As Shia was on the brink of losing his powers and slipping into unconsciousness, he could not decipher the tone or inflection of the voice. There is, in the next life. Well, in the next life, I should avoid having someone take my physical education tests for me. Oh, and one more thing. What? His already slick hands began to slip from the stone wall. In the next life, I want to experience a passionate romance. What a ridiculous fate to die single. His vision faded into darkness as he fell, yet in the next moment, he felt warmth and softness he had never known in this lifetime. Blurrily opening his eyes, he beheld her, a cascade of 33,000 silken strands flowing, her pure and exquisite eyes tranquil. Not in the next life, the beautiful woman smiled gently. You still owe this life a wedding, along with a fiercely hungry girl who loves children. Chapter 7. Marriage on a street in Konoha, a puppet. Shattered and dismembered after being struck down from the sky by Hinata Muku, twitched oddly among a pile of debris. Clad in white, Muku approached the puppet with a flamboyant gait, waving her sleeves with an air of defiance. Despite its joints moving with uncanny fluidity and its model closely resembling a real person, the puppet struggled to raise its head. Unexpectedly, Muku seized the puppet's chin with a swift motion. TSK, 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 so lifelike. She twisted the puppet's head around, finally resting her foot upon it, leveraging her weight to pull the head clean off. This was not a robot created by technology. It lacked any internal mechanisms. Muku narrowed her eyes. A puppet capable of utilizing ninjutsu, its joints' freedom of movement nearly indistinguishable from that of a real person, could be controlled from a considerable distance. The boy adjusted the puppet's head, gently caressing the sun and moon insignia on its forehead. Is this the power of the Otsutsuki? He mused aloud in the alley. Yet, suddenly, from the puppet's static sound, a calm and indifferent male voice resonated. Not quite. You should say this is the power of the descendants of the Yamamura. Holding the puppet's head, the boy looked skyward, smiling brightly. Long time no see, Shida. The voice continued from the puppet's head. Why do you prevent me from killing him? Shouldn't our ambitions align? TSK. I simply wish to see what kind of change he might bring to this world, Muku replied leisurely, unable to suppress her laughter. Even if you are wary of him and desperately try to thwart his influence, isn't it rather humiliating to have a child inside him to escape from marriage? After a moment of silence, the cold voice returned. He is the variable. He should not exist in this world, which is why he may lead us down an unconventional path. A brief silence ensued. Be cautious of the fox-faced mask nearby. Also, the ox-headed king has recently reactivated. Stay vigilant. Don't worry, my friend. I have it under control. Muku tossed the puppet head into the air, shattering it with a punch, and exited the alleyway. Sunlight cascaded over her as she turned to face the direction of the Hinata estate. It's time to be captured again, isn't it? That night, within a charming courtyard under the oppressive summer sky, the pink petals of the cherry blossom tree swayed gently. A few hours prior, the captured and self-proclaimed cornered Dongfang Xia sat obediently, having initially fled from marriage because Boruto informed him that Hanabi had been scripted to become an ugly duckling. The mere thought of Akane and Terumi may terrified him into abandoning the idea of marriage. However, that reason had now crumbled away. Yet, why had Boruto deceived him? He had yet to ponder this. The subsequent proceedings were procedural. Do you wish to marry Miss Hanabi? Do you wish to wed Mr. Xia? Naturally, during this process. As a man who had publicly fled from marriage, few in the Hinata family regarded him with kindness. It was a surprise they hadn't struck him. For Hanabi, however, what astonished her was that the stranger she had casually hit with a bouquet that day behaved quite appropriately in social interactions. His conduct today, including his remarks in the thunderous carriage, merely reassured her that she would not need to exert excessive effort in training him. Their future interactions would likely be somewhat relaxed. In a simple yet warm room, Hanabi had changed from the alluring strapless wedding gown that accentuated her figure to a beige nightgown that appeared to engulf her with its oversized fabric, exuding a languid sensuality. On the table beside the bed, steam and the fragrance of tea wafted from a small wooden cup, while Hanabi reached for a soda can with a straw inserted beside her tea. Enjoying a sip of the fizzy drink with her eyes closed, She emitted a blissful hum, leaning back against the window, her cascading hair flowing down, creating an alluring scene. As she reveled in the unique pleasure brought by the fizzy drink on this sultry summer night, she discreetly observed Shia, who sat like a child caught misbehaving on a stone bench in the courtyard. Suddenly, Hanabi sprang back into the room, stifling her laughter with a playful snicker, reminiscent of a young girl. Ha ha, restrained and soft, cough, cough, gasping slightly, cough, seriously. Inside, after stealing a glance, Hanabi resumed her reading of the overbearing Sil Loves Me, her lips curling into a faint, almost guilty smile. As time passed in that summer night, accompanied by the rhythmic chirping of cicadas, fatigue began to weigh heavily on the girl leaning against the window. When she reached for the soda, only to find it empty, she pouted and shook the can in disbelief. Confirming its emptiness, she tossed it onto the table. Meanwhile, outside, Dongfang Xia, who had been fidgeting beneath the cherry blossom tree, could no longer contain himself. After a moment of hesitation, he timidly called out, "Hanabi, where will I sleep tonight?" His voice trailed from strong to weak, almost becoming a self-reflective murmur by the end. Upon hearing the address, Hanabi closed her book, suppressing a smile. While there was nothing inappropriate about him calling her wife, especially since he had done so in front of several elders of the Hinata family earlier that evening, the timidity in his tone now struck her as amusing. With her emotions finally settled, Hanabi spoke clearly, "Come in." The shadow in the courtyard hesitated before obediently approaching her. As he entered, Huohua was curled up with her legs tucked beneath her, nestled by the window while perusing a leisurely book. At that moment, she set her book aside and lifted her gaze, casting a fleeting glance at Dongfang Xia. However, Xia's first impression was captivated by the sight of Huohua, seemingly indifferent, revealing a glimpse of her near-perfect, snow-white foot protruding from her oversized robe, momentarily rendering him speechless. As he regained his composure, he met Huohua's sharp, scrutinizing gaze. The two held each other's gaze for an extended period. "I don't like you," Huohua stated softly, lowering her head, a flicker of light shining in her pure white eyes. Ultimately, she refrained from uttering even harsher words, such as her fervent desire to declare at their wedding that she, Hinata Huohua, was unwilling. Of course, that could never be. "Yes, I know," Dongfang Xia replied casually, showing no signs of being hurt. "It would be strange if you liked me, considering this is our first meeting." "Indeed," she continued. "So I apologize." Xia did not respond. Huohua continued, "The hydrangea hit you. Given the Hinata family's influence, you had no right to refuse." Xia chuckled. "But you have no right to choose either. We are both castaways of fate. In this city, if I wished, I could accurately hit anyone with a throw. But don't misunderstand, it's still just random tossing," he added with a nod. At this moment, Huohua straightened up, her chest puffed out, her silhouette strikingly grand. Yet her voice remained cold. "That is precisely why I do not like you." Xia nodded once more. "But did I cause you any distress? Are you angry with me?" Huohua lowered her pristine eyes, a hint of guilt flickering across her face. Xia laughed heartily, as if he had heard a joke. Huohua looked at him in confusion. To marry a beautiful heiress and ascend to the pinnacle of life. This is the ultimate dream of everyone in our village. How could I possibly blame you? Huohua blinked, speechless. To be honest, our village is particularly open-minded. As long as someone is wealthy, even if she is an old woman, there will be a throng of handsome men eager to offer their devotion. After a moment of hesitation, Huohua asked indignantly, "So you really do like my money?" "Oh no. No. Upon our first meeting, Miss Huohua, you are truly a celestial being. Ha ha ha. You are as graceful as the clouds obscuring the moon, as ethereal as the snowflakes carried by the wind." Huohua raised an eyebrow, surprised that he could recite poetry. "Whose poetry is that? How come I've never heard it before?" Xia replied, "Well, I have plenty more where that came from. Let us see how long you can remain serious." With lingering affection for its beauty, my heart oscillates yet remains untroubled. An unscrupulous matchmaker brings joy, facilitating the exchange of words. May sincere intentions reach their destination. Unfastening the jade pendant as a token of desire. As graceful as a startled swan. As elegant as a swimming dragon. Radiant as autumn chrysanthemums. Flourishing like spring pines. Viewed from afar, as bright as the sun rising amidst dawn's rosy clouds. Observed closely, as dazzling as a lotus emerging from the clear waves. Huohua felt a bit dizzy from the flattery. Am I, perhaps, in the presence of a poetic immortal? She regarded Xia with a hint of suspicion. Indeed, in the past, When courting, I seldom lacked in reciting the Luo Shin Fu. It's a surefire way to win hearts. Enough of that, Hua exclaimed, her face flushed, curiosity glimmering in her eyes. The two fell into a brief silence. Dongfang Xie broke the quiet with a straightforward, no-nonsense remark. Just bring the bedding. Hua raised her head to look at him, gesturing towards the outside. Xie was about to continue, but Hua interjected. All right then, dear. Xie accepted her request with a beaming face. Subsequently, Hua, barefoot, stood up, retrieved a set of mattress and quilt, and walked outside. Come along, she instructed simply. Okay. Once outside, Hua thought for a moment and moved to kneel in the corridor beneath her room's window, beginning to lay out the bedding. I can do it, Xie said. Hua did not respond. In a matter of moments, once the bedding was set, she approached him and simply said, sleep. Thank you. In truth, the corridor of this courtyard was quite exquisite. It was spacious enough for two people to walk side by side, with quality wooden flooring that posed no difficulty. In the series Naruto, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke once laid out their bedding in a corridor as well. Moreover, the corridor of Hua's house was adorned with railings, eliminating the fear of falling. Xie, feeling a sense of accomplishment, burrowed into the quilt, relishing the day's events. He was tired. A fragrant aroma wafted from the bedding, and he wondered if the young girl had brought her own quilt. Yet, within the low-railed, Japanese-style room, the lights had already dimmed, and the two were merely separated by a wall. As Dongfang Xie lay on the quilt, which bore the scent of a woman, he felt an odd discomfort, as if something were missing. Gazing at the moon in the sky, as beautiful and pure as Hua's eyes, he ultimately murmured, "Good night, Hua." He was uncertain why he spoke. Perhaps it was merely out of boredom. There was no need for a response, yet once he voiced it, he felt a great sense of relief and soon drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, the woman within the room remained silent for a long time. When she finally whispered something, he had already fallen fast asleep. In the depths of the night, with only a wall separating them, the woman, upon hearing the steady and deep breaths from the man, felt a twinge of timidity, even fear and shyness, as she softly murmured, "Good night, Xie, my husband," like a gentle whisper. Chapter 8. The Divine Hand's time flowed. And before long, a week had passed since Dongfang Xie entered the Hinata family. As a young man from the real world who had crossed into the Naruto universe, he found it challenging to adapt to the current way of life. Firstly, there was the issue of food. On the first day, the Hinata family held a communal dinner featuring a banquet of raw fish, sashimi, fish strips, fish chunks, and even whole fish. To make matters worse, the head of the Hinata family, Hinata Hisashi, was present. Consequently, Xie had to cover his stomach and make a hasty retreat, ultimately vomiting in the garden outside. However, the following day, during the wedding ceremony, the gentle Hinata Wanwan approached him, inquiring about his dietary preferences and assuring him that if anyone bullied him within the family, he could tell her. Later, Xie learned that this composed young woman was Hua's trusted aide. Having already managed nearly a third of the Hinata family's business at such a young age, positioning her as the next generation's chief steward. In terms of technology, the Naruto world during the era of Boruto had reached a remarkable level of advancement, with smartphones, drones, and scientific ninja tools that even surpassed those of his original world. This was a significant reason why Dongfang Xie, as a 21st century earthling, could not easily navigate this new reality. Fortunately, the Hinata family was quite pleased with his idleness and lack of accomplishments. Overall, Xie's life in the Hinata household was one where he remained an object of disdain, yet could not be easily dismissed. However, on the third night after his marriage to Hua, a seemingly trivial incident unfolded. This minor occurrence, unbeknownst to anyone, lurked in the darkness for an entire week, ultimately blossoming into a grotesque entity, poised to open its gaping maw towards Xie and Hua. As night fell, the once tranquil streets of Konoha echoed with an urgent, eerie rhythm of footsteps. A shadowy figure skillfully navigated the blind spots of the street cameras, eventually finding its way to a dark, damp alleyway. With a swift motion, the figure removed its mask, revealing a delicate, beautiful young girl's face beneath the flickering streetlights. She gently brushed the sweat from her forehead and the bangs clinging to her pale skin before weakly leaning against the wall and slowly sinking to the ground. Exhaustion enveloped her, yet the chakra required to release the mythical creature, Nu, was still significantly lacking. The beautiful maiden possessed lustrous purple hair, yet at this moment, she appeared rather frail, Her soft, delicate lips bore little color, evoking a sense of compassion in those who beheld her. This maiden was Jianjin. Perhaps the sole purpose of my existence since birth has been to unleash new. Mother, once this task is accomplished, I shall join you. With her slender legs drawn close, she rested her forehead against her knees. Indeed, the poignant bond of family is truly moving. Suddenly, amidst the darkness, a round of applause echoed, followed by a deep, arrogant male voice. Jianjin's pupils widened in shock. Her violet eyes filled with terror as she sprang to her feet, clutching a shuriken tightly in both hands. Who goes there? She demanded, her voice trembling despite her efforts to suppress it. Alone, she grappled with the surrounding shadows. At her tender age, to attain such a level of competence under the scrutiny of the Hokage and numerous hidden figures is nothing short of astonishing. Frowning, she swiftly reversed her grip on the shuriken, positioning it against the approaching figure cloaked in mystery. You, lurking in the shadows, sneaking up on a girl in such a manner, are hardly endearing. The enigmatic figure let out a cold scoff, his face concealed behind a fox mask. So, upon my approach, your first thought is that you are a beautiful girl, rather than a ninja whose purpose is to kill and fulfill missions? Jianjin, typically gentle and introverted, now felt anger bubbling within her. Yet more so, she was overwhelmed by the shame and fear of a man approaching her from behind. Simultaneously, the chakra of Nu that she harbored began to roar within her. Is this the infamous bull-headed king? That scoundrel Danzo has certainly engaged in a plethora of unsavory deeds. The eyes behind the fox mask glinted with a sinister crimson hue, embodying cruelty and rage. It is a pity he did not survive, otherwise, I would have single-handedly eradicated the root. Hearing the mention of root and the intent to annihilate it sent a shiver through Jianjin. Who are you? And what do you intend to do with me? Tears welled in her eyes, reflecting the plight of female ninjas during wartime, a narrative seldom chronicled in formal histories. Yet their circumstances are not difficult to imagine, especially since female ninjas are taught to prioritize the village's interests above all else. During the Third Shinobi World War, Rin was nearly captured by the Earth Country's forces. Jianjin's weary body began to sway, and she seemed to glimpse that familiar face, to hear that familiar voice. In a dimly lit basement, illuminated only by flickering candlelight, a girl, bare and shrouded in a single white cloth, shamefully exposed her delicate form to the man behind her, someone who should have been her closest companion but had instead brought her the greatest pain. Ultimately, that tender, hopeful girl was ruthlessly marked by him with an abhorrent curse, becoming his instrument of immortality, the vessel through which he would perpetuate his existence. In the narrow alleyway, 2 crystalline tears fell from her eyes as she raised her hand, aiming the shuriken at her own throat, and without hesitation, plunged it downward. Darkness enveloped her vision. Silence. In horror, she discovered that her body felt as though it had been forsaken by time. She could not move. The figure behind her, clad in a fox mask, leaned closer, the eerie mask slightly disturbing her beautiful purple locks. Fear not. I harbor no interest in you, and I share the same objective as you. The masked figure extended a hand, gently pressing down on the shuriken gripped tightly in her delicate fingers. With great effort, she turned her head, attempting to discern the visage of the person behind her, inadvertently accentuating her fair, graceful neck. After a brief moment, a light, melodic laugh escaped her lips. Ha ha. Why do you wear a mask that a girl would find appealing? Ha ha. The masked figure paused, momentarily taken aback by her sense of humor, yet he remained unfazed. His gaze fixated on her eyes. In the blink of an eye, her laughter ceased, her pupils dilated in shock. What do you intend? What do you want me to do? The masked figure regarded Jianjin with satisfaction. You and I share the goal of obliterating Konoha. That simplifies our discussion. Hand over the chakra that can provoke chaos, and I shall lead you to the Hyuga clan. I will grant you access to their entire chakra. Jianjin's expression faltered. Disbelief etched across her face. No, that would expose us. My chakra will activate within 24 hours once it is attached to another, she protested. The masked figure scoffed. I possess a method to delay its activation by a week. Trust me. Jianjin furrowed her brow. Not out of distrust, but from the palpable terror she felt emanating from him. Fine, she conceded. A shadowy aura, invisible to all but Jianjin, detached itself from her, recognizing the masked figure as its second master. What a remarkable phenomenon. No wonder the Byakugan could not detect it, enabling you to evade scrutiny from so many. Jianjin remained unfazed. With a puff, the masked figure transformed into a cloud of white mist. Shadow clone. Shadow clone. Jin remained rooted in place, but moments later, her legs weakened, and she collapsed onto the ground. Tears streamed from her eyes, but she quickly wiped them away with a smile. If what he says is true, then in a week, Nu will descend ahead of schedule. Mother, once I complete this task, I shall reunite with you. In the Hyuga estate, within an opulent game room, two individuals sat across from one another. The dashing young man in white reclined on the tatami, yawning. Muchio observed the fox-masked figure, who appeared lost in thought, and impatiently urged, "Make your move." The masked figure smiled softly, placing a black piece on the board. As the piece entwined with dark energy, Muchio suddenly sat upright, pointing at the chess piece, and erupted into laughter, rolling on the ground, clutching his stomach, tears streaming down his face from mirth. Finally, he tossed aside the piece. Breathless and sputtering, "I can't continue." The masked figure chuckled in response, but Muchio remained oblivious to the faint dark mist that subtly crept up his slender fingers. Chapter 9. Isn't it just composing poetry? Who can't do that? Time swiftly passed, leading to Sunday, marking a week since Hanabi and Shie's wedding. For reasons unknown, the feelings among the Hyuga clan toward Shie had soured increasingly, and on one occasion, while strolling within the estate, Shie found himself nearly attacked by an assailant, forcing him to retreat indoors, having not stepped outside for several days. Feeling guilty for her inability to uphold her promise to Shie to ensure his quality of life as his wife, Hanabi proposed that the three of them attend the upcoming cultural society gathering together. However, early that morning, Hanabi had to leave due to matters concerning the railway repair in the northern part of Konoha, a collaborative project between the Land of Fire and Konoha, which involved bids from various clans. As the representative of the Hyuga family, Hanabi could not afford to neglect her responsibilities. Thus, the cultural gathering ended up being attended solely by Shie and Wenwan. Hanabi cheerfully encouraged Shie to keep Wenwan company, noting that her younger sister adored poetry and had been eagerly anticipating this poetry event. Perhaps it would indeed fall upon him to entertain this young girl. At this moment, Shie walked beside Wenwan, observing the typically demure young lady. She was a year younger than Hanabi, now 17. After careful preparation, Wenwan appeared strikingly beautiful. Her delicate oval face adorned with just the right amount of lipstick, dressed in an elegant sky blue traditional outfit that subtly revealed her graceful neck and exquisite collarbones. Upon encountering Shie, Wenwan felt a moment of disorientation. In terms of grace, she already resembled an exquisite beauty rivaling that of Hyuga. Perhaps sensing Shie's lingering gaze upon her, the sweetly smiling girl slightly inclined her body towards him, expressing her gratitude with a bow before rising and continuing to gaze ahead. "Thanks to the young master, I have long held an interest in poetry gatherings," she remarked. Following her words, Wenwan playfully tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Haha, you are too kind. It's merely a poetry gathering. One can attend if they wish, right?" The elegant young lady then turned her head, casting a mysterious smile at Shie. Does the young master truly not know? Know what? Wenwan's smile grew even more enigmatic, her striking white eyes fixed on the somewhat flustered Shie, sparkling with mirth. "Oh, it's nothing," she teased, darting away playfully before he could inquire further. Dressed in wooden clogs, the charming girl bounded over to a nearby stall selling bright red candied hawthorns, purchasing 2 skewers before returning to Shie's side in a cheerful skip. "Here you go, young master." "Thank you, Wan-er," he replied. Upon hearing the nickname, Wenwan merely blushed and smiled, for it was a term of endearment that only Miss Hyuga had used for her. Over time, it had become her little moniker. As for others, the delicate young lady, bathed in the warm sunlight, bit into a candied hawthorn with a gentle smile. "Miss treats the young master exceptionally well." Why do you say that?" "Just a feeling, really. I think the young master is quite good to the miss as well." After saying this, the girl squinted her eyes, sweetly smiling, seemingly savoring the sweetness of the candied hawthorn, or perhaps reveling in the happiness of her miss and the young master. "In this world, no one wishes for the miss and the young master as happiness more than I do." Shie tilted his head, finding the little girl adorably naive. Yet, he would never know that this girl, who had chosen a suitor for her miss, concealed a profound sense of self-doubt and melancholy beneath her smile. Like a dandelion stripped of all color, it swayed gently in the breeze, sending off waves of expectation and blessings. The journey was brief, and soon, Shie and Wenwan arrived at the venue for the poetry gathering. Before them stood a magnificent ancient structure. Its traditional Japanese architecture harmonizing with the modern buildings of Konoha, situated by a stream on the outskirts of the village. A sign reading Tsanglong Literary Society hung at the entrance. Here we are, young master, Wenwan smiled back at Shi. Just then, a raucous and boisterous laughter echoed from a distance. Ha ha ha, Miss Wenwan, a distinguished guest. Hearing the crude laughter of a middle-aged man. Wenwan's expression turned slightly pained as she furrowed her brow, forcing a smile. Ah ha ha, Senior Nara. However, when she faced this Senior Nara, her charming smile returned. This man had a stocky build, a stubbly face, and lacked the intellectual air one might expect from the Nara family. Ha ha ha, thank you for attending the poetry gathering. Miss Wenwan, young man, aren't you going to invite Miss Wenwan in? You should engage her in discussions about poetry. Forgive my rudeness, I am Nara Young. I hope Miss Wenwan will grace us with her insights. Of course, Wenwan replied, her humility seemingly waning. Hey, Miss Wenwan, this way. The lanky Nara Young's eyes sparkled upon seeing Wenwan, his gaunt figure resembling that of a monkey, glancing at her furtively as he led the way. Wenwan merely frowned, remaining silent, but turned to Shi Yi with a smile. Young master, please sit with me later. Shi Yi nodded with a smile. Nara Young brought the two to the far end of the seating area, then turned to Wenwan. Your seat is at the front. They exchanged puzzled glances, suspecting that this man was merely slacking off. Well, let us go, young master. Stop. Young's arm shot out to block Shi Yi. Wenwan frowned, but softened her expression. Regarding Young with curiosity, Young pointed to the very last seat. Miss Wenwan, your position is here. Wenwan turned back, momentarily stunned. Oh, have you made a mistake? With a polite bow, she sweetly inquired, but Nara Young appeared oblivious, responding, no mistake, Miss Wenwan. This fellow is neither a ninja nor a business tycoon or a research expert. We wouldn't have invited someone like him to our poetry gathering if not for Miss Huahua's casual mention. Wenwan's brows knitted together, anger flashing in her eyes. Miss Wenwan, but she stepped closer to Shi Yi, calmly smiling. Young master, please take my seat. I'm fine here, Young master. Wenwan's voice turned stern, her pure white eyes filled with a mix of irritation and grievance. After a moment of silence, Shi Yi chose to walk to the front without a word. Hey you, where do you think you're going? Your seat is here, Young shouted arrogantly. Wenwan, regaining her genteel demeanor, opened her mouth, but lost her elegance in an instant. What does it matter to you? Young stood there, taken aback, while Shi Yi, seemingly unfazed by their quarrel, calmly settled into his seat with an air of scholarly grace. Meanwhile, Wenwan took her place at the far end. It appeared that Mr. Nara had prepared only these two seats for them, so she decided to remain there. Miss Wenwan, this rebellious son. What is going on? Mr. Nara approached. Wenwan smiled and succinctly recounted the situation, adopting an accusatory tone. Is this how you handle matters? Fool, you can't even manage a small arrangement. Young received a sharp slap, wincing in pain. Wenwan laughed softly, saying nothing. Right you? Come here, Mr. Nara pointed to a handsome blonde youth with an innocent expression, beckoning him over. Sir, did you call for me? Boy, what is your name? Sir, I'm Natsum Chuan. HM, not a Nara. Never mind. Hurry and escort Miss Wenwan to the second table at the front, then have everyone in this row move back one seat. Quickly, if you mess this up, don't expect to eat. The handsome youth, Natsum Chuan, sighed in resignation but complied. Hey, young master, I'm back. She glanced at the guests taking their seats, uninterested in Wenwan's chatter, muttering to himself, did that blonde youth really manage to clean up after them? Humph, a bunch of fools. That Natsum fellow has some wit. Wenwan huffed, but after a moment, she playfully added, though not as good as mine, She smiled at Wenwan, but her expression suddenly turned cold, her beautiful smile fading as if wilting in an instant. She furrowed his brow, following her gaze. A striking young man in white stood elegantly, fanning himself, seemingly at ease, his pure white eyes fixed in their direction. What is he doing here? Wenwan frowned. Hinata Mucho greeted us with a smile, then waved his hand like Shia. Shia's heart skipped a beat as memories of that fateful day flooded back, when he had saved himself, yet simultaneously endangered his own life. After a moment of hesitation, Shia returned the gesture with nonchalance, while Wanner responded with a subtle smile. Who is this person, so remarkably polite? Shia inquired casually, as he knew nothing about this individual. Wanner, however, scoffed twice, her expression sour, clearly displeased, prompting Shia to refrain from further questioning. The poetry gathering commenced smoothly, featuring modern poems, haikus, and classical verses. Everything seemed in order, yet Xie felt increasingly scrutinized as the event progressed. It was no mere illusion, Warner sensed it too. Together, they focused on Yunxiao, who was whispering with the group. The attendees who had listened to Yunxiao's tales cast peculiar glances at Xie. The boy in white, seated at the front, fanned himself leisurely while fixating on Xie. Laughter erupted from the crowd, and Xie sensed an ominous turn. Greetings, everyone. Today, your talents have pierced the heavens. Each poem crafted is truly remarkable, enough to scare away all the hypocrites. Yunxiao exclaimed, his laughter ringing out. Xie furrowed his brow, sensing mischief from Yunxiao. The latter continued, inspired by your brilliance, I too have composed a piece, albeit a rather embarrassing one. Be modest, young master. Come, let us applaud. Yunxiao approached the blank scroll hanging nearby and began to write hastily. Warner glared, her teeth clenched in frustration. Xie could only smile bitterly, anticipating a reprimand. The gangly figure penned a poem that read, with empty pockets, a penniless fool, reaping rewards without toil is cruel. Sweet words deceive the trusting heart, living lavishly. A truly base part. Should you inquire where this person lies, dig deep beneath the eastern skies. Warner's eyes flared with indignation, and she slammed her palm on the table. At that moment, a large, warm hand covered her delicate one, gently squeezing it. Laughter erupted in the room, and though no one openly displayed it, all eyes were subtly trained on Xie. Amidst the laughter, Warner stared in astonishment at the hand resting on hers, then glanced questioningly at Dongfang Xie. He remained stoically forward, not retracting his grip on her hand, his expression devoid of forced smiles or bitter grimaces. An unsettling calmness enveloped him. Oblivious, Warner sniffed and returned to her seat, head lowered. Meanwhile, Yunxiao watched Xie with satisfaction before casting a resentful glance at their intertwined hands. What a splendid poem. My lord. Ahaha, a humble creation. I welcome your critiques. Yunxiao beamed, garnering applause from the crowd, except for Xie and Warner. Yet, one person remained silent, Hanabi, who rolled his eyes at the poem. He typically offered disdain for any verse presented, yet the poem earned a rare response. After his eye roll, he occupied himself with two activities, fanning himself and quietly observing Dongfang Xie. Satisfied with his performance, Yunxiao approached the white-clad youth, who frowned in mild distaste. Ah, I just remembered, we have a true talent among us who has yet to compose a poem. He gestured towards Hanabi. The crowd erupted in cheers before Yunxiao could introduce him, urging the young man forward. Let us welcome young master Hanabi. The youth, named Muccio, met Xie's gaze, offering a charming smile. A sense of foreboding washed over Xie. Something was amiss. Hanabi stood confidently, exuding an air of charisma. Then let me write a poem, he declared, his tone slightly arrogant, yet no one took offense. Even Xie, who felt uneasy, did not object. The boy strolled to the center, where a blank scroll awaited him, pausing for a moment before unleashing a fluid and graceful script. Warner watched warily, though her anger had subsided, replaced by a cold indifference. Yet as Muccio's poem progressed, her expression morphed into one of panic and confusion. Meanwhile, Xie, who had maintained his composure, now frowned, his gaze revealing an icy intensity that surpassed even Warner's earlier fury, hinting at a fleeting, concealed malice. The brilliance of yesteryears has faded. Today, the golden sun sadly flies. Wealth and honor dissipate like smoke. Who lingers at this desolate door? The achievements of our forebears fade to memory. Their unworthy descendants struggle to carry on. In the end, the world shall return to its roots. Let us see who arrives in the realm of today. As the poem concluded, the audience fell into stunned silence. Muccio elegantly descended the stage, pondering for a moment before offering his brush to Xie. Xie blinked, lifting his gaze, and scrutinized the warm smile of the white-clad youth. Moments later, he mirrored Muccio's smile, accepting the brush. As he passed by, he whispered in a tone only they could hear, "Last time, you saved me once and endangered me once. I shall not ignore that." Muccio merely smiled, his warmth masking a hint of insincerity. Xie returned the smile, cold and vengeful. "Now, I shall settle the score. It's merely writing poetry. I forgot to mention that I was a literature major before transmigrating." Xie chuckled, relishing the astonished gazes of those around him as he confidently approached the stage. Selecting a piece of paper adjacent to Muccio's stunning calligraphy, and boldly set his brush to the page. Chapter 10. The Astonishing Poem of Konoha. Aspiration in the Clouds. Shia lifted his head, a mischievous smile fixed on his face as he regarded Hinata Muchio. To the audience, this once derided son-in-law, seemingly overshadowed by Hinata Hanabi, now stood tall, exuding a newfound dignity as he faced off against Muchio. With a flourish, Dongfang Xie gracefully seized the brush from Muchio's hand, striding toward the platform with an air of scholarly elegance. His movements were fluid, captivating the attention of those who had been observing him. Yet, most remained preoccupied with Muchio's earlier poem, engrossed in its intricacies, scarcely acknowledging the man they had deemed unworthy. Hey, what's this? The son-in-law of the Hinata clan also possesses talent? A voice jeered from the crowd. Dongfang Xie paid no heed to the taunts, approaching the high platform, positioning himself beside Muchio's exquisite calligraphy. Silence! Silence! Both Warner and Muchio shouted simultaneously, their voices commanding the attention of the audience. As they called for quiet, the crowd fell into an immediate hush, eagerly awaiting Xie. Xie, slightly arrogant, cast a few glances at Muchio's masterful calligraphy, then turned back to the blank paper, contemplating for a moment. Humph, what could a mere son-in-law possibly compose? I am curious to see how long you can sustain this. Nara Lark's lips curled into a wicked smile. Yet, in the next moment, Nara Lark's eyelids twitched. Over there, Hinata Muchio boldly inscribed 3 characters, Qing Yunji, in an unusual and peculiar script. The exquisite slender gold font was quite impressive, weighing heavily on the minds of those present. The atmosphere had shifted dramatically despite the silence. Could it be that Dongfang Xie truly possesses the talent to compose poetry? Amidst the astonishment of the crowd, Xie paused momentarily and penned the first line of the poem in a graceful and ethereal script. No one supports my aspirations to ascend the azure skies. Humph. Lark thought it amusing. Such a lofty title, yet the first line fell flat. He could hardly bear to read further. Oh, Xie, how can you say such things? What must I think of this first line? What aspirations to the azure skies do you truly possess? I shall assist you. Lark stood up, chuckling as he began his verbal onslaught. Yet, for a long time, only his voice echoed in the room. Lark blinked in surprise and turned his gaze back to the Xian paper where Xie was writing. This glance left him wide-eyed, frozen in place. The afternoon sunlight streamed through the window paper, casting a golden glow upon the elevated platform where Dongfang Xie stood. Bathed in this golden stream, Hinata Muchio's expression was complex as he gazed at the poem, opening his mouth and involuntarily reciting, "No one supports my aspirations to ascend the azure skies. I tread through the snow to the mountain peak. If fate does not grant me this fortune, I shall still ascend Kunlun alone. Adversity cannot extinguish my lofty ambitions. I shall not perish, I shall not perish." Muchio rarely displayed such a serious expression, his brows furrowing tightly, lips trembling, as his heart surged with emotion. Finally uttering, "There will surely come a day when I shine." It was almost a whisper. The poem was not yet finished, but he dared not continue. The atmosphere was too grand, and the temple was simply too small for it. The afternoon sunlight was warm and intoxicating as Hinata and Hanabi strolled down the street. Today, the Hokage's office summoned the heads of various clans to discuss laying down railway tracks to connect the outside world to Konoha. Though it was termed a discussion, it was essentially a plea for funds. Originally, this matter should have been addressed by Hinata Hizashi, yet the elderly man, having endured numerous wars, was now plagued by ailments and preferred not to be involved in procedural affairs. At that moment, Hanabi, cheerfully nibbling on a candy figure, turned to look at Hinata and burst into laughter. Hinata, carrying the groceries she had just purchased, glanced at her sister, amused and indulgent, asking, "What is it? Have you thought of something joyful?" "Haha, no, it's just." Hanabi's warm smile paused as she reminisced. "I just realized it has been quite some time since we walked like this together." Hinata squinted her eyes and smiled. The two continued walking, the golden sunlight gently caressing the 2 exquisite beauties. Hinata, gentle and appealing, and Hanabi, vibrant and carefree, formed a strikingly warm scene on the sun-drenched path. Hinata pondered, "Is everything well lately?" Upon mentioning this, Hanabi's expression soured, and she lamented, "Oh dear, sister, don't even mention it. I was nearly overwhelmed. I mean, how can there be so many tedious matters in a time of peace? I finally understand the struggles of the 6th Hokage and brother-in-law Naruto." Hinata sweetly smiled and lifted her head, exclaiming, "Indeed, Naruto is so busy. After expressing this with a tinge of concern, she suddenly turned to her sister playfully, asking, "By the way, how are things going between you and Chia?" Hanabi, blushing and covering her mouth with her delicate hand, glanced shyly at her sister. "What else could it be? It's just that." "Just that? What do you mean by just that?" Hinata teased, persisting in her inquiry. "Oh, sister." Hanabi playfully stomped her foot. Hinata blinked, contemplating, then said earnestly, "The upcoming wedding is a matter concerning the Hinata clan, and I feel sorry for you. However, family matters are family matters. I will not allow my sister to be wronged." She turned to face Hanabi, reaching out to caress her sister's cheek. Hanabi, seizing the moment, rubbed her sister's hand affectionately. "Is he good to you?" Hinata asked, narrowing her eyes with a doting expression. Hanabi, still nuzzling Hinata's hand like a kitten, raised an eyebrow and playfully replied, "Guess. Don't play around." "Ha ha ha. All right, sister, don't be angry. I'm serious." Cough. "Yes, I'm serious." Hanabi straightened her posture, standing tall and graceful, embodying the elegance of a fairy. After a moment of contemplation, Hanabi found herself at a loss for words. She blinked and, wishing to emulate Hinata, gazed skyward. Speaking softly, he is truly an ordinary person. He doesn't know any ninjutsu. In the past, that would have been a problem, but now it's peaceful. And besides, I am here. He doesn't seem to possess any remarkable talents, nor is he an artist who captivates the soul, and he lacks business acumen. Otherwise, he could have easily managed a few shops under Wenjuan's guidance. The topic of research was even more irrelevant. At that moment, Hanabi looked down at Hinata, smiling as she stated, "He is just an ordinary person." Hanabi appeared unaffected, merely discussing everyday matters. However, Hinata's expression became complex, her brows slightly knitted. After much contemplation, she approached and embraced Hanabi. "I am sorry for putting you through this." "Oh dear, sister." Hanabi pouted, feeling shy, hesitating before continuing. "Actually, he isn't bad. At least he is quite funny." Hanabi genuinely laughed, as if recalling a humorous story. "Huh." Hinata looked slightly bewildered. "He tells stories very interestingly. And the lemonade he makes is refreshingly tangy and sweet." Hanabi's eyes narrowed, pausing for a moment before finally adding with a satisfied expression, "And he is a bit clever." Hinata gazed at Hanabi, unsure of what to say. Just then, a child selling newspapers ran over, shouting, "Extra, extra." Today's poetry meeting at Songlong Literary Society features numerous outstanding works, with Qing Yunji praised as the greatest poem in Konoha's history. Sensing the atmosphere had grown somewhat heavy, Hinata smiled and waved for the child to come over, purchasing a copy. "Oh sister, when did you start reading the newspaper?" Hanabi asked incredulously, as they continued walking. Hinata laughed, saying, "Ever since Naruto became Hokage, I have been reading newspapers from various publishers." Hinata's smile was warm, but in the next instant, she froze in place, her expression serious. "Huh." Hanabi looked at Hinata curiously. Hinata furrowed her brows, scrutinizing the newspaper with an unusually grave demeanor. "What is wrong, sis? Why are we stopping?" Hanabi maintained her carefree demeanor, showing little interest in the newspaper. Hinata lifted her head, her gaze sparkling with intrigue. Hanabi looked utterly perplexed. After a long pause, Hinata reached out and gently tapped Hanabi's forehead. "Oh dear, sister, what are you doing?" Hinata chuckled as she handed the newspaper to Hanabi. "You read it yourself. No need to be modest in front of your sister." "Huh." Hanabi frowned, looking angrily at the newspaper, thinking, what kind of ridiculous newspaper dares to sow discord between me and my sister? As Hanabi took the newspaper, preparing to interrogate it, the next moment, it was as if she had received a blow from the Hyuga clan's divination palm, her heart racing and her mind going blank. The poem that made her heart flutter was titled Qing Yunji. "No one supports my aspirations to ascend the azure skies. I tread through the snow to the mountain peak. If fate does not grant me this fortune, I shall still ascend Kunlun alone. Adversity cannot extinguish lofty aspirations. Those who endure will ultimately see the light of day. If tomorrow brings a chance for redemption, even bitter herbs can taste sweet. Though frost and wind may have weighed upon me for years, my heart bears no grievances. There will always be a breeze in the mortal realm to fill my myriad dreams. As a poet, I reside in the house of the esteemed prince, amidst the dawning light and the night." Chapter 11. Intrigue. This meal posed a considerable challenge for Wenwan. The sky was dimming. Having returned from the poetry gathering to the residence of the Hinata family, Shiyi and Wenwan sat at the dining table, feeling as though they were imprisoned. "Come, My dear, eat this, bitter herbs stir-fried with bamboo shoots. The weather is warming, and you have been drinking icy beverages too often, which worries me. This dish is perfect for clearing heat and detoxifying. 1-1. Oh, there's also this, steamed bitter herb soup. Let me serve you a bowl. And do make sure to taste it. 1-1, flustered, stood up abruptly. Excuse me, dear sir, I must take my leave. The dinner is delightful. Please don't waste it, especially since it is crafted by the lady. Also, I have completed all the tasks you assigned today. Goodbye. 1-1 spoke rapidly, akin to a train in motion, before preparing to flee. May fortune smile upon you. Dear sir, I must be off. With a fleeting glance at Shi, filled with trepidation, she hastily turned to escape. Ah, dear sister. Hyuga gently detained the panicked 1-1, who was drenched in sweat. Hyuga chuckled, finding her sister's demeanor both endearing and amusing. She playfully pinched 1-1's palm, eliciting a bashful response. 1-1 turned her head, cheeks flushed, biting her lip, and nodded demurely like a kitten. Shi, huh? What? Betrayed. When did this happen? At that moment, Hyuga turned sharply, resting her elbow on the dining table, cradling her charming face in her palm, fixing her gaze upon him intently. Meanwhile, 1-1 had already rushed out, flustered as though she had been playfully teased. Hyuga smiled at Shi, who let out a wry chuckle, only to feel a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Pray tell, who supports my dear sir's aspirations? And who incites him to scale the heights of Kunlun alone? Who has whispered to him that raw bitter herbs can be sweet? She sensed that he and tomorrow's sun were destined to be strangers. And who is it but a gentle breeze of the human realm that fills your elegant dreams? Hyuga's laughter was radiant. In a temple on the outskirts of the Leaf Village, a young man named Hanabi, handsome and only 16, leaned against a colossal Buddha statue, engrossed in a scroll. Adversity cannot extinguish lofty aspirations. Those who endure will ultimately see the light of day. Muchio was lost in the poetry when someone snatched the scroll from his hands and tossed it into the fire. Why read the verses of a mere son-in-law? Indeed. Let us devise a plan, another voice interjected, his expression darkening as he touched his neck. Absolutely not. Muchio declared resolutely, causing the group to turn towards him. The youngest scion of the Hinata family. What purpose does killing him serve? He is but an ordinary man. Muchio smiled slyly, picking up a nearby stick to poke at the scroll now engulfed in flames. Even if his poetry is commendable, he remains an ordinary man. Yet, his aspirations seem remarkable, and thus, the head of our family should be more wary of him. We can exploit the rift between them. Muchio cast the stick into the fire, his eyes narrowing slightly, his hand poised in the air. Otherwise, we may draw unnecessary attention. Suddenly, Muchio sprang up, a smoke bomb appearing in his hand, which he hurled into the fire. In an instant, the temple was engulfed in darkness as smoke billowed forth, revealing a shadow darting into the dense woods. Go! Muchio's veins throbbed with intensity as he swiftly locked onto the escape route of the observer. Crack! The branch beneath him snapped as he shot forth like an arrow, closing the distance between them. The cloaked figure abruptly turned, launching a palm strike, which Muchio met with his own. The air around them simmered, rippling as if it were boiling, bending the surrounding trees and causing leaves to fall like rain. Both landed amid the cascade of foliage. The black-robed figure's sleeves billowed, the aftermath of their clash causing the fabric to cling tightly to their form, outlining their graceful silhouette. Muchio paused, exhaling softly. Sister One, what good does a black cloak do against the Hinata family? Hearing this, one pulled down her hood, playfully covering her mouth with a smile. Little one, staying out this late in the woods, beware of wolves. Muchio pondered briefly before adorably tugging at his clothes, pleading, can we not fight, Sister One? One merely rolled her eyes. With a charming smile, she tilted her head and winked, pointing at the tree behind him. Muchio froze. You can't fool me. Sister One, even if you said there was an aircraft, I wouldn't turn around. One grinned mischievously. With your eyes rolling 360 degrees, how far can you see? Muchio frowned, reluctant to answer. But suddenly, he froze, realizing something. One smirked, no wonder. Behind Muchio, precisely 15 meters away, a figure with white eyes appeared silently. The figure dropped from the tree and revealed a young boy with sky-blue hair, smiling warmly. Muchio forced a smile as he turned to the younger boy. Chapter 12. Sweet nothings beneath the cherry blossom tree in the forest, the three were in a standoff. Cold sweat trickled down Muchio's forehead. After a moment's hesitation, he spoke, Sister Wan, spare my life? Wan merely smiled in response. Yet you seem somewhat dissatisfied with the head of the family. Muchio suddenly exclaimed, Are you truly satisfied with the head of the family? Do you not bear any curse upon your head? What are you pretending? Wan's expression darkened instantly. But that is the lady's father. Indeed, you care most for the second lady. Were it not for her, perhaps tonight you would be here conspiring to overthrow Hinata Ritsu. Silence. Wanner cast a fierce glare at Hinata Muchio, her body tilting as she raised 2 fingers towards him. Between those fingers, a silver needle glimmering with cold light shot forth, piercing directly towards Muchio. In an instant, Hinata Muchio felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. The silver needle, propelled by a tempestuous force, tore through the air with such speed that the very space before him quivered from the rush of wind. Without a moment's hesitation, Muchio activated the Hinata clan's most formidable defensive technique, the Heavenly Return. Wanner let out a cold laugh. And then a resounding clash echoed as the silver needle pierced through the so-called strongest defense of the Hinata clan. The needle penetrated Muchio's shoulder, causing his entire body to tilt backward, and behind him, several overlapping tree trunks were engulfed in black smoke from the rapid friction caused by the needle's passage. An opportunity. Siyu felt a flicker of surprise, but quickly completed her hand signs at a dazzling speed. Lightning release, Serpent's Wrath. Golden lightning crackled around Siyu's arm as the electricity condensed rapidly, weaving into the form of a golden serpent that roared towards the unsteady Hinata Muchio. Yet, in that critical moment, Muchio twisted his body with almost supernatural agility, swinging his right fist with force. Are you not aware that the Byakugan offers a 360-degree field of vision? Siyu's golden pupils constricted in shock. In Muchio's hand, blue chakra flared up like flames, swiftly coalescing into the form of a dragon with flowing whiskers and sharp teeth. In a split second, blue and gold, dragon and serpent collided with a thunderous crash. In the darkness, a small section of the forest was suddenly illuminated, revealing a blinding white light. After the flash, Siyu's figure vanished from sight. Muchio turned his head calmly, pausing for a moment before asking, Sister Wanner, do you intend to kill me? Wanner crossed her arms and shrugged. No. If I wanted to kill you, I would have intervened when you were dealing with that blue-haired boy. Muchio remained silent. Wanner continued. The lady wishes for me to convey that she will find a way to resolve the curse mark. Please do not conspire with others any further. It is futile. Look ahead. After a brief pause, she added, Also, do not raise a hand against Shiyi at the poetry gathering. If you drag such an innocent person into conflict, even if he is an ordinary person, the lady will hold you accountable. Having said this, Wanner turned and left, leaving Muchio standing alone in the forest. Within the Hinata estate, Shiyi and Hanabi sat beneath the cherry blossom tree in the courtyard. Hanabi swayed in her rocking chair, while Shiyi sat despondently on a small stool. So, you mean my brother deliberately wrote poetry to undermine you, making your situation within the Hinata family more difficult and subject to scrutiny, and in a moment of inspiration, you casually penned a poem? Shiyi replied, Ah yes. The dissatisfaction expressed in the poem is directed at him, not me. Shiyi confirmed, Ah indeed. But what of the gentle breeze of this world? That is easy to articulate. Shiyi suddenly stood up, facing Hanabi. This soothing breeze that comforts my heart is none other than you, Hanabi. Hanabi rolled her eyes. Speak honestly. Shiyi lowered his head. Well, I just thought writing it this way would be bold, ambitious, and talented. Hanabi scrutinized her timid husband. Really? Truly? I swear. Shiyi raised 3 fingers skyward, his expression resolute. Hanabi regarded him with skepticism. Have you ever had someone you liked? Hanabi regretted asking immediately. Shiyi returned to his stool, finding the question rather endearing. Regardless of past or present, do you have someone you like? Under the cherry blossom tree, the lady gazed up at the sky, half cloaked in dusk and half adorned with pink petals, pondering. It seems I do not. The word not seemed to be whisked away by the wind, barely audible. Then neither do I. Hanabi turned her head slightly, knitting her brows. What do you mean? She did not turn but smiled. Nothing. I simply would not like someone who does not like me. Hanabi froze for a moment. Then her face flushed as she quickly turned away. The lady's complexion turned rosy, her delicate neck revealing an alluring curve as she tilted her head. The swell of her form extending enticingly beneath her loose robe, her fair skin exposed to the air, subtly hinting at the depth of her silhouette. Such smooth talk. As long as it makes you happy. Hee hee, you are indeed trying to charm me. She chuckled helplessly. So, Why do you care so much about whether I had someone I liked before we married? Hanabi suddenly turned to him, blinking her bright eyes, and playfully retorted. How can I not care? I have none. If you do, wouldn't that be unfair to me? Ha ha ha. Shi found the girl beside him utterly adorable. Hanabi turned back, her expression complex as she gazed at Shiyi. Suddenly, she reached into Shiye's clothing. Hanabi's face flushed. She retrieved a wooden box from his pocket. Why have you hidden this from me for so long? Shi furrowed his brow. How did you know? Hanabi opened the box, revealing two strikingly brilliant diamond rings. One black and one white. She did not answer Shiye's question, but lightly tapped her eyes twice, then activated her Byakugan to scrutinize the rings closely. Indeed, the Byakugan of the Hinata clan not only observes a 360-degree field within a certain distance, but can also focus on a specific point to observe distant scenes and objects. Shi suddenly felt a chill running down his spine. You saw everything that day. Yes. With a child whose stealth abilities have already reached the level of a Jonin, but is not yet of age for the Chunin exams dashing about the Hinata estate. How could I feel secure, especially when it reminds me of the war era? Hanabi remained unfazed, merely twirling one of the diamond rings between her fingers, observing it. Does your husband know that somewhat attractive blue-haired boy? Shi frowned. You don't suspect me of anything? Hanabi, irritated, closed her eyes and turned away in her reclining chair. Her side profile accentuated her graceful curves, the silhouette rising sharply at her hips and enticingly tapering at her waist. I do not suspect, Hanabi replied with a muffled tone. Cherry blossoms fell, and the courtyard fell into a momentary silence. Because you are my husband. Shi shivered slightly, as he listened to the woman beside him speak with a barely perceptible quiver in her voice. She expressed her grievances. A gentle breeze swept in, rustling their garments. In this refreshing moment, Hanabi took Shiye's hand, guiding it to rest against her abdomen. Regardless of who you are, Dongfang Shiyi, what secrets you hold? How many in the Hinata family bully you? How many outsiders look down on you? Or whom you know privately? One thing is certain. Beneath the cherry blossom tree on a summer night, amidst the evening breeze and falling petals, they shared their intimate whispers. That is, you and I are destined to be each other's support in the future. The lady closed her eyes, delicately unfolding the palm of the man she held, placing the pitch-black diamond ring upon it, while on her own slender finger, a white, star-like diamond ring mirrored its beauty. Thus, I will trust you unconditionally and protect you without reservation. Together, we shall face any consequences. The lady smiled. Their fingers intertwined, the two rings pressed closely together. On this cloudless summer night, the stars of the Milky Way twinkled in the sky. In the realm of mortals, there exist two stars that intermittently flicker, illuminating each other's darkness. Chapter 1. The Maiden Yegmat. Huahua tightly grasped Shiye's hand and soon fell into a tranquil slumber. As the initiator of this hand-holding, Huahua remained remarkably composed, her breathing steady and calm. In contrast, Shiye struggled to find peace, finally drifting into a hazy sleep in the latter part of the night. However, unbeknownst to him, he felt his right hand being gently guided by a warm, mysterious force. Amidst this surreal sensation, the darkness in his vision gradually dissipated, replaced by an enchanting golden light. Shiye furrowed his brow and, with some effort, opened his eyes. Yet, this simple action left him utterly bewildered. An endless sea of golden flames enveloped him, the resplendent hue imparting an indescribable sense of the divine. Above this fiery expanse stood an imposing throne, forged from the very flames, upon which sat a breathtakingly beautiful woman. She was draped in smooth, lustrous black silk, which barely concealed her bosom and other modest areas. Surrounding her were several serpentine sculptures seemingly crafted from gold, accentuating her ethereal figure. Her moon-like shoulders and lotus-white arms were fully exposed, drawing attention to the alluring valley beneath her silk attire and the exquisite collarbone that graced her neck. Shiye looked up at her, and the enchanting woman, reclining regally on her throne, gazed down at him. Though her stature was diminutive, her commanding presence and striking beauty overshadowed Shiye. Upon noticing his gaze, her luscious lips curved into a subtle, enigmatic smile. She then elegantly swept her silken hair behind her shoulders and leaped down from her throne. In this motion, her flawless skin, previously veiled by her hair, was fully revealed to Shiye, delicate and radiant. How lovely it is to meet you, she spoke, her voice sweet and melodious, each word resonating with the beauty and romance of poetry. Hovering before Shiye, Her silk attire billowed in the wind, revealing her long, ethereal legs. Directly before him, her bare, porcelain-like feet, adorned in delicate white stockings, floated gracefully. Xie felt his mind go blank, as if the being before him were a deity, and any impure or worldly thoughts would be pierced through. Yet, a question lingered in his mind. Who is she? It seemed the enchanting woman could read his thoughts, for she replied with an air of calmness, I am Yegmad. Her crystalline voice echoed through the fiery landscape. Xie was taken aback. Yegmad, the mythical creature of colossal size, said to encircle the world? No one knows if it is a dragon or a serpent. Yegmad responded with a nonchalant smile. It can be both, or neither. A shiver ran through Xie. Can you hear my thoughts? Yegmad's gray-blue eyes held a silent depth as she nodded lazily. I can do anything. Xie, taken aback, stepped back in disbelief. Could it be? He suddenly raised his left hand, glancing at the black ring adorning his finger. Yegmad observed him with an enigmatic smile, which seemed incongruous with her breathtaking beauty, as if she were a fragile porcelain doll on the verge of shattering. Indeed, with your alluring gaze, how could you possibly discern the truth behind this? Xie's mind raced with thoughts of his connection to Orochimaru and the intentions behind it. What does he want from me? He shouted at Yegmad, filled with emotion. Yegmad's smile faded, her gaze turning cold as she regarded Xie. Straightforward. After a moment, she sighed lightly. However, your first impression leaves much to be desired, far inferior to that of your lady. With a mischievous smile, she crossed her legs, seemingly indifferent to what Xie might see beneath her silks, and began to play with her nails. After all this time, you have yet to wear the ring, which means you have not given me a chance. Though I have wandered alone in the dark for millennia, that does not mean I can wait another minute. Yegmad's gaze intensified, a fierce glint flickering like flames in her eyes. Yet, Xie remained indifferent, his expression devoid of life. I have never trusted anyone, let alone a dangerous being. Yegmad paused, her playful demeanor shifting to a mysterious smile. Do you think you are worthy? You are dangerous, even if you are powerless. Her words dripped with a hint of mockery. Xie replied with a sardonic smile. Oh, is that so? He then lifted his left hand, grasping the ring. Yegmad's smile vanished. You cannot remove it, I can ensure that. But in the next moment, she gasped as if struck by a sudden realization. Xie, without hesitation, bit down on his own finger. Damn it, Xie. Yegmad, now flustered, hurried towards him, her bare feet touching the ground. Though this was her own constructed mental realm, the pain was authentically simulated. Her captivating eyes locked onto the kneeling figure of Xie. It seems I still have some use, right? If I am not mistaken, your life is intertwined with this ring. By wearing it, I become your contract bearer? Xie, pained, lifted his gaze. Even in this position, Yegmad maintained a facade of arrogance. Her chin held high. Don't get too smug. Yegmad's tone held a hint of grievance. A bit of grievance? Xie echoed, taken aback. Yegmad exhaled deeply. Indeed, my soul resides within this ring, and should you remove it, I will plunge into boundless darkness, into an endless slumber. Though it is a slumber, I will remain conscious, feeling time slip away, while being utterly powerless to act. As she spoke, she raised her delicate hand, summoning golden flames into existence. Once you leave, don't even think about removing the ring. You cannot. And if you attempt to sever your finger, Yegmad suddenly thrust her hand against Xie's chest, the flames instantly consuming the fabric over his left side, as if they had a will of their own, coiling and constricting around his heart. Xie's pupils dilated in horror as the searing heat enveloped him, causing him to gasp in pain. Yegmad withdrew her hand, leaving behind a fiery sigil imprinted upon his chest. If you attempt to sever your finger, this mark will turn you to ashes. Her enchanting yet youthful visage was now directly before the pained Xie, her gray-blue eyes locking onto his, while her finger, with its pale nail, hovered over the still smoking skin of his chest, delivering a stern warning. The once fiery warmth of his chest now felt the chill of her touch, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Very well, I shall complete this task. Yegmad's gaze remained fixed on him. Our first meeting has been rather unpleasant. Now leave. Yemengade exerted a sudden force with his fingertips, propelling Xie into the boundless golden sea of flames. I shall render you utterly despairing 9 times. I shall compel you to crave power 9 times. I shall make you willingly sell your soul 9 times. Amidst the resplendent golden flames, the delicate maiden sniffled pitifully, yet still stubbornly conversed with herself in a cold tone, appearing somewhat aggrieved. Chapter 2. Xie and Wan'er in a serene and elegant courtyard, as the first rays of warm sunlight filtered through the cherry blossom leaves. Falling like raindrops upon the poorly arranged beige blanket covering Xie, the man abruptly sat up from his troubled slumber, his expression one of terror. His chest heaved violently, his entire body feeling soft and damp, his clothes clinging to him, and cold sweat beading on his forehead. Xie gritted his teeth, striving to alleviate the vertigo and heaviness clouding his mind. Staring blankly at the wrinkled blanket that had fallen to the ground, he suddenly seemed to recall something. Fireworks. That rascal Orochimaru. I knew the gifts he sent would be problematic. In a state of urgency, Xie called out while surveying the elegant and simple courtyard. The morning sunlight draped a beautiful and warm golden veil over the space, and it was already past 9 o'clock. Rubbing his throbbing head, he unexpectedly lifted his shirt, gazing in disbelief at the red flame seal inscribed upon his left chest. At that moment, Wan'er entered the courtyard, coincidentally stumbling upon this scene. She gazed in confusion at Xie, who appeared dazed, his body illuminated by the sunlight, revealing the golden-edged contours of his strong abdomen. The outlines of his 8-pack abs were faintly visible, even quivering slightly. Wan'er stared blankly for a moment, blinked, and then continued to stare, ultimately becoming entranced. Perhaps not in calmness, but merely unable to comprehend the situation. Xie, noticing Wan'er's entrance, raised an eyebrow in bewilderment while still clutching his shirt. After a prolonged pause, Wan'er seemed to finally grasp what she had seen, letting out a shrill scream. Xie frowned and covered his ears, feeling a slight pain from the noise. Wan'er, hands covering her eyes, felt a rosy hue bloom upon her porcelain-like cheeks. Although her eyes were shielded, she bashfully lowered her head, resting her pointed chin upon her delicate neck, her disheveled hair lending an air of fragility to the beautiful and elegant woman. "Oh, woman," Xie frowned slightly. A cold, mocking voice echoed from within him. "What are you doing, my lord?" "Ah, what have I done?" Wan'er peeked through her fingers, her beautiful white eyes sparkling with curiosity. Xie felt perplexed. Can't white eyes see through things? Upon realizing there was nothing amiss, the previously feeble girl puffed out her chest like a fierce little bird ready to argue, yet despite her efforts, no words emerged. Her face reddened even further. "You threw the young lady's blanket on the ground," she exclaimed, swiftly snatching up the discarded beige blanket. After shaking it a few times, she hugged it tightly to her chest, as if fearing someone might snatch it away. Xie, taken aback, was unsure how to respond. The atmosphere had turned rather awkward, so he forced a laugh. "Ha ha ha. Oh, look at me, ha ha ha. It's my fault, my fault. I shall personally apologize to your lady at lunch." Wan'er, blushing, slyly glanced at her somewhat foolishly smiling lord, biting her tender lower lip, yet she remained silent. "Does the elder have any words for me?" "My lord, you should address the head of the family." "Oh, what should I say to the head of the family?" Wan'er, walking slightly ahead and not glancing back, cast a complex look at Xie. The elegant young woman merely fixed her gaze for a moment before turning away. "Does my lord understand? What more need be said?" There was a hint of irritation and seriousness in her tone. Xie, strolling along the wide path, casually raised his head to gaze at the azure sky and the drifting white clouds. "Indeed, I understand. After outshining the scions of various noble families at the poetry gathering, it is only natural that my idle days in the Hyuga clan would be seen as out of place." As they walked along the path fit for 3 or more, Xie and Wan'er shared a silence that rendered the shaded path even colder and more somber. Xie glanced ahead, furrowing his brow and sighing, gradually slowing his pace. Wan'er remained unresponsive, her elegant silhouette unperturbed, continuing onward with an air of coolness. She appeared somewhat striking. Xie, momentarily taken aback, quickened his pace to follow her. "Wan'er," he softly called once more, keeping a wary eye on the path ahead. 3 tall members of the Hyuga clan awaited them, adopting a posture that suggested confrontation. Either leaning against a wall with arms crossed or perched upon it, their expressions filled with malice as they locked their gaze on Xie. One of them straightened up and approached Xie, demanding, "What does your poem mean, Eastern Xie?" The 3 adopted a combative stance, the foremost rolling his eyes in contempt. Xie felt somewhat helpless. "My lord," Wan'er gently interjected, "do not sigh. Fortune may slip away." Xie blinked, tilting his head to observe Wan'er. She turned back and smiled warmly at him. With Wan'er present, there would be no opportunity for Xie to sigh. However, her warm smile quickly evaporated, replaced by her usual stern demeanor, and when she turned back, She exuded an air of authority. Shiya shivered slightly, sensing a chill wash over him. The three figures ahead lunged forward, while Wanner charged towards them at breathtaking speed, leaving behind a blurred afterimage. In Shiya's view, the elegant contours of Wanner's back revealed a delicate yet resilient frame, transforming the once fragile woman into a fierce predator. Bending low, she surged forward, arms swinging. Fists clenched, no unnecessary movements. The refined woman of the Hyuga clan, known for her grace, eschewed her usual soft punches and delivered a straightforward, forceful blow to the approaching assailant. The impact sent him flying backward, a gratifying display of strength and poise. Chapter 3. Hatred and Endurance. Wanner swiftly intercepted the first assailant, delivering a solid punch. The air resonated with the dull thud of her fist connecting with his face, followed by the heavy thump of his body hitting the ground. Shiya's heart raced with astonishment. The remaining two assailants were momentarily stunned. Is Wanner truly this formidable? Shiya thought, his eyes wide with disbelief. Hyuga Wanner, you. The two assailants, realizing they were outmatched, began to prepare for verbal sparring. However, Wanner was not one to grant them the opportunity. She loathed idle chatter. After spinning around gracefully, she propelled herself toward one of them, her foot striking with precision. The last person at the back witnessed this scene and abruptly hit the brakes. Damn, can it really be used like this? The delicate and fragile Wanner effortlessly lifted the sturdy young man from the Hinata clan off the ground, creating a rather bizarre spectacle. The Hinata clan members at the rear stood there, dumbfounded. Naturally, he could not escape his fate. In the next moment, Wanner released her grip, flinging him away, and he crashed directly into the last member of the Hinata clan. It was swift and decisive, even brutal. Shiya's mouth fell open. Indeed, the women of the Hinata family possess angelic faces, yet their strength and figures belong to the devil. What are you doing? Hinata Wanwan, how dare you shield him? Wanner tied her disheveled hair back, tossing it behind her without responding. Dark clouds obscured the sky, and the path ahead was completely enveloped in darkness. From the shadows, figures began to emerge from various alleyways. 1, 2, 3. Over 20 individuals crowded the path. The once lavish and spacious courtyard was now tightly encircled. Wanner remained composed and stepped forward, while the crowd braced themselves for confrontation. In a courtyard of the Hinata estate, Hinata Rizu lazily reclined on the rooftop, cracking seeds and idly gazing into the distance. Hee. If he doesn't allow them to gather and cause trouble, then I'll let go completely. Let us see what these self-righteous lunatics will do. With a disdainful snort, the handsome youth threw the sunflower seed shells in his hand forcefully into the courtyard. Get out of the Hinata family, and I might spare your life. In the dark corridor, someone dared to speak first, addressing Dongfang Shiyi with a cold, merciless tone. Wanner continued her stride, curiously tilting her head and asking, how did you know what I was going to say? Hinata Wanwan, are you going against the Hinata family? In the darkness, the chilling voice suddenly turned furious. More than 20, perhaps even more, took up fighting stances at that moment. Wanwan continued to walk forward, indifferent to them. What right do they have to represent the Hinata family? Who dares to oppose our clan? A frail but calm voice echoed in the corridor, momentarily stunning both sides. Wanner halted, turning abruptly to see the newcomer. Half of his silver hair, Hinata Rizu leaned on a cane, standing serenely between the two factions. Both Wanner and the opposing group fell silent, none daring to take the next step. Shiyi was taken aback. Could this old man be here just to watch the show? Had he grown tired of being cooped up at home? Rizu blinked at Wanner, then turned to wink at the others, creating an awkward atmosphere for everyone. What? Still not leaving? Do you want to line up to confess to Wanwan? After observing for a while, the elderly man curiously asked. Shiyi struggled to suppress his laughter. Wanner puffed her cheeks in anger and shot a resentful glance at Shiyi. The opposing group was momentarily stunned, as if they couldn't comprehend the situation. In the darkness, a vague figure stirred, then addressed his companions. What? Is anyone leaving? Shiyi could no longer contain himself, emitting a snort akin to a pig. Wanner glared at him in irritation. Wanwan, goddess, I've had a crush on you for a long time. A figure that resembled a chubby recluse hesitated before speaking in a muffled yet bashful tone, preparing to step forward. The opposing group looked utterly bewildered, save for the brave chubby fellow rushing in for love. Rizu chuckled like a spectator at a show. She burst into laughter, startling Wanner, who stared in disbelief at the plump figure. Had she only captured the heart of a fat man with her allure? The initial speaker stood stunned for a moment. then delivered a swift chop that knocked the brave, chubby man unconscious. However, due to the man's size, he stumbled while trying to pull him away, nearly falling over. Once steady, he awkwardly laughed. "Ha, no one here? Then I'll take my leave, head of the family." The group of over 20 retreated, albeit with a little commotion. "Damn, you all could at least help me carry this fatso. He weighs as much as several sacks of rice." Once everything settled, Rizu turned back, his demeanor serious as he scrutinized Shiyi, likely to question him about that poem. Shiyi swallowed hard, too nervous to breathe. "So, have you gotten used to eating sashimi?" Rizu's first words tightened Shiyi's chest. It was over. Completely finished. The last time he had eaten sashimi, he had vomited all over the flowers Rizu cherished most. Shiyi stammered, struggling to find his voice. The serious old man suddenly cracked a slight smile, warm yet fleeting. "Come with me." "Apologies, old man. I'm afraid I must see him first today. Though it's quite rude, I hope you understand, given it concerns the village." From the darkness of the corridor, a figure strode out swiftly, exuding an overwhelming presence. Wanner and Shiyi exchanged bewildered glances. Rizu blinked. "Oh, Lord Shikamaru." The newcomer was indeed Shikamaru, his face serious. Upon hearing Rizu's response, he bowed slightly. "Senior, I cannot call you that. There are matters I need to discuss with your son-in-law. It must be done this morning." Rizu paused. "Is it urgent?" "It should only take a few words." Shikamaru showed no signs of retreat, producing a badge from his attire. "My apologies, senior, but it is urgent. Hokage's order." This indicated that the action was requested or permitted by the Hokage. Only a select few trusted by the Hokage could possess such authority. If Rizu were to refuse at this moment, it would be tantamount to opposing the Hokage. "Oh, I see. Then you may go with Lord Shikamaru, Shiyi." Shiyi was still questioning the situation, yet Rizu had already made way for them. Nodding, Shiyi followed Shikamaru. Rizu watched the two juniors walk away before turning back to Wanner, his gaze calm, yet probing. "Head of the family." Wanner lowered her eyes and bowed respectfully. Rizu turned away, and after a moment, his aged yet steady voice broke the silence. "Do you still harbor resentment towards me regarding your father?" Wanner turned her head, as if pricked by something, biting her tender lip hard enough to tremble, remaining silent. Her hair cascaded down, obscuring her face, concealing her expression from all. Rizu shifted, his gaze unexpectedly landing on a distant point, his voice cold. "You have every right to hate me. Among all these people, you have the strongest reasons to resent this family. Indeed, you do hate me, and you hate this clan. But that is inconsequential." Rizu shook his head, continuing. "If I were in your position, I would also harbor hatred. However, if one exists in this world and allows hatred to dictate their actions, seeking to destroy what they despise, what will remain in this world?" He raised his frail, aged arm, grasping a cherry blossom petal that danced on the wind. "In life, one will inevitably harbor hatred towards something, yet one must also endure certain things. If, like a child, one simply cries out and throws a tantrum over their dislikes, declaring them wrong and seeking their destruction, wouldn't the entire world descend into chaos? Cherry blossoms are indeed beautiful, yet there are still those who suffer from pollen allergies. Should we then question the existence of cherry blossoms?" An elderly man allowed the wind to carry away the petals, turning to glance at Wanner with a soft smile. Wanner's lips quivered as she opened her mouth, yet ultimately refrained from uttering a word. The elder turned back, gazing into the distance at the white clouds and blue sky. Even amidst hatred, there are those who bear their burdens and continue moving forward. Such are the true ninjas. Among you, the most contemptible is Hinata Mukuo. The elder's gaze hardened. He yearned for freedom, a freedom that transcends all constraints and liberates him from every shackle. Life is indeed precious, love even more so. Yet, those who would forsake both for the sake of freedom are the most heartless and unworthy of the title of ninja. Shaking his head, the elder turned to leave. "I understand that all of this causes you great pain, but seeing someone like you, imbued with the will of fire within our clan, brings me joy." The elder's frail figure receded into the distance, tinged with a touch of solitude. Heavy clouds drifted across the sky, plunging the complex courtyard below into darkness. In the vast courtyard, a slender young girl stood alone in a narrow corridor. Soon, she was engulfed by the encroaching darkness, akin to ants nibbling away at her presence. In that obscurity, no one knew how long the girl, affectionately called Wanner by her family, stood there in solitude. Nor did anyone know how long she raised her delicate arms to wipe her face in the enveloping gloom. Chapter 4. The Will of Fire, the Hyuga residence, is situated in the heart of the Hidden Leaf Village, merely 2 streets away from the Hokage's office. After walking for a while, Shia's sense of confusion deepened. Lord Shikamaru? The normally stern Shikamaru, now basking lazily in the warm sunlight, appeared quite satisfied as he puffed on a cigarette, relishing the idyllic life of the villagers. At home, Temari forbade him from smoking. Upon hearing Shia's voice, the unshaven Shikamaru was mildly startled and turned with a smile. Oh. Before Shia could speak, Shikamaru suddenly adopted a comical expression, diving into his pockets in search of something. Shia felt a bit bewildered. This hardly seemed like a display of intelligence. Is this what a genius looks like? Here. Huh. Shia was pulled along by Shikamaru, who slapped 2 crumpled 100-yen bills into Shia's palm. Huh. Lord Shikamaru? What is this? Shikamaru turned to Shia with a grin. His face, which evidently hadn't seen a razor in days, crinkling in amusement. That rascal Naruto pushed all his work onto me on the day you married Hanabi, while he frolicked in the ocean for an entire day. This is your share of the wedding gift. Shia hastily tried to refuse, but Shikamaru waved his hand impatiently. Unable to say anything further, Shia smiled gratefully at him. Lord Shikamaru, what brings you to seek me today? Shikamaru burst out laughing, patting Shia on the shoulder and gesturing towards the Hokage's office door just ahead. Not yet. Let us not talk about work for now. Haha. All right. You don't want to discuss work, but are you trying to scare me to death? Shia had no choice but to bide his time, following Shikamaru, who strolled leisurely as if window shopping, glancing around incessantly. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the office. Shia raised his head, holding his breath as he gazed at the imposing vermilion door before him. With a creak, Shikamaru pushed the door open. Okay, let us head to the office to chat. Shia froze momentarily, sensing a shift in Shikamaru's demeanor. The courtyard of the Hokage's office was adorned with towering phoenix trees. Although it was still late summer, the office was already cloaked in a golden hue. Once inside, Shikamaru moved swiftly, avoiding any unnecessary actions. Shia could only take in the surroundings hastily, leaving with a general impression of serene elegance. The spiral staircase within the Hokage's office was dimly lit, contrasting sharply with the atmosphere outside, while the slightly aged walls bore portraits of past Hokage at intervals. This ambience made Shia feel a shiver run down his spine. Don't be nervous, just sit. Shikamaru pushed open the office door and made his way to the Hokage's chair, collapsing into it with a sigh of relief. Shikamaru glanced at the anxious Shia. Picking up an apple. Want one? No. Thank you, Lord Shikamaru. I'll have it. Just as Shia awkwardly settled into his seat, a cool and teasing male voice rang out from behind. Shia was taken aback. There was another person in the room whom he hadn't noticed at all. He swiftly turned around to see a strikingly handsome face, youthful, yet somewhat overly so. Sigh, how many times have I told you to knock before entering? You can skip knocking, but could you at least not lurk behind the door like a thief? You startled our esteemed guest. Shikamaru lazily peeled the apple in half, while casting a nonchalant glance at the startled Shia. Not hungry, Shia. Don't let Sai take advantage of you. Shia stared at the grinning Sai, and upon hearing Shikamaru's words, he shook his head. Reluctantly, Shikamaru tossed one half of the apple to Sai, who caught it eagerly, as though fearing someone would snatch it away. Lord Shikamaru, is it the Hokage who wishes to see me? That Hokage, ordered Shikamaru, focused on peeling his apple, received a disdainful glance from Sai before taking a bite without further ado. Hearing Shia's inquiry, Shikamaru lifted his weary gaze to regard Shia curiously before returning to his task. Forget about calling him Hokage, just call him brother-in-law. Or is that fellow bullying you? Tell me, and I'll help you deal with him. Shia gasped at those words, hastily shaking his head. That's not what I meant. I naturally need to address him as Hokage while discussing work. Oh, haha. Shikamaru slapped his forehead, bursting into laughter. Sai, as was his habit, scrutinized Shia from head to toe while munching on the apple. Yes, but today it's not Naruto who called you in. It's us. Shikamaru handed the apple he had just peeled to Shia. Sai held up his half-eaten apple core, casting a resentful glance at the peeled apple in Shia's hand. Meanwhile, Shia wore an expression akin to someone about to eat something unsavory. Within the Hyuga residence, Hinata was slowly making his way down the path with the aid of a cane. The expansive estate was mostly deserted along the way. With a sigh, Hinata quickened his pace, returning to his quarters. The courtyard, neither too large nor too small, was filled with cherry blossoms, their trees occupying every inch of space. transforming the abode into a veritable paradise. The elder smiled as he approached the house, playfully exclaiming, "Today, I've been bested by you, Naruto." Inside the quaint room, a chess table stood, its board displaying a complex endgame. Opposite the board sat Naruto, who looked puzzled. However, he quickly composed himself, asking, "Oh, father, how is Shiya? He is not injured, is he? Thanks to you, I sensed it quickly enough to assist him in time. But he is more popular than you." An outstanding girl from his clan came to his rescue. "Oh, that is good." Naruto sighed in relief. Hinata regarded the chessboard with suspicion, glancing at Naruto. "No pieces moved?" "Nope." Naruto quickly shook his head. Naruto gazed at Niju with a look of skepticism. "Where did you go? Show me." Naruto scratched his head. "Here? No, wait, it's here. Huh. No, it's here, definitely here." He smiled innocently. What could he do? After all, his father-in-law had been gone for quite a while. His memory was as fickle as ever. Niju seemed accustomed to this, bending over and craning his neck, squinting intensely at the spot Naruto was pointing to. After a moment of silence, Niju was left dumbfounded. Hee. Naruto grinned shyly, feeling a bit silly. It seemed he had a knack for chess after all. The old man must think this move is quite clever and is pondering how to respond. With that thought, Naruto puffed out his chest proudly, like a student in a ninja academy awaiting praise from his teacher. But suddenly, Niju scowled and picked up the piece, tossing it into Naruto's chess box. "Stupid chess piece. Start over." Naruto was deeply disheartened, frozen in indecision. At that moment, Niju chuckled, "What do you think about today's events?" Sitting cross-legged opposite him, Naruto furrowed his brow, pondering why his move had been so terrible. He glanced up at his father-in-law and replied simply, "Oh, that matter? My brother-in-law was quite unfortunate." "That's it." Naruto nodded emphatically. "Yep, that's it." Niju was immediately infuriated. "You little rascal, how on earth did you manage to win my daughter over? My precious girl." Naruto wore a look of grievance. Niju observed him, anger giving way to a wry smile. "Tell me, if these clansmen had not been cursed by my family's ancestral seal, if they didn't feel the need to marry Hanabi to change their fate and secure freedom for themselves and their descendants, would they have made things so difficult for Shiya today?" Naruto paused, growing serious. The two locked eyes, silence stretching between them. He placed a piece down on the board, right where he had been scolded for his poor move. Niju did not react angrily. Instead, he glanced at the board and, surprisingly, followed suit with a piece of his own. "You still know how to play?" Naruto said softly. "Once they achieve one desire, they will strive for the next. But where is the utopia where all their wishes can be fulfilled? In times of war, they seek peace. In times of development, they seek wealth. In a new era, they seek freedom. They always feel enveloped by suffering, crying out, shrieking, begging the gods to fulfill their wishes. If their wishes remain unfulfilled and their desires unmet, they deceive themselves into declaring to the world, 'I am in pain. I demand liberation. I seek greater freedom.'" Naruto lowered his gaze. Yet they only ever begged, crying and raging when they did not receive. This was wrong. He shook his head. Thus, they have 100 reasons to resent Shiya. Because they need someone like Shiya to elevate their ridiculous and shameful selfishness to nobility, to transform their absurdly foolish actions into something grand. Today, aside from the curse as justification, they have 99 other reasons to despise Shiya. As long as there is one, they will hate him with a passion. Niju regarded Naruto in silence. This fellow was no longer the foolish boy who could only chuckle innocently. Just as Niju thought this, Naruto began to grin foolishly again. Looking quite silly, Niju sighed, realizing he still struggled to connect with this guy. Yet, he soon smiled. Outside, thick clouds drifted across the sky, the sun shining brightly. Even in the slightly cooler shade of Niju's residence, surrounded by cherry blossoms, the ground was carpeted in golden hues. But it is in such circumstances that we have walked this path. This is the will of fire. Niju looked at the silly, orange-haired young man before him, momentarily lost in thought. A cherry blossom drifted down, landing on the contrasting black and white chessboard, adding a touch of pink to the dull game. The sunlight caressed the chess table, a gentle breeze stirred, and the cherry blossoms trembled, like a small flame newly ignited. The will of fire? Niju gazed at the board, lost in reverie, and finally smiled warmly. Chapter 5, The First Appearance. Brilliant golden flame. Shiya walked towards the Hyuga house, feeling somewhat speechless. All right. I only wanted to be an ordinary person, and now look. They've turned me into a double agent. Thus, We hope you can stand up when the elders excessively suppress the younger generation, advocating for the family and the village when necessary to contact us. Through Shikamaru's narration, Shia understood the matter of the caged bird seal and his awkward position within the family. Why complicate things so? He thought of the person named Sai, whom he regarded merely as a pretty boy. Sai then patted his shoulder directly. Just be our spy. If you do it well, there will be money and beauties. Forget the beauties, just plenty of money. The pretty boy grinned in a rather unsettling manner. Remembering this person, Shia recalled how he had winked at him as he leaned against the table when leaving. With a tiger's back, a chest waist, and mantis legs. If you don't join the Umbu, it would be a shame. At that moment, Shikamaru, who was present, only wished to dig a hole and hide, or simply bury this guy. Thinking of this, Shia shivered in the sweltering heat. He then spotted a small shop selling candy figures, where orange syrup was shaped into various amusing forms. Shia thought of the candy-loving Wanner and then of Hanabi. I'll buy 3 skewers. I'll have one to calm my nerves. After paying, a sweet voice suddenly called out beside him. Uncle. Shia was startled and turned to find Wanner gazing at him with mischief, a smile playing on her lips. Wanner cheerfully crossed her arms and leaned closer, her figure appearing more rounded and ample. Her eyes were fixated on the candy figures. Is there one for me? Shia smiled, pleased. Of course. Otherwise, why would I buy 3? Yay. Uncle is the best in the world. Wanner beamed, taking the candy eagerly. Then she produced 2 lunchboxes from her other hand. One is for the lady, and the other was originally for you. Seriously, they kept you away for so long at noon. Wanner pouted, crossing her arms in mock anger. Then playfully winked. Isn't the Hyuga family good to you, uncle? She gazed at Shia with her beautiful eyes, a knowing smile on her lips. You have a point. Shia replied with a grin. The two shared a moment of silence. Wanner glanced at the other 2 candy figures in Shia's hand, her smile widening. Oh no, this is bad. Uncle, I have an urgent matter. Can you help me deliver lunch to the lady? This here. Uncle, yours is right here. Go share lunch with the lady. She's just at the North Village, near the site proposed for the train station. Little Y ran off mischievously, not forgetting to turn back and give him a thumbs up. Little Y, how adorable. On the way, an insignificant incident occurred that Shiet didn't mind at all. Tap, tap, tap. In a dark, narrow alley, a purple-haired girl with braids was running with all her might. The sun is shining, flowers smile at me, and birds sing. The girl darted out from a side path and collided with Shia. They both fell to the ground, as Shia rubbed his backside, ready to inquire about her lineage. He looked up to find a shy, delicate girl on the verge of tears, around Boruto's age. The girl, evidently frightened, sniffled while looking at Shia. He felt a pang of guilt. How could he intimidate such an adorable little girl? Shoo, don't cry, he soothed. The young girl felt an increasing sense of fear towards the peculiar brother before her. As she noticed a white mask lying on the ground, he intended to help the girl retrieve it without giving it much thought. Suddenly, the girl snatched the item back and clutched it tightly to her chest. Her legs pressed together, tears welling in her eyes. She felt a wave of frustration. Glancing at the time, he realized it was nearly noon. He took out a candy figure. Little sister, look at this lamb-shaped candy. I'll give it to you as an apology. He laughed, although it appears flat. It's perfectly fine. Even the lazy ones can be plump and flat. Goodbye. With a cheerful wave, Shi dashed away. The purple-haired girl stared at the flattened candy, tilting her head in confusion. She then looked up at the somewhat odd brother. The girl named Jin, with tears in her eyes, timidly licked the candy. A flicker of joy broke through her sadness. Suddenly, the voice of Yema Jia appeared in Shiya's mind. What did you say? Shi raised his finger, pointing the black ring towards his mouth in inquiry. You scoundrel. Don't get so close. You can just think it. I can't hear you. Shi rolled his eyes, lowered his hand, and continued on his way. Moments later, Yema Jia began to criticize Shi in his thoughts. As Shi contemplated the wedding day when Hoho wore a strapless wedding dress and recalled the loose beige nightgown from that night, he couldn't help but think of Hoho's bare feet swaying as she read a domineering romance novel. Yema Jia angrily muttered a curse. Shi became increasingly perplexed, wondering why there was no one around. He proceeded forward, only to find that the cargo train had slightly derailed. At that moment, Yema Jia's spirit within Shi sensed something unusual. Previously in a state of irritation, she suddenly exclaimed in his mind, You scoundrel. Don't move. Shi was taken aback and retorted mentally, What are you doing? Yema Jia cursed in frustration. Shi furrowed his brows and ran ahead, only to witness a shocking scene. In the distance, a giant, towering at least 5 or 6 meters tall, was demolishing a makeshift cabin with a single punch, causing several freight cars to derail. Only 3 or 4 individuals were attempting to restrain the giant, while everyone else began to flee. "You bastard. I told you to shut up." Shi exchanged a glance with the giant, filled with despair. The few people trying to hold the giant back quickly retreated. The giant, seemingly unshackled, let out a roar, his body growing even larger, towering nearly 10 meters high. This was happening in the clearing on Hokage Rock north of Konoha village, where the giant could be seen from all corners of the village. The giant spotted Shi and another person, Huohua, who was just vacating the area, stood there in shock. Enraged, the giant charged at Shi, causing the earth to tremble beneath him. Shi's heart began to pound fiercely in his chest. "Oh no!" Shi gasped, feeling the overwhelming sensation of impending doom. The giantess face, rushing towards him, merged with the pale, gaunt visage of someone sinister. Shi's eyes reddened, and he collapsed to the ground. Just then, a stunning woman swept her long hair aside and positioned herself protectively in front of him. It was Huohua. The giant formed a colossal chakra staff in his hand. "Die!" he roared, swinging the staff toward the two. The staff sliced through the air with a fierce whoosh. Huohua assumed a fighting stance, preparing to counterattack. Yet, this enchanting woman appeared utterly powerless against such a giant. "You do not deserve any beauty," a cold, raspy voice echoed in Shi's mind, but it was not Yamajia's. No. Standing behind Huohua, Shi's eyes bled red, and his body trembled. "No!" he screamed in despair. At that moment, Huohua's taut nerves quivered as a strong male arm wrapped around her chest, pulling her into an embrace. The petite and delicate Huohua was utterly bewildered in Shi's arms. Yamajia, also bewildered in Shi's mind, managed to scold him one last time, uttering the same 2 words, "You scoundrel." At that moment, Shi paid no heed to her. Yamajia sighed, resignedly snapping her fingers. With a sudden surge, Shi instinctively extended his right hand towards the giant chakra staff while holding the bewildered Huohua close. He felt a sudden warmth in his left chest, as if a fiery serpent had emerged, slithering down to his right arm. In the next instant, Shi conjured a terrifyingly large golden fireball. Every time he recalled the position of the fireball and the chakra staff, combined with Yamajia's snapping motion, he would often muse, "This crazy Y-head seems to have ignited a fire like using a lighter." In the next chapter, the pivotal emotional scene between Huohua and Shi will unfold, bringing a wave of excitement. So I kindly ask for high scores in reviews, recommendations, and rewards. Let us ignite this book with the will of our flames. Chapter 6. Embrace Fiery Golden Flame. Shi and Yamajia exclaimed simultaneously. Instantly, a dazzling golden light erupted from the center of Shi's palm, radiating brilliance. When the giant's chakra staff collided with the golden fireball, it appeared to melt away. The chakra that formed the staff instantly lost its shape, devoured by the merciless flames of the fireball. The residual energy of mere intruders cannot compete with divine fire. Yamajia scoffed. "Burn for me," she commanded fiercely. Shi felt a surge of heat erupting from the cursed seal on his chest. Yet Huohua, still nestled in Shi's embrace, felt no unusual sensations. She merely looked back at Shi with astonishment. The flames climbed up the staff without mercy, causing the giant to instinctively release it. However, after consuming the giant's chakra, the fireball began to swell. 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters. The fireball transformed into a monstrous fireball, nearly close enough to engulf the giant. An endless heat radiated from this golden flame wave, distorting the surrounding air. "Shi, you." Huohua's lips parted in disbelief as she gazed at Shi. At that moment, Shi's body was reaching its limit. The golden flames erupted violently. This is infuriating. How can you be so weak? With the cursed seal's power released, you can only manage this much? Shi knelt down, beads of sweat dripping from him, yet before he could fall, Huohua caught him. He felt as though he were being roasted alive. The giant glared furiously at Shi. In the next moment, the giant gathered a mass of chakra in his right hand, aiming it at Shi and Huohua. Huohua frowned, assessing Shi's weight on her back, and pushed off the ground to retreat. The giant's fist struck the ground with a thunderous impact, shaking the earth. "Dingzy uncle." Just as Huohua landed, she heard a shout from a nearby child. Understanding immediately, she angrily yelled back, "Baruto, how many times have I told you? Do not go there. It is perilous. Hurry away, or I shall spank you before your mother at your home today. Beside him, Boruto, of course, was defiant. Sister Hanabi, I have faced numerous rampages before. Well, perhaps I lack experience. Uncle Choji, please put me down. Just as Boruto was about to flaunt his bravado, he was seized by the rampaging Choji. Hanabi and Shikadai were momentarily stunned. The frenzied Choji gazed intently at Boruto, licking his lips before opening his mouth wide. Boruto was instantly struck with fear. Ahaha. Uncle Choji, I am not a chip. Boruto. I am Boruto, Uncle Choji. Boruto, pineapple. After confirming, Choji declared without hesitation, attempting to stuff Boruto into his mouth. Boruto felt overwhelmed, as if struck by 1,000 blows. Hanabi's expression darkened, as if she had been stabbed. She bit her lower lip, her gaze resolute. She was determined to rescue Boruto, even at the cost of her life. Yet, someone was quicker than her. Do not touch my son. Lightning release. Serpent lightning manipulation. Golden lightning shot forth like an arrow towards Choji. The thunderous explosion echoed, yet Choji remained steadfast. Meanwhile, Mitsuki had already been knocked to the ground. Hanabi's gaze turned icy as she prepared to charge forward, only to be restrained by Shikadai's sleeve. Taken aback, she furrowed her brow and forcefully swatted Shikadai's hand away. This is none of your concern. Hanabi glared at him fiercely, her eyes as cold as ice. Humph. Yagura sneered coldly in Shikadai's mind. What? Are you saddened? Do you feel your warm face pressed against a cold backside? Did that woman first think of escaping with you? Is that how she perceives you, a pitiful coward? Yagura forcibly drew Shikadai's consciousness into her golden sea of flames, while time in the outside world momentarily stagnated. The elegant maiden floated before him, her fair legs bare and slightly bent, hovering just above the ground, elevating herself slightly over Shikadai. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, leaning closer to his face, their proximity bordering on intimate. It could easily lead to a kiss. After a long pause, she spoke. You possess no power. You have always been so ordinary, so ineffectual. She will never favor you. Shikadai, lost and despondent, felt his spirit wane. Upon witnessing this scene, Yagura smirked triumphantly. She straightened her posture, slightly bending her left knee, rising a bit higher, forcing Shikadai to look up at her. The graceful curvature of her knee, the white silk ribbon adorning her ankle, and her exposed delicate toes and heels all radiated her divine aura. The maiden was utterly enchanting. She slowly extended a pristine, delicate palm toward Shikadai, turning it over and gently opening it. Join me. I shall grant you power, but the price is your soul. A most reasonable bargain, requiring merely 1/9 of your soul. A glint of coldness flashed in her eyes. As if entranced, Shikadai gradually extended his hand adorned with a black ring. A flicker of excitement crossed the maiden's expression. Their hands hovered in the air, both poised to connect. Shikadai began to willingly lower his palm, inch by inch. Yet, his hand halted, trembling slightly as if sensing warmth. Shikadai uttered nonchalantly. Yagura's expression darkened, fluctuating. Shikadai smiled and lifted his gaze, meeting hers. On our first encounter, you claimed you had been bound in darkness for how many years? Yagura fixed her gaze on him, and finally, raspily uttered, remove the decimals. 9,000 years. Shikadai regarded her with amusement before abruptly retracting his hand, placing it behind his back, and bestowing Yagura a radiant smile. Do you still wish for the old cow to graze on tender grass? With a playful tone, Shikadai concluded. This is none of your concern. He then withdrew from their shared consciousness. This is none of your concern. Hanabi frowned, shaking off Shikadai's hand with a childish remark. Yet the next moment, she found herself enveloped in Shikadai's embrace. The beautiful maiden was held tightly, her waist curving into an alluring arc regardless of the circumstances. One thing was certain. You and I shall be those who rely on each other in the future. Thus, I will trust you unconditionally and protect you without reservation. We shall bear all consequences together, for you are my wife. The final words echoed from chapter 12 of the first volume, emphasizing the narrative's purpose to enhance the subsequent plot's emotional depth. Rest assured, this is a tale of Naruto, not merely a romance. The first volume serves as a foundation for future developments. Chapter 7, Golden Flame Concealed Serpent Hand. Regardless of the circumstances, one truth is undeniable. You and I will inevitably depend on each other in the future. Therefore, I will trust you unconditionally and protect you without hesitation. We shall face all consequences together, for Shikadai pulled the petite Hanabi tightly into his embrace. Her chin and lips rested against his shoulder, her body remaining still. For you are my wife. Hanabi shyly nudged Shikadai, yet his warm embrace left her momentarily dazed. Mitsuki, lift me into the air. Mitsuki regarded Shikadai with a complex expression but ultimately nodded calmly. Internally, he thought, you have a wife? You have one. Shikadai released Hanabi. I will attack him from the air. You are to propel me within 10 meters of him. Hanabi seemed about to say something, but ultimately only uttered 2 words. Be careful. Shikadai met her white eyes and nodded. Mitsuki, he shouted emphatically. Understood. Mitsuki swiftly extended his arms, grasping Shikadai with one hand and Hanabi with the other. Mitsuki assumed a horse stance, recalling the movements of the white-eyed youth from that night in the forest. Moments later, Mitsuki spun around vigorously, clouds of dust swirling. Shikadai and Hanabi were propelled by the immense centrifugal force. Hanabi exclaimed, return to heaven? Mitsuki first released his hold on Shikadai, and he shot forth like a cannonball along the tangential path. The rampaging Choji noticed their actions, pausing from his task of savoring Boruto's predicament. Mitsuki then let go of Hanabi. At that moment, the giant extended a hand, preparing to swat Shikadai away as if he were a mere fly. Meanwhile, Shikadai, suspended in midair, closed his eyes, recalling a certain individual and their most frequently used techniques. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, revealing a pair of radiant golden serpent-like pupils. He ignited a ball of golden fire in his right hand. However, Choji's colossal hand descended like a mountain towards him. The encroaching darkness loomed perilously close. 8 trigrams, empty palm. The swift force of his palm unleashed an unparalleled gale. Shikadai was ruthlessly battered. Coughing, Shikadai's body was propelled forward, accelerating toward Choji in midair, skillfully evading the overwhelming onslaught. Simultaneously, the fireball in Shikadai's hand blazed fiercely, engulfing his entire right arm. He lunged toward Choji with determination. Below, Mitsuki and the safely grounded Hanabi heard him shout a single phrase. Both were momentarily stunned. Blazing golden flame concealed serpent hand. At that moment, the golden flames enveloping the entire arm seemed to come alive. They intertwined, forming a serpentine creature with sharp fangs, darting towards Dingxi like a streak of luminous energy. Dingxi's right arm erupted in a burst of golden flames. It struck true. Xie, grinning mischievously, reveled in the moment, but soon plummeted from several meters above, landing hard and inflicting further damage upon himself. Both Hyuga and Huahua were left in a state of disbelief. Hyuga murmured, is this familiar? No, it feels unfamiliar. Huahua exclaimed, is that my husband? Zai pondered, is this a transformation of chakra or a change in its properties? Should we capture him for interrogation? Wait a moment. When did Zai arrive? He had been present all along. As the leader of the Umbu, if he failed to respond to such a significant event, he might as well forget about eating. He had just witnessed Hyuga being flung out and engaging in battle with Dingxi. Well, that's rather fortuitous. The son of Orochimaru. Let him wear Dingxi down first. Then he noticed Hinata Huahua preparing to charge into the fray. Quite advantageous. The princess of the Hinata clan. Let her tire Dingxi as well. Shortly after, Dingxi shouted pineapple at Boruto. All right, Naruto will arrive on the battlefield in 3 seconds. Prepare for the assault. Zai yawned, intending to retreat, but upon opening his eyes, he found Huahua and Xie soaring into the sky. Zai cursed inwardly at whoever wrote such a thrilling and vivid script. Finally, he beheld the charming young man he had recruited that morning igniting flames. How extraordinary for an ordinary person. Zai observed Xie's retreating figure, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He dared not dwell further on it. If he delayed any longer, Dingxi would be roasted alive. A cacophony of Dingxi's screams echoed as his magnified form rapidly diminished in size. That's enough. Extinguish the flames. Zai commanded, riding a painted eagle toward Xie. Huahua cried out, is there anyone who can use water release? Yet both Boruto and Xie shouted in unison, not yet finished. Zai and Huahua were taken aback. It wasn't over yet? The aroma of meat was already wafting through the air. Hyuga calmly nodded. Since both Xie and Boruto claimed it wasn't over, they could continue burning for a while longer. After all, he felt no pain. At that moment, Boruto and Xie each displayed a remarkable transformation. One opened an eye that resembled a bright moon in the night sky, while the other temporarily possessed golden eyes akin to the mythical fiery gaze. This was fleeting, unnoticed by Hyuga and Zai. Moments later, Xie summoned his remaining strength to retract the golden flames. Almost instantaneously, Xie collapsed onto the grass, unconscious. Meanwhile, a wisp of black smoke, invisible to all except Boruto, silently departed the scene. Later that afternoon, within a cool rental apartment, a delicate young girl with lavender hair approached the balcony, preparing to hang up the clothes she had washed alone the previous day when she suddenly paused. The resonance of new revealed to her how the hidden thread she had laid at the train station had been unraveled. Curiously, not a trace of chakra returned. She almost lost the chakra she had dispatched as well. Flames capable of consuming chakra? After a brief moment of reflection, the seemingly gentle and introverted girl tilted her head adorably, continued to beat the wet clothes, and completed her task under the fading crimson of the sunset. This mundane state persisted until the lovely girl, named Jianjin, finished preparing dinner alone, washed the dishes, and readied for a bath. Standing beneath the shower head, she shed her garments one after another. The sound of flowing water resonated, and steam gradually filled every corner of the bathroom. As she felt the warmth of the droplets against her cool skin, she shivered slightly and straightened her back. The girl let her cascading purple hair fall, concealing the sole blemish on her otherwise flawless porcelain-like back. "So he truly is a peculiar brother," she remarked, fatigued yet intrigued. In the enveloping mist, the tender form of the girl resembled an exquisite work of porcelain. 2 updates would come today, with the next chapter arriving in the afternoon. Chapter 8. LV1 Devour. Analysis of the brilliant golden flame ability. In the early morning, as dawn broke, the first chirp of a bird echoed through the dim expanse of consciousness, and the first sensation to reach Xie's awareness was the pain in his rear. Xie struggled to open his eyes, attempting to turn over, only to discover his entire body felt weak and limp, as though devoid of bones. Panic set in as he tentatively moved his limbs, and upon confirming he wasn't paralyzed, he breathed a sigh of relief. Why do I feel so soft?" Xie questioned, running his hand along the surface he lay upon, quickly surveying his surroundings to find himself on Hyuga's bed, with Hyuga seated on a chair by the bedside, arms crossed and fast asleep. Her serene and beautiful visage was accentuated by long lashes that fluttered slightly, her dark hair cascading down, somewhat disheveled, framing her face and exuding a faint fragrance. The atmosphere in the elegant and serene room was tranquil, so quiet that one could hear Hyuga's soft, rhythmic breathing. Xie gazed at her in silence until someone entered the courtyard and stepped into the room. Turning towards the entrance, he saw Wan. The graceful young girl stood by the door, holding a tray, and upon noticing his awakening, froze in place, her eyes brimming with tears as she covered her mouth. Looking at him with guilt, Xie smiled gently at her. "Cousin," Wan whispered, hurrying over. Hearing the commotion, Hyuga stirred slightly, her eyelashes fluttering as she opened her drowsy eyes. The two exchanged a dazed gaze, neither speaking. Meanwhile, Wan was on the verge of tears, her nose twitching. "I'm so sorry, cousin. It's all my fault. I asked cousin to help deliver food to the miss," the girl confessed, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. Xie naturally offered a plethora of comforting words to soothe Wan. Hyuga, leaning by the bedside, also had tears shimmering in her eyes, though her lips continued to offer words of consolation to Wan. In the sunlit bedroom, the three of them appeared exceptionally harmonious. Later that afternoon, lying alone on the bed, Xie spoke to himself. It seemed Hyuga had been particularly busy lately. Wan, half comforting him and half complaining, informed him that the miss had been almost exclusively at the train station and by his side, sometimes not even returning for lunch, and in the evenings, she would merely lean beside the bed, watching over him until the late hours of the night. Yemengate, 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 Xie repeated in his mind. Yemengate offered no response. Xie pondered, was this little girl truly so weak-willed? Had her plan to seize his soul failed, leading her into this state of despondency? Or perhaps it was because he had scolded her for being old that she was upset. Surely not. As this thought crossed his mind, Xie felt a surge of joy. This elation was sensed by Yemengate, who resided in the depths of Xie's heart. Infuriated, Yemengate immediately activated the curse seal, intending to teach Xie a lesson. Xie glared, contorting on the bed. So hot. What do you intend to do? What do you think I'm doing? I naturally intend to resolve you. If I perish, you shan't survive either. I can torment you, leaving you in a state of half-life. You venomous woman, whose only redeeming qualities are beauty, a fine figure, and grace. Is that all you've got? Yemengade was taken aback. Being insulted felt rather pleasant. Humph. Insignificant human. Yemengade puffed out her cheeks and ceased her actions. Seizing the opportunity, Xie mischievously inquired, "Beautiful, graceful, and charming little sister Yi, the golden flame you bestowed upon me cannot be retracted, can it? Empowered by your strength. We can share it, thus it cannot be reclaimed, can it?" Yemingjia retorted instantly with a single word, "Roll." Xie chuckled softly. "Then why not gift me the complete Songjin Yen? It's rather stingy to only give half a present." Ever since acquiring the golden fire, Xie had a vague sense that this power was restrained by two shackles. This feeling was both extraordinarily mysterious and strikingly real. Yemingjia was so infuriated that his stomach hurt. This guy, Orochimaru, is the one making promises? He looks like someone who deserves a beating. You will need to break those 2 layers yourself, so can you roll? Yemingjia exited the chat and temporarily blacklisted Dongfang Xie. So, the current Songjin Yin is at LV1. Xie reclined on his bed, crossing his legs, and defined this LV1 for himself. Songjin Yin, Trait 1, can ignite without any combustible materials and will not convert into any other form of energy during combustion, meaning it will not extinguish. Trait 2, Songjin Yin will not harm the user and can enhance the physical body as a form of energy. LV1 skill trait, Devour. Songjin Yin can consume any substantial form of energy other than itself and convert it into the energy of Songjin Yin. Xie was astonished for quite a while. A fire that will not extinguish. Moreover, this flame can devour any other form of energy, growing increasingly vigorous. This means that whether it's fire release, water release, or earth release, even pure chakra, Songjin Yin can consume them as if they were food. And at 1T extinguish. ISNT this Amaterasu. As someone who traversed into this world through a novel, Xie marveled. No, Songjin Yin is undoubtedly stronger than Amaterasu. Just based on Devour and Trait 2, it possesses capabilities that Amaterasu lacks. Furthermore, he was aware that the Songjin Yin he currently wielded still had 2 shackles yet to be unbound. Suddenly, Xie heard peculiar sounds resembling the footsteps of ninjas scurrying across rooftops. He even caught the clinking sound of kunai clashing. Xie performed a swift motion, sitting upright with a start. A troubling thought crossed his mind. The Hyuga clan intends to kill him. The likelihood was high, considering he had merely penned a poem a few days prior, which had attracted a gathering of over 20 individuals eager to beat him up. Moreover, now they had discovered he was a concealed fire-release ninja. Yet this time, the murderous intent was palpable. In disbelief, Xie summoned the power of the cursed seal, channeling it into his eyes. Instantly, a pair of golden serpent-like eyes shone brilliantly. This was one of the 2 additional benefits granted by the Songjin Yin, golden eyes. These eyes functioned almost like a radar, allowing Xie to sense individuals with significant energy within a certain range. The lower the energy, the dimmer the sensation. The higher the energy, the brighter it appeared to him. Xie glanced around and then closed his eyes. However, it made no difference, he could still see. This room was encircled by a terrifying number of Hyuga clan members from all directions. Moreover, these Hyuga clan members were enveloped in a peculiar black mist. Next chapter title, Dongfang challenges Hyuga. Family, it's time to ignite. Dongfang alone versus the entire Hyuga clan, celebrating the premiere of Jianlai. Going all out. Jianlai premieres today. 3 updates today. Sword raised high. 1,000 miles ahead. No second update for me. The sword cleaves the lotus and seizes the bright moon. The 3rd update S. Sword energy collides with the mortal realm. Alright, I concede to the Hyuga in all matters. But you dare to escalate to the point of wanting to kill me? Xie stood up, dressed, and walked outside. Once outside, he looked at the rooftop and leaped up. This was the 2nd additional benefit derived from the Songjin Yin, Trait 2. As long as his Songjin Yin grew stronger, he could enhance his body with the energy feedback provided by Songjin Yin, which could also be understood as Songjin Yin being his golden chakra. Uncle. Wanner also jumped onto the roof, looking at Xie with a puzzled expression. Xie stared blankly at the surrounding houses, which appeared peaceful at first glance. Yet, this facade could not conceal the white-eyed Wanner and Xie, whose vision had been enhanced by Songjin Yin. Xie turned to Wanner and smiled. Wanner, I no longer wish to endure. Wanner frowned slightly, sensing that this uncle was somewhat different from usual. All right. Xie gazed ahead. The next moment, empowered by the Songjin Yin, his voice resonated throughout the Hyuga estate, captivating all. Which son is seeking his father? Step forward to receive your beating. Such insolence. Warner felt a bit distressed. Oh no. Uncle, tone it down. There are over 100 of them here. Meanwhile, atop another inner residence, a youth named Muchio was eagerly munching on sunflower seeds. Dressed in a flowing, cloud-like white garment, reclining on the rooftop with his Byakugan activated, watching the spectacle unfold. You dare to disguise yourself as a commoner and infiltrate the Hyuga clan. Speak. Who sent you? Dongfang Xie turned his eyes, suddenly waving his sleeve to point at someone hiding in the shadows. I am Orochimaru's father. You should refer to him as your half-brother. Hurry back to play in the mud with your brother. Swiftly, he exposed his most despised superior. In truth, he disliked both, though Orochimaru seemed slightly more detestable. The sensation of betraying a strict superior felt exhilarating. Mind your words. What Orochimaru? I've never even heard of him. After all, how could the new generation be ignorant and fearless? On the rooftops surrounding them, enraged Hyuga clan members began to emerge one after another. Xie still pointed at that person, a smirk dancing on his lips as he flicked his finger towards them. Very well, you sought this out yourself. Son, feel free to take the hits. I'll cover the medical expenses. Warner was left utterly stunned by his antics. Damn Dongfang Xie. Reviving the Hyuga clan starts today. Charge. Countless kunai and shuriken were launched at Xie. In a moment of crisis, a ring of golden flames erupted skyward, enveloping both Xie and Warner. Simultaneously, Warner astonishingly shielded Xie with her own body, embracing him tightly. Xie was taken aback but managed to utter 2 words at the last moment. Devour. Countless shuriken and kunai were instantly incinerated by the golden flames, reduced to ash. The wall of fire surged upward, towering by 2 or 3 meters. Within this fiery barrier, Xie and Warner found themselves in an ambiguous embrace. Warner was momentarily taken aback. Silly girl. At that moment, a massive ink-black eagle circled ominously above the Hyuga estate. What are you doing? Do you wish to rebel? Soy glared at the Hyuga clan members. A leading Hyuga clan member waved his sleeve, stepping forward with a scowl directed at Soy. Today, my back aches and my energy flows poorly, so I demand a political shift. What? Come down and kill me. You coward. Such audacity. Soy admired the man and secretly reached for his walkie-talkie. Hello, can anyone hear me? Unit 1, Unit 2, Unit 3, forget it. Send as many units as you can to surround this fool. Yes, Commander. After a moment of hesitation, Soy pressed the walkie-talkie again. All available units, hurry to my location. I'm feeling a bit scared. Commander, we respect your will of fire. Soy felt a bit dazed, as if he had consumed something utterly bewildering. All members of the Umbu had now mobilized. They were encircling from the outer estate where the Hyuga clan's hired members resided. Soy surveyed his surroundings. Upon seeing the tightly embraced Warner and Xie, he was momentarily stunned. I apologize for the disturbance. Warner blushed deeply, hastily releasing her embrace of the well-toned Xie. Commander Zai, they are not rebelling of their own volition. They are being manipulated. Zai smiled helplessly, gesturing toward the densely approaching members of the Hyuga clan. With explosive tags, kunai, and a Gatling gun smuggled into the Hyuga household, you are here leisurely holding a beauty while I, unarmed, am told they are not rebelling? Warner, incensed by his words, flushed with anger, biting her lip as she shouted at Zai. What does it matter to you? Zai deflected 2 incoming kunai with his short blade, casting a resentful glance at Xie, initiating a silent exchange of glances between men. Zai. Right, you have fans, you have one. Xie, are you jesting? Young brother, I have a method to awaken them. As long as my fire touches them, it will work. Zai frowned, recalling Dingxi from 3 days prior. What do you want me to do? Keep them away from me. Zai hesitated, rolling his eyes at Xie before engaging with the 7 or 8 approaching Hyuga clan members. Cousin. Warner looked at him, puzzled. Warner, you possess Byakugan, don't you? You can see outside. There are so many tiles on this roof. I will set fire. And you aim to throw. Cousin. Warner replied in exasperation, lower the fire. The Byakugan cannot see through it. Oh really? Xie exclaimed joyfully, realizing his extraordinary potential. Zai, why is there no movement? Could this fellow have fled? All right. Xie lowered the fire, and chaos erupted outside. Upon witnessing the weakening of Xie's firewall, the Hyuga members frantically charged forward. Xie summoned a brilliant golden fire stake that had not utilized the Devour skill, handing Warner a tile. He paused for a moment, chuckling. Isn't this like a pea shooter fire stake? Wanner regarded the tile and Xie with disdain. No need. Pushing aside the tile, she conjured several glimmering silver spikes with her fingertips. The silver spikes soared past the fire stake, connecting with the unconsumed brilliant golden flames, tearing through the air. In an instant, the Hyuga clan members began to fall in orderly rows, akin to harvesting wheat. Xie stood in stunned silence. 100, 90, 50, 30. After a moment, the struggling Hyuga members were enveloped in a black mist visible only to Xie. Some even lacked remnants to escape. Xie calmly waited 10 seconds longer before retracting the golden flames from their bodies. As the defeated fell like a mountain, the black mist suddenly erupted from them, coalescing together. Xie observed with golden eyes and noted the astonishingly vast amount of chakra it contained. It was nearly 1,000th of his brother-in-law's chakra. This was troubling. Xie grasped Wanner's shoulder, pointing towards the black mist. Change to kunai. Aim there. At the same time, he summoned ordinary golden fire. Yet, the black mist seemed to sense Xie's murderous intent and began to retreat swiftly. Wanner calmly observed the empty air pointed out by her cousin. How far? In the direction of my fingertip, 500 meters. Xie found humor in his own statements. What? Can Wanner also manually craft a sniper bullet? Wanner flipped her palm, facing up, aligning the kunai's tip with the golden flames on Xie's right hand. The next moment, the air near her delicate hand rippled like water, spreading for 7 or 8 meters before dissipating. The kunai, now propelled by the brilliant golden fire, shot forth like a bullet. Xie gaped in astonishment. But at the moment the empty space caught up with the shadow, igniting upon contact, he calmly uttered 2 words. Devour. In that instant, a burst of golden light erupted, igniting a significant portion of the sky above Konoha, causing the sun to dim in its brilliance. Between the Senju Park and the Hyuga residence, a golden sun exploded forth. Centered upon the village, a crimson hue spread for miles. The sky billowed with clouds, the earth trembled and roared, a cacophony of sound resonated across the 100-mile expanse. All bore witness to one spectacle. Within that spectacle, all eyes were drawn to one individual. You bastard. Naruto, nuclear weapon? Miyuki, glaring at Boruto, so beautiful. Just like Boruto, Zai's battle-induced losses will not be charged to me, right? Xie, so Wanner is playing the assassin role, huh? Hanabi, what? Is the family gone? Within the residence of the Hyuga estate, Muchio smiled as he applauded, finishing his last bag of sunflower seeds, leisurely descending to enter the chess room. The fox-faced mask awaited him at the chess table. Muchio's grin was radiant as he stood before the masked figure, arms crossed, yet he hesitated to take a seat. With a swift kick, Muchio overturned the chess table, scattering black and white pieces across the floor. Did you have a hand in this? This usually gentle youth roared for the first time. The fox-faced mask lifted its head, nodding calmly. Muchio's eyes glinted with murder as he exited, slamming the door shut behind him, shouting in fury, "Get out of here in 5 minutes." The fox-faced mask remained still, contemplating, before continuing to play. The black piece hovered in the empty air, suspended without falling. In the Senju forest, the masked Jianjin remained indifferent. After jumping from the tree, she wandered aimlessly. She gazed at the sun hovering ominously above Konoha, rendered speechless. It was unfortunate that a mysterious individual had finally found her, helping to bring news chakra into the Hyuga clan. If nothing went awry, the complete form of Nu could manifest today. To the east, Xie, unmasking, expressed guilt. I'm sorry, but you must die. After a moment, a self-deprecating smile emerged. Does it matter? In the end, we all must die. The moon above, the moon on earth, the burden of studying beneath the moon, ascending high, leaning on the railing, seeing the moon in my eyes, a bamboo basket fetching water. Broken yet whole. The wind in the mountains, the wind by the water, riding the sword far away, the wind at my feet, the wise man in the study. Turning pages in the wind blows the floating duckweed, bringing meetings. Tomorrow, I shall take a day off to watch sword comes, pressing my heart against the barriers. Chapter 10. Uchiha Shrine. Zai fixed his gaze upon Xie. Xie looked back at Zai with confusion. Zai continued to stare. Xie maintained his gaze. Zai persisted in his unwavering stare, pointing at the sun hovering above Konoha. Do you believe my position is so grand that I can block the sun? Or do you think the Hyuga Corporation can rebuild Konoha? When discussing the Hyuga clan's financial power, shouldn't Wanner have the most say? Xie turned to Wanner. Can the Hyuga Corporation rebuild Konoha? Wanner, teary-eyed, replied, Cousin, Stop being abstract and quickly extinguish the fire. Shia was alarmed. The fire hasn't been extinguished? Thus, our great hero spent 2 hours on the rooftop extinguishing flames in the company of the Umbu. He then turned his attention to the fox-faced mask, expelled by Muchio. Dressed in a black cloak, it silently walked towards the eastern outskirts of Konoha. Once adjacent to Konoha's eastern city wall stood the Uchiha clan. He continued onward until he arrived at a vast lake, pausing thoughtfully as he gazed at the floating bridge extending over the water's surface. Humph, what of it? You are already dead. After a moment of contemplation, his expression hardened. But you should die. With that, he vanished, appearing before an abandoned shrine, the Uchiha clan's South-He Shrine. This was once a gathering place for ambitious youths of the Uchiha clan. But as time passed, people were gone, and things decayed. It had become nothing more than a dilapidated temple, much like the old shrine of the Uzumaki clan that hung with a death god mask. He reminisced for a while before traversing the familiar path into the hall, prying up the 7th tile from the right. A basement came into view. He descended the steps and stood before the inscription. A pair of blood-red eyes emerged from the shadow of a black hood, glowing ominously through the eye holes of a bizarre fox mask. In an instant, the 3 tomo within those eyes seemed to merge into a kaleidoscope. Indeed, it was a manipulation. As the fox mask tilted its head slightly, then a hoarse and somber voice resonated. What was this inscription originally meant to convey? What is the content at the end of this inscription that remains unaltered, yet cannot even be deciphered by the kaleidoscope? On that day, numerous visitors came to console the Hyuga family, more precisely, to reach out to Shia and Huahua. Naruto was the first to arrive, currently with his arm draped over Shia's shoulder. Lord Hokage, he said, glancing around to ensure no one was eavesdropping on their conversation before he suddenly slapped Shia's shoulder. What are you talking about, Hokage? Call me brother-in-law. Impressive you. That massive fireball you conjured was almost as powerful as a tailed beast ball. Naruto smiled with an innocent expression. Shia replied, let us just assume you're complimenting me. Suddenly, Naruto leaned in, speaking conspiratorially. I saw the report from Sai regarding your 2 battles. You're not with Orochimaru, are you? Shia shuddered. What? Has that been exposed already? It's all the work of the dazzling golden flames and hidden snake hands. However, Naruto's sky-blue eyes held no suspicion. Lord Hokage, I can assure you, this fellow's purpose here is not to spy on Konoha. He poses no threat to the village. It was Shizuki who spoke. Naruto chuckled. I never claimed he was dangerous. Then, with a peculiar grin, he added, if he wanted to do anything, he wouldn't be able to leave the Hyuga estate. He then patted Shia's shoulder. Yet, Shia felt this was less a threat from Naruto and more like a gleeful spectator enjoying the spectacle. Shizuki continued. He is here primarily to investigate a project that Lord Orochimaru and Shimura Danzo were working on years ago. Recently, Orochimaru discovered that a project named Nyotu Tianwang has been reinitiated by certain individuals in Konoha. Oh, Naruto gazed at Shia with admiration. Shia replied, please don't at this rate. I might have to bow to you. Shizuki turned to Shia. Have you found any leads? Shia stammered. I searched a bit. Did you find anything? I uncovered most of the relevant information, but only filtered out a small amount of useful data. I believe that information with minimal usefulness is indeed the best intelligence. Did you do that deliberately? During the search, that was the only useful tidbit. What is it? Shia innocently pointed at himself. That thing that can make people go berserk can be burned to ashes by me. Naruto looked puzzled. But that means you didn't find anything. Shizuki's expression darkened. Was it intentional or merely accidental? Shia tilted his head, whistling, and ignored Shizuki. With a grim expression, Shizuki left, his eyes seemingly warning. It's best to sleep with your eyes open tonight. After Shizuki walked away, Naruto quietly pulled Shia closer. You truly come from Orochimaru's side, don't you? Uh-huh. Then help me keep an eye on Orochimaru, and just tell me directly if you find any information. Huh. Congratulations to player Dongfang Shia for achieving the title, Triple Agent. That is a good idea. Naruto, you've become clever. Both Naruto and Shia were startled. They turned to see Sai squatting against the wall, munching on a banana he had pilfered from the Hyuga residence, savoring it thoroughly. He even held another in hand. Naruto and Shia stared at him in disbelief. Sai, with a serious demeanor, explained, what are you looking at? This is for Choji. The prince burned him into the hospital 3 days ago. Although he is fine, the prince, being compassionate, wouldn't he allow me to convey his concerns? Shia and Naruto said in unison, Nice story. Keep it coming. When did you arrive? I didn't even notice you. Sai unabashedly snapped off another banana and jumped down from the wall, saying, you spend 99% of your chakra on paperwork. Of course, you wouldn't sense anything. With that, Sai threw a punch at Naruto, who transformed into a puff of white mist. Besides, it was just a shadow clone. Afterward, Sai blocked Xia's path, grinning as he offered him a banana. Want some? My treat. Xia replied, this was actually from my house. Haha, I'm allergic to bananas. Oh. Sai believed him without question. You should join the Umbu. Xia was taken aback. What? Am I to tread a path of darkness from which there is no return? Huh. Me? Sai reassured him, don't worry, no one is eavesdropping on our conversation, just agree to it. Sai leaned closer to Xia. I refuse. Suddenly, Huohuo appeared, looking stern and resolute. Sai, find someone else. Xia will not join the Umbu. Huohuo pulled Xia closer, unwavering in her stance. Sai was left speechless. Ha ha ha, very well. Little brother Xia, let us continue our chat. I have high hopes for you. With that, he began to slip away, of course, not forgetting to take the bunch of bananas with him. Later, Choji would recall that he never received that banana, yet Sai insisted he had delivered it, becoming a curious anecdote circulating in Konoha. Chapter 11. Xia's first lesson in the main estate of the Hyuga family, within the inner chamber filled with over 100 individuals. Hayashi sat at the tea table, sipping his tea while gazing at Xia and Huohuo, who were kneeling before him. Xia nodded. I did it. The fireball above Konoha? I caused that. The incident with Orochimaru? I fabricated that. Hayashi slammed his palm on the tea table. Xia, Huohuo, and the tea table trembled. Are you even a man? Xia was taken aback by this question. It's a question one might expect from family members, or perhaps a girlfriend. In any case, Xia sensed trouble brewing. Terrified, he raised his gaze to Hayashi. After a moment, Xia cautiously replied, I am, I think. Hayashi rolled his eyes, unimpressed by Xia's hesitation. He pulled out a note and placed it on the table before rushing out. Then you can pay for the medical expenses of these 100 individuals, the damages to Konoha's public facilities, the mental distress compensation for Konoha's citizens, the political reparations for insulting the Shinju Park, and the moral fines for propagating terroristic rhetoric, among various other compensations. Xia panicked and lunged to grab Hayashi's pant leg, exclaiming, Father! Huohuo stood by, stunned, wondering how Xia addressed Hayashi with such familiarity. Hayashi deftly evaded, pulling up his trousers as he fled. Who is your father? You're the one who entered the family. I'm going to stay with my grandsons for a few days. Xia, undeterred, called out, Father, I'm not a man. I'm not. Who cares? If the second, fourth, Minato, and Konoha's White Fang were still around, they would undoubtedly be astonished by Hayashi's speed at that moment. Xia stood frozen in shock, casting a helpless glance at Huohuo. Wife, I have no money. No way, Huohuo replied firmly. Devoid of tears, Xia sighed, realizing that solutions must exist beyond obstacles. Days later, through Naruto's mediation, Xia ultimately arrived at the Ninja Academy as a teacher, working pro bono while compensating for the substantial debts he owed. Toiling without pay was indeed a peculiar predicament. Parents felt at ease allowing this individual, capable of summoning the sun, to teach their children, simply because Naruto boasted that Xia could make all fire-style ninjas as formidable as a fraction of his strength. Thus, when someone remarked, I hear you're affiliated with Orochimaru. In the teacher's office, a plump woman was devouring red bean dumplings while glaring fiercely at Xia, who felt on the verge of tears. The chaos that ensued was a direct result of the overly zealous youths who, in their excitement, inadvertently exposed Orochimaru. Now, the entire Hidden Leaf Village associates this hefty debt with his name. There are even those who, having seen Naruto protect Xia, contemplate approaching Orochimaru to demand repayment. Oh, but my supervisor, the esteemed Akato, let us not frighten him. We shall soon be colleagues. At that moment, a tall man wearing sunglasses approached. It was Shino. Greetings. I am Yuhi Shino. I need to collaborate with you on the afternoon field practice. Xia was well versed in the plot of Shippuden. Yet he was surprised by the significant transformation Shino underwent in Boruto, a series he had never read. Oh, hello, Xia responded warmly, extending his hand. Akato, observing from the side, suddenly interjected, be cautious. This fellow has the ability to summon tiny insects invisible to your eyes, which can crawl into your body and gradually drain your blood until your bones are devoured. Akato wore a mischievous grin. Both Xia and Shino felt a shiver run down their spines. Shino remarked, I can't quite put my finger on it, but I feel a sense of discrimination. Shie replied. Stop it. Otherwise, I might really reconsider shaking your hand. Haha, the next class is mine. I shall take my leave, Shie declared, picking up a book detailing the history of the ninja world and heading toward the classroom. Upon reaching the door, he paused momentarily before tossing the book into the trash bin. The classroom door swung open, revealing the joyful laughter of 12-year-olds. The sound of Shie entering went largely unnoticed. But rather than chastising them sternly, he merely tilted his head to dodge a paper airplane, approaching the podium with empty hands. Class is in session. Instantly, the students, who had been engrossed in their playful antics, halted their spirited games and returned to their seats with cheerful laughter. A girl named Kankin gently called for them to stand. Good day, teacher. Some, however, took a contrarian stance, with Boruto boldly exclaiming, Hello, uncle. Please be seated. Shie commanded as he walked to the blackboard and wrote the character for ninja in large letters. The room fell silent. Setting down the chalk, he asked, This lesson. I wish to hear your understanding of the character, Run. Teacher, we are ninja apprentices, soon to become ninjas. Our greatest understanding of matters is to obey orders. Does our personal interpretation truly matter? Kankin responded. Shie smiled at her, gently shaking his head. The rules and principles exist outside the heart. The dichotomy of right and wrong, joy and sorrow, resides within. Does anyone know? He inquired again. Boruto, evidently eager for an answer, began exchanging ideas with Shikadai. The character signifies defeating those who irk you, making them swallow their pride before you. Boruto proclaimed with a radiant smile, eliciting mischievous grins from Shikadai and Inogen. The entire classroom erupted into laughter at Boruto's response, which he took in stride. Shie offered a warm smile to Boruto, signaling him to take his seat. Foolish Boruto, Sarada remarked, rolling her eyes at him before standing up. Teacher, I disagree with Boruto's interpretation. I believe that signifies endurance. We are the most powerful individuals in this world. Thus we bear the responsibility to uphold its functioning and development. We must shoulder everything and become the heroes of this world. Sarada proudly raised her chest. The classroom was taken aback by Sarada's declaration. Boruto, however, simply glared at her. Shie maintained his smile, gesturing for Sarada to sit down, leaving her feeling slightly dejected. She wondered why her teacher did not praise her despite her well-articulated answer. Shie turned to Kankin. What do you think? Teacher, I don't know. I'm sorry. The shy girl mumbled, lowering her head in embarrassment. That's all right, Shie replied seriously. The character is like a blade to the heart, whether in creating flowers or in being human, or even as the world's mightiest ninja. We may encounter certain individuals or events that will wound us, causing us to feel pain, as if our hearts bleed and we weep. However, if we choose to retaliate, to kill, how are we any different from those we oppose? Shie addressed the class firmly. But does that mean we must endure and accept whatever comes our way? Is that so? The students displayed expressions of discomfort. If one day, everyone in this world, except for you, began to indulge in excrement, competing fiercely to consume it, and then turned to you with mouths full of filth, would you partake as well? Tell me. A stout girl named Chocho, trembling, suddenly stood up. With a resounding slap, she slammed her beloved chips onto the desk, shattering them. I will not allow you to insult food like that. You scoundrel. Shie stared at her in astonishment for a moment before suddenly giving her a thumbs up. Excellent. Remember this. Even if one day this world turns into a cesspool, it does not justify our consumption of excrement. That is anger, not endurance. Shie's voice echoed throughout the classroom. Any true, strong individual must recognize the freedom of the weak as their boundary. In this process, they will endure much and lose many things they could have gained. Yet, only a freedom defined by the boundaries of others is responsible freedom, the freedom that a ninja should pursue. However, if anyone attempts to infringe upon our freedom, no matter who they are, even if they are aliens, we must retaliate fiercely. The character, indeed, we have a blade lodged in our hearts. In the classroom, dozens of students, along with Iruka, who was eavesdropping outside, and Hinata, who leaned against the wall gazing at the clouds, along with little Ye, who blinked her eyes in Shie's heart lake, were all captivated by his words. Kankin gazed at the gentle man before her, finding him somewhat handsome. He smiled and affectionately ruffled her hair. No matter when, you must remain true to yourselves. Face your responsibilities and resist when necessary. Apply your heart when needed, and wield your blade when required. That is what it means to be a ninja. The room fell silent as the sun streamed into the classroom around 9 o'clock, illuminating the teacher and students bathed in light. They were etched into a moment of eternity. Then, thunderous applause erupted in the classroom, echoing endlessly. The girl with purple hair, touched on the head, lifted her lovely face towards the smiling, handsome man, lost in admiration. The next chapter will recount Shia's battle with Shino, unlocking the second skill of the Radiant Flame. Chapter 12. Kankin's espionage. After Shia concluded his first lesson and awaited the second outdoor practice session with Shino, many unforeseen events unfolded. For instance, Shino implemented a small, innovative teaching method, which resulted in the new generation inadvertently demolishing the teaching building, rendering him the second largest debtor in the school, and successfully getting both him and Shia permanently blacklisted by the Konoha Bank. Shia could not help but burst into laughter at the absurdity of it all, as he finally had company. However, the following day, Shino mysteriously vanished, and he is yet to be found, leaving Shia to tackle the outdoor practice alone. Frustrated, Shia cast a helpless gaze at the group of raucous new students, sighing as he began to sense the power that the Radiant Flame imparted upon him, including the first-level skill of the Radiant Flame and other effects. He currently possessed 3 significant abilities. 1. Devour. It transforms all energies that come into contact with the brilliant golden flame, aside from itself, into brilliant golden flame. 2. Golden Eye. Comparable to radar, it can distinctly sense objects and individuals with high energy levels within approximately 1 kilometer. 3. Body Forging. The brilliant golden flame can merge with the host's muscles, bones, and blood vessels. The deeper the fusion, the stronger the host's physical abilities. Regarding Devour, it possesses both offensive and defensive capabilities, yet Shii prefers to use it defensively against hidden weapons, essentially disintegrating them upon contact, proving to be exceptionally useful. However, Golden Eye has a minor flaw. If a group of individuals possesses energy types and quantities too similar, it cannot accurately discern each person's identity, making it ineffective against shadow clones. In summary, in terms of observational prowess, neither the Uchiha Sharingan nor the Rinnegan can compare to the Byakugan, which possesses long sight, X-ray vision, and insight, 360-degree perspective. The body forging technique has recently brought him significant benefits, allowing him to bid farewell to the identity of an ordinary 21st century individual and step into the realm of a quasi-lower ninja's physical prowess. Yet, these developments are not what currently piques his interest. Intriguingly, following the recent battle and his utilization of the brilliant golden flame, he sensed the loosening of the second restriction on the flame. He temporarily defined the ability behind this restriction as multiform. Multiform, through personal insight, one can comprehend the characteristics of other elements such as wind, lightning, earth, and water, and apply these attributes to the use of the brilliant golden flame. For instance, if Shii were to grasp the natural energy of earth or acquire earth-based chakra, he could erect a solid, immovable wall of flame in battle. Combined with Devour, it would render him akin to an immortal turtle hidden within its shell. Should he master wind, lightning, or water, the brilliant golden flame could gain their expansiveness, swiftness, and fluidity. However, considering that Shii currently possesses no chakra, the notion of him mastering elemental chakra to enhance the brilliant golden flame seems absurd. To expect him to comprehend natural forces is akin to sending an elementary student to university. No, it is more like preparing them for a college entrance examination. Mastering natural forces equates to grasping the power of Sage. Shii is confident that he is not yet ready to learn Senjutsu. Teacher, here is a flower petal bracelet I made for you. Shia's reverie was abruptly interrupted by the gentle voice of a girl beside him. Startled, he looked up and smiled warmly. Ah, it's you. The sweet, timid girl with purple hair beamed at him, brushing aside the strands blown by the forest breeze as she sat down, pulling the hem of her dress behind her. Shii accepted the exquisite floral bracelet from her hands, adorning his left wrist with it. Thank you for treating me to candy the other day, teacher. The soft voice of Jian evoked a sense of tenderness for the girl. Ha ha ha, I told you it was an apology. By the way, why were you in such a hurry the other day? Ah, that. You must be careful when crossing the road. Okay. Thank you, teacher Shii. Jian flashed a sweet smile at him. Then, in a casual tone, she remarked, I heard your fire is quite powerful. It can even burn pure chakra. While ordinary flames can ignite Naruto's tailed beast cloak and Choji's chakra-enhancing jutsu, chakra within the human body which has not yet undergone transformation, is merely pure energy. How many ninjutsu can ignite pure energy? Not even Amaterasu can achieve that. Ha ha ha. Consider it a little skill that offers benefits, she thought. Devour, truly is remarkably effective. Only those who utilize it can grasp its true worth. Without Devour, the brilliant golden flame would struggle to ignite pure energy, at best merely altering the color of Amaterasu. Oh, does this type of flame burn everything? Can you easily unleash fire techniques of that magnitude like last time? The charming girl with big eyes looked at him, exuding an irresistible cuteness. Few could resist a girl with waist-length purple hair, possessing a seemingly mature appearance, yet radiating a gentle and adorable demeanor. However, Shiyi would not succumb, for his beloved is Hanabi. Well, I'm not a reactor. How could I possibly turn into the sun every day? Moreover, Shiyi lamented, moreover, I recently went bankrupt from playing around. I'm left with no choice but to work for the school without pay. It's enough to make one despair. Jianjin sincerely placed her small hand on her unfortunate teacher's arm, gently patting it to offer comfort while silently admiring his will to persist. It's all right. If you wish to perish, I will fulfill that wish. Jianjin smiled. Last time, it was entirely due to consuming too much chakra from a peculiar object. My special fire ignited that mass of chakra, resulting in this predicament. Oh dear. But that mass of chakra was indeed substantial. Jianjin smiled calmly, yet discreetly withdrew her hand that had gently rested on him. Mentioning a painful topic brought her displeasure. What do you mean, mass? Do you know how hard I worked to collect that? The girl's demeanor softened as she voiced her irritation, mentally noting that this fire could ignite chakra. As for whether it could burn other substances, Jianjin listened intently. Shiyi, sniffling, do not inquire why, stared blankly for a moment before raising 3 fingers skyward. I swear, it definitely cannot burn anything else. Shiyi was resolute. From now on, he would only employ Devour to enhance the brilliant golden flame for defensive purposes, refraining from using this troublesome skill at any other time. Thus, his vow seemed entirely reasonable. Jianjin felt immense joy. The most feared issue had been resolved. She had dreaded that this flame could even ignite water. Now it was perfect. With her possessing the ability to attack using the Yata mirror, while she, adept in water techniques, could handle extinguishing fires. Jianjin smiled gently at Shiyi. Teacher, here are some tissues. The girl bashfully produced a delicate tissue imbued with a subtle fragrance. Oh, thank you. Shiyi nonchalantly crumpled the tissue. Jianjin watched him, covering her mouth with a light laugh. What a peculiar big brother teacher you are. The girl's gaze was filled with utmost tenderness. Gradually, however, that gaze turned cold. She stood to bid farewell to Shiyi, heading toward the woods, with a beautiful smile gracing her lips, yet her eyes cold and indifferent. The girl whispered softly, I'm sorry, Shiyi-sensei. Chapter 13. Confrontation. Shortly after Jianjin departed, trouble emerged. Ahaha, Shiyi. There's a monster. There's a monster in the woods. Boruto, Inogen, and Shikadai dashed toward Shiyi in a frenzy. Shiyi sprang to his feet. What is happening? The 3 little ones pointed toward the forest. In that thicket stood a crooked, black figure. You all go first. Go summon the Leaf Village's security team. But, Teacher Shiyi, you can't face it alone. Inogen hesitated. It's fine. Hurry up and go. Finding help is the greatest assistance you can provide me. Be careful, uncle. We'll call for help swiftly. Boruto said resolutely, glancing back at Shiyi. Shiyi faced the shadowy figure. He remained steadfast until Boruto and the others had run far away. Who are you? Why won't you show yourself? The black figure emitted a series of strange, stuttering sounds and moved awkwardly, its joints twisting in a manner that could only be described as eerie, as if it were devoid of bones. Cold sweat beaded on Shiyi's forehead as he crouched down, drawing out a kunai. Just as the strange figure was about to emerge from the forest, Shiyi ignited the brilliant golden flame, enveloping the kunai before launching it. The kunai pierced the shadowy figure, creating a large hole in its form. Huh, is that it? In the astonished gaze of Shiyi, a figure staggered out of the woods. Then, no, this creature composed entirely of insects, collapsed and shattered into fragments. Ha ha. Did you think your flames could resolve everything? A voice, familiar yet uncertain to Shiyi, emerged from the forest, tinged with a hint of madness and obsession. Why? I toiled tirelessly to educate them, yet they fail to comprehend my earnest efforts. I have shown them kindness, bestowed my heartfelt sincerity upon them, but in the end, it is you, a mere newcomer, Who surpasses me? Shie ceased his combat stance, perplexed, and inquired, Teacher Shino? Enough. You are clearly a counterexample of brawling and fire prevention. Why do they hold you in such high regard? I consider their every need. Yet when they are with you, they laugh so joyously. Shino's voice rose in pitch, becoming increasingly frenzied, verging on madness. Shie furrowed his brow, a stir of emotion within him, and subtly activated his golden eyes. Humph. You indeed possess your own means of investigation. I was once a member of the 8th Squad of the Konoha reconnaissance team, which boasted the strongest Byakugan user. Do you really think you can outwit me? A bitter smile graced Shie's lips. Shino's words held truth. In Shie's sight, there were currently 9 figures. Each cardinal direction, along with the 4 diagonal points, harbored a hazy silhouette. Another figure stood directly in front of him, beside Shino's dark shadow, emanating an alluring purple chakra. However, the ominous black chakra of the creature Ye was evenly distributed among these 9 figures. Once again, that ominous black aura. Shie's gaze hardened as he cast a meaningful glance at the silhouette with the purple chakra. You are the puppet master behind this, aren't you? The function of the golden eyes was akin to radar. It could ignore any terrain, allowing one to observe objects bearing chakra-like energies. However, when the energy types and total amounts were too similar, the golden eyes could only return indistinct shapes of uniform color. If it were the Byakugan, it would clearly discern which were Shino's insect clones and which was the true Shino, as well as unveil the true identity of the puppet master with the purple chakra. Alas, Hanabi and June are not here. Cold sweat beaded on Shie's forehead as he fixated on the 2 figures ahead. Suddenly, the insects surged forth from all 8 directions like a tempest, converging on Shie. What gives you the right to usurp my place in their hearts? Unforgivable. Shino shrieked in utter madness. Shie's body tensed to the utmost limit. Golden flames ignite. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed the technique he had employed to protect himself and June during the onslaught by the Hyuga clan. Countless insects were incinerated. Insects are inherently fragile creatures. Even without using Devour, this flame effortlessly obliterated wave after wave of them. Excellent. As long as I can sustain this until Boruto and the others arrive for aid, there will be no problem. The golden flames shall not extinguish. Shie's heart raced violently. Ah, despair has not yet claimed me, he exclaimed, tilting his head skyward with a grin. Yet, in an instant, his smile vanished. The sky above him, a pale blue, was breathtakingly beautiful. Then, in the next moment, a deluge of darkness obscured the azure sky above Shie's flames as countless insects rained down upon him. In the dense forest, the disguised Kenjin crouched on a branch, anxiously observing the duel. As Shino's insects collided with Shie's fiery barrier, she raised her hand, commencing the hand seals for the water release, water dragon bullet technique. This jutsu had been honed specifically for Shie in recent times. Created by the second Hokage, its purpose was to counter powerful fire techniques like those of the Uchiha clan, allowing the user to control the trajectory and attack direction of the formidable water dragon, boasting unparalleled striking power and volume. A glimmer of resolve flashed in the eyes of the girl hidden beneath the cloak as she rapidly formed the seals. I am sorry, Shie-sensei, but you must die. However, suddenly, her hand trembled. No matter what, you are still yourselves. The image of her teacher's classroom flashed in her mind. The hesitation in her hand seals was fleeting, yet, in the whirlwind of her rapid movements, it was hardly noticeable. The girl dismissed it and continued forming seals. Yet, the visions of him resurfaced once more. Face what you must bear, resist what you must oppose. Her heart raced involuntarily. She gritted her teeth, attempting to suppress it. But in the next moment, she miscalculated the seals. In her final moment, the memory of that sunny morning, when he had smiled and handed her a candy figure after their collision, surfaced vividly. His smile was so joyous. In her recollections, she herself appeared to only wear a frown. The last image of that beaming face overlapped with that of her gentle, beautiful mother. The girl had ceased forming seals, her hands now dampened. Unbeknownst to her, 2 cool tears slipped down her cheeks beneath the mask. She gazed at the flaming wall, paralyzed, unable to act. Finally, when she witnessed countless flying insects breach the top of the fire wall, her heart, which had been pounding wildly, suddenly ceased its rhythm. It felt as if she had plunged into an icy abyss, yet also a sense of relief washed over her. The girl lowered her hand, feeling hollow inside, uncertain why she felt this way. She had previously only relied on Ye to gather chakra, never intending to kill. Although she was on the brink of ending lives, when the prospect of possibly, either directly or indirectly, killing someone as gentle and peculiar as her older brother teacher loomed before her, she felt an overwhelming emptiness. I am so sorry, she repeated. But in the next instant, the girl was jolted. Within the dispersing golden flames, there was no one. Suddenly, a figure appeared before her, and Shino, grinning wickedly, entirely disregarding Shino, and charging straight towards her. Chapter 14. The girl's garland good, just a bit closer. Shie's golden eyes sparkled as he rapidly approached the mysterious figure, and Shino. 20 meters, 15 meters, 10 meters. Mizuki, Shie shouted to the girl who had embraced him while navigating underground. It turned out that when the swarm of insects descended from the sky, Mizuki had suddenly emerged from below, extending her arms to wrap around him and pull him down to the ground. Got it, Mizuki exclaimed, bringing Shie up from the depths. Without a moment's hesitation, Shie's eyes glinted coldly as he leaped towards the mysterious figure. To elaborate, his grievances with this person had occurred twice before, once during the incident at the Konoha train station involving Choji, and once during the rampage of the entire Hyuga clan. However, the enhancement from the Golden Flame's body refinement had only elevated his physical prowess to the level of a lower-level ninja. Even with this, he remained weak against the skilled reconnaissance and tactical combat of Shino. Naive, the diminutive, mysterious figure remained in shock, yet Shino had already reacted. Insect dance. Countless black insects surged forth from Shino's sleeves, joining the black swarm that had previously occupied the position of the firewall, rushing toward Shie. Mizuki, with a detached demeanor, shook her sleeves, releasing a torrent of white snakes. You summon animals? So do I. Snake clone. The multitude of white snakes coalesced to form another Mizuki, standing shoulder to shoulder with the real Mizuki. Wind release. Breakthrough. The two Mizukis unleashed powerful wind releases, effectively clearing the encirclement from both of Shie's flanks. With the power of the wind of the serpent month at his disposal, Shie glided effortlessly past the obstructing Shino and instantly appeared before Jianjin, whom he deemed a mysterious figure, plunging a kunai directly into her left shoulder. This was only possible because Jianjin had reacted at the last moment. Otherwise, Shie would have ended her life without hesitation. Blood droplets danced through the air as Jianjin grasped Shie's wrist with her left hand, while her right hand skillfully deflected the kunai, sending both of them tumbling backward. Shie attempted to launch a second assault in midair, this time unleashing the dazzling golden flames. Water style, water dragon bullet. Jianjin, without a moment's hesitation, shouted the name of the jutsu in a feigned voice. A water dragon surged forth from the ground, charging towards Shie. Both Shie and Siyue were momentarily taken aback. But after a brief pause, Shie rapidly amplified the golden flames in his hand until it expanded to cover half of his body. The water dragon roared as it surged toward Shie, who boldly extended his palm enveloped in fire. In the clash of gold and blue, Shino dashed toward Shie, but was intercepted by Siyue, who had already positioned herself in Shino's path. On Shie's side, he found himself completely engulfed by the water dragon. Yet within that massive column of water, a brilliant golden light persisted undiminished. The golden flames sliced through the water dragon as if it were mere paper, and despite being tossed around by the force of the water, Shie remained unscathed. Both Jianjin and Siyue stared in astonishment at the unyielding flame. In a frenzied state, Shino was oblivious to the spectacle. Ha ha ha, so this fire cannot be extinguished even by water? Aye, oil woman Shino, acknowledge your strength. She roared. Siyue swiftly extended her arm to wrap around Shino, yanking herself forward to deliver a kick to Shino's face. 3 minutes. I'll buy you 3 minutes, Siyue declared as she faced the increasingly enraged Shino. Shie drew out a kunai, igniting it with golden flames, standing his ground against Jianjin. The wounded Jianjin pressed her hand against her shoulder, crimson droplets still seeping through her fingers. The disguised Jianjin remained motionless for a moment, and then, in a feigned voice filled with sorrow and anger, she exclaimed, "You deceived me." Hadn't Jianjin already tested Shie before the battle, inquiring whether the golden flames could burn other things? As someone who had been consumed by the flame's devourability, Shie had assured her that he would not use the enhanced golden flames, leading her to believe they could not burn anything else. Yet, unbeknownst to Jianjin and the rest of the Hidden Leaf village, even without the devourability, the flames were akin to Amaterasu, utterly unquenchable. The girl, however, due to her misinterpretation, thought Xie had betrayed her trust, her own teacher deceiving her, someone she outwardly respected so deeply. At that moment, Xie was puzzled by the sorrowful tone in her voice, as if he had betrayed her feelings. You must die, Jianjin resolved. Fueled by a mix of grief and fury, raising the kunai and charging at Xie. They collided fiercely, the kunai resonating with a sharp clang. Jianjin had comprehended that the fire was likely indomitable. Despite her cold-heartedness in attacking, she maintained her composure, strategically advancing. Conversely, Xie, despite the enhancement from the golden flames, was merely at the level of a low chunin in taijutsu and found himself unable to gain the upper hand against the injured Jianjin. Both engaged in a nearly frenzied exchange of attacks, neither willing to yield, as Xie was confident he would not be defeated. Throughout the clash, he could distinctly feel the enhancement of his body tempering. The golden flames within him began to intertwine with his blood, fortifying his physique, which in turn allowed him to unleash even more potent golden flames. Yet, Xie was perplexed as Jianjin's attacks gradually shifted to a defensive stance. Why did she still appear so composed? This was illogical. Was she truly desperate enough to fight for her life? With a sudden crack, Hyuga was indeed knocked to the ground by Shino, whose combat skills and experience far surpassed her own, despite Hyuga's taijutsu being at best chunin level. Fortunately for Hyuga, Shino was not adept in close combat. Otherwise, she would have perished by now. Yes, it was possible that his gamble rested on Shino. Nonetheless, Xie was convinced that if he fell, Shino would surely regain her senses. If he turned back to assist Hyuga, the combined forces of himself and Hyuga would still not match Shino's prowess. What if she managed to control either Hyuga or himself during a moment of weakness? Hold on a little longer. You will lose, Xie bellowed as he lunged toward Jianjin, whose consciousness and movements were beginning to slow. Yet Jianjin stood upright, seemingly awaiting her fate. No, this cannot be. Xie felt a jolt of panic but did not halt his advance. Jianjin flipped her palm, dangling the kunai precariously from her index finger. Then with a delicate shake, she tossed the kunai aside. Oh, is that so, Mr. Dongfang Xie? She spoke with a mischievous, victorious lilt. Light and airy, yet utterly awkward. If only she would remove her mask, she would appear much more charming. Xie's heart raced violently, and darkness enveloped his vision as he collapsed to the ground. The disguised Jianjin tilted her head cutely, raising her right hand and forming a gun gesture with her thumb and index finger. Water style, water bullet, she declared in a shrill, awkward imitation. Meanwhile, the already battered Hyuga rushed over, attempting to save Xie, only to be pierced through the left shoulder by Jianjin's water bullets. Hyuga fell, rolling on the grass until she landed beside Xie. Ha ha ha, so you both look down on me, do you? Then you shall face the consequences. Shino approached, accompanied by a swarm of ominous insects. Eliminate them, she commanded Jianjin, who glanced at the wounded Hyuga and the lethargic Xie. With pleasure, Shino responded, having completely lost her rationality. Jianjin hesitated momentarily before disappearing into the forest. There was no choice. The girl pressed down hard on her injured left shoulder. Yet blood continued to flow from the wound, staining the right half of her robe crimson. Her injuries were too severe. If she did not escape soon, she would be captured. Following the incident with the Hyuga clan, the upper echelons of the Leaf Village had become relentless in their pursuit of her. It was no longer safe to linger in such a place. On the other side, Xie, whose consciousness was fading, stared in shock at his left wrist. There, a beautifully crafted floral bracelet began to wither. I've been poisoned. Chapter 15, Golden Flame LV2, Metamorphosis. The sensation of dizziness intensified. Yet the organs within him began to tremble violently, battering against his body. His mind grew heavier, and his awareness became increasingly hazy. What was happening? Hyuga sat up, frowning as she inquired about Xie. The power of the water style. Water bullet was not particularly formidable, although it had penetrated Hyuga's shoulder. The wound was not severe enough to incapacitate her immediately. Xie's lips began to pale. Hyuga's expression turned grave. Poison? When? She questioned, casting a suspicious glance at the grinning Shino. Was it you? Hyuga's gaze fixed intently on Shino. Xie began to recall every moment of his earlier battle with Shino. The mysterious figure in the cow mask had never actually touched him or released any poisonous gas. Rather, it was Shino, capable of manipulating tiny insects, who posed a significant threat with poison. Ha ha ha, your foolish teacher is as stupid as you, isn't he? Shino sneered, her wicked grin widening. even if he is the son of Orochimaru. Suyue's eyes grew cold. Shie managed a weak smile, feeling the weight of despair closing in around him. Orochimaru's son, you understand nothing. Shie stood up, swaying unsteadily. So, are you contemplating a final act of defiance? Ha ha ha, your tenacity is indeed commendable, so come forth. Shie could barely maintain his footing. He gasped for breath, but after a moment, he lifted his head, tugged at the corners of his mouth, revealing a sinister smile. His voice, though weak, carried a sense of calm confidence. You won't regret this, Sensei Shino, will you? Come, let me see. Shino laughed derisively. Shie whispered a few words to Suiyue, who then widened her eyes in surprise, turning to look at Shie as if he were a fool. Shino felt reassured and laughed even more maniacally. With his last ounce of strength, Shie conjured a flame the size of a head in his palm, starkly contrasting with the endless swarm of black insects behind Shino. Oh, Shino became slightly serious, summoning some insects to surround him. He now understood that this flame would not extinguish. Go, brilliant golden flame. Shie shouted with all his might. A portion of the flame split off and soared toward Shino. The swarm of insects surged to meet the fire. Devour. The fireball expanded rapidly, countless insects being consumed within, filling the forest with the acrid scent of burning flesh in an instant. Shino fixated on the ever-growing fireball, beginning to effectively retreat his swarm. Gradually, the fireball's expansion slowed and ultimately halted. Shino shouted frantically, "Is this your trump card? What a disappointment." He scoffed. Ha ha ha, burn away. My insects possess little chakra. Your fireball cannot grow much larger. Yet, I must admit, your energy-absorbing fireball truly startled me. Enraged, Shino unleashed countless black insects, swiftly replenishing the casualties caused by Shie. Clearly, Devour was of little use against Shino. The massive fireball that loomed between them began to shrink slowly. Ahahaha, you can't even maintain your fireball now, can you? The fireball continued to diminish. Shino approached with a grin. Suddenly, he halted, his manic smile frozen on his face. The figure before him was actually swallowing the fireball bit by bit. Even in his frenzied state, Shino was left agape at this sight. Meanwhile, Suiyue beside Shie wore an expression of disbelief. With a final gasp, the last ember was consumed by Shie. He puffed out his cheeks, momentarily stunned. After a brief pause, this seemingly deranged man raised his arm to wipe his mouth, letting out a satisfied belch, releasing a small spark of flame. Both Suiyue and Shino remained in a state of shock. Shie prepared himself. This needs to look stylish. Devour, he roared. The entire forest trembled. Countless birds and beasts took flight. This sudden panic provided assistance to those searching for Shie on the walls of Konoha in the distance. Yet, at this moment, Shie was ablaze with fury. Countless flickering flames erupted from his mouth, nose, and even his eyes. He now resembled a small furnace on the verge of explosion, his distorted form no longer resembling a human. It appeared as if his entire being was filled with flames. After a piercing scream, Shie withdrew the flame once more. At this point, he appeared utterly unfazed. Not only was he unharmed, but he also seemed invigorated. Shino watched him, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Retreating while pointing a finger at Shie. Shie smiled brightly. What are you staring at? My fire can burn anything, you know? The characteristic of the brilliant golden flame is that it does not harm its host, and Devour can absorb all tangible energy. Isn't it only reasonable to detoxify my system? Suiyue blinked her icy eyes. Not only had Shie detoxified, but his body had also undergone a significant transformation. A considerable portion of the absorbed brilliant golden flame had mingled with Shie's blood and veins, resulting in a faint, unnoticeable golden hue. This effect temporarily elevated Shie's physical prowess to the level of a chunin. You fool! Shino unleashed a desperate assault. Countless flying insects surged toward Shie like a dark wall. Suiyue and Shie exchanged cautious smiles. Wind release, breakthrough. Suiyue's abdomen swelled, nearly lifting her into the air from the force. A powerful gust of wind erupted from her mouth. A few insects were blown away, creating a small black hole in the insect wall. But Suiyue's true target was Shie. He braced himself against the ferocious wind, stumbling slightly before regaining his balance. Methodically, he extended his arm toward the black wall. 10,000 forms, brilliant golden flame wind wall. With a whoosh, an extremely thin golden membrane swiftly swept toward the swarm. Every insect ignited, and in this small patch of forest, a rain of black insects fell. Humph, ha! Shino cackled at the sight of the fallen insects. Suiwe and Shie maintained a cautious distance from him. Since that's the case, I won't hold back. Don't underestimate me. Shino retrieved a scroll, preparing to perform a summoning technique. It's over. It's over. It's over. Shie felt a surge of panic. What if this guy summoned a cockroach as large as the Nine Tails? Shie and Suiwe tensed up. Shie glanced at Suiwe, who was gradually enveloped in azure sage energy, rising like flames. But just as Shino was about to press his bitten finger onto the scroll, he suddenly froze, unable to move. Shie and Suiwe stared in shock at Shino. Yet moments later, both turned their gaze toward a specific point in the distant sky. Finally. The heavenly response and clear eyes. On the lookout platform of the Konoha walls, a girl named Hinata Wanwan used her keen Byakugan to directly observe the battle occurring 3 kilometers away. In truth, most members of the Hyuga clan could only see within a kilometer. But could she be considered an exception? Wanwan smiled gently. She pinched a silver needle between her fingers, bending her arm. Not only could she see, but she could also strike. At that moment, her slender arm resembled a powerful bow, recoiling with force. Then, her jade fingers struck the air like a percussion instrument, causing the atmosphere to ripple. At the center of the ripples, the silver needles shot forth. The needles sliced through the air, creating a beautiful white airflow tunnel that accurately pierced Shino 3 kilometers away, leaving Boruto and his companions agape. Okay, now he's immobilized. Boruto glanced at Wanwan and then at the forest. All right, Boruto, hurry to the security department and call the police. Remember, just say someone accidentally fell and got hurt. And don't let that Sasuke come. Wanwan smiled gently. Boruto stared at her in astonishment. Indeed, not all families are alike. This sister, much like Hanabi, is a monster. As Wanwan calmly walked deeper into the forest, she did so under the astonished gazes of a group of children. Sensei Shino, listen to me. We have never thought your teaching was inadequate. You approached Shino with calmness, stating, in this world, no student would ever disdain a poor teacher. Both Teacher Shino and Teacher Shie are exemplary educators, not merely employees who impart rigid knowledge for a paycheck. The bond between us transcends a mere transactional relationship. It is not simply a matter of tuition exchanged for time spent lecturing. After a brief pause, Shie continued, thus, we are honored with the title of teacher. Shie smiled warmly at Shino. I am aware that a demon resides within you, whether it is the one currently afflicting you or the one deeply hidden in your heart. Cast them out. I believe in you, Teacher Shino. Shino trembled, tears slipping silently from behind her sunglasses. The dark essence of the Uri ascended into the sky. Neither Satsuki nor Shie made a move. 3, 2, 1, Satsuki said, while Shie calmly lifted her gaze, her radiant golden eyes shimmering with brilliance. Satsuki nodded, raising her palm, which was enveloped in a swirling golden current, directed toward Shie. With a smirk, Shie squinted one eye to endure the pain from the current coursing through her, while the other golden eye fixated intently on the rapidly retreating shadow. Golden Flame Thunder Arrow. Shie conjured a golden arrow from thin air and hurled it towards the shadow. A golden line danced across the sky. Moments later, devour. Shie smiled with satisfaction. I have broken my promise. Well, as long as the forest remains unscathed. In the distance, Jianjin, donning a bull-headed mask, removed it in disbelief, gazing at the small fireball hovering ominously above the forest. That fireball loomed with astonishing arrogance. Chapter 16. Power Accumulation in the Hinata Corporation's office. This is the last payment. Miss Hanabi, came the serious declaration. Make the payment. Warner, with a sigh of relief, pressed the payment button on her computer. Upon hearing the crisp sound of the keyboard and the successful payment notification, the 2 elegant ladies of the Hinata family exhaled in unison and languidly reclined on the sofa. First, Hanabi lamented, Wah? How did I end up marrying such a financial burden? Warner could only respond with an awkward yet polite smile. Haha, as you said. Let them pursue the compensation from Orochimaru. Turning to glance at Hanabi, who lay sprawled like a starfish, Warner added, Miss. What if that legendary Sannin comes to confront us about this? Hanabi, feeling lethargic, paused for a moment before slamming her fist onto the nearby table, creating a resounding thud. Then I can settle the score with him. Warner suddenly sat up with a curious expression, leaning closer to Hanabi. Miss, haven't you ever asked your husband what his relationship with Orochimaru is? Hanabi blinked in surprise. No, I haven't. Warner looked at her skeptically. Hanabi playfully flicked Warner's forehead. I truly haven't tea. Ah, how can you trust him so much, miss? Wanner pouted, rubbing her forehead. Hanabi offered a faint smile. Trust? Silly girl, it's about being unable to doubt. Hanabi's eyes opened slightly, revealing a cold indifference. Have we identified those who conspired against the Hinata family? It seems he and Shie have clashed again. Seeing Hanabi's serious demeanor, Wanner straightened up and methodically began her report. Yes, during the outdoor training session with the children. The mastermind behind those rampages controlled Senior Shino to attack your husband. Prior to that, Senior Shino had gone missing for a while. It appears he was targeted as soon as he arrived at the ninja school. After analyzing the previous rampage incidents, I have come to a conclusion. Wanner paused for effect. These events predominantly occurred near the ninja school, aside from the Hinata family and the train station. Hanabi slightly furrowed her brows. All near the ninja school? What does this imply? She pondered, still unable to fully believe that the mastermind could be a teacher at the school or even a mere 12 or 13-year-old child. Observing Hanabi's expression, Wanner hesitated before stating, if that's the case, your husband is in great danger at the ninja school, especially since his flames seem capable of awakening those who have gone berserk. Hanabi blinked her wide eyes and stood up. Regardless, Wanner, I need you to discreetly protect him for the next few days. I will arrange for personnel to be stationed nearby, aiming to capture the perpetrator in one fell swoop. As Hanabi reached the office door, she paused before opening it. The Hinata family has been subjected to such extensive control, there must be an insider involved. Whether he is captured by our people or the Umbu, find a way for him to reveal the traitor. Hanabi's tone was icy. As for Orochimaru, I am unsure of what he has done to Shie, but considering Shie's current abilities provide him with self-defense, we shall settle the score later. Hanabi pushed the door open and strode out. Wanner stood inside, smiling sweetly as she watched her mistress's retreating figure. Although there seemed to be some tension between the mistress and her husband, it was evident that they both cared for each other deeply. Reflecting on this, Wanner smiled with joy. Ah, this leisurely life is truly delightful. Shie reclined in a rocking chair, basking in the sun. A cluster of grapes resting on the stone table beside her. Following her fierce battle with Shino, she had forcefully absorbed the golden flame, causing her physical prowess to momentarily surpass the Chunin level. However, due to an unstable foundation, she ultimately stabilized at the Genin level. Nevertheless, she reaped benefits from this experience. Shie could now distinctly sense the gradual merging of her chakra pathways with the golden flame, a delicate and intricate process, thanks to the golden flame's restorative properties. Her injuries from the battle had healed remarkably quickly. Shie was confident that she could soon regain her Chunin-level physical capabilities and stabilize them. With these thoughts in mind, Shie felt buoyant, propping her elbows on her head and swaying contentedly in the rocking chair. Why trouble oneself with the fleeting concerns of the world when one can recline and indulge? Ah, my dear spouse possesses such refined tastes. No wonder he is capable of setting fire to entire villages. Shie shivered and turned over, only to find Hanabi standing before her, arms crossed. Hey, darling, come sit. The previously indifferent expression on Hanabi's face softened into a smile. To have such a husband, who is so unperturbed and ambitious. It seems these trifling matters of clouds are destined for me to manage. Shie chuckled awkwardly, feeling somewhat flustered. Hanabi gazed at him for an extended moment, a blend of humor and reproach in her eyes, before turning away with a weary sigh. Treat me to a meal. Huh. Shie felt a twinge of anxiety, unsure of what she meant. What? After I handled such a massive sum of compensation for you, shouldn't you treat me to a meal? Hanabi turned her head back, playfully demanding. Shie's previously eager expression froze, confusion written across his face. Hanabi chose not to elaborate further and simply walked ahead. I'll lead the way. You pay. It's settled. The two strolled side by side down the street, leaving the Hinata residence behind, a rather amusing couple indeed. Perhaps they resembled a pair of individuals in the early stages of courtship. On a rooftop in the distance, a fox-faced mask rested casually on the edge, contemplating this dynamic. Beneath the mask, the crimson Sharingan glimmered with an inscrutable gaze. In the west of Konoha, at the dilapidated shrine of the Uzumaki clan, Satsuki stood before the crumbling temple entrance. The grand gate loomed like the maw of a monstrous beast, mercilessly devouring the rays of the setting sun just a few meters away, leaving only a shadow upon the ground. Through the slightly askew archway and the dust dancing in the residual twilight, one could faintly discern the multitude of masks hanging upon the wall within the temple. Each one was grotesque and terrifying, exuding an aura of intimidation. I stepped inside. Hyuga, unusually, furrowed her brow gently, speaking in hushed tones as if inquiring of someone. Yet, no reply came for quite some time. After a moment's hesitation, she proceeded with unwavering composure into the depths of the temple. The sound of her footsteps echoed with a steady rhythm, devoid of tension or fear. Truly, she was the offspring of Orochimaru. A cold yet commanding female voice resonated within the hollow temple, akin to a divine response. Hyuga halted, tilting her head slightly backward. Behind her stood a woman with refreshing, beautiful short purple hair, clad in a single-sleeved samurai attire that exposed her shoulder, right arm, and a hint of her chest. Leaning elegantly against the temple pillar, she radiated an aura of grace and aloofness. She was indeed a former member of Akatsuki. Impressive, Hyuga responded with a calm smile. The enchanting woman in the cool samurai garb frowned slightly. Akatsuki, a distant memory. The woman named Conan sighed inwardly. The world had changed. The shinobi realm had transformed. Akatsuki had vanished. As she mused, she lifted a hand, gently turning it over. The palm and back of her hand remained as fair and unblemished as ever, as if the passage of over a decade in slumber had left no mark upon her. She had not changed at all. This body still belonged to a woman in her 20s. After a moment of stupor, her thoughts returned to the present, and the graceful woman named Conan lowered her hand. Casually responding to Hyuga, I am quite curious about the one called Dongfang Xie, but that is merely out of boredom. I am here temporarily, merely to witness a small performance. She paused for a moment. Therefore, if you wish for my assistance in resolving your current predicament with him, you must provide me with an irrefutable reason. Chapter 17. A bowl of ramen. Together 2 large bowls of Ichiraku ramen, one without spice, one generously laden with heat. Thank you, Sister Shobu. Miss Hanabi, you are too courteous. The sounds of lively chatter filled the spacious, opulent establishment, with steam wafting through the air. It was here that a pair of remarkably compatible individuals arrived at the counter, resembling a pair of affectionate young lovers. From the time she was a girl to her present years of managing Ichiraku ramen alone, how many such little ninjas had she encountered? That once yellow-haired boy and the stoic youth? And the charming girl with pink hair? Though now in her middle age, Shobu's beauty remained. Yet, the faces of those children, shoulder to shoulder and animated in conversation, brought her a delightful sense of nostalgia. This was how children ought to be. Although they were ninjas, in her eyes, they resembled younger siblings. Shobu gazed dreamily at the retreating figures of the charming pair, a slight smile gracing her lips. Boss lady, 3 bowls of Ichiraku ramen. The classic flavor. Coming right up. Haha, did not expect this. Xie exclaimed, pulling apart a pair of disposable chopsticks with a grin as he handed them to Hanabi. What did you not expect? Hanabi scooped up a hefty portion of spicy ramen, disregarding any semblance of ladylike decorum, and stuffed it into her mouth. I did not expect you to refrain from taking me to a 5-star restaurant, nor did I foresee you eating with such abandon, Xie chuckled, observing her cheeks bulging with noodles. Hanabi shot him an indignant glare before continuing to chew, then replied slowly, why would I take you to a restaurant? All the money is clearly mine, and do not mock how I eat. Hanabi raised her head, her cheeks slightly flushed, defiantly locking eyes with Xie. From a young age in the Hyuga household, she had to maintain a semblance of the refined lady, always adhering to expectations. When I was 5, do you know? It was sweltering summer. Other children enjoyed ice pops, yet I was stuck practicing gentle fist at home. Her voice trailed off, tinged with a hint of grievance. After a brief pause, she scooped up another hefty portion of noodles, slurping them down. And then I became a genin, ready to undertake missions. You might not believe it, but initially, I focused solely on tasks, thinking my 2 teammates were nothing but bothersome fools. They caused me so much trouble. Puffed cheeks and an irritable expression adorned Hanabi's face, but she soon burst into laughter. Actually, they taught me a great deal. There are beautiful memories shared with the 2 fools in my team. After our first mission, we sat right here enjoying ramen, and they ate just like this. I found it utterly absurd. Hanabi paused, then suddenly picked up another handful of noodles, continuing, but it was delicious. So I eat like this too. As she finished her noodles, she sipped the broth delicately. The stunning woman, exuding an air of vitality, lowered her lashes, her long eyelashes fluttering, glistening with tiny beads of perspiration reminiscent of radiant jewels. It was as if she were reminiscing about the past. Without a word, Xie added a generous serving of vinegar to his bowl and began to eat heartily, imitating Hanabi's manner. Soon, he found it overwhelmingly sour. Setting down his chopsticks, he frowned and hesitated before stating, "I will earn back all the money, I promise." The atmosphere shifted slightly. Hanabi pondered for a moment before laying down her chopsticks. She regarded him with utmost seriousness. Shia, intrigued by her earnest expression, raised an eyebrow. Hanabi blinked, pausing for a moment before continuing. "We are married, right?" Shia paused, taken aback by the question. "Why do you ask?" He nodded. "Then why mention repaying money? We've already agreed. Every cent is ours." Shia gazed at her, silent. Hanabi resumed, picking up a few stray noodles, squinting slightly. "But I want to ask you one thing, and you must answer honestly." Shia tightened his grip. "What is your relationship with Orochimaru?" Hanabi lowered her gaze, unable to meet Shia's eyes, yet she suddenly raised her head, her beautiful white eyes filled with confusion and concern. After posing the question, her mind blanked, but her mouth continued, leaning towards Shia as she pressed against the edge of the table. "And why can you use fire release without chakra? Also, why did you come to Konoha? Is it all because of me?" As she spoke, a hint of sorrow appeared in her gaze. Shia tensed up, exclaiming, No, my marriage to you is absolutely not directed by anyone. I swear." Raising 3 fingers, he wore a look of righteous sincerity. Hanabi regarded him with a hint of skepticism. After a long pause, she burst into laughter. "And then what?" Seeing her smile, Shia felt a wave of relief wash over him, then leisurely replied, "Well, that was 3 questions, my dear." Hanabi smiled brightly, saying nothing, merely rolling her eyes as she continued to scrutinize him. I'll confess everything." Shia raised 3 fingers, wearing an expression of innocent candor. "In the cool evening breeze. The soft rice is indeed delicious, and I hope to enjoy it again next time." Hanabi stretched lazily, turned, and gently patted Shia's shoulder. Shia pouted. "You shouldn't bully me like this." In the evening breeze, he smiled at her. "Do you understand now?" The girl stared at him, her eyes crinkling with a smile as she nodded. She then brushed a few stray strands of hair. "That's good. I truly hope you don't misunderstand me." Their clothes fluttered slightly in the gentle wind, creating a serene dance against the backdrop of the dark night sky, where even the faint starlight could not fully illuminate the quiet intimacy they shared, enveloped in darkness and glimmers of light. The atmosphere felt almost mystical. But suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the tranquil surface of the night. In the shadows, Shia and Hanabi instantly activated their ocular techniques, one golden, one white. Within the golden pupils, they beheld the chakra of the creature. New. Chapter 18. Confession under golden fireworks. Not this shadow again. Shia gritted his teeth, while he remained rooted to the spot. Hanabi had already darted past him in a flash. "Hey, Hanabi." As Shia felt the rush of wind from Hanabi's swift departure, he was momentarily taken aback, but quickly followed her. "Help. No. Tell me, what did I do wrong, Jinjin?" In a narrow alley, the timid Jinjin found herself cornered by a tall, seemingly frenzied boy. "Jinjin, I like you so much. Why are you avoiding me?" Jinjin, exasperated, thought to herself. "But I don't like you." Following the outburst at the Hyuga household, the Umbu had been lurking in every corner of Konoha. She had only intended to minimize risk by discreetly siphoning chakra from a few seemingly fragile classmates. Little did she know, she would end up in such an embarrassing predicament. Stealing from her secret crush. "No, this can't be. Jinjin, can you just be honest with me?" The tall boy cried out in despair. "Are you that dense? Can't you see this girl doesn't like you?" Both Jinjin and the tall boy responded in unison, casting their gaze towards the edge of the rooftop nearby. There stood Hanabi, hands on her hips, leaning against the wall. Shia soon joined her side. "What happened, Hanabi?" Hanabi tilted her chin slightly toward the cornered Jinjin. "Huh, Jinjin?" Shia asked, perplexed. It seemed to be a tale colored with the vibrant hues of youthful sorrow. Hanabi turned back to Shia, offering him a gentle smile. Then, still gazing at Shia, she calmly addressed the tall boy. "You see, when pursuing a girl, don't be so impatient. It might backfire and make her dislike you even more. Go wash your face. Get some rest, and tomorrow will be a new day." Hanabi tilted her head slightly at the boy. "Right?" The boy's expression darkened, his demeanor fierce. He clenched his teeth, and after a moment, he growled, "Are you here to mock me?" Meanwhile, Jinjin continued to watch Shia and the enchanting figure beside him with curiosity. Suddenly, Jinjin sensed a violent reaction from the chakra of Nu that clung to the boy. Lacking the ability to retract the chakra actively, she could only wait for Nu to absorb enough chakra, or for the host to be in peril for it to disengage. Otherwise, she would not have found herself in such a troublesome situation. Be careful, Jianjin shouted almost instinctively. Almost simultaneously, the tall boy screamed, if you all intend to hinder me, then perish. With a sweeping motion of his white cloak, he vanished into the surroundings like a wisp of smoke. Jianjin, Hanabi, and Shiya were all taken aback. What merit do I have to have such an admirer? Jianjin lamented. Shiya, don't you think you should make better use of your abilities? How many boys yearn for such a talent? Shiya replied. Hanabi pondered, Ninja Academy? A boy? Invisibility? Bloodline limit? I thought that in this new era, those like Boruto were already considered prodigies. Dismissing the thought, Hanabi leapt down from the wall and moved protectively in front of Jianjin. But who would have thought there are talents like this? Hanabi smiled faintly, activating her Byakugan. Impressive. Even the chakra is concealed. Yet, the Byakugan cannot perceive you. Hanabi furrowed her brow, realizing that with this bloodline limit, the boy's ascension to Jonin was all but guaranteed. Suddenly, a flash of cold light appeared before Hanabi. At the same time, another glimmer shot towards her from behind. Shiya had yet to react, feeling a hollow sensation in his mind. Hanabi was simultaneously attacked by two assailants, who had thrown that kunai from behind her. Clang! The air erupted with the sharp sound of metal clashing. Both Shiya and Jianjin, who had witnessed the kunai emerge unexpectedly from behind Hanabi, were left utterly stunned. Hanabi showed no hesitation. As if foreseeing the impending danger of the cold light aimed at her face, she swiftly executed her technique, evading and seizing the kunai that had been shot at her. With a graceful motion, she redirected its force toward the sudden threat before her. The invisible boy was sent flying, rolling on the ground before becoming visible. Hanabi casually tucked a stray braid behind her shoulder, not even glancing at the disheveled boy as she anticipated the next move. Isn't it shameful to attack from the shadows? Hanabi's gaze turned steely, locking onto a figure clad in a black robe with a fox mask, languidly playing with a kunai. Upon hearing Hanabi's words, the masked figure replied lazily, Are you referring to me? Oh, I don't see anything shameful about ambushing. Hanabi scoffed coldly. Who are you? She demanded. Meanwhile, Shiya descended from the wall, standing back to back with Hanabi to guard against any further attacks from the concealed boy. Me? The fox-masked figure pointed to himself with a puzzled expression. Are you the one controlling the outbursts, or a spy from the Hyuga clan? Jianjin and Shiya exchanged glances of surprise. Shiya, after a brief moment of astonishment, resumed scanning their surroundings. The fox-masked figure pondered for a moment, then performed a flashy flourish with the kunai before putting it away. He began to clap slowly, the sound echoing strangely in the still alley. Well, the next head of the Hyuga clan. Let me tell you, I orchestrated the recent outburst. After a brief pause, Hanabi maintained her calm demeanor, yet both Shiya and Jianjin could sense her simmering anger. Bring out the other one as well. Jianjin felt an icy chill envelop her, a palpable aura of menace. Fortunately, the masked figure did not betray her trust. Why should I? Give me a reason. The fox-masked figure rested his chin on his hand, exuding a nonchalant air. Hanabi glared at him intently. Go ahead. The man behind her spoke softly. Hanabi spun around, her eyes wide with disbelief as she gazed at Shiya. He smiled gently. I may be weak, but I can still share some of the burden with you. A solitary figure had yet to appear, and this young man possessed a bloodline limit. She contemplated for a moment, a faint smile gracing his lips. It seemed plausible that he could endure until the arrival of the Umbu led by that guy, Sai. He extended his hand. A brilliant golden flame erupted from his palm, soaring into the heavens. If his family had been wronged by these wretches, and he could not reclaim justice with his own fists, then what sort of cosmic order was there left? She turned back with a smile, gazing at Hanabi, who regarded him with a complex expression. After a brief silence, the stunningly beautiful woman gently leaned back against him. Simultaneously, in the pitch-black sky, a golden firework burst forth. Amidst the explosion of the fireworks, Hanabi softly warned, Be careful. Do not sustain any more injuries. Yet, Shiya's response veered off topic. I like you, Hanabi. Chapter 19. A sudden turn moments later, the sensation on Shiya's shoulder lightened. Hanabi and the fox-masked figure had engaged in pursuit. At this juncture, only 3 individuals remained. Shi, Jianjin, and the lanky youth. Exhaling deeply, Shi remarked, You are a student of the Ninja Academy, are you not? In that case, I could consider myself your teacher. May we converse? In the dimness, a voice, delicate yet laced with a sinister mirth, finally replied. Converse? What an incredulous notion. Suddenly, the air before Shii erupted with the boy's maniacal laughter. Ha ha. What is there to discuss? Just because I am timid by nature, I failed the ninja exam at 12. So even with my rare and exceptional bloodline limit, you still reject me. I'm 15 now, yet I can only attend regular classes. Do you understand? One of the exam's tasks was to test whether you would sacrifice your life to save your teammate. At this point, the boy's fury ignited. The sole reason for saving someone is that the teammate possesses critical intelligence for the mission. Ha ha ha, why should I? The night air turned frigid. Our lives are deemed less significant than intelligence, so my failure was merely in not obtaining the information. That person could have been left to perish, regardless of the examination. Correct? The boy spoke calmly. Thus, for ninjas, human lives are of no importance, only abilities, right? The reason you look down on me is that I am not strong enough, is it? Yet his eerie voice grew ever closer to Shii. Shii's fingers trembled slightly, quietly channeling the brilliant golden flame within him. Ninjas? Relics of a bygone era. You are mistaken. In the darkness, they both howled at each other in a frenzy. Clang. Simultaneously, the sound of clashing weapons resonated. In the gloom, a pair of golden eyes shimmered brightly. The fox-masked figure darted across the rooftop, then leaped beyond the walls of Konoha, plunging into the forests to the south. Within the woods, the night was boundless, silent. The fox-masked figure glanced back, the hollow eye sockets of the mask exuding an eerie depth. Is this all there is? The fox-masked figure scoffed, turning away. Yet in the next moment, a fierce wind scattered countless green leaves, rushing towards his face. Who do you think you are? Hanabi's furious voice echoed through the dark forest. In an instant, amidst the profound darkness of the woods, a spark flickered, shifting perspectives from afar to near. An entire tree was obliterated, not merely broken, but shattered, reduced to fragments. The air was filled with splintered wood, drifting like ethereal threads, transforming into wisps of flames that slowly ascended. Meanwhile, the green leaves fell like raindrops from the heavens to the earth. The two stood amidst the sea of green leaves, facing one another. Soon, however, the cloaked figure collapsed, blood pouring forth. Hanabi, with her head held high, stood resolutely in the rain of falling leaves. In her delicate hand, pure white chakra coalesced into a spirit like deer, as immaculate as jade. I come to seek justice for the Hyuga clan. Not too much, nor too little. Fairness is all I ask. The fabric of her attire fluttered in the residual winds, her dark hair billowing gracefully. Her golden eyes perceived everything, the boy's position and the hatred radiating from his gaze. The golden flames danced along Shii's kunai. The boy retreated swiftly. He had heard tales of the fearsome nature of these golden flames at school. Can you see me? Shii stood tall, a subtle smile gracing his features. I cannot see you, the boy replied, puzzled. Shii, with a hint of pride, added, I must admit, your transparency technique, honed to the point of concealing even chakra, astonishes me. In the dim alley, Shii turned slightly, facing an empty space. The boy's heart raced with terror. Byakugan, the strongest of observational eyes. Sharingan and Rinnegan pale in comparison. Theoretically, if the Byakugan cannot see something, my golden eyes should also be incapable of perceiving it. Shii proceeded methodically toward a certain location. However, there is one thing the Byakugan cannot detect that my golden eyes can. Shii's figure transformed into a blurred shadow, colliding with the air in a bizarre manner. Moments later, a cry of pain echoed through the air. Shii had retracted his kunai before this strike, merely a punch. That is the strange black energy that clings to you, controlling you. Shii chuckled softly. At this level, you pose no challenge. This boy, aside from his transparency technique, merely exhibited the caliber of a ninja apprentice. However, in his moment of complacency, a kunai penetrated his body from behind. Shii froze. In the darkness, his form was pierced by the gleaming kunai, blood streaming from his wound like a torrent. Shii, teacher. Shii abruptly turned his head. In his line of sight, Jianjin had somehow donned a purple ninja outfit that revealed her delicate back. The girl's gaze was shrouded in darkness as she slowly raised a white bull mask, partially concealing her beautiful face. After a moment, a somewhat oppressive sweet voice emerged from behind the mask. This is the third time we've encountered this mask. Shii's eyes widened in shock. Now, tell me, how do you intend to restore the honor of the Hyuga clan? Speak, and I shall listen patiently. The fox-masked figure trembled as it lifted its head, eventually bursting into laughter. Hanabi remained unfazed. Ha ha ha. The laughter of the fox-masked figure rang eerily in the silent, dark forest. Ha ha ha. And so what? I merely gave them a nudge along the predetermined path of distrust and wariness towards the Hyuga clan among the other major families. The fox-masked figure swayed unsteadily to its feet. What are you striving for? Rest assured, families like the Hyuga are bound to be scrutinized by others. Much like the Uchiha clan rebelling? Even if they don't, won't you still face annihilation? The Senju clan is obsessed with inheriting Hashirama's cells. Yet does the village not intervene in the slightest? And the Uzumaki clan? A nearly harmless lineage, solely devoted to sealing techniques. None remain, neither village nor clan. The fox-masked figure paused, then began laughing, swaying left and right. You should return home and offer incense. Bang! Hanabi's fist struck the fox-masked figure. The ground trembled, fissures cracking the surface. Hanabi's expression was frigid as she calmly wiped away the crimson droplets that had splattered her cheek. On the ground, the contorted form of the fox-masked figure lay as if devoid of life. Humph. You should go pay your respects to your own family. After speaking, Hyuga retracted the white deer chakra she had gathered in her hands and prepared to rise. Just then, a sudden clap startled her. The fox-masked figure seized her wrist, twisting its neck in a peculiar manner, its hollow eye sockets fixed on Hyuga. A pair of blood-red eyes shone brightly in the darkness, the three tomo forming a kaleidoscope against a scarlet backdrop. How do you know my family is extinct? The voice was low, laced with a twisted pain and a faint thrill. Caught off guard, Hyuga met those crimson eyes directly, her delicate form momentarily frozen, unable to move despite her struggles. In the next instant, she was sent flying without resistance. On the grass, Hyuga squinted her eyes, feeling a sharp pain as she trembled on the ground. Meanwhile, the fox-masked figure stood tall, unharmed. Blood trickled from Hyuga's lips, her dark hair partially obscuring her face. While the uncovered pure white eye gazed at the fox mask with confusion and fury. In the darkness, that eerie figure paused briefly, then revealed a sharp dagger from its sleeve, leisurely advancing towards Hyuga. Chapter 20. To the brink of death, Hyuga struggled to prop herself up from the ground, wincing in pain as she stood. The fox-masked figure spoke mockingly. So? Surprised? Unexpected? How about your gentle fist? Hyuga maintained a stern expression, refraining from answering, and brushed off the dust from her sleeves. Seeing her dismissive attitude, the fox-masked figure huffed in displeasure. Not bad. If I truly struck you, it should still hurt quite a bit. Hyuga replied coldly. The fox-masked figure tilted its head. Are you a Uchiha? Hyuga took a step back, her expression revealing little shock. Am I Uchiha? Wasn't the Uchiha clan exterminated by a wretch named Itachi over a decade ago? The fox-masked figure chuckled as if hearing a joke. Hyuga narrowed her eyes, ignoring him as she assumed a fighting stance. You may refer to me as the ghost of the new Uchiha clan. The fox-masked figure abruptly ceased its laughter, widening its crimson eyes, and spoke fiercely. The last to call themselves the ghost of the Uchiha was Uchiha Madara. Enough with the nonsense. I didn't ask for your name. Hyuga showed no signs of intimidation. One who has never climbed a mountain knows not the vastness of the sky. One who has never approached a deep creek knows not the thickness of the earth. The fox-masked figure snorted, and the two faced each other. The air was thick with murderous intent. In the next moment, they collided at great speed. The Uchiha is history. The history of Konoha. It does not need a ghost. What qualifications do you have to speak such words on behalf of the Uchiha? The fox-masked figure went completely mad. The silver blade gleamed menacingly towards Hyuga. She laughed lightly. By what right? With one arm raised, she grasped the fox-masked figure's arm. By my lineage. Simultaneously, her other arm coalesced into a white deer, its sharp antlers menacing. The fox-masked figure dismissed her with a scoff, its eyes flashing red. By my name, Hyuga. I am Hyuga of Konoha. In an instant, white light enveloped the forest. Within that glow, Hyuga's arm struck forward with force, while her other arm firmly grasped the fox-masked figure's arm wielding the sharp dagger, pulling it inexorably towards her heart. The fox-masked figure's grip on the knife trembled slightly. Hyuga smiled coldly. The white light was quickly consumed by darkness. In the shadows, two sounds echoed, one dull, flesh splattering, bones cracking, the other crisp, a blade piercing flesh. In the dark, Hyuga spat blood and collapsed to the ground. Strangely, the fox-masked figure also trembled, leaning backward. Madman! The fox-masked figure fell to the ground, clutching its chest where bright red blood gushed forth. Madman! Madman! It shouted furiously at Hyuga, who was now barely recognizable. But the next moment, its own furious shout exacerbated its heart wound, and a mouthful of blood spurted from behind the mask. Both were injured, and both faced death. Hyuga had been pierced through the abdomen by a powerful blow, while the fox-masked figure had been stabbed in the chest. Hyuga coughed a few times, then managed to smile. So, who truly does not know the heights of the sky and the depths of the earth? The fox-masked figure trembled, covering its chest, trying to stem the blood that flowed like a fountain. Hyuga's abdomen was completely punctured. Death was merely a matter of time. On the brink of death, you still ponder such questions. The fox-masked figure released its grip, allowing the blood to flow terrifyingly fast, and frantically yelled at Hyuga, "You will die! You will die! You will die!" With her last strength, Hyuga locked her piercing gaze onto the fox-masked figure, a cold smile gracing her lips. "And so what? After my death, I will still be Hyuga of Konoha, but you will be nothing." Her voice was faint, yet her tone unwavering. The fox-masked figure's body temperature began to plummet, and its consciousness grew hazy. Hyuga's disheveled hair framed her face, her white eye fixated intensely on the torrent of blood gushing from the fox-masked figure's heart. Like a specter beckoning the end. A madman, but a clever one, the fox-masked figure finally assessed the collapsed, enchanting woman before it. Feeble, devoid of fluctuation. Hyuga sensed something was amiss, her brows quivering slightly. Like a wilting flower, she was both the most enchanting and the most heart-wrenching. The fox-masked figure brought its right hand's index and middle fingers together, gently brushing across its left chest wound. Hyuga's eyes widened in disbelief. The blood that gushed forth like a spring had ceased to flow. The fox-masked figure leisurely lowered its arm, relishing Hyuga's expression. Then, it suddenly burst into laughter. Strangely, the laughter possessed a sweet, delicate feminine tone. It was not him, but her, as she tossed aside the mask. Hyuga stared in shock at the breathtaking woman before her, with long hair cascading gracefully down to her waist. The woman, possessing a kaleidoscope, laughed almost maniacally, her eerie laughter chilling the dark forest a few degrees. After tears of crystal joy spilled forth, she leaned slightly, gazing intently at the nearly lifeless Hyuga on the ground, her smile silent yet haunting. She believed this would bring the greatest sense of defeat to the girl. With that thought, her smile became even more alluring. "You guessed correctly. My kaleidoscope indeed possesses the ability of causality transformation. When used, it can convert the cause you give me into your consequence. However, your courage in targeting me with mutual destruction, even when knowing that transforming our fates would still lead to your demise, is commendable." The woman smiled gently, playfully toying with her hair. "But I possess two kaleidoscopes, so naturally, I have more than just the ability of causality transformation." She shot Hyuga a teasing glance. Moments later, her gaze softened. She looked at the disheveled, utterly exhausted, yet still somewhat radiant princess of the Hyuga clan, hesitated, and pondered what to say in these final moments. In the end, she sighed softly, extending her hand to gently caress the defiant eyes of the girl before her. "In truth, like me, you too await someone to save you before death." She raised her head, gazing at the starry sky in the dark forest. Her delicate hand brushed across the face of the Hyuga girl, urging her to close her beautiful eyes. "However, they will not come." With a slight bow of her head, she inquired of the princess, who lay asleep like a child. "Right?" Chapter 21, Transcendence. On the high platform of a dilapidated building in Konoha, a purple-haired girl donned a portable ninja outfit, exposing her delicate back. Standing alone atop the heights, embracing the cool breeze, her hair danced in the wind, while her thoughts drifted far away. She had killed her own teacher. In truth, she never wished for such an outcome. Yet, some actions cannot be avoided merely by desiring to refrain from them. From the moment the cursed seal was etched upon her smooth, exposed skin, she had known. The girl suddenly froze, her expression shifting from confusion to vigilance and disdain. Unbeknownst to her, a fox-faced mask had appeared behind her. "Oh dear, this is quite the predicament." A phantom figure emerged behind her, pressing a kunai to her. The fox-faced mask continued to jest without fear. "The youth is formidable. Back in the day, the Uchiha clan, renowned for their powerful ocular techniques, numbered in the hundreds. Yet such mastery of space-time ninjutsu is a rarity indeed. Let me think. What was the name of the last person who wielded space-time ninjutsu with such finesse? Moonlight, Moonlight. What of the princess of the Hyuga clan?" Kanji's expression was cold as she scrutinized the fox-faced mask silently. The mask emitted a nonchalant snort, shrugging off her gaze. I killed him. What else could I do? The fox-faced mask spoke in an utterly indifferent tone. Kanji frowned slightly, opting for silence. She had gained a deeper understanding of the strength possessed by the person before her. If possible, she truly wished to avoid any dealings with this individual. The fox-faced mask chuckled awkwardly. But you killed that son-in-law too, did you not? Kanji furrowed her brow, biting her lip. Ultimately, she could not restrain herself, unleashing her unique, melodious voice in anger. Fool! If the princess of the Hyuga clan dies, what will happen to Konoha and the Hyuga clan? Kanji nearly shouted. Can we still destroy Konoha? It was evident that she was genuinely furious, her breath coming in quick gasps. The fox-faced mask listened to her tirade with a calm demeanor. Once she had finished, he began to prepare his response. Actually, there is more. Kanji shouted once again. The fox-faced mask, feeling helpless, swallowed his words. Furthermore, you must not belittle teacher Dongfang. The fox-faced mask tilted his head, appearing perplexed. Yet, Kanji's expression was one of utmost seriousness, filled with stubbornness. This was a stark contrast to her usual demeanor. The fox-faced mask merely smiled before approaching Kanji. Instinctively, she took a step back. However, the fox-faced mask paid her no mind, striding past her to the edge of the platform. The cool breeze blew, causing the black cloak of the fox-faced mask to billow. He pondered for a moment before speaking calmly. Destroying Konoha, I have prepared far more thoroughly than you. Kanji suddenly felt the chill of the night air. The fox-faced mask turned his face, revealing a pair of crimson eyes that were both bloody and chilling in the darkness. I have been preparing for over 20 years. I intend to return Konoha a night of exquisite bloodshed. Kanji held her breath, unable to exhale. The fox-faced mask turned away. I am ready to unleash the yokai. I will make that scoundrel Danzo understand what it means to meet a wretched fate, never to find peace in death. Kanji did not question how the yokai could be unleashed without sufficient chakra. It was evident that the individual before her was far more dangerous than the yokai. He resembled a cold, feral beast. Upon the high platform, amidst the neon lights and under the night sky, the one known as Uchiha Izumi donned a fox mask, raised a hand, and formed a hand seal. Within the Hyuga clan's residence, the young man lay as usual on the eaves, gazing at the stars. He casually nibbled on an apple. Suddenly, the boy's body stiffened. Humph! A smirk crept onto his lips, yet his gaze was frigid. Finally, he flipped over, tossing the apple core aside carelessly, dusting off his hands. Under the starlight, black mist began to swirl around his body. The boy blinked, acutely sensing the changes in his emotions and physique. Ultimately, before he lost complete control, he uttered with little emotion, "The conclusion is a bit slow." In the Hokage's office, Naruto, buried under a mountain of paperwork, suddenly sprang to his feet. Countless documents flew into the air. Naruto leaped to the window, gazing incredulously at the Hyuga residence. In a dim alley, Sai, arriving a moment too late, cursed upon seeing the unconscious Shie and the blood-soaked ground. But suddenly, he froze, looking in a certain direction. His pallid face turned even more ashen. Within the residence, Hyuga Hayashi stepped out, standing in the courtyard filled with cherry blossom trees, his expression devoid of much fluctuation. What must come will surely arrive. In the office of the Hyuga Corporation, Hyuga Wenwan regarded the unusual phenomenon in the sky with an icy demeanor. The girl's cold expression was starkly reflected in the pristine glass. No one knew what expression she wore as she gazed toward that direction. On a computer screen, the cheerful opening sound of a casual game rang out. To the west of Konoha, Mitsuki smiled as he observed the chakra beam descending from the heavens. Natural energy, spanning at least 100 miles, converged like a gentle stream into one point. In the forest, within the water pool, amidst the gentle breeze, threads upon threads, yet countless, they converged like rivers. That young man of the Hyuga clan had mastered a celestial technique of unparalleled greatness. Chapter 22. Evil springs from the heart. In the midst of silence, the dim night sky was pierced by a torrent of white, creating a breach through which it cascaded into the Hyuga household. From the light beam emerged a handsome youth, his hair flowing as if caught in an unseen wind, embodying an almost perfect sage mode. He was genuinely connected to all things around him. Every flower and blade of grass on this earth could serve his purpose. The youth strode purposefully toward the residence of Hyuga Hayashi. Outside the Hyuga residence, a group of young Hyuga clan members was on the verge of clashing with the Konoha guard. What right do you have to enter? This is the autonomous region of the Hyuga clan. It has been established since the time of the first Hokage, Shouldn't you reflect on what you are saying? Are you implying that if the Hyuga clan were researching nuclear weapons, we couldn't intervene? The leader of the Hyuga clan raised his voice, turning to address the throngs of armed clansmen behind him. The Konoha guard accused the Hyuga of engaging in illegal research, their leader gritting his teeth in anger. So, are you suggesting that we should revoke our autonomy? Next, shall we move to some forsaken corner of Konoha? In the end, will the Hyuga clan be relegated to mere history like the Uchiha and Senju? The officer was thoroughly incensed. Mind your words. I have the right to detain you. The Hyuga man glared coldly. The surrounding members of the Hyuga clan began to encircle the guards discreetly. The guards, already few in number, found themselves trapped, unable to escape. Tension mounted, swords drawn. I too have the right to refuse entry to visitors in the autonomous region of the Hyuga clan after curfew. The head of the Hyuga clan retorted defiantly, crossing his arms. The guards dared not provoke the Hyuga clan at this moment. The head of the Hyuga clan observed the irritated expressions of the guards with satisfaction before turning his gaze toward the white torrent descending from the sky. Astonishment etched on his face. He summoned a few subordinates. Go see what that rascal Hyuga Muchio is up to. What on earth is happening? Are you mad? Hyuga Muchio? As the autumn dusk descended, a forceful blow from Muchio sent a clansman flying, blood splattering in all directions. Yet, his pristine white sleeves remained untainted, shining brilliantly. This could not possibly be the gentle fist style. Muchio raised his hand, and upon witnessing the grim fate of his companion, another member of the Hyuga clan instinctively recoiled in terror. However, Muchio merely used his pinky to dig at his ear. Of course, this is not the gentle fist. Back in the day, when the Cloud Village almost abducted the young lady, you cowered in fear, unwilling to seek justice for the white eyes. In the end, the young lady emerged unscathed, yet you still surrendered your clansmen to Cloud Village. This was the so-called brilliant outcome you all deliberated upon together. Muchio's expression turned solemn as he pointed at the Hyuga clansmen. How pathetic it is to possess the strongest observational eyes in the entire ninja world, yet only engage in such feeble taijutsu. The Hyuga clan boasts of being the strongest among the Leaf Village, of their glory and long history. Yet they are a bunch that cannot even trust their own kin, who must resort to such despicable cursed seals to control their relatives. Even to this day, you continue to draw lines between the main family and the branch family. Did you ever consider my opinion? Did you ever seek the thoughts of one who was still in the womb, utterly unaware of the world? The young man clenched his teeth. Or is it that you can so easily take away the freedom of the weak? The Hyuga clansman across from him stood in bewilderment as the boy shouted in anger. Answer me. Who do you think you are? What great power you possess? You only know how to endure before the strong, yet act like a tyrant before the weak. The boy's gaze intensified, his eyes devoid of their usual charm, replaced instead with a wild ferocity. Answer me. Even if you must kill me like a caged bird, do so after you respond. The Hyuga clansman froze, suddenly turning his head. Behind him stood Hyuga Hayashi, stooped and weary. The two exchanged a glance, one a graceful youth, the other an elder in the twilight of life, subtly dividing the atmosphere around them. Let us go? Hayashi said quietly, addressing the fallen clansman, whose cold sweat had drenched his garments. The man felt as if he had been granted a reprieve and hastily departed, eager to leave this place. Now, only Muchio and Hayashi remained. After a moment, Hayashi sighed. Is the evil serpent within you still unable to be subdued? Chapter 23. Recognition among sages. Muchio narrowed his eyes. And what of it? I am but one among countless slaughterers in this world. Fewer of us is still fewer. So, when we were mere children, did you seize our freedom simply because we might become villains? You made us into living puppets, shackled by cursed seals. No one is truly free. Yet, you have taken away the freedom that rightfully belonged to me. This is a grievous error, one that cannot be justified. Even if some things can never be righted, they must still be done. Hayashi shook his head helplessly. Muchio raised an arm to shield his handsome visage. And in the darkness, the boy's heart tore as he smiled in a bizarre and deranged manner. Very well. Muchio took a deliberate step forward. Listen closely. My sage chakra begins to stir, my hands coalescing with ethereal white energy. Some actions lead to consequences that may be deemed good or bad. However, the decision to act or not is an entirely different matter. The boy's expression suddenly shifted, and as he moved, the ground beneath him cracked. He shot forth like an arrow, even if it is wrong, even if it is an act that will draw the ire of the entire world. Hayashi did not evade. The boy, fueled by fury, gritted his teeth and unleashed the 8 diagrams 64 palms. In an instant, numerous powerful strikes from this peculiar martial art surged toward Hayashi. Several fists transformed into lines of concentrated white energy aimed directly at Hayashi. Yet at that moment, a golden light streaked through the night, swiftly materializing before Hayashi, forming a golden wall that shielded him. The 64 palms struck relentlessly against this golden barrier, sending clouds of dust into the air. In the atmosphere, a resonant metallic sound echoed. Wrapped in an ethereal white aura, the boy emerged from the swirling smoke, unblemished and elegant. The once formidable youth now wore a mischievous expression, sticking out his tongue as he awkwardly peered through the haze. The smoke dissipated silently. Naruto, in his nine-tails form, slowly emerged from the mist. The boy, momentarily speechless, pondered. I surrender. Will this result in leniency? The youth wore a playful grin. Naruto chuckled. It can be arranged. After all, the last one who nearly blew up the Leaf Village was also treated leniently. The boy in sage mode regarded him with a shadowed gaze. Really? Naruto nodded with a smile. Who can claim to have a heart that remains perpetually pure? There will always be impurities. This is not our fault. However, the distinction between having and not having, between doing and not doing, is significant. Naruto gazed warmly at the young member of the Hyuga clan. If one merely harbors quiet disdain but does not act in a way that worsens the world, then no one can intervene. Furthermore, I can clearly sense that you bear no ill will. You are not controlled by that mysterious power. You are merely very angry. Your earlier attack was restrained. Naruto's warm gaze remained fixed on the boy. The Nine-Tails mode allows one to sense the malice of others. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, Naruto utilized this ability to identify the white Zetsu infiltrating the allied shinobi forces. Muchio smiled faintly. Indeed, this individual underestimated the self-control of a genius who has comprehended Sage Mode. Naruto nodded. He was all too familiar with the stringent demands Sage Mode places on one's emotional and mental regulation. The boy sighed yet. I still harbor a bit of gratitude for that fellow, for allowing me to punch at this world with self-deception, for enabling me to commit a wrongful act with a clear conscience. The sun brings light to the world, yet shadows accompany humanity. As long as we live, there will inevitably be worries and troubles. We cannot expect to do everything right, but we must strive for something better. The boy returned a smile, yet it lacked sincerity, as he pointed towards Hayashi with a grin. Then why should I respond to the real errors committed by others with my own unblemished conscience? Hokage-sama, you seem to be reasoning with me, but in truth, you are merely coercing me. Naruto's azure eyes flickered as he regarded the boy serenely. The youth met his gaze without trepidation. After a pause, Naruto stated, the world requires darkness. The boy hesitated. Naruto's steadfast gaze bore into him. Yet we must not lose our yearning for light simply because we have dwelled in darkness for too long. Upon hearing these words, the boy inhaled deeply. The night wind swept in, bringing a chill. He assumed a fighting stance before the immovable seventh Hokage. Please, he summoned his courage, taking an extraordinary step forward. Hokage-sama, accept my challenge. I shall strike against the burdens of this world. I shall punch against the shackles that bind this world. I shall defiantly strike against the final moments of darkness before dawn, blind to all else. Naruto smiled at the boy. After a moment, he gently nodded. Very well. The boy's tension heightened, yet his expression grew increasingly earnest. In the past 16 years of his life, which could be described as carefree in a flattering light, or as frivolous in a less generous one, there was one thing that Naruto had never possessed. He concluded his Nine-Tails mode, and the youth furrowed his brow slightly. What? Does the Hokage look down on battling with me? On the other side, Naruto chuckled softly, akin to an older brother caring for a much younger sibling. He rummaged through his pocket without responding to the boy, whose frown deepened. Finally, Naruto produced an object that made the boy tremble. The boy's eyes reddened. No, Naruto replied while fastening his ninja headband. Ultimately, he formed a battle sign directed at the Hyuga boy, signifying acknowledgement. In the night breeze, Naruto's sage eyes remained as clear as ever. Chapter 24. Breaking through the black, Muchio gazed seriously at the seemingly simple-minded seventh Hokage across from him. For a moment, his eyes glistened with unshed tears. What a cloudless summer night. Where could the sand possibly come from? The boy sighed wistfully. Yet, in the next instant, his form transformed into a fleeting shadow. A white dragon surged forth, cleaving the darkness of the Hyuga alley in two with the might of a river dragon. The wind howled like a dragon's roar. From Naruto's perspective, the white light surged forward like the crest of a river, driven by the sage chakra that shaped the dragon. Naruto's bandaged hand quivered slightly. Hesitating, he did not evade. Instead, he grasped the dragon's two massive horns. Naruto's figure shot backward alongside the dragon, shattering countless bricks in their wake. Ultimately, this roaring dragon was brought to a halt by Naruto's sheer force. Behind the sage chakra-formed dragon, Muchio wore an astonished expression. After a fleeting moment of surprise, he suddenly withdrew his arm, which had melded with the dragon, stepping back a few paces. The white dragon shattered, transforming into countless sparkling particles. In the midst of this breathtaking spectacle, the boy launched his second wave of attack. The force of the punch diminished drastically, yet the speed increased several-fold. Naruto furrowed his brow and retreated. The boy approached with an uncanny grace, his punches swift and direct. However, the force behind each blow resembled a regiment of valiant cavalry. Each strike was sharp and precise, all power artfully converging at a single point. The straight trajectory of his punches mirrored the path of a cavalry charge. Rather than mere punches, they resembled blades. Naruto swiftly retreated, invoking the earth release, earth flow wall. He summoned a sturdy earthen wall. Yet, in an instant, dozens of holes were blasted into its surface. Countless fragments flew into the air, falling only after traversing several meters. One hole after another appeared on the wall. After a brief pause, the center of the wall bulged ominously toward Naruto. A deep, resounding crash echoed as the entire wall was shattered by the boy's dragon-imbued arm. Naruto evaded the flying debris but was swiftly encircled by Muchio, who had accelerated past him. 8 trigrams, 128 palms. The speed was doubled compared to the previous 64 palms. In a single second, Naruto faced nearly 20 strikes. The boy showed no signs of holding back. Did the 7th Hokage require your leniency? Sage Naruto was capable of rivaling divine beings. Naruto regarded the boy with admiration, his expression growing increasingly serious. Frog kata. Naruto's form soared away illogically, perfectly evading all of the boy's attacks. He retreated to the side. The boy furrowed his brow. Interesting. Since they were both in sage mode, Muchio could distinctly sense that Naruto had briefly possessed a third arm. Muchio sighed in awe. Truly, the sage arts passed down from Mount Myaboku for millennia were remarkable. Naruto grinned sheepishly, explaining, "It's simply about transforming the absorbed sage energy into a physical form, just like chakra, allowing it to be grasped." The boy stared blankly at the smiling Naruto. Were it anyone else, Muchio would have surely been infuriated by what seemed like mockery. But this was the 7th Hokage. Muchio sighed softly, speaking lazily, "All right. In truth, I can also execute the 8 trigrams, 256 palms, but attempting to go further is rather challenging." However, he glanced at Naruto, who looked at him with admiration, smirking slightly as he continued, "It appears that for the Hokage, it holds no value whatsoever. Moreover, I am not fond of this fool who strikes without any grandeur. Therefore, I kindly ask you to accept my unreasonable request." The boy squinted his eyes. "I shall be a bit unreasonable. I will throw 10 punches, and if even one of them forces you back a step, I shall consider it a victory. Disregarding your reasoning and continuing as I please. What do you say?" Without a moment's thought, Naruto nodded. Muchio chuckled at the perceived slight. "So, you think so little of me? Very well, this is the 7th Hokage." The boy quickly altered his smile to one of eager servility. Naruto, of course, perceived nothing amiss. The boy awkwardly stifled his grin, speaking earnestly, "I will throw 10 punches." Naruto nodded. Then, without further ado, Muchio approached Naruto. Midway, the boy's form suddenly flickered. A punch was thrown. Crack. A faint sound echoed in the alley. Naruto effortlessly caught it. Muchio retracted his arm, bending down to gather his strength. In a flash, the second punch was unleashed, the air crackling with the force of its passage. Naruto responded with a punch of his own, and the two collided. In the dull thud of impact, Naruto remained steadfast, while Muchio was forced to retreat repeatedly. Once stabilized, Muchio summoned white chakra into his palm and launched another punch. No effect. A fourth punch followed, and Naruto stood unwavering. For the 5th punch, the boy conjured a white dragon once more, striking at Naruto. Naruto effortlessly deflected it with a Rasengan. For the 6th punch, Muchio stepped back, using the momentum to strike at the stationary Naruto. The dragon shattered the Rasengan, yet the residual force was effortlessly neutralized by Naruto's bandaged hand. Muchio took a deep breath, striving to suppress his fear of the mountain-like figure before him. The seventh punch was executed, the boy unleashing the very technique he had initially used against Naruto. The white wave surged forth, engulfing all. The dragon, as thick as a human's body, made direct contact with Naruto's bandaged hand. The roar echoed thunderously. Yet, in an instant, the boy looked up in shock. From above, the white radiance erupted like a sudden burst of white flames, emitting a brief, blinding glow before being extinguished by the wind, flickering twice before vanishing without a trace. Naruto chuckled helplessly. Muchio's astonishment was evident on his face. Had he absorbed his own sage chakra? Forget it. The boy retreated a couple of steps, steadying himself. Regardless, for the forthcoming punches, he would not rely on sage power. Not even ordinary chakra, just pure punches. But could Naruto truly endure them? The boy grinned enigmatically at Naruto, lazily lifting his arm. Then his entire arm seemed to vanish in Naruto's eyes, moving with such swiftness. The eighth punch. In the air, the sound of ignited friction filled the atmosphere. Naruto rarely frowned, showing no hint of hesitation. Naruto unleashed the Rasengan with his right hand, colliding against the opponent's strike. The sound echoed sharply, reminiscent of the first punch. The young man's hand, lacking in strength, merely brushed against Naruto's hand. However, the Rasengan shattered upon impact. Naruto, having activated his Nine-Tails mode, felt a few tendrils of flame singe the young man's sleeve. Yet, the youth remained unfazed, effortlessly extinguishing the flames with sage power. He withdrew his hand and began to summon his other arm, preparing to unleash the ninth punch. The simplicity of his technique belied its deceptive nature. With a swift and decisive strike, Naruto, in his Nine-Tails state, retaliated with a punch of his own. The moment their fists met, the entire Hyuga estate reverberated with a sound akin to a tolling bell. At the point of impact, ripples cascaded outward, and cracks appeared on the walls behind Naruto, reminiscent of spiderwebs. The nearby space began to distort like waves, the ripples extending far beyond, reaching the very edge of the Hidden Leaf Village. Amidst the continuous roar, the young man seamlessly executed his 10th punch, aiming unreservedly at a fox's head comprised of golden chakra. From the tip of his fist, a brilliant white torrent surged forth, expanding rapidly, engulfing the golden chakra entirely, sweeping it away as though it were a mere matchstick cast into a raging river. The clouds began to obscure the sky, plunging the world into darkness, while the Earth's inhabitants gazed into the vast, starry night that resembled a deep ocean. They remained unaware that the celestial realm was mirrored in its grandeur. In that moment, from thousands of feet above, a nearly imperceptible fissure appeared in the boundless darkness, as brilliant white light descended boldly into the abyss, occupying its space. Chapter 25. Entering the estate, the white torrent glided gracefully, akin to a dragon traversing the river. Wherever it passed, starlight scattered, and fireflies danced in its wake. Outside the Hyuga estate, both groups stood in stunned silence. The defiant leader of the Hyuga clan, arms crossed, wore a perplexed expression. The guards stared intently at him. The leader's mind raced. Was Hinata Muchio truly rebelling? The audacity. This time, the younger members of the Hyuga clan found themselves at a disadvantage. I might as well check inside. Everyone knows I have a habit of late-night snacks, he remarked, pointing towards the great door, preparing to slip away. Just then, a figure slowly approached from not far ahead. Upon closer inspection, he saw a man clad in black, enveloped in shadows from head to toe. His once fair face now appeared ominously dark, shrouded by a thick layer of clouds, emanating an unsettling aura. Following him was a group of Konoha Anbu, donned in gray armor, wielding finely crafted long swords and adorned with various masks, exuding an extraordinary presence. The leader hesitated momentarily. No, I cannot falter in my presence. Regardless of the Anbu's reputation, they are merely subordinates of a family that married into the Yamakawa clan, a mere disgrace. How has my own kin ever treated them with respect? With this thought, his courage surged. A sly smile crept across his face as he stepped forward. Tonight, I shall be fearless. This is the confidence that the Hyuga clan should embody. Lord Sai, the figure halted, locking eyes with him. He stood tall, meeting Sai's gaze with a sense of pride. Sai's almost pallid face twitched slightly, a shadow of a frown crossing his brow. Let me pass, he demanded, his tone brooking no negotiation. The leader of the Hyuga family found himself inwardly scoffing. What arrogance! Let me demonstrate how you will regret this. The curfew is in effect. Lord Sai, he retorted, completely oblivious to the shift in the atmosphere, utterly ignorant of the need to read others' expressions. Moreover, he audaciously placed his hands behind his back, exuding an air of nonchalance before Sai. Sai tilted his head, and the umbu behind him remained silent. Suddenly, Sai raised his hand, causing the opposing group to instinctively recoil. Yet, he merely lifted 2 fingers. The leader found this somewhat amusing. Lord Sai, you could easily sneak in on a bird as you did last time. The reckless fellow's eyes glinted with mockery, as a chorus of quiet laughter echoed around them, some even spitting in disdain. The streetlights flickered, casting dancing shadows across Sai's pale face. His expression remained unchanged, but whether due to the light or some other reason, he appeared even more chilling. Amid the commotion, Sai calmly raised a 3rd finger, causing the temperature to drop inexplicably. However, the man standing opposite him was lost in the thrill of his own bravado. Oblivious to the rising tension, the guards and Sai's umbu felt a chill run through them. Yet, the members of the Hyuga clan remained unaware of the sudden surge of murderous intent emanating from Sai. Please, let me pass, Sai reiterated, lowering his head slightly as he uttered these words. The gaze of the opposing figure mirrored a chilling ferocity, albeit of a different kind. Sai's eyes held a genuine ferocity and wildness, undeniably present at this moment, yet accompanied by an air of restraint and patience. This primal energy and murderous intent emerged from a place of extreme rationality. In contrast, the eyes of the opposing figure reflected heat, greed, madness, and excitement, expressions born of a ravenous wolf feasting upon a sheep, merely a release of pent-up desire. As the figure approached Sai silently, he whispered something only Sai could hear. What? Is there someone inside? Male or female? Following this, laughter erupted from the crowd. The Hyuga clan members stood in a line, their gazes piercing like icy blades directed straight at Sai. Each pair of eyes brimmed with indifference and vigilance, as if attempting to see through him. The convergence of those sharp gazes created an invisible pressure that weighed heavily upon Sai. Wasn't he the one who had previously encircled the Hyuga clan with the umbu? How could the Hyuga clan members hold no grievances against him? Sai curled 3 fingers, slowly lowering his arm. Laughter erupted among the crowd, none paying heed to Sai's expression. Among them, the one who had mocked Sai laughed the loudest. He turned to face Sai, grinning widely. Yet, in the next instant, he felt a flash of white light and an icy chill creeping into his heart. In his line of vision, Sai, with his head bowed, suddenly raised his right arm. Merely lifting it transformed his arm into a blur, accompanied by a streak of white light. The crowd heard a horrific sound as flesh tore apart. With astonishing speed, Sai sliced through the left eye of the man across from him. Warm crimson gathered in a line. The leader of the Hyuga clan began rolling on the ground, howling like a wounded animal. It was a sound devoid of human dignity, a primal cry that resonated deeply within the hearts of those present. Although they were all ninjas, the sudden turn of events left them drenched in cold sweat. Sai's expression showed no change. He seized the hair of the individual still writhing on the ground, clutching his eye tightly, and dragged him directly towards the closed gates of the Hyuga estate. No one dared to intervene. Bang! The collective tension in the crowd heightened. Bang! 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 Many turned away, some even gagging at the sight. The guards of Konoha were utterly bewildered. Even the umbu led by Sai shivered in trepidation. Sai rubbed his shoulders and retracted his arms. The Hyuga clansman he had captured was now a grotesque visage, bloodied and unrecognizable. Sai gathered his strength and forcefully hurled the individual against the wooden door. Bang! The door was flung open with a resounding crash. Without a backward glance, Sai dragged the unconscious Hyuga inside. Moments later, he unceremoniously tossed the individual back out. The crowd was left in astonishment. Yet, witnessing their comrade's beaten state, the members of the Hyuga clan collectively exhaled a sigh of relief as the menacing figure walked away. However, before they could fully relax, the man entering the estate bellowed 3 phrases at them. The first was cryptic. There is a man, your family's son-in-law. The second was explosive. With such a hard head, without the caged bird seal, wouldn't he be rebellious? The third was brazenly audacious. When I emerged from the roots to speak boldly, you were but a lump of clay. Chapter 26. Rebirth from death. Die. You shall die? Ha ha ha, how delightful. In a sea of golden flames, Emer floated effortlessly. Buzzing around Shiyi like a bee, joyfully mimicking the act of gathering nectar. It truly resembled a bee, and she followed him with glee. She felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. What is so amusing? If I die, will you survive? Just admit it. Isn't that the case? Emer, having just hovered in front of him, settled daintily in midair, crossing her legs and swaying her delicate, fair calves before him. With a playful smirk, she leaned on her hand, narrowing her eyes to scrutinize him. This was their first encounter since she had deceived him out of his splendid golden flame power. In that moment of shared gaze, an endless game unfolded. But so what? Emer remained unfazed, her smile enchanting. And what of it? Have you studied game theory? Do you comprehend optimal equilibrium? With a mere flick of your finger, both our benefits could be maximized. Dear sister, what do you say? As she fiddled with her nails. Her demeanor remained indifferent while she listened to him. After he finished speaking, she offered a soft, chilly laugh. Raising a slender finger, she pointed at herself. Understand this. Only I can save you now. You are the one seeking my aid. Do not speak as if I am obligated to rescue you. In this game, I am the one determining its outcome. As for you, perhaps consider how to curry my favor. She swallowed hard, then lay back on the ground, feigning nonchalance. Fine. Let us all perish. Just watch. Emer responded with a dainty, melodious affirmation. The surrounding sea of flames began to be consumed by darkness, the golden edges retreating inward, and the light gradually dimming. Emer was preoccupied with her ivory-hued nails. Shia's heart raced. He lay there, observing Emer for several minutes. Ah, sister, what do you desire? Speak. Emer scoffed lightly, pausing her nail play, lazily lifting her gaze to him. You truly fear death. Of course, Shi retorted, nearly leaping to his feet. Who isn't afraid of death? Show me the splendid head that would rest upon your neck. Why live if one must die? The surrounding inferno was receding at an alarming rate. In mere moments, darkness would envelop them entirely. She glared fiercely at Emer. She remained inscrutable, her expression unchanging as she regarded him for a moment. The girl narrowed her eyes and coldly spoke, 1/9 of your soul. She replied firmly. What will happen if I give you my soul? Emer unabashedly stated, what else? I live, you die? She smirked, sitting cross-legged on the ground. Dream on. If you wish to continue this half-alive existence, you must save me. Otherwise, you too will perish. Emer uncrossed her legs, raised her arm, and waved gently before him. A golden flame coalesced into a vision. In a dense forest, a firework engaged in combat with a fox-faced mask, delivering a punch that obliterated a tree. Although the firework seemed assured of victory, it was unexpectedly countered by the fox mask. Ultimately, the firework fell, its abdomen reduced to a gruesome pool of blood and flesh. Shia's pupils dilated in shock. He closed his eyes, furrowing his brow, his eyelids twitching. Emer meticulously observed his expression, then let out a cold, mocking laugh. Her voice tinged with the thrill of having outwitted him. Just a few days, and you have grown so fond? Shi clenched his teeth, reopening his eyes after a moment. This time, he harbored no intention of continuing the game with Emer. The darkness surrounding them surged like a tide, rushing towards them. Very well. Emer's expression remained stoic as she regarded him. Very well, Shi echoed. Emer continued to remain silent. I said very well, Shi shouted. But I am unwilling. Emer leaped into the air, gracefully hovering before him. For the first time, she shouted in anger at the man before her. She stared intently at her. Emer raised a finger, pointing at herself. I have already told you. The one who determines the outcome of this game is me. She parted his lips, then closed them again, his expression fierce and icy. Emer smiled coldly. How does it feel? Despairing? She gazed at Emer. Silent for a long while. It is as such. I have died once already, he replied flatly. Emer lowered her voice, speaking fiercely. Do not feign grandeur before me. I have been dead for 9,000 years. I fear not dying again. Emer's golden, serpent-like pupils glimmered brightly as they locked onto Shia's gaze. Living is splendid. But dying is no great loss either. Shi stared at her, and she returned his gaze. The encroaching darkness began to converge above them like streams flowing towards the sky. A colossal black hand loomed above, pressing down on them. Just this once. I will give you all my souls. Release me, but leave enough time for me to save her. As Shi spoke, he bent his knees, attempting to kneel. Yet, he found himself suspended in midair, unable to kneel or stand. Emer descended, her delicate feet touching the ground as she approached him. A resounding slap echoed as she struck Shi, leaving him momentarily stunned. His cheek flushed red. When he finally turned to look, Emer stood directly in front of him. With swift decisiveness, she reached out, plunging her hand into his left chest. Emer extracted the soul of his heart and devoured it voraciously before his eyes. It was as if a beast had feasted. Finally, Emer, satisfied, let out a hearty belch. She was left in utter shock. His heart continued to beat within him. Yet it felt transformed, now a cold object akin to a machine. Emer gazed at him with a hint of seduction, her lips curling into a playful smile. She wished to say something, but the girl's demeanor was too bizarre. The darkness around them was mere millimeters away. Yet, Shia's mind was a blank slate. The girl raised a slender finger, pressing it against his forehead. In the first instance, I shall bestow upon you a temporary enhancement. In addition to the abilities granted this time, you shall fleetingly possess the power of flight, the physical prowess deemed the hallmark of elite shinobi, and a singular restorative capability sufficient to save that girl's life. The young maiden narrowed her beautiful eyes. Given your decidedly ungentlemanly demeanor towards me, I feel compelled to teach you a lesson now. With a delicate flick of her slender finger, she struck the man squarely between the brows. Begone. Chapter 27. The golden flame soars outside the Hyuga estate. The crowd silently divided into two factions. One group comprised the Hyuga clansmen who, witnessing their kin battered to near death, dared not confront Sai, yet stood defensively against the official personnel from Konoha. The other group, sensing the same animosity from the Hyuga clan, naturally aligned themselves alongside the members of the Konoha police force and various NBU operatives. The situation for both factions was exceedingly awkward. In the tense silence of their standoff, it was the Hyuga side that first voiced their protest. By what right do you kill? You bully us with your might. Do you intend to annihilate the Hyuga clan? Where's the Hokage? We demand to see the Hokage. The dissenting voices grew louder among the Hyuga crowd. The members of the Konoha Guard felt the weight of impending collapse. The ANBU operatives exchanged furtive glances. If this continued, a brawl was inevitable. After all, such grand conflicts often ignite from mere verbal skirmishes among impassioned individuals. You won't see the Hokage today, for I rarely do myself. All eyes turned towards the speaker. A frail, delicate girl stepped forward, flanked by 4 members of the legendary Konoha 12, Rock Lee, Oil Girl Shino, Yamanaka Ino, and Akimichi Choji. The commotion ceased, and the fragile girl became the focal point of attention. In the hushed crowd, the Hyuga side was the first to break the silence. Young mistress. This was followed by a chorus of young mistress echoing through the air. Hinata stood calmly, her expression serene as she listened to the repeated calls for her attention. The Hyuga clan members, unable to contain themselves, called out for nearly half a minute. Then, a heavy silence fell. In the tranquil summer night, the stillness was so profound that the chirping of crickets could be heard. From somewhere, an unusual sound emerged, sharp and fragile. In the dark of the summer night, this discordant noise shattered the tranquility. The Hyuga clan lowered their heads in unison. Before them, their princess had already begun to weep silently. Pearls of tears cascaded down her sweet face, each drop landing softly on the ground. She fought to stifle her cries until her entire body began to tremble. Yet, she could not hold back. A series of delicate sobs escaped from her tightly shut throat. Silence enveloped them all. In the darkness, only the sound of a fragile girl's weeping remained. Finally, Hinata spoke softly, uttering a single sentence. You are truly disgraceful. No one responded. After a long pause, the crowd parted. The young mistress returns home. Make way for the young mistress. In the darkness, the Hyuga clansmen instinctively formed 2 lines, respectfully clearing a path for Hinata. As the young mistress, she had the right to bring anyone home at any time. Hinata continued to sob. Ino approached her side and gently patted her shoulder. Don't catch a chill. You all should hurry inside. Choji and Lee, seeing Hinata in tears, fumbled awkwardly before swiftly entering the house. After all, both were straightforward boys, ill-equipped to comfort a girl. Shino paused as he passed Ino. I leave her in your care. Ino smiled with nonchalance. Rest assured, comforting a girl is something I can manage. Shino nodded and promptly disappeared into the Hyuga residence. This evening's events left him pondering 2 matters of concern. First, the sheer magnitude of the natural energy accumulation was astonishing. In terms of energy alone, it could not merely be classified at the level of a shadow. It was more akin to that of a tailed beast. How did he know this? What did he nurture? The area's rich in natural energy boasted fertile soil, thus attracting more insects. Second, despite the extraordinary amount of natural energy gathered, he could perceive less than half of it. Where had the remainder gone? A sense of foreboding enveloped Shino. In the Senju forest, the expressionless King Ketsu emerged from the depths of the woods. Currently, more than half of Konoha's active ANBU and elite shinobi had congregated at the Hyuga estate. The most vulnerable location in the village, centrally located and underdefended, was here. The strategy of surrounding the east while attacking the west had succeeded. Under the dim, pallid lights of the park, a young girl knelt and unfurled the scroll that contained the fox-faced mask. The night breeze whispered gently, "Ninjutsu, celestial shift." The girl's voice was cold and indifferent as she activated the secret technique contained within the scroll. A massive array of runes expanded rapidly from the scroll, crawling and engulfing the earth. In the next instant, the natural energy that had been directed towards the Hyuga estate, only to be devoured by Nu's chakra clone, arrived here without delay. An astonishing torrent of white surged forth from the ground. The white fountain, comprised of gathered natural energy, enveloped the girl with a serene countenance entirely. With a hint of sorrow, the girl offered a faint smile. The peculiar markings etched upon her delicate, luminous back began to fade. As if cleansed by the white sage chakra, a beastly roar reverberated through the air, drowning out the girl's muted sobs. "Mother, I have come to find you." The girl grasped the sharp kunai with both hands and swiftly plunged it towards her fragile neck. Within the Uchiha shrine, Izumi removed her mask and shed the blood-stained clothing, wrapping bandages around her pale, unblemished torso. She gritted her teeth, her exquisite features contorting in pain. Once finished, she donned a clean Uchiha clan robe. Instead of descending into the basement, she took 3 incense sticks from a small cloth bag, gently blew on them, igniting the tips, and placed them on the long-neglected incense altar of her family. Just before stepping out of the shrine, the girl paused momentarily. In the shadows of the porch, the beautiful woman delicately twirled her long, lustrous black hair with slender fingers, quietly tending to it. Finally, the figure that emerged from the porch was a girl with a ponytail, embodying purity and beauty, reminiscent of a small girl from years past. Yet, the tearful child, lost and weeping in a dark alley, was now devoid of those blood-red eyes. With a countenance still youthful, Izumi gazed towards the white fountain in Konoha village. With what is given, so shall it be returned. Now, Konoha, brace yourself for the terror, bloodshed, and slaughter that I shall return after 20 years. With both principle and interest, Izumi smiled nonchalantly, shrugging her shoulders. But in an instant, that fleeting smile vanished from her beautiful face. Replaced by an expression of murderous intent, her eyes transformed into the kaleidoscope of the Sharingan. A black skeletal figure rose from the ground, soaring directly from the eastern part of the village towards the heart of Konoha. "Quick, bring the backup blood bags." In the emergency room of Konoha Hospital, Sakura felt beads of sweat form on her forehead as she urgently called out to the nurse beside her. On the operating table, the man undergoing emergency treatment had lost all color. His lips, once purple, had turned pale. Meanwhile, the heart monitor displayed nearly flat lines, teetering on the brink of a final, mournful beep. The man was on the verge of death. The man's body temperature began to drop sharply. Just then, the earth trembled violently. The young nurse, holding a blood bag, stumbled and fell, shattering the bag and spilling blood across the floor. Outside, a ferocious roar akin to that of a lion echoed. The nurse stared at the blood-soaked ground, momentarily at a loss, blaming herself for her frail constitution that caused her to feel dizzy with anxiety. When she heard the terrifying roar of the beast, her heart raced, and she instinctively glanced at the sweating Sakura, who wore an expression of utter disbelief. Sakura's mouth fell open, frozen in shock, completely oblivious to the nurse's frantic demeanor and the beast's roar. The nurse blinked, stealing a glance at the heart monitor. She remained rooted to the spot as the once steady line on the monitor abruptly transformed into an astonishing vertical spike. They stood in silence for 2 seconds, as time seemed to freeze in the emergency room. In the next moment, Sakura suddenly waved her hand and lifted the shirt of the young man named Dongfang Xia before her. The nurse, shocked and slightly envious, thought to herself that this young man was quite handsome, and she too wished to see his abs. However, Sakura's expression was grave, her piercing gaze fixed on the man's strong, flat abdomen. She furrowed her brows, her eyelashes trembling. Finally, with a tone filled with confusion, she uttered, "Ninjutsu. Creation rebirth?" Suddenly, Sakura swiftly withdrew her hand from Shia's shirt. "Sakura." She turned to the nurse, but what the nurse saw was a look of sheer terror on Sakura's face. She screamed at the top of her lungs, "Run! Run as far as you can!" Without a moment's hesitation, the nurse scrambled to her feet from the blood-stained floor, disregarding the bloodstains on her white coat, and fled. In that fleeting moment, she sensed an immense power capable of slicing through time and space. The emergency room was no longer the same. In a moment of profound silence, everything seemed to pause. In the distance, the roar of the monstrous Nu echoed, while Uchiha Izumi, adorned in a black skeletal armor, dove down from above Konoha. The girl, Jin, amidst a beam of white light, shed crystalline tears. A woman lay like a sleeping beauty on the cold ground, covered by green leaves. And within this delicate interval, a golden beam of light surged upward with unstoppable force, cleaving the night in two. The heavy clouds in the sky were driven away for miles. The night in Konoha transitioned from summer to autumn under a clear sky, with countless stars sparkling brilliantly, enchanting all who beheld them. In an instant, all within a Tenjong radius was consumed by the suddenly appearing golden pillar of light. A corner of Konoha Hospital was neatly severed, and the remaining edges of the walls emitted steam and sparks. Sakura swiftly retreated from the smoke, arcing through the air. Her once delicate fingers now appeared as ghastly, pale bones. Cold sweat dripped from her forehead, and strands of disheveled hair clung to her skin as she bit her lip in pain. She stared at the flickering golden silhouette amidst the smoke. As the dust settled, Dongfang Xier emerged, his expression starkly different from any prior moment. Cold, cautious, and lethal. Time must flow. Descend from the sacred peaks that cradle the divine and nurture the mortal realm. With a snap of his fingers, Sakura felt a shudder ripple through her body as the flow of time resumed. At the Hyuga residence, everyone arrived at the final destination, witnessing the eerie standoff between the pale-clad youth and the dark-clad Sai. In Senju Park, a girl attempted to draw a kunai to her neck, only to be blocked by a boy with bright, moon-like eyes. Opposing the terrifying beast Nu was a gigantic nine-tailed fox conjured from golden chakra, roaring defiantly. Above it all, Uchiha Izumi, tightly encased in black skeletal armor, trembled instinctively, raising her gaze toward the heavens. In the farthest reaches of the sky, white wings fluttered, emitting a soft glow against the backdrop of night. A stunning woman with light blue hair, clad in black, donned a crescent moon blade. Yet her face was concealed behind a Rakshasa mask. The fierce wind swept across the expanse as a powerful blade of chakra shattered the black skeletal armor, sending debris flying. Izumi winced in pain, hurtling straight into the forests east of Konoha. Back in Konoha Hospital, Dongfang Xie's body erupted with scorching flames, nearing 1,000 degrees. His clothes were gradually consumed, and the flames surrounding him began to coalesce, weaving together until a magnificent golden robe gracefully draped over him, dazzling and blinding. Another mass of fire flowed from his body, ultimately gathering behind him, undulating like waves before forming a golden sun suspended in midair, radiant and resplendent. Furrowing his brow, the young man turned his striking face toward the east, momentarily frowning before shifting his gaze southward. Then, with an indifferent gaze, he opened his golden eyes. Pure as the sun, captivating and intoxicating. Sakura stared in disbelief at the astonishing scene before her. Was this fire release? A unique form of fire release that could control the transformation of flames? Not to mention, her husband Sasuke's right, I could only manipulate a few simple forms of Amaterasu flames. What kind of person was this before her? Capable of such mastery over flame transformation? What sort of being could weave 1,000-degree flames into a golden robe? Sakura was astounded, her shock overshadowing the pain of her bloodied and mangled hands. Just then, the young man leaped skyward, shooting like an arrow. Sakura experienced a brief ringing in her ears. The marble floor of Konoha Hospital cracked under the pressure. Naruto, seal the nine tails. I just checked the data. This creature is related to Kaguya? Its purpose is not to cause destruction like the tailed beasts, but rather to absorb enough chakra and self-destruct like a bomb. In Senju Park, Naruto, who had somehow arrived, stood face to face with Nu at the moment of its appearance. The sixth Hokage and Shikamaru rushed in swiftly. Naruto furrowed his brow, retracting the manifestation of the nine tails. What should we do now? The sixth Hokage crossed his arms, his expression still relaxed. Oh. Retirement doesn't seem to grant any peace, but in the next instant, his gaze shifted suddenly, bright and sharp. He raised his hand and swiftly issued commands to the 10 or so direct members of the Dark Division behind him. We can only hold on for now. Form the formation. Utilize the 24 purple yang formation. In an instant, the 20 members, each possessing at least the strength of a special jonin, vanished from sight. The next moment, 24 figures, each representing a 6th-generation direct member of the Dark Division, emerged simultaneously from the 24 directions of the forest. 24 purple beams of light shot into the sky, connecting in pairs to form walls, encasing the area like a prison. Nu furiously glared at this illusory yet remarkably solid wall. With a deafening roar, Nu clawed at the earth, sending dirt flying as it crashed into the barrier. The 24 figures trembled. Naruto and Kakashi frowned as they observed the scene unfold. Nu, slightly dazed, staggered back a few steps, the ground rumbling in response. Yet it shook its head and remained unharmed. However, some among the 24 had blood trickling from the corners of their mouths. Naruto and Kakashi exchanged glances, then simultaneously turned to look at Shikamaru with peculiar expressions. Understanding their thoughts instantly, Shikamaru grimaced and muttered about the trouble. Clearly, both wished to employ the Red Sun formation. Unfortunately, no matter how they surrounded, they could only form a surface, not a body. What could be done? The village was now lacking a Hokage-level individual. Otherwise, they could have at least initiated the 3 Red Sun formation. The 3 were deeply troubled when suddenly a streak of light crossed the horizon. Naruto was taken aback. Kakashi, seasoned in battle and perceptive, sensed this variable almost simultaneously with Naruto in his Sage Fox state. It was truly troublesome that the 5th Hokage was off gambling again. And even if he returned, he might not possess the same power as in his prime. Shikamaru, with a grimace, looked up, only to see that golden streak of light. Within that radiance was Shiya. He was flying in midair. How many could achieve this? The young Inoki could. Naruto in his 6th-path state, and Uchiha Madara could. The Sage of 6 Paths could. And the progenitor of ninjutsu, Kagaya Otsutsuki, could. Now, there was no one left in the ninja world. This was the power of God. Chapter 29. Even gods have those they love. Naruto, Kakashi, and Shikamaru struggled to quell their astonishment. When did Konoha village produce such a powerful ninja possessing 6 paths power? Capable of flying through the air? This was a being capable of disrupting the balance of the ninja world. Kakashi's shock was fleeting, quickly transforming into a lethargic demeanor. If Inoki finds out, that old man will surely try to play tricks on us again. Naruto remained silent, his bright eyes shimmering as he followed the path of the golden streak. Is that Shiya? Shikamaru asked in disbelief. Naruto did not respond, but continued to observe the figure in the sky. Nu let out a near-maniacal roar. It could keenly sense the chakra levels of those around it. Among everyone present, it initially focused on the yellow-haired man with whisker-like markings. If the chakra of others resembled a small cup filled to the brim, this individual was akin to a lake capable of harboring massive ships, deep and unfathomable. Thus, it felt a sense of ease. To it, chakra was akin to food. This had been the case since the day it defined hunger deep within its soul. As for who defined it, and what would happen once it was satiated, it had never considered. As long as its master was nearby, that was sufficient. Its master was so beautiful and gentle. Would any summoned beast not envy it? But this person, however, had not an ounce of chakra. Yet his energy resembled the golden sun suspended in the sky, daring one to look directly at it. Nu's world. Its perception was thus cleaved by this individual before it, akin to a golden rift in the night sky. In the eyes of Nu, his existence was that of an anomaly, the creator who had not informed it of this variable. From the moment it first laid eyes on him, it was plunged into a state of disorientation and confusion, losing all self-awareness and identity. For the first time, it felt genuine fear and anxiety. Ultimately, it discovered the simplest solution to alleviate this fear and anxiety: make him disappear. Nu raised its head and unleashed a shrill wail that reverberated through the heavens. Just the sound of this roar sent ripples cascading through the purple barrier formed by the 20 members. Following this was Nu's ferocious and heavy Iron Mountain strike. The barrier created by the 24 shattered. From all directions, several Dark Division members surged forth, some newly arrived reinforcements, others Kakashi's direct subordinates. With a furious roar, Nu pushed back the Dark members in front of it, sending those attacking it sprawling on the ground, sliding several meters before coming to a halt, while others from the blind spots were also swept away by its eerie, massive tail. Lightning release, purple lightning. Kakashi darted forward, a purple crack slicing through the inky darkness, severing Nu's tail, which bore monstrous teeth. Before Nu, a brilliant blue wind spiral had already danced into view, exploding with a thunderous crash. The bright blue sphere emitted a piercing shriek as it swiftly expanded, mercilessly striking Nu's head to the side. The Sage Art, Big Rasen Shuriken. A perfect pincer attack. Alright, Nu's complete form relies on that tail to absorb chakra. This should work, Shikamaru declared confidently. Yet in the next moment, the severed end of Nu's tail astonishingly sprouted dozens of smaller tails in an instant. Those tails surged toward Naruto's Big Rasen Shuriken. The blue sphere rapidly extinguished, as the chakra component within the Sage technique was entirely consumed by Nu, becoming its energy. The remaining natural energy merely scattered and exploded, barely visible against the barrier of Nu's body, resembling the wind crashing against a solid wall and shattering. Damn it, Shikamaru cursed. Naruto stepped forward, positioning himself in front of several fallen Dark Division members, confronting the colossal beast. At this point, Nu had grown a full circle larger but paid no heed to Naruto on the ground. Instead, it raised its front body, tilting its head to glare at the sky. In the heavens, the figure accompanied by that golden sun had now flown before it. In the night sky, two pairs of luminous eyes locked onto one another. She is golden. Icy gaze lowered, fierce yet restrained. Nu bared its jagged teeth. In a fleeting moment, both sides spoke in unison. Howl. Good dogs don't block the way. Shia's voice, astonishingly, was not overshadowed by Nu's roar, echoing through the night sky, spreading far and wide. Nu, of course, did not comprehend. The colossal beast swiftly lowered its body, and in the next moment, its sharp front claws dug fiercely into the ground. Its tiger-striped forearms bulging with terrifying veins and muscle contours. A muffled sound resonated from the earth. Nu propelled itself upward like a spring. With its front claws leveraging the force, it launched itself into the air. The ground behind it cracked over nearly a mile, with countless trees uprooted. A roar that pierced the heavens erupted. Nu opened its massive maw toward the half-human, half-god figure hovering in the sky. Shia's body swayed, quickly halting. Countless threads of blood erupted from the corners of his eyes, red cracks appearing in the golden depths of his gaze, as his violent aura surged forth, unrestrained. Like a tide, the golden orb burst forth with a resounding explosion. The air temperature surged dramatically, and in the blink of an eye, the verdant hues of the park had withered into a desolate yellow. In the shroud of night, Shi floated steadily, extending an arm. His right hand, enveloped in flames, bore a singular mark, the military character. Simultaneously, flames from the golden orb began to surge toward Shi's outstretched hand, resembling a vast lake. Initially, the flames flickered in an ethereal state, elusive and insubstantial. Yet, as they approached Shi, they coalesced into a tangible form. All things are soldiers. A sharp, cone-like projectile, as large as a pillar, cleaved through the air, hurtling directly toward the flying Yao. The pointed tip pierced through Yao's body, emerging from its lower end. Remarkably, the golden cone maintained its velocity, driving Yao downwards into the earth. The ground trembled with thunderous roars, clouds of dust swirling skyward. Yet Shi remained immobile in the air, his eyes glistening with blood as he clenched his teeth, producing a sound like grinding stones. In the next moment, countless elongated entities, akin to serpents, surged from the dust, growling as they swarmed toward him from all directions. With a swift motion, Shi waved his hand, causing the golden sun behind him to rotate and transform into a circular shield that protected him. All the serpentine assaults crashed against this shield, ricocheting in all directions. Seizing this opportunity, Shi leaped upwards, ascending several dozen feet. The circular shield morphed into delicate streams, flowing back to gather around him once more. Clad in golden attire, enveloped in flames, he remained unperturbed amidst the chilling winds above. The breeze tousled his hair, revealing a striking visage as he hovered in the clouds, resembling a celestial being. Below, Yao emitted a low, reluctant growl, pinned firmly to the ground, unable to move. Exhausting its last strength, it gazed toward the sky and roared, while its numerous tails turned to assault the wounded dark forces below. Shi, quickly! You and the 6th and 7th generations must attack Yao from 3 directions. Shikamaru shouted with great effort. Yet Shi feigned ignorance. Shikamaru was taken aback. The 6th generation looked up helplessly, stroking his chin. Naruto, after a brief pause, activated the Shadow Clone Jutsu, positioning himself protectively around those at risk of attack. High above, he slowly opened his eyes, never once bowing his head. For he believed that in this transient world, he bore no obligation to navigate through it. His gaze remained fixed southward, where the one person he truly cared for resided. As the cold wind swept in, he parted his lips gently, welcoming the chill and desolation, feeling a slight intoxication. In that moment, he sensed the ethereal power that existed within this world, a power that could ignite a wildfire or transform ripples into waves. O winds of the four corners, heed my call. Come to my side, encircle me, revere me, and praise me. A demigod, transcending into immortality. Metamorphosis. He uttered softly. Wind form, wind wings. The second skill of the blazing gold flame, metamorphosis. Simultaneously, flames surrounding him began to condense into numerous small fireballs, vibrating with an unrestrained rhythm. In the darkness, amidst silence and the glow of fire, 30,000 golden feathers erupted, facing the 3,000 stars above. Countless golden feathers drifted toward Shiye's back. Before long, this demigod, now capable of levitation, sprouted a pair of golden wings. At the instant his wings took form, he bent his body like a bow. In the high sky, the winds surged towards Shiyi like a mighty river. The golden feathers behind him trembled in response. Let me fly. In that fleeting moment, the atmosphere around him erupted with ripples emanating from his center, cascading toward the earth and reaching the clouds. Yet, when those ripples exploded, the person at their center had already vanished, leaving behind an illusory image as if the surface of a lake had begun to distort from a stone's throw. In the southern sky, 7 sonic booms erupted in succession, leaving behind rings of white haze, just like a needle stealthily shot from an unnoticed corner. Cough, cough, who are you? Uchiha Izumi stood askew, cradling her left arm. A striking woman, draped in a black samurai outfit and wearing a demon mask, approached her slowly. After a brief pause, she spoke. An angel who has fallen to earth and tasted the flavor of blood. Uchiha Izumi exhaled deeply. Maintaining the power of her left eye was becoming exceedingly difficult. However, in her current state, she could still unleash her right eye's causality conversion, but only once. Thus, she awaited an opportunity. Biting her lower lip, her left arm hung limply, while her right arm raised the blade toward the demoness. Can an angel, stained with blood, still be considered an angel? She muttered, her consciousness wavering. It was merely a prelude to battle. The woman replied swiftly, her voice tinged with a hint of arrogance. Indeed. Izumi furrowed her brow, puzzled. Yet in the next instant, her breath hitched. Her once vibrant crimson eyes dimmed, and her pupils constricted sharply. A golden arrow pierced through the air, severing her right arm. Ah! Izumi cried out in a piercing wail of pain. She squinted, instinctively shedding crystalline tears, forcing a pained smile. Well, I suppose I have lost my chance for causality conversion. Opposite her, the girl behind the mask, Xiao Nan, smiled faintly. For I stand on the side of God. In midair, Shiye's right arm shattered into countless fragments. Yet he merely frowned slightly, his speed of flight undiminished. The voice of his heart echoed. No regrets? Regrets. Regrets for not being able to deliver another arrow personally. I must remind you, I only provided you with a one-time healing skill. Once you've saved her, you will. No regrets. He responded almost dismissively to Yema's words before arriving at a tranquil grove. It was quiet. He took a moment to adjust his breath. The journey had been frantic. But upon reaching this place, he slowed down. He could not fathom why. Every step felt heavy, as though he could scarcely lift his feet. Yet simultaneously, each step felt light, as if treading upon the verdant earth concealed beneath a carpet of leaves, making no sound. He passed by a tree that had been severed in half, its upper portion seemingly lost. Then he saw her. There she lay, serenely at rest in a clearing blanketed by leaves, resembling a sleeping beauty. In that instant, his heart began to race, pounding fiercely against his chest. His legs were nearly devoid of strength, every muscle having relaxed. Yet at that moment, he could not comprehend how he ran to her side, nor how he activated the secret technique bestowed by Yema. He instinctively placed his hand upon her severely injured abdomen, from which motes of ethereal green light emanated. Floating toward her, his mind felt overwhelmed, as though 1,000 thoughts surged forth, while his lips seemed to hold 1,000 words unspoken. Perhaps many were unaware that upon arriving in this world, to most, his gaze was but a misty summer night sky. Yet, for her, At some unknown point, it had become increasingly luminous. That gaze could rival the brilliance of the full moon. He had originally kept his eyes closed, hesitant to look at her upper body. But now he opened his eyes, filled with warmth as he gazed upon her face. She had already opened her eyes, albeit slightly dazed, smiling gently at him. Her white eyes were pure and tender, filled with serenity and tranquility. Upon seeing this, he smiled in return. In the next moment, he found himself frozen, utterly immobilized in place. In the darkness, his hand, resting upon the soft, unadorned abdomen of the woman, clenched into a fist. Silently, tears streamed down his face like a torrential rain. The woman slowly raised her arm, gently wiping away his incessant tears. "Why are you crying?" Her voice was tender and light. He merely shook his head, unable to stem the flow of tears. He gazed blankly at her forehead, where the faint glow of the cursed seal, reminiscent of a caged bird, shimmered dimly in the darkness. Chapter 30. Life and Death in Unison. Huahua delicately brushed away the tears from Xie's face with her slender, green onion-like fingers, yet his tears continued to fall incessantly, like pearls scattered from a broken string. Moments later, Xie enveloped Huahua in his embrace, holding her tightly, resting his chin on her collarbone, reluctant to let go. Huahua was embraced so tightly that she had to bend her delicate spine like a bow, her swan-like neck resting on Xie's shoulder, her beautiful chin lifted high. Despite her injuries being healed, a lingering pain remained, and her innate shyness as a girl caused her to squint her eyes, her face flushed with embarrassment. As she timidly placed her hands on Xie's shoulders, gently attempting to push him away. "Why are you so rough? It hurts, let go. Don't speak." Xie, with only his left arm encircling Huahua, finally released her, grasping her soft arms and gliding his hand along her porcelain-like, slightly flushed cheek without hesitation. Huahua shivered and instinctively pulled away, her cheek instantly reddening from his touch, yet she did not entirely reject him. Xie's hand tenderly caressed the hair above her ear, his thumb gently stroking her forehead. On her alabaster skin, the greenish-blue cursed seal on her forehead stood out starkly. Huahua trembled slightly, squinting one eye as she gazed at Xie like a curious kitten. The caress of his fingers brought warmth and an unusual sensation to her forehead. "It tickles," she remarked. Xie smiled faintly, lowering his left hand. Huahua, with a hint of anxiety, asked him, "What's wrong? Is it ugly?" She cast a guilty glance at Xie. He merely smiled slightly, responding evasively, "You warned me not to get hurt, yet you nearly sacrificed your life." Upon hearing this, Huahua froze, her brow immediately furrowing. "That fox-faced mask. It belongs to Uchiha. I must report this." She attempted to rise unsteadily, but before she could move, Xie pulled her back down to the ground. Under the cloak of night, the two exchanged a long, silent gaze. "You almost died." Xie's voice was gentle, yet filled with concern and reproach. Huahua lowered her head. "Oh," she murmured softly, her tone laced with a mix of grievance and guilt, much like a child who had erred. Yet, Xie did not pursue the conversation further, causing Huahua's heart to race, her tightly clenched hands even beginning to sweat. "What's the matter? I already apologized. Why are you acting like this? Humph. Are you rebelling against the heavens? It infuriates me that you dare to place blame on me." As she pondered further, Huahua felt increasingly as though she had been wronged by Xie, her face flushed with indignation as she bit her lip. But just then, Xie's voice broke the silence of the night, startling Huahua and causing her heart to skip a beat. He had never spoken to her in such a tone before. "Who gave you the cursed seal, or forced you to be branded with it?" His voice was cold, low, and steady, yet carried a palpable sense of murderous intent, resolute and unwavering. Huahua was momentarily stunned, questioning whether she had misheard him. Uncertain of whether it was indeed Xie who had spoken, she stared at him for 2 seconds before abruptly lifting her gaze. In that instant, she felt an immense distance between them, as if she barely recognized him anymore. Huahua stared at him, and in the darkness, the man opposite her narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze shimmering with strands of golden light. His golden eyes tore through the darkness, exuding a savage and wild aura. "Tell me," Xie said softly, "I flayed their skins." In her current state, she possessed no combat strength, the damage inflicted upon her heart by that Hyuga girl still unhealed and incurable. Her heart had long been pierced. At this moment, blood began to seep slowly from her left side. Quan gasped for breath, but it was a hurried exhale. "So you must kill me?" Opposite her, the woman's curved blade radiated a blinding light, erasing parts of her world as if it were being erased by an eraser. No, I'm just idly passing the time. Quan gritted her teeth in anger but quickly pressed her hand against her left side. Meanwhile, the woman in the Rakshasa mask, without a hint of hesitation, removed her mask and turned to gaze at the golden streak that had flown across the sky. Someone had said that some matters could only be accomplished by a deity, and perhaps I have something to request of the divine. Xiaonan stared blankly in that direction. Quan hesitated, glancing at the exquisite beauty before her, a fleeting moment of admiration. Immediately, she squinted her eyes, committing the woman's visage to memory. Almost simultaneously, she vanished in a flash, only to reappear with a swift, fierce slash aimed at Xiaonan. Xiaonan remained unfazed, gazing at the sky, yet she slightly raised her hand, summoning a blinding white light that twisted the air around it, accompanied by the piercing sound of metal vibrating at high frequency. Quan was sent skidding backward, landing several meters away before finally stabilizing her stance. Fire release, great fireball. Quan suddenly halted, her body leaning forward as a fireball erupted from her pursed lips. The searing flames crackled as they scorched the air, creating a pit in the ground. Yet, moments later, the source of the fireball quivered, and Quan suddenly coughed, causing the fireball to sputter and extinguish. She collapsed onto the ground, coughing uncontrollably. When she lifted her head, she found no sign of the woman. In a moment of distraction, she suddenly looked up, but it was too late, and she was sent flying. Xiaonan gracefully closed her legs, holding a white paper umbrella. Her originally black warrior attire was now cloaked in white paper, transforming into a strapless white dress. Like a dancer, Xiaonan floated gently in the air, her paper wings fluttering softly. Quan landed, sliding backward several meters before finally coming to a halt. She inhaled sharply, gripping the hilt of her blade tightly. Life and death hung in the balance at that moment. Both Quan and Xiaonan prepared for a decisive strike, where victory or defeat would determine life or death. Eventually, from within the high walls of the western village, a plume of white smoke surged skyward as Hyuga was summoned back by the summoner. Amidst the explosion, the two enchanting figures collided with tremendous force. In that instant, Xiaonan's form seemed to explode as countless white paper fragments shed from her, enveloping her momentarily. As her delicate feet touched the ground, Xiaonan propelled herself forward with astonishing speed. The paper from her umbrella no longer visible, leaving only the sleek, jet-black handle behind. The handle now served as her sword sheath. The spring showed no sign of retreat. Given her current physical condition, any step back would mean death. She charged forward, meeting the unmatched brilliance head-on. The distance between the two narrowed rapidly. In the final moment, Xiaonan raised her sword before her. Yet, the blade of Quan was nearly upon Xiaonan's forehead, mere moments away. Xiaonan barely registered the opponent's strike. Logically, given Quan's current state, she should not have been able to strike faster than Xiaonan. Furthermore, she was not a master of the blade. If it were the former Leaf Village swordsman, known as the Moonlight Gale, who had risen to the rank of Jonin solely through his mastery of the sword and his ability to use the body flicker technique, such speed might have been understandable. Yet, the improbable unfolded. However, there was no trace of fear or surprise on Xiaonan's cold, elegant visage. Almost at the very instant Quan's blade grazed her hair, Xiaonan's left hand transformed into a mere shadow, swiftly drawing a weapon named Feather Cutter with an extraordinary speed. In that fleeting moment, Quan's Sharingan distinctly perceived the blade trembling, not held by a woman's delicate grip, but rather, it seemed to leap from its sheath into Xiaonan's hand. A draw and slash, a crescent moon, an endless river, the traces of blood yet to spill. A white light hung like water in the air. Xiaonan, with a captivating and enigmatic dance, evaded Quan's blade, brushing close against her. A red line appeared around Quan's pale neck. Xiaonan dissipated, retracting her sword. The essence of the draw and slash lies in a single strike. One strike to vanquish foes, one strike to sever all. Should the strike fail, it signifies defeat, even death. This singular strike sought to annihilate any adversary before her. Even if the strike inflicted grave injury, it must result in a definitive kill, otherwise, it would be deemed a failure of technique, and the next attempt might not achieve the same draw and slash. Such insights were deeply understood by the warriors of history, even predating the ninja clans. Quan's body trembled slightly. In the darkness, the woman let out a faint, disbelieving whimper before collapsing. Xiaonan turned to gaze at the lifeless form. The hair tie that had bound the woman's ponytail was severed in that instant. The woman's lustrous black hair was lifted by the wind, but soon settled softly upon her still form, quietly concealing the horrifying crimson gap upon her beautiful, delicate neck. Chapter 31. The Divergence of Isena. Xiaonan cast a cold glance at Quan, now motionless and crumpled on the ground, before silently turning to approach her. What a pity. Such a beautiful woman. Xiaonan mused, feeling a twinge of regret at the loss of such a woman, yet harboring no pity. Even if she did not take her life, the man associated with Orochimaru would surely not spare her. Since this woman was destined to die, it was better for Xiaonan to be the one to end her life, as it could serve as an opportunity to forge a connection with that man, who was very likely to become a god. After all, Orochimaru's apprentice had informed her that a part of this god's power was indeed quite persuasive. That kind of power had the ability to resurrect the dead. In truth, the wielder of the Rinnegan could also employ the rebirth technique to revive others. But it came at the cost of their own life. However, the pressing question was, who possessed the Rinnegan? And who would willingly sacrifice their life to resurrect the ones they desired? Well, there were indeed solutions to these dilemmas. If someone possessed the Rinnegan but was unwilling to assist her, it was simple enough: extract their eyes. Then she could revive the 3 individuals she wished to bring back. Though such actions were morally questionable, she would certainly compensate them later. Wealth, status, or even ensuring that the 3 individuals would care for them after her demise would suffice. They would be more than willing. Moreover, it was not as though no one held the Rinnegan after Orochimaru resurrected her. Although she did not understand his motives for doing so, he did not impose upon her actions or force her to serve him, granting her ample time to comprehend this world. Currently, there was indeed one person in this world with the Rinnegan, Uchiha Sasuke. To be honest, she was elated upon hearing this news. Uchiha Sasuke, the pathetic younger brother who was once subdued by Uchiha Itachi? His defeat of Orochimaru was merely opportunistic, as Orochimaru was gravely ill and had his jutsu sealed. Who could not kill him then? As for Deidara, he was entirely outmatched, a mere fool who, in pursuit of his ultimate art, was willing to risk his life to create a nuclear explosion. Escaping was not difficult. Uchiha Itachi was even more absurd. She had watched from a distance, too lazy to comment. A brother should not showcase such blatant disregard. However, after learning about the 4th Great Ninja War, her perspective changed. The second most shocking event upon arriving in this world was discovering how powerful Uchiha Sasuke had become. What was the most shocking event? It was the revelation that Orochimaru had a son. This news left Xiaonan utterly astounded for 100 years. Cough, cough. Anyway, the plan to extract Uchiha Sasuke's Rinnegan to resurrect Nagato, Yahiko, and Jiraiya now seemed ludicrous. Oh, I apologize, beautiful sister. She had approached Quan's body, preparing to bend down slightly to retrieve her head. It was an image that starkly contrasted with her beautiful persona. Reluctantly, Xiaonan closed her eyes, attempting to banish the gruesome image of dismemberment from her thoughts. How terrifying it was to contemplate. She was a girl too. Even the creation of the 6 paths of pain did not involve such brutality. In the dark forest, clothed in black samurai attire, the stunning beauty engaged in the grim task of murder and mayhem. Xiaonan, with her cold, exquisite face, appeared somewhat endearing. She gently reached out, but grasped nothing. No matter. Suddenly, a dagger pierced through her abdomen from behind. Xiaonan gasped, clutching her stomach, struggling to turn around. It was the face of the beautiful woman named Uchiha Quan, her left eye blind. Xiaonan widened her eyes. Isana divergence. Quan blinked indifferently, a hint of mischief in her voice. Bingo. Should I compliment you, beautiful elder sister? Xiaonan froze momentarily. Was she truly stumbling into the same pitfall twice? The previous incident with a masked man who had deceived her into losing 6,000 billion explosive tags resurfaced in her mind. Thankfully, Kakuzu had been taken down by her little disciple. Otherwise, he could have pursued her for countless lifetimes. After all, that guy could replace his heart to prolong his life. And for the sake of a mere monetary mission to assassinate the first Hokage, he had clearly demonstrated a lack of common sense. Xiaonan glanced at her pierced wound, feeling a fleeting sense of exasperation, wishing she would rather face the Rinnegan than the Sharingan again. But then her gaze sharpened as she firmly grasped Quan's wrist. She noticed that Quan's hand, which held the knife, was trembling. Quan's face was terrifyingly pale. After Xiaonan seized her wrist, she paused for a moment before reacting. With a woeful expression, she scrunched her delicate nose and pouted. Why are you being so mean to me? beautiful elder sister? Do you want me to accompany you down? Quan's face appeared as if it were drenched in tears, yet her bloodless, pale hand mercilessly twisted the sharp blade within Xiaonan's body. Xiaonan twitched slightly. Chen's face was etched with pity, as if the blade had pierced her very heart, yet her hands remained merciless. Xiaonan let out a painful sigh, and in the frigid stillness of the forest clearing, she was swiftly transformed into a small wisp of white mist. You can exert a little more force. We are both racing against time, and noted, casting a discreet glance at her beautifully contoured left chest, blood steadily soaking her clan robe. Xiaonan gazed into the eyes of the woman before her, still dark and beautiful, and remarked softly, "Now it's fair. Both you and I are being washed away by the same current of time. How annoying. I dislike aging so quickly." Upon hearing Xiaonan's words, Chen's tongue grew more playful, but her actions became increasingly ruthless. Regardless of the circumstances, she could not allow Xiaonan to survive. Yet, Chen also felt a sense of helplessness. If she could not leave this place alive, would it all hold any meaning? Should she plead with this beautiful elder sister to let her go? Ah, how childish and ridiculous that sounded, akin to the words of children in a ninja academy. With a heavy sigh, In resigned herself to the notion that a one-eyed Uchiha would not mind losing another eye. Should I use another, Isanachi? But no. Why did she suddenly feel akin to that despicable Danzo? Just then, Xiaonan spoke. How about you act a little cute, and I'll let you go? Chen raised an eyebrow. Huh, are you serious? Xiaonan lowered her voice to intimidate her, then come with me. Instantly, Chen opted to be adorable, winking one eye and flashing a charming smile at Xiaonan. Hee hee, sister, you're so cool, I love it. She adopted an expression reminiscent of a cute girl from a ninja academy. Xiaonan released her grip without hesitation. Chen stood stunned for more than 2 seconds. What? Aren't you coming along? You're quite nice, beautiful sister. 886. And without looking back, she dashed away. Xiaonan calmly watched her depart. Azun hurriedly retreated through the forest. She couldn't help but feel a bit bashful, biting her lip. How annoying. Why do I feel like I've been teased? Just like that previous guy? So adorably naive and cool. Forget it. That scoundrel is already dead. I can't be bothered to think of him. Humph. Chapter 32. For our fireworks. In the dense forest, Shie supported the pale-faced Hanabi, carrying her towards the village. Along the way, silence enveloped them, broken only by the rustling of leaves in the wind. Hanabi rested her face against Shie's shoulder, quietly at peace. After an unknown duration, she asked softly, Hey, if I were to say, hypothetically, that one day you might not see me again, what would you do? Shie paused in the forest for a moment before resuming his slow pace. I probably wouldn't suffer a severe mental breakdown. I wouldn't be like those Uchiha who would destroy the world at a whim. After all, I am a stable adult with normal coping abilities. He gently reassured the woman he carried. Hanabi's small face, nestled against his shoulder, remained focused on the forest beside them. Avoiding his gaze, however, Shie continued, if that day truly came, I would likely feel a deep disappointment in this world. Given my temperament, it's hard to say I wouldn't turn into a disheveled old man sulking in a dark room. He lifted his head, a subtle sadness in his smile, the starlight reflecting in his eyes like a faint, dim light in the vast ocean of darkness, reminiscent of a lighthouse swaying amidst the night's storm. But there's no doubt that I would become a very selfish person. In the dark forest path, Hanabi remained silent for a long time. Yet, in the final moment before exiting the forest, as the distant village's light illuminated their faces, she suddenly turned, pressing her entire face into Shie's neck. He felt a coolness gradually enveloping him, seeping through his skin and into his blood, chilling his very heart. You silly, if your right arm is broken, you shouldn't carry me like this, Hanabi said, her voice choked with tears. Shie could only smile helplessly. Honestly, this is a bit painful. But carrying you feels better than I imagined. Hanabi was unable to contain her tears. In the distance, a few figures approached rapidly. It was Sakura, Naruto, the 6th Hokage, and Shikamaru. Hanabi stepped back from Shie's back, facing him directly. Before Sakura and the others reached them, she stubbornly wiped her tears away. When Sakura and the others finally saw them, Hanabi transformed back into the cheerful and lively Hinata Hanabi they all knew. I'm so glad you're alive. It's simply incredible. Among the crowd, Sakura regarded Shie with astonishment. Shie shyly glanced at Sakura's hands. Sakura smiled reassuringly and shook her head. It's nothing. A rebirth technique in Byakuya state will do just fine. No worries. With that, Sakura turned to Hanabi with a beaming smile. We should celebrate our little princess for having such a capable young husband. Hanabi smiled politely, though a hint of pride flickered within her. That's right. Shiya is truly amazing. Naruto chimed in enthusiastically. Shiya felt a twinge of guilt, knowing he had ignored the threat to save Hanabi. I'm sorry, Seventh Hokage. Naruto waved his hand dismissively. Haha, it's all right. You did the right thing. Protecting the village is my utmost responsibility, but safeguarding Hanabi is yours. Kakashi, engrossed in a book of wisdom nearby, nodded in agreement. Indeed. At any time, comrades are more important than missions and interests. Shiya smiled shyly. However, Shikamaru abruptly broke the harmonious atmosphere, diving straight into the matter at hand. Let us catch up on casual talk later. We are pressed for time. Do you have any information related to this attack? If so, please share it now. Let us aim to capture the culprit tonight. Hanabi grew excited. It's the Uchiha. It's the Uchiha. The mastermind is an Uchiha, and they have a Mangekyo. Everyone was taken aback. Shiya wanted to add something. After all, having come from another world, as a longtime fan of the series, he was familiar with Shippuden but knew nothing of Boruto. When Yamangad showed him the scene of Hanabi being attacked and the cloaked figure removing their fox mask, recognizing the Uchiha-chan, who appeared nearly unchanged and barely aged, was not difficult. But glancing at Hanabi and contemplating, he decided against speaking up. It wouldn't be easy to explain his connection to such a stunning beauty to his wife. Oh dear, if anyone claims the Senju clan has the strongest vitality, I shall certainly reprimand them. Kakashi sighed, closing the book just as he reached a critical point. It seemed the best course of action would be to leave it to Sasuke. Naruto turned to Sakura, feeling a bit apologetic. Sakura looked back at him in confusion. Huh? Then let us leave it to Sasuke. I don't have any objections. Shikamaru erupted. That guy has been operating right under our noses. And only now do we notice him. How long will it take to inform Sasuke? By then, we'll have lost all leads. Today, we must eradicate him completely. His actions against the village have been too vicious. No lingering threats, Shikamaru declared resolutely. Naruto scratched his head awkwardly. Kakashi looked at Shikamaru with appreciation. I can lead the way. The most unexpected individual, Shiya, stepped forward. Shikamaru paused momentarily, while Naruto's expression grew serious. Kakashi continued to lazily read, seemingly indifferent to the situation. Shiya smiled faintly, patting his right arm with his left hand, indicating that there were matters to settle. Naruto glanced at Hanabi, who stood quietly beside Sakura, her head bowed. Go ahead, he said. He is stronger than I am now. It would be redundant for me to take this from him. Naruto furrowed his brow and looked back at Shiya. However, Hanabi suddenly lifted her head, fixing her gaze on Shiya. You once said that if I were to die, you would become a very selfish person. There was a glimmer of intensity in her eyes. Thus, Dongfang Shiya, I must inform you of something. If you were to die, my reaction would be the complete opposite. Her eyes shone with a piercing brilliance, aimed directly at Shiya's heart. All eyes turned to her. At that point, Hinata Hanabi would transform into a selfless person. She would belong solely to the Hinata clan and Konoha. This Hanabi would not even belong to herself. Tears streamed from her beautiful white eyes. Therefore, if you wish for this Hinata Hanabi, which belongs to both you and me, to continue existing in this world, you must ensure you return alive. Chapter 33, Sanglong. Bingha. Within the forest, Shiya, Shikamaru, and a dozen elite Umbus swiftly advanced. The enemy was from the Uchiha clan, possessing the Mangekyo Sharingan, likely endowed with 2 abilities, and was a female ninja. One of these abilities was quite evident. I had already felt its presence. Shiya smiled, tapping his left arm. It must be a type of causal transformation ability. Shikamaru nodded, then jested, I never expected it to be a female ninja. It's fortunate she hasn't activated her ability. Once that causal transformation occurs, you might find yourself at odds with her. Given your current strength, you could easily match her. Shiya shook his head with a smile. No, if I were to sever her arm with an arrow and she were to return the favor, that would be entirely fair. It's simply the nature of cause and effect. I wouldn't kill her for that. If it were to happen, I would have nothing more to say. Shikamaru turned his head, puzzled by Shiya's demeanor. The reason I am pursuing her, Shiya's tone grew cold, is that she has harmed Hanabi. In the darkness, Shiya's expression revealed an unmistakable ferocity. The method to resolve this issue is quite simple. First, let's be fair. Hand over her beloved, and I shall kill him before her eyes. Whether she can save him is her concern. Second, if she has no beloved, it becomes more troublesome. I will capture her first and ascertain what she values most. If it is her life, I shall take it. If it is a belief or ideal, I shall shatter it." Shikamaru was taken aback. Even the nearby Umbu felt a chill. After a moment, Shikamaru smiled and asked Shia, "What if she is a sadistic killer with no attachments? Or a misguided zealot whose beliefs are fundamentally unbreakable? How then would fairness be measured? To what extent must one go to feel at ease? And how can we avoid a cycle of hatred between us?" Shia was momentarily at a loss for words. I don't know." In the darkness. At that very moment, Shikamaru suddenly turned his head toward a direction in the forest, letting out a faint sigh. Before that, think it through. The thought struck him, damn it, I might not even survive this forest. Yet these people were intent on witnessing his demise. Izumi felt somewhat speechless, blood gushing from her chest at an alarming rate. Upon exiting the forest, she halted by a small stream. Across the stream lay a small forest filled with countless pursuers. Alongside a towering cliff, she slowly approached the stream, placing her blood-stained hands into the water to wash them gently. Then, with her remaining chakra, she activated her ocular power, slightly staunching the blood flowing from her chest. Afterward, she removed her shoes and socks, allowing the cool night breeze to wash over her as she soaked her feet in the stream. Supporting herself with her arms, her delicate legs splashed playfully in the water. Although it was a futile endeavor, a heavy stone in her heart had shifted slightly. At least she had inflicted some damage on the Konoha that had once thoroughly harmed the Uchiha clan. Damage? She felt it was more accurately a delayed rebellion. Silent tears trickled from the corners of her eyes, and after a moment, ripples spread across the water's surface. She silently felt the icy stream seep into her legs until they grew numb. This behavior was utterly unbecoming of a professional ninja, yet she no longer wished to flee. Alone by the stream, she lingered for an extended period, reflecting on all her memories with him, a process uninterrupted by anyone. The occasional chirping of crickets in the forest served as a reminder that she must not lose herself in the stillness. Shia was the first to burst forth from the forest. The woman stood with her back to him, solitary by the stream, with no support in sight. "For now, there is no one to assist you," Shia remarked coldly. Shikamaru soon followed. The long-haired woman turned to face him, her expression curious and childlike as she examined Shia. After a moment, she spoke as if engaging in casual conversation. "Oh, hello there, handsome. Yes, I'm here to settle the score. Oh, you are quite the caring boyfriend." Shia narrowed his eyes. Meanwhile, Izumi began to idly play with her hair. "I apologize, I prefer to speak the truth. You and that girl are only at this stage, right? Even though you are married." Izumi turned her head slightly, smiling as she said, "You're fortunate. In such a marriage, when you encounter someone you truly cherish, you must treasure it." Shia nodded calmly. "Indeed. Thus, I have come to settle the score." Izumi's fingers playing with her hair paused imperceptibly before she casually replied, "Then you should be quick." Shia did not move forward. "I shall grant you 1 minute to explain your reasons. I will settle this fairly." Izumi suddenly lifted her head, her eyes wide with disbelief as she gazed at him. "You are quite hypocritical," she said softly. "You, who are the most ruthless among everyone present, insist on being accountable to the last shred of integrity in your heart." Shia remained unperturbed. Shikamaru frowned nearby. Shia nodded slightly. "You are well liked." Izumi continued to play with her hair by the stream. "Believe it or not, I never anticipated that they would come to rescue me." Finally, Izumi produced her fox-faced mask and affixed it to her face. "I told you to settle the score quickly." Cold sweat beaded on Shikamaru's forehead. None of the umbu he had brought had yet emerged from the forest. At that moment, Izumi stood barefoot, facing Shia and Shikamaru. She then gazed into the distant forest behind them. After a moment, she calmly stated, "Too slow." Songlong, neither Shia nor Shikamaru dared to turn immediately. Their instincts warned them that turning would mean facing death. Moreover, as Izumi had indicated, the person behind them was like a wolf. He was concealed in darkness. Yet the moment he appeared, he would strike with the most treacherous intent. Every cell in Shia's body was primed for defense. The presence behind him instilled a palpable sense of pressure. In the midst of silence, a voice resonated, tinged with a sense of weariness and even a hint of warmth. "You have caused us considerable trouble," remarked the voice, belonging to a man. Suddenly, a white creature emerged from the spring, attaching itself to her body. "Ugh," she recoiled slightly, displaying her disdain. Both Shikamaru and Shia felt a tightening in their hearts. It was White Zetsu. White Zetsu began to continuously channel vitality into her. At this point, Xia believed they could still fight, as it was merely an enemy behind them, seemingly an old man. Yet in the next moment, both he and Shikamaru were taken aback. Summer night. The creek, located a dozen miles from Konoha, was frozen over. Snowflakes began to drift lightly from the sky. A faint mist rose from the opposite bank of the creek. A pair of delicate feet, adorned with blue-green nail polish and clad in wooden clogs, stepped out from the fog. With a soft sound, a chilling beauty emerged, her skin fairer than snow. She wore a mask intricately carved with the features of a crane, exuding an otherworldly aura, akin to that of a celestial being. She possessed an elegance and mysterious charm that could evoke envy in every woman. Yet she was clad in men's attire. Approaching the spring, she continued to gaze at Xia and Shikamaru, but spoke to the spring, saying, "It seems Sister Firefox still resembles a young girl more." Her voice was androgynous, embodying both the delicate beauty of a woman and the innocence of a young boy. Playfully teasing. Upon seeing white Zetsu clinging to her, the masked beauty turned her face away in clear distaste. However, upon encountering this ethereal figure, she ceased to push away the creature resting on her shoulder and began to lament instead. The beauty, with the crane mask, tilted her head gracefully, an elegance that seemed unattainable for men. Observing this, the spring sighed even more. "What is it?" the other party asked, perplexed. "Ice Crane, you cannot possibly be a woman. Can you?" The beauty, known by the code name, Ice Crane, was momentarily stunned. "I have been masquerading as a man in Konoha for several months. Even the most talented youth from the Hyuga clan failed to see through my disguise. I thought that impersonating a gender might be rather simple." Ice Crane smiled coldly, not providing an answer, yet her gaze remained fixed on Xia and Shikamaru. The atmosphere turned somber after the appearance of Songlong, yet the spring remained unperturbed, completely disinterested in the tension, instead asking in a sing-song manner, "No way, you truly aren't a woman, are you?" "Oh no, heartbreak." Ice Crane feigned ignorance, raising a slender finger directly at Xia. After a moment, the androgynous beauty stated coldly, 3v3. "I choose him." Chapter 34, 3v3. The cool, ethereal figure raised a delicate finger, pointing straight at Xia. 3v3, "I choose him." A gust of wind swept by. A colossal ice spike erupted from the ground, slanting towards its target. The crystalline tip shot skyward, growing rapidly. Xia was nearly sent flying backward, narrowly avoiding the ice spike. Meanwhile, the figure in the crane mask pursued relentlessly across the slanted ice surface. In a matter of moments, they were both suspended in the air. A droplet of boiling blood splattered across Xia's cheek. His pupils dilated. There was still half a meter between him and the ice tip aimed at him. Yet the sharp wind generated by it pierced through. Xia felt a chill course through him, prompting a swift reaction as his body opened all its apertures, rapidly absorbing the lingering power of the wind in the world. The biting cold enveloped him like a tidal wave. In an instant, he had absorbed enough natural energy. Golden flames erupted from his back like a blossoming flower. Myriad forms, a pair of radiant yellow wings unfurled. Ice Crane felt a tremendous gale bearing down upon him, and then witnessed Xia seemingly vanish from his encirclement. At the moment Xia was propelled backward, the spot he had occupied swiftly froze over, a massive ice sphere forming atop the spike. Ice Crane was momentarily taken aback. Meanwhile, Xia halted mid-flight, hurtling down towards him. A brilliant golden light struck the tilted ice column. The ice sphere shattered with a crisp sound, scattering icy shards like petals. The golden light surged forward, crashing into the ice column once more. The sound echoed like a series of firecrackers. Icy fragments flew in every direction. The golden light slightly refracted, plunging into the forest. Within mere moments, trees within a 10-meter radius were reduced to charred remains. The formation of the military character. Xia formed the military character seal with his left hand. As the flames from his wings flowed seamlessly into his palm, a sharp spear materialized in Xia's hand, thrusting toward the retreating figure. A sizzling sound filled the air. Under the shade of the trees, Ice Crane astonishingly caught the spear's shaft with his bare hands. White mist emanated from his palms. Xia focused intently. He noticed that delicate hands were coated with a layer of transparent frost. The frost evaporated repeatedly, only to be reformed again. Xia's left hand attempted to pull back the spear with force, yet it remained steadfast. Ice Crane firmly gripped the spear. The splendid golden flames, though no different in temperature from ordinary fire, would not extinguish. His cool voice remained calm and indifferent. Eastern Xia, your dominant hand should be your right, as your left lacks coordination. You possess extraordinary fire control abilities, with an endless variety of flame forms, quite troublesome. While speaking, white mist still billowed from his hand, crackling as it did. Finally, he paused and said, it appears, I have quite the advantage over you. Xia chuckled, finding the person before him rather chatty. He gently released his grip, and the fire spear instantly dissipated. The flame swirled, encircling Ice Crane's right arm. Devour, by the creek. As Ice Crane dashed toward Xia, propelling the water of the creek skyward, the spring crossed her arms, gazing at Shikamaru. Shikamaru was drenched in sweat. Yet a moment later, she slightly tilted her head, glancing towards the summit of a nearby cliff. Ice Crane had declared 3v3. Almost simultaneously, a brilliant white light cascaded down from the mountaintop, hurtling directly towards her. The blade's light surged downward like a tidal wave. A muffled thud resonated on the ground. The white wave crashed against the black rocks, shattering upon impact. Conan, clad in black armor, gracefully slid past the spring's Susanoo attack, positioning herself on the opposite side of the spring. Her long hair billowed as she glared at Shikamaru. With her feather-cut blade horizontally poised, the ground within several meters shimmered with a crystalline glow. As if sprinkled with cool, clear water, shadows emerged on the surface. Shikamaru hesitated not for a moment. In an instant, he raised his hand to form the seal and invoked Shadow Bind technique. The shadows beneath him writhed, a black line striking like a serpent towards Sangla, who was rushing toward Conan. The two moved at identical speeds. Yet gradually, the shadow began to outpace the person. Finally, just as Songlong was within 3 to 4 meters of Conan, the shadow latched onto him. Shikamaru felt a wave of relief. But in the next moment, he was struck squarely in the face with a punch. Shikamaru was astonished to find himself facing two identical figures. An elderly man with a mane of white hair and a wolf mask had landed the blow on him, his fist coarse and hard, every knuckle distinctly visible. Unmistakably the hand of a weary old man. Ultimately, he witnessed Songlong, who had been rushing toward Conan, transform into a wisp of phantom. The body flicker technique. An incredibly swift body flicker technique. So fast it defied belief. As Shikamaru was sent flying, he drew this conclusion. With a thud, Shikamaru skidded across the ground, carving a furrow in the earth beneath him. Moments later, he rolled to his feet, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze fixed on the figure. If that were the case, there could only be two possibilities. Firstly, the instantaneous technique of the person before him surpassed the reaction speed of his own eyes. Secondly, he moved faster than the speed of light, such that even his own shadow could not keep pace with him. Upon contemplating the latter, Shikamaru found it absurd, yet not laughable. Without the slightest hesitation, he rolled over and stood, his gaze resolute. His speed exceeded the capacity of his own visual perception. Therefore, he could no longer rely solely on his sight. He must depend on his intellect. Before him, the Songlong held a short dagger that gleamed with a bright sheen, subtly tinged with golden hues. After Shikamaru fell, the figure merely gazed at him, delaying any action, which astonished Shikamaru. Logically, given his speed, he should have already struck him down in that fleeting moment. Yet, the adversary merely watched him, and after a brief pause, even inclined his head slightly in acknowledgement. Subsequently, he entirely disregarded Shikamaru and turned his attention elsewhere. On the other side, the earth trembled. Izumi was lavishly expending the chakra supplied by Kagaya, momentarily enveloping the skeletal structure of Susanoo in flesh and blood. The upper half of this black Susanoo, now resembling a human form, wielded a magnificent long sword and swung it wildly. However, Conan evaded effortlessly. Yet, breaching this Susanoo seemed beyond her capabilities. Perhaps, had it been a previous instant of Iato, she might have cleaved a small opening. However, Izumi granted her no respite. Why pursue me again after letting me go? For my comrades, my apologies. But I must ask for your demise once more. You should not have allowed my escape, and now you are lively again. Why release me at all? Was it not your piercing that caused me such pain? In the midst of their exchange, Conan seized a moment of hesitation. With a graceful flash, she sheathed and unsheathed her blade in an instant, executing a swift Iato strike. The polished surface of the blade emitted a brilliant white light, slicing through the air toward Izumi. Her pupils constricted as the black Susanoo converged its arms to shield against the radiant blaze. Surprisingly, the Susanoo was forced backward by the strike. The black limbs revealed bones beneath the surface. Izumi gritted his teeth in frustration. You should be injured. Conan calmly regarded the pouting Izumi, her tone serene yet tinged with amusement. It's not surprising, for I possess the cells of Hashirama. Chapter 35. Blue eyes and the blue planet. As she spoke, a cascade of golden light erupted from the ground, flames soaring skyward. The battle within the forest reached its zenith. Meanwhile, on the street directly opposite the southern gate of Konoha, Naruto and Kakashi sat together on a stone bench. Kakashi appeared at ease, opening a soda he had just purchased from a vending machine, turning his face away from Naruto as he drank deeply. Naruto, initially speechless, grew even more so. The events had transpired. Worrying was futile. He clasped his hands in silence. Kakashi, too, adopted a serious demeanor. Boruto had unexpectedly demonstrated such terrifying space-time techniques. Naruto shook his head. I don't know. I didn't anticipate he would relocate both Nu and Kinshiki. Kakashi leaned back against the bench, squinting at the unusually bright moon. What is done cannot be undone. After a moment, he continued slowly, trust him. Just as in the past, others trusted you. Naruto nodded, speaking calmly. He is an exceptional ninja, far superior to those of my generation. I am not worried. Kakashi casually glanced at Naruto, whose declaration of not being worried was betrayed by the concern etched on his face. Kinshiki gripped a kunai, poised to strike her own neck. At that moment, a golden column erupted from the distance. The light illuminated her kunai, casting a crimson hue. Just before the shimmering red kunai could pierce her delicate neck, a pair of hands emerged, either passing through the kunai or being pierced by it, blood flowing forth to grasp her clasped hands. They belonged to a boy. Kinshiki momentarily stunned. Her eyes flickered, observing the hands that effortlessly enveloped her own. While stifling the excruciating pain, she exerted slight pressure to suppress her arm. Behind her, the boy gasped in pain. Class representative. The familiar voice brought tears to Kinshiki's eyes. A warmth filled her heart, yet panic surged within. With her purple hair cascading, the beautiful girl struggled fiercely, her desperate cries resonating through the forest. Kill him. In a neglected corner of the tranquil forest, a gentle breeze brushed by. An invisible figure swiftly approached Boruto. In an instant, a kunai was aimed at his back. Not aloud. A sharp voice sliced through the air. The next moment, Satsuki, coiling her arms around a golden serpent, rushed to Boruto's side, unleashing the serpent toward the front. Dare to harm my son. The serpent lashed out with ferocity, its golden fangs biting down with brute force. Blood sprayed through the air. Yet, from the opposite side, a voice more furious than Satsuki's erupted. The girl completely erupted, thrashing violently, compelling Boruto to hold her tightly from behind. With a cry soaked in despair, she screamed at the figure behind her, "Let me go. My life holds no meaning anymore. Let me die?" Before she could finish, Boruto shouted back, "Class representative." Kinshiki struggled even more violently. "Ah!" The girl cried out in anguish. Her body swayed, causing the boy's hand, pierced by the kunai, to become utterly bloodied. Finally, exhausted, she collapsed. Boruto's hand had transformed into a crimson mass. Satsuki observed this with narrowed serpent-like eyes, swiftly striking the approaching cloaked figure once more. Tears streamed silently down Kinshiki's face as she buried her head in Boruto's embrace. "It's all right, class representative." However, the next moment, a hissing sound emerged from Satsuki's throat. Boruto's body trembled violently. Kinshiki tilted her head slightly, her disheveled hair obscuring her mouth, forehead, and part of her face, revealing only her glistening, desperate, and sorrowful eyes. She produced a kunai, aiming it at Boruto. Yet, those eyes remained vacant, flowing with tears. Satsuki raised her pale, ghostly hand, extending it with fingers sharpened like daggers, pointing directly at Kinshiki. Kinshiki lifted her vacant gaze to meet Satsuki's, her eyes reflecting a glimmer of yearning. Meanwhile, Satsuki's icy gaze remained unyielding. In the distance, the invisible figure surged forth once again. In a fleeting moment, Nu let out a furious roar, shattering the barrier and leaping into the air. A fiery spear descended. The earth quaked. The scattered remnants of flames surged like waves toward the crowd. The flames approached swiftly. Mere meters away, Boruto, trembling, suddenly lifted his head. A singular eye, resembling the moon, appeared abruptly. A vortex mystically tore through space. Kinshiki, Boruto, Satsuki. and the cloaked figure vanished without a trace. They found themselves on the moon. He was Otsutsuki Shurin, a descendant of Otsutsuki Yumura. For generations, they had safeguarded this realm, gazing upon the blue planet nestled within the black ocean. Should a celestial body venture toward that planet, far more beautiful than this satellite beneath their feet, they would draw it in with their gravitational pull, crashing it upon the very soil they stood upon. If an individual with a weighty fate could alter the trajectory of the world for the better, they would unleash minuscule meteors or invoke natural disasters like tsunamis through gravitational forces, warning the inhabitants of the world. They were diligently striving to assist them, to the best of their abilities. Ultimately, they were doing everything in their power to help. And so it was. They had almost resorted to every possible means to assist them, only to gradually succumb to disappointment regarding the world they sought to protect. Ultimately, despair was all that remained for them in relation to this world. As a consequence, he eliminated those obstinate clan members who mechanically adhered to the notion of safeguarding the world. He perceived this act as a form of liberation for them. Subsequently, he yearned to no longer live as they did, akin to a mere caretaker. Why should he? He was not the mother of this world. How could it be justified that all he beheld was desolation while he was compelled to exhaust himself in the defense of their vibrant realm? Was it fair? It was not. Furthermore, the vibrant world was merely a heap of detritus. This made it even more unjust. He sought to comprehend whether this world was truly worthy of his protection and if it required replacement. He seized the most perfect young girl of the Hyuga lineage and took her eyes. Following this, he intended to marry the great princess to acquire the pinnacle of power capable of controlling the moon. And then, he was beaten. Kidnapping a man's wife and gouging out his sister-in-law's eyes warranted such retribution. Failing to win a fight was one thing, but he found himself at a loss even in verbal exchanges. Thus, he continued to observe. Henceforth, this man, devoid of sight, stood silently on this barren land, facing the vibrant world from afar, day after day, year after year, until one day, an arrogant individual, utilizing arcane arts, appeared before him in a spectral form. For the first time, he opened his hollow eyes. A cloud of white dust dispersed. The four of them coughed uncontrollably. Then he opened his eyes, only to be stunned by the desolation before him, the darkness of night instilling a sense of dread. Turning around, he was further astonished by a beautiful blue orb, shrouded in mist, adorned with various gems of green, azure, and ochre hues. It was Earth. On a high slope stood a serene and ethereal man. He slowly opened his eyes, hollow, engulfed in endless darkness. This was the second time he had opened his empty gaze since closing his eyes. Chapter 36. Otsutsuki Shoten. In the hollow eyes of a silver-haired man of exquisite grace, he beheld the four youths who had arrived in this desolate realm. Alongside the grotesque lion-faced monster that began to roar in fury, the mighty roar of the new summoned a howling tempest, threatening to send the four of them flying. Boruto grasped the ground with all 10 fingers, yet was still lifted off his feet, his body floating in midair, swaying precariously. The wind billowed the garments of Kinshiki, and in the tumult, glimpses of her delicate, fair skin became visible. She extended her hand in an attempt to gain the attention of the Nua, hoping to calm it. But the creature had suffered a grievous wound in its abdomen, its entrails spilling out, having lost all reason. In the next moment, the frail girl's petite form was swept away by the fierce winds, her purple hair cascading behind her like a waterfall. In such a gale, she struggled to breathe, feeling as though she were on the brink of asphyxiation. Would she die? Perhaps it was inevitable, as she had always been destined for death. The girl closed her eyes, her mind blank. Yet, in the next instant, she felt a tangible sensation against her back, as if a willow's tendril had entwined around her slender waist. She was uncertain, for her body continued to sway, or at least that was how her mind perceived it. Perhaps the willow itself was already swaying. Thus, images of the willow began to form in her mind, followed by the verdant branches and the gentle breeze, culminating in the brilliant golden light. She could even feel the coolness of the tendril encircling her waist. She could breathe again. A voice spoke to her, as refreshing as the gentle wind. After a few fluttering blinks of her delicate eyelashes, she slowly opened her eyes. The ethereal scene before her began to solidify. How beautiful! The first thought that crossed the girl, cradled in the man's arms, was this. The tranquil, silver-haired man, with a calm demeanor, held her as they traversed through the tempest capable of annihilating all. With each step he took, the storm shattered and dispersed like an invisible wall of infinite mass, unwavering. Finally, the silver-haired man approached the three youths, standing resolutely before them. The tumultuous winds parted before him. A wave of mist struck the vision of the four. While he remained silent, eyes closed. Then he took a step forward. The white mist exploded with a muffled sound, shaking the surreal image. The white-haired, white-clad man raised a hand, gently releasing the girl from his embrace, allowing her to touch the ground softly. Then, with a sweep of his white sleeve, he bellowed, "Retreat." The winds recoiled. The Nue was struck by the returning gust, staggering as it was met with a wave of white mist. The creature tilted its head in confusion, its luminous eyes catching sight of Shoten and its master, along with the delicate hand that embraced its master's slender waist. The Nue let out a roar. The gaping wound in its abdomen emitting strange sounds as white bones began to regenerate, flesh rapidly mending the grievous injury at an observable pace. Protected behind Shoten, Boruto managed to peek out, his moon-like eyes gazing intently at the Nue. "Be careful." The bizarre chakra within the Nue surged toward the wound. "Understood." Shoten furrowed his brow slightly and took a step forward. Meanwhile, the numerous wounds on the Nue's body began to heal, its size shrinking significantly in the process. Nevertheless, it still loomed like a small mountain, suffocating in its presence. The heirloom of his grandmother, the bull-headed king. Roar. The Nue charged forth like a lion, stirring up clouds of dust from the ground. In contrast, the seemingly frail Otsutsuki Shoten suddenly radiated a terrifying aura, springing forth with remarkable speed. His charge lacked finesse, akin to an explosive bomb. The ground split at the point of impact, shattering like fragile porcelain. The earth began to crack, distorting beneath Boruto and his companions, as swirling clouds of dust formed circular patterns around them, followed by a chilling gale. Yet, all of this was swept away in the next moment by an even more powerful wave of explosion. The previously obscured collision site became clear in an instant. Shoten grasped the Nue's gaping maw, seizing its two massive, sharp fangs with his bare hands. The glinting teeth mirrored the ferocity of the Nue's gaze. The creature's massive head quivered slightly, while Shoten's arms trembled as he held its fangs. They faced off, neither able to budge. But suddenly, from the Nue's tail, a multitude of serpentine heads lunged at Shoten from various angles. An unrelenting assault. In this life-or-death moment, Shoten, whose eyes remained closed, smiled faintly. He lifted his gaze and opened his eyes. The hollow, vacant eyes locked onto the luminous, beastly gaze. The profound darkness devoured the sharp, menacing light. Shirin faced the creature with a mocking smile. The yokai emitted a final furious roar, yet Shirin preempted it. Enhance. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. Looking towards the position of the purple-haired girl behind him, the scene there was nearly distorted. Countless serpent tails of the yokai crashed heavily onto the ground in an instant, flattening it. Gravity. A tremendous gravitational force. The area where man and beast stood emitted a strange rumble. Countless pebbles began to tremble, and sand and dust danced incessantly. Roar. Bang. 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 In that space where the laws of physics had been altered, the ground shattered completely. Following 3 successive explosions, the earth collapsed in concentric circles 3 times. The yokai knelt. Its massive form was pressed to the ground under this overwhelming gravity. Meanwhile, Shirin stood tall and imposing, like a paragon of virtue. He slowly raised one hand, pointing directly at the yokai's bowed forehead. Just before he flicked the yokai away like a crumpled paper ball, he uttered 3 words. Be obedient. Jian covered her soft lips, her expression dazed, unable to believe the scene before her. The silver-haired man strode towards her, only to pass by without a word, leaving her with a single phrase, "You will not die." It was neither a promise nor a protection, it was a threat. The girl's slender form suddenly softened, collapsing, yet she was caught in a warm embrace. It was that elusive youth. At that moment, Jian had exhausted her chakra, and her control naturally dissipated. "It's all right, Jean," came the gentle voice of the boy, but she was indifferent to it all. She softly closed her beautiful eyes, desiring nothing more than to sleep. Meanwhile, with his eyes firmly shut, Shirin approached Boruto. Of course, Mitsuki stood between them. No longer smiling, Mitsuki's demeanor had changed. Thus, 2 eerily pale figures stood in silence, gazing at each other blankly. Oh, that's not quite right. After all, one of them had no eyes. Boruto, with a hint of disdain, glanced at Mitsuki. Why does this guy always cling to me? The air hung awkwardly for 2 minutes. Finally, Shirin chose to disregard Mitsuki's displeasure and calmly stated, "You've arrived sooner than I anticipated. You have indeed awakened the eye of hope." Boruto blinked his large, bright eyes, looking adorably bewildered, before exclaiming, "Uncle in my dreams." Shirin's expression darkened slightly. "Call me brother." Chapter 37. The Power of the Heart. Wow. So you really exist. Boruto exclaimed in disbelief, staring at the elegant figure of Otsutsuki, Shirin clad in white robes. Shirin replied nonchalantly, "Nothing is impossible. Just as your presence here today attests." He extended a hand, gesturing towards Boruto's heart. Mitsuki became alert, but Shirin merely stated calmly, "I am merely observing how one utilizes the power of the heart, how to transform the impossibilities within into possibilities, then into probabilities, until it becomes the way things ought to be. This is your earliest power, predating chakra, war, and combat." After speaking, Shirin turned and slightly raised his head. In the vast depths of the black ocean, that resplendent blue orb, shrouded in clouds, remained silently vibrant. "Today is a rather lively day," he murmured with his eyes closed. "What will you do then, inheritor of the divine?" His silver brows furrowed slightly. The golden flames of the divine, in comparison to this boundless black ocean, still seemed feeble. Devour. In that moment, the golden flames seemed to possess a will of their own. They flared, they shone, resembling a bizarre beast, consuming the energy of the future. Ice was engulfed by fire, and that fire transformed into an all-consuming golden sea. The flames swept across every corner of the ground, climbing every tree in the forest, and greedily exploring every cave and crevice beneath the soil. Half of the forest ignited, and in an instant, half of it vanished. All that energy became fuel for the flames. The four by the stream almost simultaneously turned to gaze at the forest transformed into a golden ocean. Song Lang wielded a short dagger, sweeping it horizontally. The swirling flames lunged towards the dagger, while the dagger, tearing through space, struck back at the flames. A deafening sound resonated. A terrifying chasm, over a yard wide and dozens of yards long, appeared on the once solid ground. Yet the flames dared not cross an inch. The blade severed the fire. Shikamaru stood in stunned silence. Conan frowned slightly. The golden glowing dagger trembled slightly in Song Lang's hand. Flames still flickered upon the liquid-like blade. Bearing the trait of devouring, Song Lang dismissively swung the blade. The golden flames no longer clinging to the smooth surface, scattering into the air. "Quickly resolve this. That one in the woods is quite troublesome. You handle this Nara child, and leave the girl with the knife to me." Previously carefree and teasing Ice Crane, Izumi now appeared unusually serious before Song Lang. "All right." They exchanged positions. Song Lang faced Conan, while Izumi confronted Shikamaru. Conan felt a healthy apprehension towards the mysterious ninja with white hair and a mask, who still bore an air of age. "Little girl, you claim to possess Hashirama's cells?" Conan frowned. She did not respond. "Can you use wood release?" Looking into his eyes, Conan's apprehension deepened. The former Senju clan members had long yearned for such power. It was a terrifying physique and regenerative capability that no one would wish to forego. Such cells were beyond the reach of ordinary beings. Not to mention the wood release itself. Conan dared not aim her blade at this loquacious elder, for she could sense that the moment she signaled for battle, life and death would hang in the balance. The elder observed the anxious Conan and quietly smiled. However, such power can suddenly vanish from a clan. The strength that supports a clan, a village, even a nation can just disappear without warning. This is a disgrace that a once glorious clan cannot accept. The Senju clan went mad that day. The root of their extreme madness lay in this clan's honor, Song Lang recounted calmly. Conan's hand gripping the knife began to sweat. Those hundreds of people were essentially forced to death. Conan frowned. Why? Why is he telling me this? Song Lang raised his hand, pointing to his heart. They were all driven to their demise by the one in their hearts, the pinnacle of that war era, their most revered clan leader. The man honored by the world as the god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju. They had to inherit the cells for the clan's honor. But don't even mention mastering would release. They couldn't even survive. Did none of them refuse to inherit this power? Song Lang paused. Of course, some did. But people fear what they say. Conan's gaze flickered. Song Lang's wolf mask appeared terrifyingly ominous in the darkness. The surviving half of the population predominantly comprises women and children, who have been subjected to the scorn of the entire village. Initially perceived as the weak, the glorious closure of the Senju clan, they eventually became viewed as cowards, traitors, and mere survivors clinging to life. Such disparaging remarks proliferated. Consequently, within the hearts of these individuals, something far more twisted began to take root. From the eye holes of the wolf of the Tsang, a pair of cold, bloodthirsty eyes glimmered faintly. They were all slain by the monster residing within their hearts. And who, if not those who spread the rumors, could be deemed as this monster? Were they not also annihilated by their fellow villagers of the Hidden Leaf? Yet, moments later, the wolf of the Tsang smiled. Indeed, this monster was more so a reflection of themselves. Xiaonan's grip on her blade began to tremble slightly. Thus, the Senju clan saw half perish due to faith, while the other half succumbed to the weight of public opinion. Wolf of the Tsang paused before adding. One might also argue that half fell victim to blind, frenzied zeal, while the other half perished under malicious oppression. Suddenly, Xiaonan raised her sword, pointing it at Wolf of the Tsang. Enough. Stop speaking. Draw your blade. Xiaonan certainly did not empathize with the history of the Senju clan. No matter how many times it was recounted, it would not resonate with her. However, the seemingly gentle musings of Wolf of the Tsang tortured her spirit with every passing moment. It felt akin to a predatory wolf observing an injured white dove, baring its fangs yet refraining from striking. It watched as the dove transitioned from fearless defiance to futile resistance, ultimately descending into despair, pleading for death. He was merely tormenting her. Sweat beaded on Xiaonan's forehead, her hair clinging to her rosy cheeks. Wolf of the Tsang continued to smile benignly. Is your current sentiment not reminiscent of what those Senju clan members once endured under public scrutiny? Xiaonan felt tears welling in her eyes, bewildered by her own emotions. All she sensed was that something within her heart had snapped, severed by Wolf of the Tsang. The courage to engage him in combat, the unwavering belief that seeking death would yield results, and so much more, were all cleaved away in that moment. Weakness overtook her, and she sank to the ground. Her heart, once illuminated by a beam of light, was now plunged back into darkness. I have lost. The Wolf of the Tsang observed the woman kneeling on the ground, speechless for several seconds. Moments later, he turned and ambled towards Shikamaru, who was evading the attacks of Izanagi. His gait was slow, almost hunched. You have indeed lost. Chapter 38. Betrayal. A multitude of colossal chakra shuriken converged upon the palm of Izumi's black Susanoo, launching at Shikamaru with an unfathomable trajectory. Damn it! Shikamaru could only evade under such relentless assault. It was truly regrettable. After all, the Nara clan's secret techniques were ill-suited for direct confrontation. In reality, Izumi was far from exerting her full strength. Her vitality relied entirely on the support of white Zetsu on her shoulder, leaving her teetering on the brink of death. Izanagi could only alter the unfavorable circumstances for a fleeting moment prior to casting her technique. The wound on her heart persisted, but in the next instant, a voice resounded. Brilliant golden flame arrow. It was an arrow of brilliant golden flame, forged in the shape of a military character. The golden radiance penetrated Izumi's black skeletal form. Izumi's expression tightened. In a flash, her right eye's Sharingan emitted a scarlet glow. At that moment, Izumi's body evaded the attack with a speed surpassing that of the arrow. However, the right half of her mask was shattered, and a stream of crimson marred the corner of her beautiful eye due to the wind generated by the arrow. The faintly visible willow-shaped eyebrows furrowed slightly. Meanwhile, on the other side, Dongfang Xie, wielding a golden bow and arrow, smacked his lips, watching Izumi with an air of admiration. The recently approached Wolf of the Tsang stared at Izumi in a daze. Izumi, irritated, chuckled dryly. So united? It seems I may indeed survive today. Wolf of the Tsang chuckled softly, maintaining his amiable demeanor. Your speed at that moment was not inferior to mine. I needn't come to your rescue. On the other side, Xie suddenly raised his hand and applauded. Well done, big sister. Upon hearing the term big sister, Izumi shot an indignant glare at him. Utilizing the abilities of the Sharingan for maintenance is quite a feat, Dongfang Xie teased, though his gaze grew more somber. Meanwhile, Xiaonan, still kneeling on the ground, abruptly shouted, Be careful. Her right eye's ability is Time Control, a space-time ninjutsu. It can manipulate the flow of time relative to the entire temporal river. Izumi flashed a triumphant smile at Dongfang Xie. What do you say, little brother? Why not go home and find yourself a girlfriend? Even if that is a lethal technique. If you can't hit me, it's futile. Wolf of the Tsang remained with arms crossed, refraining from launching an offensive. Xie's gaze toward Izumi sharpened. But his attention slightly shifted to the nonchalant wolf of the song nearby. If both your eyes were functional, with one, causality shift, and the other, time control, along with a technique like Izanagi, killing you would be as challenging as climbing to the heavens. Indeed, it is quite difficult now. Shia shrugged in resignation, carelessly flinging the arrow in his hand, which thudded into the ground. Thus, Izumi noticed the golden-eyed gaze suddenly fixated upon her own. The expression was peculiar. In the next moment, Dongfang Xie declared emphatically, "If I eliminate this chief strategist of the Hokage and this unexpectedly beautiful big sister, you will spare my life, and I shall serve you." The forest fell into utter silence. Shikamaru was stunned. Izumi was taken aback as well. Wolf of the Song fixed his gaze intently on the golden flame-encircled man. Izumi, almost instinctively, exclaimed, "What a joke!" But the next moment, she realized her astonishment was overly pronounced. She endeavored to regain her composure, narrowing her beautiful eyes to scrutinize the man before her. His handsome face was now obscured by shadows, adorned with a hint of a devilish smile. In the high skies, thousands of miles away, on the bright side of the moon, Shirin scoffed disdainfully. Boruto, puzzled, asked, "What is it?" The dazed Shirin muttered 2 words, "Shameless." Upon hearing this from the man before her, Izumi was momentarily taken aback, struggling to articulate a response. However, after a brief pause, she smiled foolishly at Shia. She pointed to herself, "Do you think I am a fool?" Yet Shia maintained his wicked grin, stepping forward. "If you consider it from another angle, we harbor no irreconcilable enmity." He continued to advance, observing Izumi, who stood with her arms crossed. But in the next moment, the ground mere inches from his foot was suddenly cleaved by the black sword of Izumi's Susanoo. He stepped back, glancing at Wolf of the Song, who remained leisurely. Shia chuckled and turned back to Izumi with a smile. "I advise you to abandon any thoughts of trickery. Just moments ago, you were risking your life for your little girlfriend. Do you think I would believe you?" From the hollow eye holes of the mask, the crimson light of the Sharingan was piercing. "No, no, no." Shia raised his hand, shaking his index finger. "You must first understand. My role as a son-in-law was entirely coerced. I am not free. Every one of them only seeks to exploit me. Orochimaru discarded me in the leaf, turning me into a spy. The Hyuga clan regards me merely as a decorative ornament." As Shia turned, he strode purposefully toward Shikamaru, pointing an accusatory finger at the astonished man, exclaiming with ire, "The upper echelons of Konoha regard me as nothing more than a mere pawn to balance the Hyuga clan. I've toiled here for over a year, giving my all, yet none have acknowledged my efforts. The moment I became a son-in-law of the Hyuga family, I transitioned from obscurity to fame overnight. How ironic. Do they truly pity me or value me as a person? No, they only cherish my utility and my position." Shikamaru's eyes widened in disbelief as he trembled with anger. "You." Shia, however, clasped his hands together in a gesture of respect. "My apologies, Lord Shikamaru. You have been decent towards me. I still remember that day and the few coins you gave me along with that apple. But in the face of life and death, such kindness cannot weigh heavily." Shikamaru, pointing a trembling finger at Shia, stammered, You. Shia lifted his gaze, his cold eyes narrowing slightly. "I am not a ninja, nor do I owe anything to your village. The will of fire? Why should I embrace it?" Shikamaru's eyes widened further. Shia turned away, addressing Izumi, who stood with her arms crossed. "I am the kind of person who reciprocates kindness. If Hinata Hanabi offers me a favor, I will return it. Of course." He chuckled lightly. "She is rather beautiful, and the Hyuga family wields considerable power. It is not a bad arrangement for someone like me, who was previously a nobody. In fact, it is quite advantageous." Izumi stared at him intently before tilting her head slightly. "And now? Now things have changed." Shia raised his hand, forming a fist. His gaze filled with greed and fervor. "I believe I can alter many circumstances. I can acquire more." Yet, in an instant, his fervent gaze turned icy and ruthless. "Why should I remain a mere son-in-law for life? As you can see, I have slain your comrade, and I possess a power that demands your attention. Since I am strong and you lack manpower, why not allow me to join your ranks?" "Shia, you." Shia's golden eyes shone ominously in the darkness, exuding an air of mystery and authority, the pupils narrowing like a serpent's. At the stream's edge, the previously frozen water began to crack, a chilling breeze sweeping through. Yet, Shia's words were colder still. "Life is fleeting. Do not hesitate in the pursuit of your ambitions. Izumi stood silently across from him, her beautiful face behind the mask reflecting confusion and an underlying disgust. She remained steadfast, confronting him in silence. Meanwhile, Songlong, standing nearby, waved his hand, transforming into a shadow. In the next moment, Xiao Nan, who had been kneeling and bewildered by the scene, gasped in shock. Her long blade trembled violently, seemingly of its own accord. Joyfully leaping towards Songlong, Songlong grasped the gleaming weapon, inspecting it briefly before tossing it towards Xie. Fulfill your promise. I endorse you as a member of our group. His voice remained gentle, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Songlong, you are not the leader, and besides, there are already 11 members in the organization. Songlong, with hands clasped behind his back and a hint of a smile, replied, the more, the merrier. Besides, if he joins, at least I will know who he is. But the other 11, including you and Bingha, are mere faceless masks in my daily life. It is quite vexing. Xie gazed at the long blade, momentarily lost in thought. After a brief pause, he drew the sword and approached Shikamaru. Shikamaru stepped back, but in the next instant, an arrow manifested beside Xie and pierced Shikamaru's left leg. Ah! Shikamaru cried out in pain, kneeling down. Xie stood before him with the blade held firmly, a solemn expression on his face. He cast a slightly apologetic glance at Shikamaru, adjusting his stance to stand beside him, ensuring he could strike the major artery. It won't be long now, Lord Shikamaru. Reflect on the beauty of life one last time. Shikamaru pressed his hand against the wound, blood gushing forth, and suddenly met Xie's gaze, shouting in fury, enough! Strike! Xie's expression hardened, devoid of any remorse. As he raised the blade high above his head, my apologies, Lord Shikamaru. With a swift motion, the blade sliced through the air. Izumi turned her head away. A beautiful arc of light traced the blade's path, heavy with silence. In that moment, the weight of life bore down upon them. Yet, no burden could compare to that fateful night, the night that man brought bloodshed to her and her clan. Like Itachi Uchiha, no, even more shameless. The same event, yet two utterly opposite extremes. Izumi's eyelashes fluttered as she reopened her eyes beneath the mask. Well then, I look forward to working together, she said coldly. No one responded. Silence enveloped them. Suddenly, Izumi turned sharply, her gaze fixed on a certain direction. She froze in place. There, a radiant blade hovered in midair, its tip resting against Shikamaru's forehead, yet leaving him unscathed. The two exchanged knowing smiles. Shikamaru formed the hand seals for the shadow-binding jutsu, the serpentine lines connecting to Xie's suspended blade before leaping to the golden arrow embedded in the ground, where its shadow intertwined with Songlong's. Songlong stood peacefully with his hands behind his back, unable to move. On the desolate white plain, Otsutsuki Shin, propping his chin on one hand, snorted disdainfully, muttering, "The height of shamelessness." Chapter 39. The gambler on the flat ground by the stream. Shikamaru had completely subdued Songlong. Ah, what a nuisance. You are right. The Nara clan is not suited for direct combat. Historically, they have rarely appeared on the battlefield among ninja clans. Shikamaru frowned, exhaling lazily. But a ninja is still a human. Above all, the most powerful must reside here. Xie, with a wicked grin, drove the blade into the ground and approached Songlong, casting a sidelong glance at Izumi. You're quite foolish, aren't you? Izumi was thoroughly incensed by this shameless and despicable man. If you have the guts, come and try it. Xie snorted dismissively, grinning as he said, Look at you, the villain's common flaw. You fail to understand the importance of a finishing blow. Ignoring Izumi's provocation, he walked straight towards the completely restrained Songlong. With a seemingly casual wave of his left arm, a golden longsword materialized in his grasp. Songlong could only watch helplessly as Xie positioned the flaming sword against his neck. Meanwhile, Izumi bent slightly, ready to charge at Xie at any moment. Xie suddenly turned to Izumi. A gamble? If this formidable elder dies, you won't escape today, even with wings. If you pour all your strength into stopping me from killing him, you might have a slim chance of survival. Of course, that means you will have to drag that little wretch off your shoulders and race against your already flickering life. Naturally, you can use the Izanagi once more. Or you can rewrite the event after I slay him. A smirk curled at the corner of Xie's mouth. But consider what you will face if you proceed with that course of action. His cold golden eyes glimmered slightly, while across from him, Izumi's eyes glowed a deep crimson. She narrowed her gaze. If I, Sanichi, had saved that Songlong, then I would have completely become a blind person. I would become the weakest and most hindering individual in this place. So much so that even the blue-haired woman, currently in a state of turmoil, could easily end my life. At that moment, would that Songlong, who had escaped danger, still be willing to take risks to save someone as incompetent as I? A ripple of thought crossed my mind, and suddenly, I caught sight of Xie's golden eyes across from me. They sparkled brilliantly, captivatingly beautiful. I narrowed my eyes slightly. The next moment, Shikamaru seemed to realize something, shouting at Xie. Xie, don't look into her eyes. Xie nodded, yet did not lower his gaze. At that instant, I felt a jolt, stepping back involuntarily, my eyes momentarily unfocused. Why? Why was he not guarding against her illusionary techniques at all? I began to hesitate whether to use my final trump card. Xie, however, remained unfazed, his teasing tone intensifying. You are welcome to try. I mean it. Cast an illusion on me and see what effect it has. A cold huff escaped from the depths of Xie's heart, directed at me. Only he, Dongfang Xie, could hear it. No tricks would work here. Xie's tone suddenly turned frigid, malevolent, and fierce, narrowing his eyes as he fixed his gaze on me. You almost killed my wife. How could I not seek vengeance? I returned his stare coldly. The two of us fell silent in the darkness, saying nothing. Yet we could see each other clearly through our bloodshot eyes, like two demons silently devouring each other's souls in the dark, cruel and resolute, both willing to wager our lives at any moment. After a pause, Xie finally spoke, his voice low and steady. Devoid of emotion, yet sharp as a dagger, I am a simple person. Whether you consider yourself a hero of justice or a shadowy figure of the underworld, no matter the power you wield or the means you employ, life is but a singular thread. Xie's serpent-like gaze tightly ensnared me. You stake your life, and I will stake mine. My psychological defenses began to falter, my body retreating involuntarily. Yet there was nowhere left to retreat. My pale, slender feet submerged in the water. Suddenly, a delicate voice echoed in my mind. Who will save me? I saw that little girl, the one with the ponytail, fleeing into an alley, leaning against the wall, crying pitifully. I then saw the beautiful girl, who had run alone through a night stained with blood, finally reaching the guard station only to find it slaughtered. Ultimately, that little girl cried out in despair in the alley. The beautiful girl was also easily bound by a chain from the masked man, watching the blade of slaughter inch closer. Both the little girl and the beautiful girl cried out simultaneously. Who will save me? Itachi, save me. The instant my foot splashed into the stream, I screamed. I trembled almost madly, water splashing around my feet. That icy, frantic scream pierced the silence of the night. Songlong, Xie and Shikamaru stared in bewilderment at this peculiar scene before them. In the next moment, my black Susanoo erupted into existence, like a wave of black flames surging forth. The black skeleton swiftly fused with flesh, and atop it, the Tengu mask reformed, a half-complete form. Xie was momentarily taken aback. I, panting by the stream, felt a wisp of white mist curling around my pale lips. In an instant, I seized the tenacious white zetsu draped over my shoulder, yanked it down, and tossed it into the stream. Xie's eyelid twitched, yet his hand holding the flaming sword remained steady. I gasped for breath, my body swaying slightly. Yet I stepped forward with grandeur. I walked straight ahead. At that moment, Xie's gaze turned ominously sharp. Previously, he had resembled a cunning hunter, patient and unhurried, with his arrows always sharp. Now, he realized that this place could become an arena of beasts, and he himself had become a desperate animal. I did not stop. Xie's voice deepened. You would do well not to. A cold snort escaped my nose. You don't care about him at all, do you? From the moment you discarded him, paralyzed and defenseless, and walked straight toward the enemy you must eliminate. Xie's teeth were almost ground to dust. You. My breathing grew more frantic, white mist escaping my lips, my long hair cascading over my face. You're so selfish. I stood before Shikamaru, the half-complete Susanoo raising the black long sword, the secret technique of the Nara clan. Since Songlong could not move, neither could Shikamaru. Shikamaru stared up at the towering long sword, like a mountain, beads of cold sweat trickling down. In the concluding chapter of Volume 2, Snow Falls, on the street outside the southern gate of Konoha, Kakashi and Naruto sat together on a stone bench, discussing the recent attack and the multitude of issues arising from it. Naruto appeared anxious, overwhelmed by various pressures. In the darkness, a woman, breathless and frantic, ran towards them. Kakashi and Naruto instinctively looked towards the newcomer. Under the dim yellow light, A girl with pink hair stood bewildered, her gaze complex as she looked at the two. A faint mist escaped from her soft lips, mingling with the chill of the night air. Sakura wanted to say something, but ultimately remained silent. Finally, she raised her bandaged hand, offering a piece of paper towards them. Kakashi, intrigued, uncrossed his legs and approached to take the note, turning back toward Naruto while reading. Yet, suddenly, Kakashi froze, his eyes wide with shock as if he had seen something astonishing. On the stone bench, where the streetlight did not reach, Naruto sprang to his feet. In the forest, I screamed, "You're so selfish." The black long sword descended upon Shikamaru like a mountain. Shia stepped forward, rushing towards Shikamaru, but he realized he was too late. The black long sword was nearly resting on Shikamaru's scalp. Shia's eyes bulged with blood vessels. Simultaneously, the voice of Yamoja echoed again in his heart. "Would you consider making another deal? The 9-character secret method. I can offer you one more character." Shia frowned. I said. A piercing female voice cut through the night. Shia hesitated slightly. "You must return home before 11 o'clock. Boom. The wind roared, overturning the forest. In that moment, Shia felt as if the scene before him had been torn asunder. Countless trees uprooted, dust and smoke soared into the sky. In that instant, all 4 of us were flung backward. Yet, a pale, delicate hand seized Shikamaru by the collar like lifting a chick. But Shia was not so fortunate. The golden flames were blown away, and he fell backward, pinned to the ground by the torrent of wind, unable to move. I and Songlong were swept into the sky. Amid the swirling smoke, a slender female figure stood majestically, leaning against an iron fan nearly as tall as herself. At Konoha Hospital, Hanabi stared vacantly, fiddling with her slender fingers, yet moments later, she grew anxious, pinching her other hand's fingers until they turned pale. Why does she not accompany him? Surely, she cannot be regarded as a hindrance. Her secret weapon has yet to be unleashed. It is merely that the ocular prowess of that Uchiha woman is exceedingly formidable. With this thought, the seemingly fragile figure of the young woman rises, approaching the gaping hole in the wall that her husband had scorched. She gazes into the distance, her eyes alight with youthful anticipation. She has witnessed him wielding that golden flame against foes, as well as that insufferable sigh, yet she herself has yet to behold it. But after a brief moment, she returns to her seat, quietly awaiting, like a dutiful wife yearning for her husband's triumphant return from battle. In truth, her heart continues to race fervently, yet at a certain moment, it trembles sharply, stirred by a weeping sound. A woman's voice, familiar yet estranged. For she has seldom heard this woman weep. She furrows her brow, initially dismissing it as mere hallucination. Yet the sound draws nearer. Hanabi parts her lips, blinks rapidly, and slowly rises from her chair. At that instant, her heart ceases its frantic beating. Dark, cold tendrils of despair grip it tightly. On the moon, Boruto is exultantly celebrating their journey into outer space, but his excitement gradually subsides as he attempts to console the class leader beside him. Shinki, however, remains pale, ignoring his words. Nearby, Mitsuki sits cross-legged atop the unconscious form of the invisible man, having struck him into slumber once more, gazing curiously and kindly at Shinki and Boruto. Before them, Shorin, resting his chin on his hands, furrows his brow. He exhales, a thin veil of mist rising on the frigid lunar surface. A scene of chaos unfolds. The class leader, Anla, despite the calamity wrought upon the Senju Park, reassures them that no lives were lost, all is well. If that fellow were to what chaos? Boruto, in the midst of comforting the class leader, is taken aback, turning towards Shorin. Shorin tilts his head slightly, fixing his gaze on Boruto. The latter feels an unsettling intensity emanating from Shorin, even with his eyes closed. Moments later, Shorin extends his slender, pale fingers, pointing towards Boruto, Shinki, and Mitsuki in succession. Return. Become a small stone that halts the apocalyptic tide amidst this chaos. Along the forest path back to Konoha. Baka, how many times must I tell you? Are you not listening? You must return home by 11 at night. Hey, wife, that hurts. I understand. There are others watching. On the path, Hanabi twists Shikamaru's ear, pulling him along. The pain nearly brings tears to his eyes, and he can only plead for mercy while casting desperate glances at Mitsuki. Observing this scene, Mitsuki is caught between laughter and exasperation, unsure whether to find amusement in Shikamaru's predicament or to be irritated by this couple's public display of affection. Following closely behind, Mitsuki, Upon receiving Shikamaru's silent cry for help, averts his gaze, adhering to the principle of a gentleman who does not intervene. After all, this woman is too fierce, and he still bears the sting of her earlier reprimand. Shikamaru shoots him a look of dismay, one that clearly conveys his silent plea for assistance. Mitsuki, feigning innocence, responds, "Are you the Eastern Prince?" Mitsuki blinks, only to find Hanabi turning to regard him with an expressionless gaze. A chill runs down his spine. Haha, you may simply call me Mitsuki. He has no intention of incurring the displeasure of these formidable women. The teachings of the Nara clan are commendable. As for ninjas, I hope they can carve a path distinct from ours. Hanabi, unfazed, continues calmly, yet Mitsuki discerns a sincere gratitude in her tone. I see. Who is our illustrious Mitsuki? That hurts. Hanabi tightens her grip. How dare you say that? Not returning home at night sets a poor example for your son. That's wrong. Mitsuki chuckles softly at the pair before him. The trio soon arrives at the southern gate, where they encounter Sakura rushing towards them, alongside a bewildered Kakashi and Naruto. This sight leaves them all perplexed. Naruto turns, his gaze vacant, ultimately settling on Mitsuki. A sudden jolt runs through Mitsuki. Shikamaru, startled, glances back at Mitsuki before hastily approaching Naruto, while Hanabi, understanding the gravity of the situation, releases her grip on Shikamaru's ear. What is going on? What happened, Naruto? Naruto trembles, his lips quivering, unable to articulate a response. Shikamaru freezes, alarmed. Finally, Naruto slowly raises his hand, lifting a paper slip. The movement is so slight that it seems burdensome. Shikamaru's expression turns serious, and after a moment, he approaches Naruto with deliberate steadiness, first scrutinizing the slip. In the shadows, Mitsuki cannot discern Shikamaru's expression, but he can see Naruto's. It mirrors the countenance he wore upon learning of Jiraiya's demise. Mitsuki feels a wave of dizziness wash over him, the world around him suddenly becoming distorted. He observes Shikamaru's grave demeanor as he turns and strides toward him. Just a few paces, yet it feels as though he traverses centuries. He sees Shikamaru's lips move rhythmically, as if uttering something, yet he hears nothing. The sounds of the world fade away, yet he distinctly perceives the silence of the voiceless before him. Did he hear it? Perhaps, or perhaps not. He simply waits. He waits. He waits. He waits. Boom. Golden wings burst forth, a radiant wave of gold spiraling outward, a shaft of light ascending, piercing through the silence of the desolate village towards a distant horizon. On the edge of the land of fire, at the borders of Konoha, Songlong hastily carries Izumi away. Cough. Cough. It feels just like when my father carried me to see the summer festival. Izumi murmurs weakly, blood streaming from her eyes. Songlong struggles to find a response, maintaining his usual amiable tone. Hold on a little longer. Lizard's stronghold lies just ahead. Songlong hesitates, then cautiously adds, "You children ought to let go of the past if you can. I will assist you in countering the repercussions from the organization." Izumi buries her bloodied face deeper into his shoulder, pressing her head against the elder's shoulder. "I cannot forget. They conspired to kill my father, my mother, my kin, and the one who resides in my heart." Time allows Izumi to express this sentiment with a calm demeanor. Songlong remains silent, bearing her like a father would. The pitch-black sky begins to release the first snowflake. Moments later, Izumi's tone turns fierce once more. "After being deceived by Ice Crane, upon our return, I shall report her defection to the organization." She emphasizes the word her with great intensity. Songlong nods in quiet affirmation. By the stream, the ice begins to fracture. Crumbling bits gently sway. Ultimately, as the last shard of ice shatters, a beautiful woman removes her mask, gracefully emerging from the icy mirror. With flowing black hair and an extraordinarily beautiful visage, as her face emerges from beneath the mask, all the radiant shards of ice lose their luster. A third of enchantment. 7 parts chill. She is a visage that brings ruin to nations. She extends her hand towards the bright night sky. Eastern Mitsuki, how intriguing. The stunningly beautiful woman gazes upward, offering a soft yet faint smile. A pristine snowflake alighted upon her hand, lingering there as if reluctant to depart. Across the boundless black sky, a golden meteor streaked through the firmament. It is uncertain whose childhood wish was whispered to the shooting star, nor which young girl dreamed of angels or knights as she envisioned her fairy tale. Now, we are left to wonder which woman waits anxiously alone at home. In a fleeting moment, The snow blanketed the small ground and her petite figure. Under the gaze of the crowd, he gently descended, golden wings unfurling silently. 3,000 golden feathers swirling through the sight of countless onlookers. In the vast expanse, the white snow and golden feathers shimmered together. Beneath the cross, an elder quietly succumbed to slumber. She knelt alone before him, fragile yet resolute, and her steadfastness only accentuated her frailty, evoking a chill in the air and stirring his heart with compassion. He approached her softly, enveloping her in his embrace. "It's all right. I am here." The pallid-faced woman buried her weary visage into his chest, seemingly drifting into sleep. In the presence of the entire Hyuga clan, amidst numerous noble families and nearly half of the villagers of Konoha, he held her quietly, as though she had fallen into a deep slumber. Silence enveloped them, snow cascading gently. Only he, in that moment, felt the warmth of two unknown tears against his heart. Yet, in this flurry of snow, he felt an unusual chill. "Sleep now. I hold you close. With me, you are safe." The world, much like the 19 Paths, was shrouded in darkness, dampness, and an overwhelming silence that dulled perception. In a realm devoid of sound, even a whisper of breeze or a sliver of light, one could easily lose track of time. Enveloped in such darkness, blind to all but the void, one could not measure space or distance. Bound tightly in chains within a corner, immobile, the skin became ravaged by the heat of sweat in the still air. The yearning for even the faintest sound, however meaningless or jarring, became a desperate plea for reassurance of existence within this illusion. Just that, a solitary soul could be extinguished by darkness, silence, and loneliness. And the architect of it all is time, a relentless, boundless expanse that can evoke despair. In the clandestine underground interrogation chamber of Konoha, sunlight never graced this place. Before the Ninja Wars, it served as the headquarters for an organization known as Root. The expressions of those who traversed this space were eerily uniform, emotionless. A man in black strode purposefully toward the innermost depths of the basement, followed closely by a pale-faced elder clad in a black trench coat. His visage marred by two grotesque scars that stretched from his cheek to his chin. The staircase descended straight down, with each step. The light from above dimmed further until it vanished entirely, leaving them in an impenetrable darkness without an end in sight. Their footsteps echoed in the silence, gradually fading away. At an indeterminate moment, Sai halted. The sound of his footsteps ceased, almost as if to remind him, "You have not lost your hearing." He produced a key, the metallic clink reverberating through the serpentine darkness, eerie and supernatural. The sound of a lock clicking echoed, akin to something being opened, or perhaps nothing at all. Was that so? Marino Ibiki squinted, attempting to discern the silhouette of a door or its edges within the pitch-black surroundings. Yet he failed. A wry smile tugged at his lips, devoid of mirth. The rusted sounds of metal scraping against the floor persisted for a long while, fading into the distance, imparting a sense of having strayed far from a familiar world. Sai slightly turned to allow Ibiki passage, yet after a prolonged pause, Ibiki remained still. Sai gently patted Ibiki to indicate he had cleared the way. Ibiki nodded, feeling somewhat redundant, and cautiously stepped forward. 1 step, 2 steps, 6 steps, 7 steps, 9 steps. Ibiki furrowed his brow, halting his advance, and cautiously traced the ground with his hands before sitting cross-legged. Then came an eerie silence, a silence both uncanny and profound. The two, or perhaps 3, or even more, fell into an abyss of darkness, abandoning all sense of time in that oppressive sea. The suffocating sensation was maddening. Ibiki felt beads of sweat forming at his brow, striving to remain silent, but he sensed that if this continued, he would soon unravel. Indeed, he could distinctly feel a dreadful presence growing within him, writhing and gnawing at his insides. He was on the brink of madness. "Do you wish to ask something?" A hoarse voice, yet it bore the timbre of youth. Ibiki's mind was jolted by the suddenness of this voice. Akin to golden waves crashing against the flames of his heart, he felt an exhalation of relief. Frowning, he endeavored to suppress this feeling of liberation. Ibiki remained silent. "Don't waste time. Ask away." A hint of frustration seeped into Ibiki's demeanor. Under normal circumstances, he might have felt bewildered, yet now it seemed he had anticipated this moment. Moments later, in the darkness, Ibiki's steady, cold voice broke the stillness. "Did you kill Hyuga Hisashi?" His eyes narrowed like a predator's in the dark. Devoid of malice or anger, only a chilling detachment, rational to the extreme. No. The boy's reply was instantaneous, almost preempting Ibiki's inquiry. Ibiki paused, taken aback. He had envisioned numerous reactions from the boy at this moment. Silence, hesitation, feigned calmness, indignation, pleas for mercy, tears, madness, defiance, regret. But none of these included such a simple yet unequivocal denial. A smirk escaped Ibiki, a fleeting moment of confusion followed by a derisive chuckle. The prodigious youth of the Hyuga clan, offspring of renowned members of the peacekeeping forces, whose valor was unmatched. Yet, both parents perished when he was but 3 years old, caught in the crossfire of a rebellion against the rogue ninjas of the Rain Village. Thereafter, he lived alone, awakening his Byakugan at 4, mastering gentle fist techniques by 5. And at 7, he could summon the rain to retreat skyward with a mere punch. By 9, he graduated from the ninja academy early. Yet he declined the path of a ninja. By 11, he emerged as the most extraordinary among his peers, and at 13, he received an invitation from the daimyo of the Fire Country to join the 12 Guardian Ninja, yet he still refused. Ibiki recounted these facts with an emotionless demeanor. In the darkness, the boy spoke slowly. Yes, I have done all of that. Ibiki's cold gaze remained fixed ahead. However, there was one point that was misrepresented. The youth's slightly hoarse voice spoke softly. Silence. Oh. After a moment, Ibiki inquired. It wasn't a single punch. The boy's voice regained a touch of vitality. It was 2 punches that sent him back into the rain curtain. The youth's tone resembled someone recounting a rather flavorless fairy tale. A fire ignited within Ibiki. But he quickly suppressed it. I heard that the new generation of the Hyuga clan admires you greatly, Ibiki asked. Well, I suppose so. Those guys are always idle. The boy replied with a frown. It seems you and they share a discontent towards Hinata Hisashi? How should I put it? They certainly do, as I've mentioned. They are always quite idle. Oh, and what about you? Hee. In the darkness, Ibiki emphasized his tone. Yet, the boy did not respond immediately. As Ibiki prepared to press further, the boy spoke up. I indiscriminately harbor disdain for everything before me. Ibiki's body recoiled, uncertain of how to continue questioning. Including you. The boy's voice returned. Though it carried a hint of mischief, to Ibiki, it felt chilling to the bone. After a lengthy silence, the boy continued. I see you require some time to ponder. Ibiki responded with a scoff. In a couple of days, perhaps 3, who knows? I shall return when you are ready to articulate your thoughts. Ibiki waited, but the boy remained silent. Eventually, Ibiki resignedly rose and walked away. Bang! Ibiki inhaled sharply, pressing his forehead. Sigh. Huh. What is it? Sigh. Where are you? I'm right where we came in. Ibiki rubbed his temples, feeling a wave of frustration. You're a special jonin, and yet you managed to collide with the wall in the dungeon. Turn left, take 5 steps, and face forward. The boy's voice echoed once more. Both Ibiki and Zai fell silent. In the end, only the sound of Ibiki's steady footsteps remained. They ascended the stairs slowly, finally catching sight of daylight. In those last few steps, both hurriedly rushed forward. Zai exhaled. Ibiki furrowed his brow. Beneath his leather gloves, his palms were already damp with sweat. Did he truly kill Hinata Hisashi? Zai's eyes widened as he looked at Ibiki. Aren't you the chief examiner? Why are you asking me? Ibiki's expression showed no sign of relaxation. Zai hesitated, then continued. When I entered the Hinata residence, Hisashi had already collapsed. He was the only one present at the scene. Ibiki frowned. Shouldn't we apply some severe interrogation methods? Zai timidly inquired. Ibiki shook his head. He clenched his fist and spoke gravely. He has already received the harshest punishment. He paused before continuing, the torment of the soul. In the darkness, silence enveloped them. An endless stretch of time. An overwhelming sense of immersion. Suddenly, a slender beam of light emerged from the darkness. The boy's wide eyes began to emit a faint, sparkling glow, reminiscent of stars in the night sky. Under the gentle radiance, the uneven ground began to take shape. On that dust-laden surface, deep crevices interwove with horizontal and vertical lines. The boy struggled to extend his shackled hands, trembling as he reached toward the ground. Wisps of white vapor coiled around his fingertips. He completed the final stroke of the drawing. The pattern consisted of 19 intersecting lines. Finally, the white vapor dissipated from his fingertips, and the boy's star-like eyes shone brilliantly in the darkness. In the obscurity, he spoke. In this vast universe, it is as if we dwell in a dark chamber. The world is akin to 19 paths. All beings become mere pawns, while his starry eyes suddenly blazed with light. In an instant, the entire dark chamber was illuminated by a brilliant white glow. The boy, known as Hinata Muchio, emerged from the shadows, his face resolute and unwavering. The Chess Master. Chapter 1. Tranquility Hinata Residence. A serene atmosphere began to gradually restore within this ancient district, with the events from 15 days prior having caused little damage. Even with the passing of the former clan leader, Hinata Hizashi, amidst the turmoil, most people's sentiments were merely fleeting sadness and melancholy. Some of the more radical youth perhaps even found satisfaction in this turn of events. However, one thing was certain. Hizashi's demise brought a significant upheaval to the Hinata clan while simultaneously presenting a multitude of troubles or opportunities for others. Consequently, most individuals found themselves preoccupied with various tasks. Yet, amidst this bustling backdrop, one person stood out as a stark contrast to the environment. In the quaint and classical courtyard, Hinata's son-in-law, Dongfang Xie, began his new day of healthy living, twisting his neck left and right. Throughout the first week, he had remained by the side of Hanabi, who was pale and silent. Initially, she had become a delicate puppet, refusing to see anyone or speak a word. Many prominent figures from other clans were simply turned away, including Shikamaru and Naruto, while Hinata had yet to make an appearance. Instead, Hanabi spent her days curled up in her room, neglecting meals, occasionally lost in thought, or dozing off mid-afternoon for just an hour or two before awakening to find herself still curled up. During those days, she had dared not leave her side, shadowing her every move. He had been prepared to quietly protect her for months. However, on the 7th day, Hanabi pushed open her door and stepped out, looking more haggard than he had ever seen her. Even her pure white eyes were bloodshot from lack of sleep. Her once fair skin appeared waxen, and her eyelids were swollen with dark circles beneath. Yet, there was a flicker of light returning to her gaze, a stark contrast to the initial emptiness. That day, she and Hinata led the Hinata clan in laying Hizashi to rest. The two sisters exchanged not a single word throughout the process. However, that night, in a deserted part of the estate, they embraced and wept for a long time. Ultimately, Xie carried the sleeping Hanabi back to the courtyard, while Hinata was escorted home by Naruto. On the 8th day, in the early morning, Hanabi burst through the door. Xie, leaning against the doorframe, lost his support and fell to the ground, looking up at her. The once lively Hanabi was now replaced by a cold, somber demeanor as she gazed down at him. Her brows slightly furrowed, her expression complex and agitated. At last, she exhaled deeply, her delicate features softening. Clad only in a simple garment, she stepped over Xie, the atmosphere heavy and oppressive. Yet, moments later, her slightly weary yet warm voice broke the silence. "Darling, let us go check on your arm." Xie complied, and they walked in silence. Hanabi was not inclined to converse. However, in the hospital, upon seeing Sakura's troubled expression, her pallor returned, and she tightly shut her eyes, frowning at whatever Sakura said. "The skeletal damage is too severe. It can be treated, and we can perform surgery to implant devices to support the bones and joints." But Sakura's expression was one of helplessness. "Prosthetics," Hanabi stated coldly. Sakura was taken aback. Like what my brother-in-law has." Sakura was left momentarily speechless. The endeavor in question demands a substantial financial investment, unique to each individual. Thus, the previous undertaking did not alleviate any of the challenges at hand. Huahua furrowed her brow, reluctant to engage in conversation. However, it was Wanner, who was accompanying Huahua, who stepped forward and spoke. "Money is not an issue. You need only to proceed with your work." Huahua remained noncommittal. Sakura, with a troubled expression, glanced back at Xie on the operating table. In truth, if he had retained the same constitution as that fateful night, perhaps it would have been feasible. Yet, the current version of him, even if successful, would struggle to control the cells of Hashirama. That night, Yamoji had bestowed upon him only a fleeting elite Jonin physique. Once everything was settled, his condition dwindled, ultimately settling into a rather unremarkable Chunin state. Thus, he had no choice but to settle for a standard procedure, albeit the most advanced of its kind. Hence, the scene before us unfolds. He slowly raised his hands, gathering energy in his dantian, exuding an aura of profound mystery, and took a deliberate step forward, commencing a dance of sorts. Tai Chi at least, that was his perception. In his world, the elderly in the park practiced it in this manner. Surely there was nothing amiss. Wanner, upon entering, witnessed this spectacle and was immediately struck dumb. "Master, you," she exclaimed, disbelief etched on her face. She had displayed a haughty demeanor. The gentle fist of the Hyuga clan, capable of embodying such a harmonious blend of strength and grace, of yin and yang. "Praise me. Do praise me. No matter how cheesy or awkward, this genius can handle it." To which Warner blurted out, "Master, are you casting a spell?" Xia was taken aback. "Huh. Warner, can't you perceive the profundity of my martial arts?" Martial arts? Come, take a look," he insisted, eager to demonstrate once more. Warner stared blankly for a moment before commenting, "Oh master, perhaps you are constipated. Do take some medicine later." She then allowed Xia, desperate to validate his martial prowess, to indulge in his antics while she made her way toward Huahua's quarters. Following the death of Hinata Hizashi, Huahua had secluded herself, relinquishing all responsibilities to Warner. However, such chaos was not easily managed, and various complications continued to arise one after another. Miss Warner cautiously probed, unsure if she would receive a response. Indeed, for them, this matter was merely the loss of a leader within their clan. Yet for her, it signified a daughter bereft of her father. And now, they had the audacity to resolutely counsel her to gather her strength, to prioritize the greater good, compelling a woman who had lost her father to shoulder burdens they themselves could not bear, while they simply awaited the shade of the trees to enjoy their respite. Warner found this unjust. When the torrential rain poured down, they would clamor and rush under her umbrella, yet they would not express gratitude, instead nitpicking and feeling aggrieved, believing that despite being sheltered, they were not afforded the same favoritism as others. Conversely, under the blazing sun, they would curse her for confining them beneath the umbrella, impatiently yearning to leap out, and perhaps even attempting to snatch away the umbrella that symbolized her uniqueness, breaking it in the process. After a moment of contemplation, Warner prepared to turn away, but was interrupted as the door behind her swung open. She swiftly turned, her gaze sparkling as she beheld Huahua. Huahua appeared nonchalant, her complexion considerably improved, though still bearing signs of weakness. She ambled over to the steps and sat down in silence. Warner joined her. For a while, only the gentle whisper of the breeze filled the air. Finally, Huahua inquired in a calm tone, "This family, it is quite troublesome, is it not?" It was not a question. Warner paused, subtly nodding in agreement. Huahua smiled, a sense of relief washing over her. "Miss," Huahua interrupted, "you need not speak. I understand. My father's situation is merely a concept to many. It is not their fault, nor is there any reason to blame them. They will do what they must, what they wish, and that will never change." Huahua paused before continuing, "Rest assured, no matter how nefarious their methods may be in private, they will not cross that line. Within this circle, it merely appears disheartening." However, Huahua tilted her head with a smile, delicately flicking Warner on the forehead. "There is no however. I do not wish to concern myself." Huahua's smile radiated brightly. Warner rubbed her forehead, at a loss for words. Yet, after a moment, Huahua's smile faded slightly. "I must trouble you to investigate that matter further." Warner gazed at her and nodded. Huahua turned her head back, still smiling as she watched Xia practice his martial arts, murmuring softly, "After all, one can protect their family without being the clan leader." Huahua squinted lightly, appearing content as the early autumn sun bathed her in warmth. Evoking the image of a languid kitten, Warner merely observed her. After a moment, Huahua descended the steps and approached Xia, who fancied himself a martial arts master. "Oh, what are you practicing, some novel dance?" Huahua pondered her choice of words. "What? Oh, this is martial arts." "Martial arts?" Huahua raised an eyebrow. In the distance, Warner facepalmed. Yet, Xia remained utterly serious. "Let us see if it works." Without further ado, Huahua stepped forward and unleashed a palm strike toward Xia. Chapter 2. A Clash of Wits. Naruto. "Hurry up. I've told you. You must embody the essence of Hokage. We cannot allow others to perceive us poorly." All right. I understand, Shikamaru. It's just that after the new incident, there are a multitude of matters requiring my attention. Is that an excuse, Naruto? Amidst Shikamaru's incessant chatter, a weary Naruto stood beside him, both waiting at the designated station on the Hokage Rock, anticipating the arrival of esteemed guests to Konoha. After a period of waiting, neither overly long nor short, 5 figures appeared on the horizon. Leading them were a dashing young man and an elegantly poised woman, fanning herself with a bamboo fan. Her beauty, striking and unmistakable, immediately suggesting a connection with the young man, yet evoking no sense of condescension or unwarranted assumptions. The three attendants accompanying them were more peculiar. One was a large, imposing figure, resembling a wall of flesh. Another was a graceful girl with stunning light blonde hair and particularly bright eyes, sporting a high ponytail. The last appeared rather ordinary, neither particularly robust nor remarkable in appearance, yet his gaze was the sharpest among the three. Such individuals walking through the streets of Konoha would certainly not go unnoticed. In fact, the striking young man, who was merely 20 years old and bore an amiable smile, upon spotting Naruto, broke into a light jog and approached him with an innocent demeanor. Naruto smiled in return. The young man grasped Naruto's hand, unabashedly expressing his admiration. Hokage-sama. Naruto replied with a calm smile, Prince. Hokage-sama, just look at your complexion. It doesn't appear well. You must have been burning the midnight oil again, right? Uh-huh. It's a common occurrence. Hokage-sama, you have always been my greatest idol. A hero of the fire country is indispensable. Please take care of your health. The young man earnestly conveyed a stream of warm sentiments. Naruto reciprocated with a sincere smile. Upon finishing, the prince turned to Shikamaru and bowed deeply. Teacher. Shikamaru wore a serious expression, yet a faint smile graced his lips as he assisted the prince to his feet. However, the prince did not extend the same warmth towards Shikamaru as he did to Naruto, instead remarking casually, Teacher, it seems the affairs in Konoha are rather significant. Shikamaru hesitated momentarily. Well, there certainly are some issues. The prince took a step forward and glanced back at the enchanting woman, smiling as he spoke. It appears that this collaborative endeavor involving the 5 great nations and their respective villages will have to be postponed in the Land of Fire. Although this unprecedented project has made initial strides among the nations, with the majority of effort coming from the esteemed Hinata clan, they have only just begun. That's their affair. The woman interjected with a smile, her tone icy. The atmosphere grew tense. With a swift motion, she snapped her folding fan shut, striking it against her palm. If it couldn't be accomplished, they shouldn't have taken it on. The three attendants silently regarded the woman, while Naruto stared at her in astonishment. And even Shikamaru scrutinized her anew. The woman elegantly swept her sleeves back, placing her hands behind her, and glided past the others, including the prince, leaving a single remark in her wake, to the Hinata clan. Naruto was utterly shocked. He was perplexed. He questioned his very existence. Shikamaru shot him a glare. Feeling a sense of embarrassment for his companion, the prince turned to Shikamaru, an expression of helplessness on his face, and with a childlike innocence, he shrugged. Of course, no problem. Shikamaru smiled dismissively and led the way to the Hinata estate, a small courtyard within the residence. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed as Shiye flew out. Crashing against the wall, his expression one of disbelief. Miss, he exclaimed. Interesting, you're starting to resemble me. Come here, let us revisit your, what was it? The old lady's punch. Truly, you're all wrong. Shiye trembled as he steadied himself against the wall, casting a pleading glance at Wan. Observing the dust-filled courtyard, Wan contemplated her escape. Shiye shot her a glare, but Wan remained indifferent. Shiye pondered his words carefully. A lady should focus on family matters, not squander time on trivial martial arts. Hanabi tilted her head, narrowing her eyes at him, silent yet amused. Indeed, I often remind myself to cultivate my dedication to the people. Shiye frowned, irritated that he was speaking to his wife while she interrupted. Turning around, he spotted a remarkably handsome man with an extraordinary aura. Shikamaru urgently signaled with his eyes. Shiye raised an eyebrow, making a prompt decision. What the young master says is correct. At this age, he must be the heir of a wealthy family. Shikamaru rubbed his forehead in exasperation. The striking woman smiled at Shiye, who felt a chill run down his spine, recognizing her beauty from somewhere. Unexpectedly, Hanabi flashed to Shiye's side and bowed, saying, Your Highness. Shiye was momentarily stunned. Your Highness? Ha ha ha, no need for such formality. The Hinata clan has made the greatest contributions to both Konoha and the Land of Fire. It is I who should pay my respects at the Hinata shrine. With an expressionless demeanor, Hanabi straightened Shiye's posture, calmly stating, Your Highness is jesting. The prince then smiled warmly at Shiye. Shiye felt a surge of alarm. Had he incurred a grudge? This was not good. To his surprise, the prince's lips curled slightly, revealing a smile he deemed sincere. I have read your poetry. Shiye was momentarily taken aback by this revelation. The trials and tribulations will not stifle one's ambition. Perseverance will surely yield success. He He wished to continue but recalled the prince's status, deciding it inappropriate to continue. He nodded. Yes, I truly appreciate it. This time, he genuinely smiled. Shikamaru observed the two with intrigue. Ha ha ha, your highness is jesting, this poem. Shia wore a pained expression, for it was not his work. Did Tsushaka agree? The prince waved his hand dismissively, teasing, indeed, it lacks substance, too modest to reveal its brilliance. Just this one piece seems rather stingy, unbefitting of a great talent. Laughter ensued among the group. Hanabi, her complexion slightly pale, bore a faint smile, though her gaze discreetly flicked toward Shia, the striking woman. Adorned with black gloves that accentuated her snow-white wrists, reopened her black bamboo fan, summoning finality. Whether Mr. Dongfang possesses great knowledge remains to be seen, but his performance during the Ye incident truly garnered admiration and respect. He is indeed a paragon of both literary and martial prowess. The woman approached the prince, slightly tilting her head to scrutinize Shia, offering a mysterious smile. Shia was momentarily taken aback by her unsettling tone. Hanabi, startled, observed the beautiful woman fixating on her husband. Hey, what do you intend to do? She stepped forward, rudely placing herself in front of Shia, her chin held high in silence. The striking woman ignored Hanabi. I am Shuiyan. Snow from Shui and color from Yen. Shia paused, processing the name. Oh, he did not inquire further, acknowledging it. Hanabi, unyielding, glared at her. Then you must understand that my name is among the partners involved in the railway project undertaken by the Hinata clan. Shuiyan lowered her gaze, yet her expression remained resolute, revealing her dissatisfaction as she regarded Hanabi. It will be constructed. Really? Why would it be deemed impossible? Why hasn't work commenced? The deadline has arrived. Shuiyan's right hand gripped her folding fan tightly, her previously cold expression growing even icier. Hanabi's already pale face turned ghostly white, due to recent unforeseen events. The consortium has too many shareholders. One cautiously stepped forward to explain. Shuiyan raised her right hand, signaling one to cease speaking, and pointed her finger at her without looking her way. That is your concern, do not speak of it. As she spoke, her gaze remained fixed on Hanabi. Hanabi narrowed her eyes, sensing the tension in the air. The two ethereal women, both exuding grace, stood opposed to one another. Chapter 3, The Phoenix Tree Rain Falls. The cuckoo emerges. Hanabi and Shuiyan exchanged glances, the atmosphere chilling to a frigid point. The prince observed with a hint of amusement, relishing the unfolding drama. Rest assured, Miss Shuiyan, the Hinata clan is part of Konoha. Their credit is Konoha's credit. There are merely some issues with the funding chain. Both Konoha and the Hinata clan would never act in bad faith, Shikamaru stated respectfully as he positioned himself beside Shuiyan. Then, the prince clapped his sleeves together, leisurely approaching. Konoha is also an important partner of the Land of Fire. I am willing to invest in the Hinata clan personally. The prince's demeanor shifted from playful to authoritative, commanding respect. Yet, Shuiyan maintained her slightly rigid yet exquisite smile, her sharp gaze fixated on Hanabi. The tension lingered. Ultimately, it was Hanabi who averted her gaze, her eyelashes fluttering as she bowed. Thank you, Your Highness, but these minor matters do not require your involvement. The Hinata clan will resolve them adequately. Miss Shuiyan, please trust in the Hinata clan. Should we fail to deliver the complete project by the agreed deadline, we will bear all losses. With a sharp clap, Shuiyan struck her black bamboo fan against her palm once more. Perhaps the former Hinata clan would have managed, however, this current one. Her voice hesitated, yet beneath lay an unwavering resolve. Hanabi remained slightly bent. At this moment, the poised Shuiyan coldly regarded Hanabi, the disparity between them starkly evident. Would you not consider residing temporarily at the Hinata estate to collaborate with us on this matter? Shia raised an eyebrow. This woman is truly unyielding. After Shuiyan spoke, the atmosphere did not thaw, but rather thickened with an air of solemnity. Naruto furrowed his brow, while Shikamaru wore an expression of discomfort and discontent. As for His Highness the Prince, he appeared both astonished and amused, struggling to suppress a laugh. Shuiyan remained poised and independent, slightly lifting her pristine, delicate chin, her demeanor cool and composed. Until now, all eyes had been on Shuiyan and Hanabi, but in this moment, attention shifted solely to Hanabi. She stood there, momentarily taken aback, then straightened her posture, exuding grace and elegance. Her pure white eyes fleetingly glanced at the person before her, then she averted her gaze, maintaining a serene expression. With a calm tone, she said, "Very well. Please prepare a room for Miss Shuian. Hanabi turned to the concerned Wanner and then walked away without looking back. A charming smile graced Shuian's lips, revealing the satisfaction of a victor. Thank you, Hyuga family. Let us unite our efforts. Shuian bowed, holding her folding fan, offering a graceful farewell to Hanabi as she departed. She was effortlessly elegant, yet not humble. Hanabi did not respond. In the twilight, Sai led the blindfolded Shia towards the entrance of an abandoned underground palace. I never imagined I would have the chance to assist His Highness one day. It is truly an honor, Sai remarked, his pale visage appearing even more ghastly in the dim light, exuding an unsettling charm. I too did not foresee the day I would trouble Lord Sai, he replied with a chuckle, followed by an enveloping silence, broken only by the rustle of falling leaves. It was autumn, and although it was early in the season, remnants of an untimely heavy snowfall from late summer rendered everything desolate. Ask away. What do you wish to know? Sai said generously. Shia hesitated for a moment. I want to know if the old man Hyuga was indeed killed by Hinata Muchio? Sai smirked, his smile enigmatic. Good question. His tone rose slightly. I do not know. He then affirmed with a resolute voice. Shia was momentarily stunned into silence. Ah, you. She completed the unspoken thought in her mind. Sai chuckled, adding, you know, on the day of the incident, a masterful sage, adept in harnessing natural energy, appeared at the Hyuga estate. As someone like me, who dwells in shadows yet serves the light, could I remain indifferent? Thus, I promptly made my way to your estate in the dead of night. However, it seemed your household did not welcome me, but that is of no matter. Who would regard those of us who are mired in darkness? The real folly lies with the little ones who are oblivious. They only see the sun. A group of sunlit fools who fail to appreciate the times, pretending to play in the mud of darkness. I merely offered them an eye that can discern the shadows clearly. Shia smiled faintly. I heard that he was once a candidate for the 12 guardians of the Land of Fire. Oh, Sai's eyes narrowed with delight. That makes it all the more intriguing. Sai turned to observe the blindfolded Shia. After a moment, he suddenly exclaimed, watch your step. His smile broadened as he turned back. All right, Your Highness. In a lavish residence of the Hyuga family, nearly within the inner courtyard, a graceful lady with bare, snow-white feet walked across the floor, making her way to a wooden platform designed for admiring the scenery. There, a small wooden table, 2 tatama mats, and 2 vibrant glass teacups awaited her. The lady had arranged the teacups herself. She seated herself gracefully, her elegant curves accentuated by her kneeling posture. With her right hand, she removed a black glove, revealing delicate fingers that should have been as white as snow, now adorned with a hint of pink. She extended her right hand, gazing at it quietly. In that moment, her eyes appeared tranquil, akin to a gentle stream, serene yet lively. Time seemed to drift away in this ambience, inducing a sense of slumber. At some unknown moment, the sycamore leaves in the courtyard began to sway and drift down like rain. The lady awoke, lowered her right hand, and raised her gaze toward the courtyard. Golden sycamore leaves fell like rain, and amidst the downpour, a figure returned from the night. Shuian looked at the newcomer and smiled gently. You have arrived, Dujuan? Chapter 4, 1, 2, and 3. In the antiquated courtyard, golden sycamore leaves fell like rain. Amidst this golden rain, a figure clad in black concealed themselves. Shuian raised her gaze, her eyes once again sparkling with mirth as she looked towards the approaching figure. You have arrived, Dujuan? In the golden rain, the newcomer remained silent. Shuian's smile deepened as she lifted her left hand, gesturing elegantly for the guest to take a seat. The visitor paused for a moment, then, in a flash, silently appeared at the left side of the tea table and took a seat. Shuian, smiling, offered a glass teacup with her right hand, now adorned with a black glove. Haha, I never expected to see you again so soon. Do you think we might be the first pair in the organization to recognize each other without our masks? As Shuian reached for the teapot to pour tea, she noticed it was an ancient ceramic cup from the Hyuga family. After a brief pause, she maintained her cheerful demeanor, raised an eyebrow, and proceeded to pour tea for Dujuan. The delicate chime of glass sounded as the pale-faced figure in black extended their right hand, gently flicking 2 slender fingers to intercept the ceramic cup she held. They exchanged silence for a moment. Shuian smiled without speaking. Finally, the figure in black broke the silence. If there's fate, there's no need to say much. In any case, I truly did not expect to meet again so soon. Her voice was cool and soothing. Gradually, she lowered her fingers that blocked the teapot, placing them flat on the wooden table, and lightly tapped the resplendent glass teacup. The cup emitted a clear sound, smoothly gliding toward Shuyin, aligning perfectly with her other cup. How impolite. Not like a guest at all. Shuyin teased lightly, unfazed, and leisurely poured herself a cup of tea, holding it gently and savoring the flavor with her rosy lips. Mr. Cuckoo, how have you been lately? Not much, replied Cuckoo in a cold, detached manner. Shuyin suddenly covered her lips and gazed at her with a light chuckle. Without her cuckoo mask, Cuckoo's face remained rigid, devoid of expression. Eventually, Shuyin turned her attention to the golden phoenix trees in the courtyard, bursting into laughter like a joyful lark. She leaned back slightly, her elegant neck smooth and fair, her back curving gracefully. Cuckoo, maintaining her stern demeanor, said dryly, "If you laugh any louder, no one will be unaware of his presence here." However, Shuyin did not respond to Cuckoo's remark, instead continuing to laugh and teasingly said, "You wouldn't be upset with me for being so harsh on that little beauty this morning, would you?" Cuckoo remained unresponsive. With curiosity, Shuyin propped her chin on her hand, leaning on the table, gazing at Cuckoo with a playful expression. Miss Hinata Wanwan. In the woods. Zui and Shi strolled leisurely. Zui hummed a tune, while Shi hesitated to speak. Zui continued humming an off-key melody, yet his hand discreetly grasped the short blade behind him. Suddenly, Hinata Wanwan's expressionless face broke into a smile. She raised a finger in front of Shuyan's enchanting eyes, stating, "This is the first point." Shuyan nodded. "Indeed, and it holds significant weight." She took a sip of tea, speaking with a sense of tranquility. Wanwan had just raised a second finger. "I assume the next point will be the second one." Shuyin smiled gently, setting down her exquisite glass teacup. "Regarding my involvement with the Binghe defection organization," Wanwan nodded lightly, but did not lower her fingers. Shuyin cast a glance at the slender fingers, recalling the lethal technique she had witnessed. She poured herself another cup of tea with a smile, saying, "Yet this should not warrant Miss Wanwan giving me the cold shoulder. According to Cuckoo's approach, it would be more fitting to eliminate me from a distance." A second smile appeared on Wanwan's indifferent face. "Continue. Give me a reason not to kill you." Shuyin leisurely added more tea to her cup, and Wanwan waited in silence. Shuyin remained silent. "Could it be that you truly seek your own demise?" Shuyin lifted her teacup, gazing at the nearly full moon. "Ah, it's almost that time of year again." She stared at the moon, speaking almost to herself in a slightly deranged manner. "Doesn't that moon resemble a mirror?" Wanwan paused, then turned her head to scrutinize the person before her. She began to wonder if this individual was mentally unstable. After all, in the organization, members typically interacted through holographic projections while wearing masks, leading to little genuine understanding of one another. Furthermore, this person, disguised as a male, Wanwan pondered. Should she simply eliminate her to end the matter? Suddenly, Shuyin raised her hand, palm facing Wanwan. Wait, don't think about killing me just yet." Wanwan's gaze sharpened. Shuyin continued to admire the moon, seemingly lost in her thoughts. "I can ensure your safe departure from Konoha, and I can make Hinata Muchio forever bear the guilt of being the murderer of Hinata Hizashi." Wanwan turned to her, her previously disdainful and cold demeanor becoming more serious. "Really?" Shuyin raised an eyebrow. "Are you still doubting our prince's unwavering obedience to me?" Wanwan blinked, granting her the opportunity to elaborate, indicating her willingness to listen. "Since I am here, it is because I have considered all matters thoroughly." Shuyin took a sip of tea. Wanwan continued to observe her intently. Shuyin, feeling somewhat helpless, stated, "I came here to negotiate with your genius of a young man from the Hinata family. Or rather, it is the prince of the land of fire who wishes to negotiate with him. Does that suffice as a reason?" Wanwan tilted her head, still not entirely convinced. Shuyin grimaced, finding it difficult to even sip her tea. "That prince enjoys being remembered for his virtues, and only those virtues. The best way to ensure someone remembers another's kindness is to save them from peril." Shuyin gently raised her cup, taking a small sip of tea. "No hardship? No matter. We can create one. If he is a free-spirited, unfettered individual, that is fine. Let us place him in constant danger, ensuring that only we can rescue him." A smile crept upon Shuyan's lips. "And we shall play the role of his ceaseless saviors." The golden phoenix trees in the courtyard continued to rain their leaves upon the ground, with only 2 additional figures seated at the once empty table. "What do you think?" Shuyin finally tilted her head, inquiring. Wanwan had turned away, beginning to admire the moon inappropriately. After a moment, she produced a ceramic teacup, placing it on the table and lightly tapping its rim. Shui Yan's smile instantly blossomed, and she leaned over, gracefully pouring tea for her like a devoted attendant. As she poured with her enchanting poise, she spoke to Wenwan in a calm and steady tone. Actually, Mr. Wenwan, my annoyance should include a third point. Shui Yan lowered her gaze, her expression inscrutable. Wenwan nonchalantly picked up her teacup. As long as you avoid the first point and resolve the second. I truly cannot fathom what else I would care about. Shui Yan straightened her posture, gazing at the courtyard's phoenix trees with a smile. The third point is that I wish to kill Dongfang Shiyi. Wenjuan's hand gripping the teacup trembled suddenly. In the forest, Lord Zui, could you remove my blindfold? How can I fight otherwise? Zui whistled and shot him a look. Are you trying to act young? Not happening. Everyone, stay focused. The 3 Jonin-level shinobi are ready. Shia's lips twitched. All right then, a bunch of old hands. Beneath the black cloth bag, Shia's golden eyes sparkled with determination. Chapter 5. Overcoming strength with grace in the forest leading to the Konoha Root Organization's stronghold, an ominous atmosphere had begun to permeate the air. One figure approached from the front, moving at a steady pace, likely intending to employ a frontal assault strategy. Another figure lingered behind on a tree trunk, currently motionless, presumably preparing to assist the frontal attacker with a stealthy assassination, likely employing assassin-like techniques. Lastly, another figure lay concealed on our right side, at a considerable distance, camouflaged superbly. Unless one possessed a sniper rifle, it would be nearly impossible to reach them with even a shuriken. Shiyi and Zui continued forward, seemingly unfazed. Zui smacked his lips, casting a meaningful glance at Shiyi. TSK, truly not a family, not entering the same door. He then inquired, can we still delay? It's unlikely. They don't seem inclined to give us another chance to approach the stronghold. Zui calmly nodded. 3. Zui counted. In the forest ahead, birds took flight in alarm. 2. She added. The ground began to tremble, leaves cascading down one after another. 1. They shouted in unison. Simultaneously, the trio of trees before them, resembling a barrier, was struck by a giant S-arm, sending the entire forest echoing with a terrifying crash, splinters flying like snowflakes. As the giant, with a face full of tension and muscles contorted, swung a punch at Zui. Zui swiftly evaded, employing an extraordinarily peculiar maneuver that allowed him to rotate in response to the punch's wind, even suspending his body momentarily in midair. In that fleeting moment, Zui drew his sharp short blade as swiftly as the wind, using the back of the blade to counter the giant's iron fist. Then, Zui felt an attack from the giant that defied description. The force of the punch surged towards him like an unstoppable tide, an attack aimed at an entire front. In the next moment, the short blade bent. Inside the Hyuga residence, Wan's delicate hand trembled slightly. Shuiyan regarded her coldly, devoid of any mirth. After a moment of astonishment, Hinata Wenjuan's eyes flared with anger as she fixed her gaze on Shuiyan. Shuiyan met her stare without flinching. After a brief silence, Hinata Wenjuan added, impossible. You are correct. It is indeed I who wishes to kill him, and currently, I am the only one appearing here. Shuiyan set down her glass teacup after finishing her last sip. But I am not the only one who has come. Hinata Wenjuan pondered over this statement, then coldly directed her gaze at Shin. You, huh? A faint smile graced Shuiyan's lips. Ha ha ha, truly a noble lineage. Some words, you simply cannot bring yourself to utter in anger. She began to applaud. Such high moral integrity. Then she continued slowly. Indeed, those 3, pig, deer, and butterfly, who were laid out plainly this morning were meant to protect me. Hee. Who could have known our esteemed prince would have a fondness for me? Hinata Wenjuan's pure white eyes brimmed with murderous intent. Shuiyan produced a black bamboo fan. Opening it with a swift motion, shifting her posture to sit comfortably on the tatami mat, one leg extended, the other upright, fanning herself leisurely, shedding any semblance of femininity. Resembling a strategist. Have you not considered that the future ruler may not care for the cards he reveals to you? Shuiyan's hair fluttered gently in the breeze, exuding an unparalleled elegance. Hinata Wenjuan maintained her grip on the teacup, her posture unyielding, much like a taut cobra poised to strike. Is it you or him? Or perhaps all of you? Shuiyan paused momentarily, for the first time displaying displeasure as she slightly tilted her head, fixing her gaze on Wenjuan. This is all part of the plan. Both had reached the limits of their patience. If you wish to depart from Konoha safely, you must cooperate with me. Starting with controlling your temper. Wenjuan stared intently at Shiyan, who was fanning herself, and after a brief moment, set down her untouched tea. I only wish to ask one question. What is the background of the one being protected? Shuiyin regarded her for a moment, seemingly taken aback by the question, and with a cold snort, turned away to say, the fire temple of the land of fire. A colossal and exceptionally robust giant swung its fist down with tremendous speed, creating a resonating sound that reverberated through the air. To everyone's astonishment, Soi's short blade bent even before it could make contact with the giant's palm. The blade contorted inward under the force, unable to rebound or tremble, yet emitted a high-pitched cry. Soi himself was forced to lean back, nearly toppled by the powerful gust of air, sliding beneath the torrent. Simultaneously, several black serpents began to slither through the depths of the forest, crawling along the trunks and ground towards the two. At this critical moment, Soi, astonishingly, used the force of the giant's punch to spin in midair. His body retained the momentum of a high-speed forward charge. In the next instant, Soi and the giant's terrifying arc merged completely. A sound akin to a dull blade striking wood resonated through the air, the sound of a blunt knife being withdrawn, scraping against the wood. Soi slid out from beside the giant's ankle in a half-crouched position, skidding several meters upon landing, both hands gripping a trembling short blade. Fire! Meanwhile, on another front, Xia, with her left hand behind her back, swiftly traced her right fingers downwards, igniting a wall of flames several meters high in the forest. The long black serpents recoiled in fear. Upon noticing Soi vanish before its eyes, the giant shook its ankle, which bore only a small wound, and continued to strike down toward Xia. Brother Soi, I understand that the location of the root's base is classified, but under the current circumstances, can we not act with urgency? Soi waved his short blade, blood sliding down the smooth surface. Fine. You have my word. In the future, if you accidentally visit the root base, it will be on my account. Deal. Xia, facing the gust of wind from the punch, turned and let her black cloth flow outward, her golden slit pupils striking fear into the heart. Suppress. The giant's punch slowed slightly. At the same time, Xia's left hand, which had been resting behind her, slipped out like a fish, wrapping around the giant's arm. In the next moment, the giant's body tilted leftward. The earth trembled once more. Yet Xia floated steadily to the right. With grace overcoming brute strength, she executed a delicate maneuver. Chapter 6. Shadow Secret Techniques by the First Hokage. The Hyuga family's gentle fist can be wielded in such a manner? Waves of tremors rippled through the ground as the giant lost its balance and fell. Soi was left astonished, his eyes wide with disbelief. Xia, standing on one leg as if suspended in midair, merely tapped the ground with her other foot's toe, and her form floated gracefully like a feather, gliding several steps to the right. Then, with a swift turn, Xia flowed effortlessly towards Soi, her movements seamless, exhibiting no hesitation or delay. Oh, ha, no need to be modest. Feel free to praise me. It can be as sentimental as you wish. I can take it. Xia beamed with childish glee, reminiscent of a kindergarten child showing off a new toy. Hee. Soi awkwardly chuckled in response. You are shameless. I still desire more. Soi silently grumbled to himself. Yet, his gaze remained fixated on the giant, which was about to right itself. Suddenly, Soi stepped forward, forming a single hand seal with his left hand. Roar! A tiger's roar resonated through the forest. On the ground where Soi had brushed past the giant, blood was not the only thing present. There was ink as well. An ink tiger sprang to life, lunging at the giant. With a swift motion, Soi swung his right hand, the blade slicing through the air with a resonating hum. In a flash, he changed positions, gripping the short blade backward, his left palm supporting the hilt, aiming directly for the giant's neck. Yet, in that split second, something unexpected occurred. Dozens of shadows, like wraiths, initially maintaining the form of ordinary shadows, swiftly traversed the ground. These mysterious shadows effortlessly passed through the roaring golden wall of flames, as if the scorching fire posed no hindrance to them. What unfolded next was astonishing. The once mundane shadows morphed instantaneously into massive, clawed dragons. These serpentine dragons, their scales glinting with a cold light, exhaled frigid air and charged at Soi with unparalleled ferocity, encircling him with overwhelming intent. Soi had no choice but to retreat. A cold-eyed black-haired youth rode upon the shadow dragon, crossing the golden flame barrier. I have long heard of the prince's renown. This unquenchable fire that can ignite all is indeed formidable. The shadow-formed dragon bowed its head as the black-haired youth descended from its back, landing on the ground. The ink tiger was swallowed whole by the shadow dragon. Yet, the prince had overlooked one fact. The cold, sharp-eyed youth smirked slightly. Fire can only burn that which is tangible. The youth approached the giant, who, despite several attempts to rise, struggled under the weight of its own massive form. Yet shadows possess no substance. They are merely illusions. The youth's gaze darkened. Even if I infuse chakra into the shadow to enable its movement, it remains non-existent. A cold smile crept upon the young boy's lips. My chakra has been injected into another realm. This is Nara. This is the shadow secret technique. Xie and Zai exchanged bewildered glances. Moments later, Zai broke into applause. Ah, impressive. Should I reward you with a little red flower? Xie joined in the cheer. So amazing. I'm scared. Zai whistled in agreement. The boy's lips twitched. Zai ceased clapping, crossed his arms, and shrugged. Surely, techniques like shadow stitching, which utilize shadows as entities, must have their limitations, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't have to worry about that wall of fire from the start. The boy nodded. No wonder you are the leader of the Umbu. You are quite astute. This thought torments me. Just the thought of having to eliminate 2 clever individuals today makes me wish to eliminate 100, 1,000 fools instead. I have always loathed the foolish. Hence I slay one whenever I encounter one. The boy's smile turned eerie, and the ominous aura dissipated, replaced by a frenzied, almost deranged demeanor. Ha! Indeed, shadow stitching is essentially summoning technique. It can draw shadows from that world. The boy emphasized the word that heavily. Oh, Zai quipped. After all these years in the Umbu, I've yet to encounter a madman. Not to mention those who've gone mad under my watch. There has been no shortage. Truly a prodigal, should your family's secret art inadvertently find its way into the Ninja Academy textbooks. Consider it your contribution to the advancement of ninjutsu. The boy narrowed his eyes. Let me put it this way. I believe those deemed foolish do not deserve to be my kin. Yes, therefore, I have crowned myself the true Nara. As for that false Nara, I have no concern. Zai raised an eyebrow and nudged Xie with his elbow. There is only this one. I'll demonstrate just once. In the future, if you encounter a similar fool in the Hyuga clan, follow my lead. Xie nodded with a smile. The boy scoffed. My audacity to establish my own path stems from possessing my own secret technique. Zai tilted his head. Did I not mention this to you before? The shadows beneath the boy's feet rippled like a lake. Zai and Xie sensed something amiss. Shadow stitching is a summoning technique, the boy declared ominously. Ninja art, tiger-esque gaze, dazzling golden flame arrow. The ink-black tiger and the golden arrow shot forth towards the boy. And I, he elongated his words, can utilize reverse summoning. The ink-black tiger and the golden arrows missed entirely. The boy submerged into the shadowy lake beneath him. A dark mass bubbled up. Atop Hokage Rock, a handsome monk with closed eyes and a gallant man sat upon the ground. What a splendid view. Ha! What a splendid view, prosperity and harmony, ever-evolving, just and capable. Each in their rightful place. As long as your highness strives, the rest of the Fire Nation will surely reflect such beauty. The white-robed monk, holding prayer beads, spoke calmly. Ha! I appreciate your kind words. A gentle breeze tousled the prince's hair, adding an ethereal quality. Will that son-in-law survive today? The monk, indifferent, halted his motion of manipulating the beads and slowly stated, let me consult my wisdom. In the next moment, the monk thrust his hands apart, causing each bead to snap free from the string. Even more astonishingly, the beads began to levitate in midair, coalescing into a continuous ring, revolving endlessly. Chapter 7, Spirit Pig. Shadow Deer, Giant Butterfly. The shadow secret technique, shadow submersion. The Nara boy astonishingly submerged into his own shadow, as if diving into a lake. Goodness gracious! Zai's lips twitched. In that instant, the previously still shadow lying on the ground suddenly surged with a mysterious and potent vitality. No longer motionless, it darted towards Xie and Zai with breathtaking speed, akin to a streak of black lightning. This shadow seemed to possess its own consciousness and intent. Its rapid movement and fierce posture leaving no room for reaction. It carved a black line through the air, laden with overwhelming pressure and murderous intent. Charging directly at Xie and Zai, the surrounding air twisted due to the shadow's swift advance, emitting a howling sound, as if rallying for this unexpected assault. Zai's gaze sharpened. He exerted force with his palm, pushing towards Xie. The two began to retreat swiftly along the ground. Useless, the Nara boy scoffed. You are situated in a world that impedes your movements, exhibiting friction. However, the shadow's motion is unaffected by friction. In an instant, the shadow flickered before them. Quick! Dodge that shadow! A voice echoed in Shia's mind. It was Yamoja. The shadow world and this world do not exist in the same dimension. I am a god of this world. Not that one. Shia executed the soldier technique, conjuring flaming wings. He and Zai levitated in midair. What a troublesome skill. A robust boy from the Akimichi clan leaped into action. The ground cracked, fissures radiating outward. The giant's massive, powerful fist swung toward Shia. With a gentle wave of his arm, Shia's radiant wings trembled slightly, releasing a flurry of golden feathers that cascaded like snowflakes. These feathers danced gracefully in the air, seemingly alive, swirling elegantly, gradually gathering before Shia. They surrounded him, forming a spectacular halo, rendering him as majestic and mysterious as a celestial deity. Each golden feather shimmered with enchanting luster. Upon closer inspection, exquisite patterns and subtle magical ripples could be discerned, evoking awe. The Akimichi boy snorted disdainfully. To his astonishment, a layer of shimmering chakra enveloped his colossal arm. This sheath, as tangible as armor, encased his powerful limb, rendering it impervious. With a fist as massive as a hammer, he struck down towards the shield composed of countless golden feathers with unparalleled force. In an instant, a deafening crash reverberated through the space, causing it to tremble. The seemingly impenetrable golden feather shield shattered under the terrifying blow, scattering countless golden feathers like a brilliant meteor shower. Shia and Zai, positioned behind the shield, had no time to react before being forcibly hurled to the ground. Their bodies plummeted like kites cut from their strings, crashing heavily onto the hard earth, stirring up a cloud of dust. A thunderous roar echoed as Shia and Zai struck the ground. Meanwhile, the Akimichi boy casually peeled away the chakra sheath from his arm. The black shadow surged forward once more. Damn it! Shia watched helplessly as the shadow drew ever closer. On Hokage Rock, the prince rested his chin on his hand, gazing at the specks of light below. Beside him, the monk clasped his hands together, golden glowing beads reassembling in his grasp. What is this? How curious. The monk with closed eyes, pondered his words. He was already half dead. From this moment into the future, I could only foresee his continued state of half-life. A black shadow surged upward. Yet in the next instant, a startling transformation occurred in Shi Yi's gaze. His eyes inexplicably morphed into a chilling state of vertical pupils, as if he had instantaneously become a mysterious and perilous creature. Simultaneously, a brilliant and dazzling golden light erupted from the depths of his eyes, radiating like two burning golden flames, dispelling the surrounding darkness. Moreover, at that very moment, Shi Yi's teeth abruptly became exceptionally sharp, glinting with a cold light, resembling menacing fangs. Each tooth appeared as though meticulously honed into a blade, exuding a chilling aura that sent shivers down one's spine. As Shi Yi underwent this series of extraordinary changes, the atmosphere around him grew tense and oppressive. It felt as if a ferocious beast silently lurked nearby, tightening its grip on everyone's throats, rendering them breathless. The air seemed to solidify, time appeared to stand still, and the entire world descended into an eerie silence. Even Nara, situated in another dimension, sensed the unusual aura. Instinctively, he retreated at lightning speed. The Akimichi boy observed Nara's swift return and calmly inquired, "What is happening?" "Something feels off." The boy's voice echoed from the shadows. "Something is wrong." He's not the same. In the next moment, Shi Yi trembled, his eyes reverting to black. Nara crawled out from the shadows, coughing repeatedly. "Furthermore, I cannot linger in that world for too long." The Akimichi boy, his face round and fleshy, mechanically turned his neck and jested, "What a waste." Nara's eyes flashed with a fierce glint. "I'll kill you, you filthy pig." The muscle-bound Akimichi boy cracked his knuckles, producing a series of ominous sounds. "The pig is that girl. I am a butterfly." Nara shot back, keeping an eye on Shi Yi's condition. "Does it make a difference?" "In my eyes, you are all pigs." The Akimichi boy, however, was not offended. His fleshy face twisted into a sinister grin. "Suit yourself," he replied. "As long as I can kill them and devour them, bones and all." Meanwhile, Shi Yi was nearly exhausted. "You've missed your chance. Will you initiate a second deal?" Shi Yi ignored her. "Lord Zai." Suddenly, sounds of the Umbu rushing to the rescue echoed through the forest. "Help is arriving." Zai's eyes brightened. Dozens of Umbu surged forth, surrounding the two. Zai stood up. "You all arrived too late. How have I taught you?" Zai began lecturing the foremost figure. The leader, growing impatient, cleared his ears. Oh, I'm speaking now, and you still dare to brush me off? Are you not afraid? Do you have someone backing you? Are you to be reassigned from the Umbu? Zai reached to grab the man's ear, but the latter swatted his hand away. Old man, what era are you living in? Still lecturing like a father. Who would want to listen? An Umbu member, speaking in a tone as effeminate, stepped forward towards Shiyi, seamlessly continuing, you should be grateful to me. Our orders are only to kill that handsome older brother, and since I am a beautiful girl with a kind heart, I want to kill you. Zai clutched his abdomen, forcing out 2 words, Mountain Clan. Bingo. Zai lamented, clutching his stomach, regretting being betrayed by his own clan. Shiyi wished to retreat, but in the next moment, it felt as though something had seized his brain, rendering his body immobile. Though unable to move, Shiyi found he could still speak. Impossible. The one in the forest is still moving, and you cannot possibly control so many at once. The Umbu member tilted his head. Why not? It's the mind division technique. Most of my clan members can only disperse their mental energy to control at most 2 or 3, but that is merely due to a lack of strong mental power. Shiyi glanced at the nearby numbers. No fewer than 15 or 16. Hee, the Umbu member chuckled with pride. In the forest, a blonde girl with a high ponytail also appeared. Come, praise me. Go ahead and flatter me. No matter how mushy or emotional, I can take it. Don't entertain any more fantasies. I sensed your mental power when she switched to your body. My mental energy has already entered yours, blocking the connection between you and her as if it were a wall. Of course, maintaining it is difficult, the Umbu member said, casually raising his long blade. Shiyi was rendered immobile, yet still could not escape death. The blade glimmered coldly in the moonlight. In the next instant, the blade was enveloped in chakra, a fundamental technique of the samurai of the Land of Iron. Care to praise me again? After controlling others, I can to a certain extent utilize their jutsu. Shiyi found it difficult to assess the situation. Noticing Shiyi's lack of reaction, the Umbu member grew bored. The reason I Haven T completely seized control of your body is that I pity you. You should see this world a bit longer. The Umbu member's mood soured. Enough chatter. Attack. Nara, impatient, urged. The chakra-wrapped blade swung down. Within Shiyi's heart lake, the once tranquil surface was suddenly disturbed, rippling with waves as the colossal and majestic figure of Yemma appeared within. Her eyes, deep as fathomless pools, fixated on the towering, indestructible mental fortress before her. Blinking slightly as if pondering something, Yemma slowly raised her hand, her fingers delicately aligned, then swung them fiercely, unleashing a razor-sharp wind blade that howled like lightning, slashing directly toward the mental fortress. Do you know? Yemma voice echoed in the air, imbued with boundless pressure and fury. Your actions are a blatant provocation against the authority of the divine. As her words fell, the massive wind blade collided with the mental fortress, producing an earth-shattering roar. In an instant, the entire heart lake was filled with violent energy, churning up towering waves. The magnificent fortress began to tremble violently, accompanied by deep, resonant rumbling. As terrifying cracks appeared on its walls, these fissures resembled the gaping mouths of ferocious beasts, rapidly spreading. Following that, massive stones crumbled from the fortress, tumbling through the air, colliding with one another, creating a deafening cacophony. Some stones struck the ground, raising clouds of dust. Others plummeted into the valley, vanishing without a trace. As time progressed, the extent of the fracture widened, and stones continued to tumble down, as if the entire Great Wall were on the verge of disintegration under this terrifying force. Yermungard let out a cold snort, swiftly forming hand seals, murmuring incantations. The Lin technique, go. In an instant, a surge of even greater power erupted from her, transforming into a dazzling brilliance that struck fiercely against the mental barrier of the Great Wall. A deafening roar resonated, and the already cracked mental barrier could bear the immense pressure no longer, collapsing with a thunderous sound, scattering into countless fragments. He involuntarily activated the Lin technique with his fingers. The Lin secret art, he thought, the foremost of the 9 secrets, capable of summoning all methods without faltering. He bellowed. As his voice echoed, the surrounding air was instantly filled with a tidal wave of power. His fingers traced intricate patterns in the air, unique imprints of the Lin technique. Imbued with ancient and potent energy, the essence of the world around him stirred, frantically converging towards his position, as if drawn by an invisible force. forming resplendent beams of light. His eyes deepened and brightened, the golden radiance akin to the most resplendent star in the vast cosmos. His aura causing the surrounding space to tremble. The shimmering chakra blade ultimately cleaved down towards his neck. Yet he did not flinch. Chapter 8. The Lin, secret technique. The razor-sharp chakra blade, gleaming with cold light, descended with the force of thunder. In that moment, a blinding white light erupted like lightning, enveloping his entire being. The long blade, infused with a fierce momentum and unwavering determination, struck down towards him. However, at this critical juncture, a mysterious and resilient white membrane materialized around him, acting as a shield. With a piercing screech of friction, the blade collided violently with the white membrane. White sparks scattered, revealing the immense energy fluctuations generated by their clash. In the forest, a golden-haired girl from the mountain clan, her ponytail swaying, immediately sensed something amiss. She raised her arm and tapped the auxiliary ocular device over her right eye. Something's wrong. That damage didn't land on him at all. He struck down on the shadowy member before him, sending him flying. He coldly snorted. The Lin's secret technique. All methods converge upon me, and I remain unshaken. It can negate one instance of physical harm. Damn, you dodged once, but I refuse to believe you can keep avoiding it. All the controlled shadow members mechanically drew their long blades, launching an assault against him. He hesitated for a moment. Meanwhile, the somber Nara youth had already formed his seals once more. If he were to employ the Lin's secret technique that could avoid physical harm, it would be difficult to ensure he would not fall for a trick. The shadow imitation technique was not an offensive technique, and the Lin's secret technique was not like Yuji's second skill, which could negate control instantly upon activation. Furthermore, his secret art, shadow stealth, having originated from another dimensional world, implied that this technique did not inflict physical damage, but rather genuine, magical damage. Thus, at this moment, his technique, which could almost negate physical, ninjutsu, and sage art damage, seemed particularly ineffective. However, what if he unleashed a widespread attack of dazzling golden flames? Those shadow members would be doomed. Even so, the Akimichi youth, adept in chakra transformation to construct defensive barriers, showed no inclination to relent. Deeper in the forest, the golden-haired girl squinted one eye, her ocular device functioning like a telescope, accurately pinpointing his position nearly 100 meters away. She executed the seals for the mind transfer technique. Can you withstand mental damage? Since it's so hard to kill you, what if I control your mind and have you commit suicide? Would that be difficult? The girl chuckled. What? Will my mind return in time when I commit suicide? No need to worry. How many stubborn souls in the Fire Nation's court have gone mad and taken their own lives under the gaze of the public? The girl laughed joyfully, yet her demeanor soon shifted to one of sorrow. Alas, I must kill another good person today. The mountain clan girl felt a tinge of disappointment. But in the next moment, her somewhat tragic smile froze. Fire release, great fireball. The girl stiffly turned her head. The searing fireball hurtled toward her with unstoppable force. On the other side, all shadow members were knocked away by a whirling mass. He immediately soared into the air with golden wings, evading the Nara youth shadow. The Akimichi youth, however, appeared dazed, showing no reaction. Chapter 9. Mind over matter. Red flames illuminated the dark forest. The golden-haired mountain girl rolled to avoid the attack. Yet, a kunai had already reached her side, launching an assault. Instinctively, she drew a kunai to block the strike. The kunai spun in her hand, deflecting the opponent's attack, and then flew into the air. She followed up with a fierce elbow strike aimed at the elbow of the girl who appeared to be of a similar age, causing the girl's arm to momentarily numb. Without any pause, she caught the falling kunai in midair and aimed it at the girl's neck. Everything flowed seamlessly. Yet, the girl countered with her other hand, striking her wrist, preventing the kunai from piercing her. The girl pushed her away and leaped back. Crack! She forcibly reset her dislocated wrist, producing a horrifying sound, but her expression remained entranced as she gazed at the girl. Wow, impressive. Although my hand-to-hand skills are really lacking, you truly seem suited for lurking in the shadows and delivering a lethal blow. I wonder if there exists a technique like that, one that swiftly pierces through an opponent. The girl pondered seriously, raising an eyebrow. Humph. The girl, slightly disgruntled, adjusted her glasses. Her bright black eyes were fixed intently on the mountain girl. What is your name? The mountain girl found the girl before her intriguing. Not really acquainted. The girl coldly refused to answer, launching another attack. My name is Yamanaka Rika. Pleased to make your acquaintance. The mountain girl responded deftly. Although she claimed not to excel in physical techniques, her movements were elusive, almost ghost-like. Whenever she halted, her close combat style was remarkably efficient and swift. Sarada found herself cornered. Rika embraced Sarada from behind, gripping her chin and tilting it slightly upwards. You are from the Uchiha clan, aren't you? Rika's chin rested on Sarada's shoulder, sweetly inquiring. Sarada clenched her jaw and tightened her right hand. 5 barely perceptible threads emerged. 5 kunai swiftly shot towards them along the threads. Sarada's left hand firmly seized Rika's arm that held her chin. The 5 glimmers of cold light rapidly approached them. Sarada's face paled, her teeth clenched, as she turned to face her opponent. I absolutely cannot let her escape, Sarada thought. But then she saw Rika, tears streaming down her face. Finally, her eyes glowed with a peculiar orange hue. Sarada felt the impact. The surge of mental energy forcibly interfered with the physical realm. 5 shurikens hovered majestically in the air, suspended with unwavering stability. The girl named Yamashiro Rika wore an expression of peculiar excitement mingled with pain as she grinned, perhaps reminiscent of a certain hero from a renowned game. Oh, how I yearn to see your blood-red eyes. Her visage resembled that of a madwoman. In due time, you shall comprehend the reason behind my abilities. Abruptly, she embraced Sarada from behind, resting her head lazily on Sarada's shoulder. At that moment, I was no longer solitary in this world. Sarada, taken aback, remained speechless. My heavens! The 12 guardians specialize in dealing with the insane, the bewildered Sai and Shia, already present, remarked. Oh, Sarada! If it is indeed my remarkable friendship that draws the boys to me, do share. Do not resort to desperate measures simply because you cannot replace my perfection. The sharp-voiced Chocho exclaimed. Shia lifted her sleeve and pointed at the girl. Release her. The girl from the mountains, seemingly in a slumber, paid no heed to Shia's words. Lazily leaning against Sarada while snapping her fingers, palm upward, fingers pointed directly at Shia. In an instant, the 5 shurikens veered towards Shia with alarming speed. Shia unfurled her golden wings and soared forward. Sai and Chocho leaped down from the tree. Magnet release? Sai exclaimed in astonishment. No, Shia thought, descending from the heights. She observed the girl, who appeared almost in a trance, furrowing her brow. This was the power of telekinesis. A boy from the Akimichi clan. A formidable fighter who had mastered the art of chakra manipulation. A boy from the Nara clan, sinister and ruthless, capable of attacking from another dimension. A girl from the Yamashiro clan. Her mental prowess profound enough to wield telekinesis effortlessly. They truly lived up to the name of the 12 guardians. Shia pressed her fingers together. Flames erupted from her back, coalescing into 6 golden swords that struck forward. The 5 shurikens traced arcs, colliding with the tips of the 6 swords. Fire scattered, and the shurikens were deflected elsewhere. The girl from the mountains shifted her orange gaze, locking onto Shia. Shia extended a hand toward Sarada, intending to grasp her arm. Yet, before Shia could touch Sarada, the latter relinquished her hold. Both Sarada and Shia were momentarily stunned. But the next moment brought forth an unexpected turn of events. Sarada, with a firm grip on a shuriken, thrust it viciously toward Shia's heart. Sarada's eyes began to tremble. The girl behind her smirked. Though Sarada faced away, she glimpsed that indescribable grin. In her mind, a voice echoed, "Could I truly kill my teacher?" Tears streamed down Sarada's dark eyes. A gentle hand patted her shoulder. The girl from the mountains swiftly retreated into the dark forest. Shia's body shimmered with a white light. Barrier technique. A single physical attack was negated. Shia released the shuriken and set it down. Haha, let her escape. It's of no consequence. Shia gently ruffled Sarada's hair in a comforting gesture. Yet, the next moment, Shia was taken aback. In the shadows, the girl's eyes gleamed a vivid crimson. Yamashiro Rika, incensed, arrived at the prearranged meeting spot for the trio. Upon arrival, she could no longer contain the frustration that had been building within her. Haikishi, Shota, what in the world is happening? Are you deliberately betraying your teammates? Not even a heads up for the retreat. She paused, taken aback. Nara Haikishi stood by, grimacing as he rubbed his slightly reddened cheek, as if he had been struck. Meanwhile, Akimichi Shota, with a muscular build akin to a heavyweight boxer, wore an expression on his face that could only be described as terrifyingly bashful when directed at a girl like her. Rika's face twitched in disbelief. Haikishi, exasperated, pointed an accusatory finger at Shota. You ask him. Rika turned her gaze to Shota. Upon hearing Haikishi's words, Shota's rugged face flushed crimson as he grumbled in a gruff tone. Chocho said that if I didn't hit Hyuga, she would reject my confession. But if I did hit him, she would allow me to accept her confession when she confessed to me. Rika's eyelids fluttered in disbelief. Hyuga erupted in a tirade. Listen to this. Is this the sort of thing a person would say? Shota, with a menacing glare, promptly uprooted a tree, striding toward Hyuga with a stormy expression. I misspoke. What I meant to say is, listen to this. Is this the sort of thing a person would say? Cold sweat trickled down Hyuga's forehead as he pointed 3 fingers skyward, his expression earnest. Without hesitation, Shota turned around, replanted the tree into the ground, and resumed his awkward squatting in the shade. Hyuga cursed under his breath. Rika let out a couple of awkward chuckles, then began to genuinely envy Shota.